all who come to this happy live stream, welcome. 2021 marks 10 years since the Tiara Talk Show aired its first interview, and since then, over 250 conversations with Imagineers, artists, performers, and cast members have followed. Over the next few hours, you'll be hearing from some of the podcast's past guests, and they'll be answering your questions live. Let's get this show on the road and welcome the host and producer of the Tiara Talk Show, Tammy Tuckey.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Tiara Talk Show's 10th anniversary celebration. It's so excited to have some of you here in the chat to go on this wonderful journey of 10 hours of fun, because we're going to be inviting past guests of the show to come back on the show to say happy 10th anniversary, obviously, to the Tiara Talk Show. So I can't do this by myself. So I have two lovely moderators who are going to help out with the entire 10-hour event. So let's first welcome my sister, Terry.
Hi, everyone.
There you go. I see you. I actually hear an echo too. So I'm going to mute you for a second. And then I also have Vamati, who is a second moderator. She's one of my best friends. How are you doing, Vamati?
I'm good.
We're all ready. We've been prepping and waiting and been excited for this to start. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. So during the event, we're actually going to be giving away a prize, the Tiara Talk Show final prize of the evening. So you will be able to enter. We're going to be posting that link in a few minutes. But also, I will be showing throughout the night the 10 items that you could get from that prize. So one of the first items I'd love to show is I've got a little Figment. He's one of my favorite Disney characters. He's just so cute. I love him. He's adorable.
Turtle.
Yes, he is a little dinosaur. Not a little dinosaur. Little dragon. I can't talk today. I'm already losing it, and we just started. So, so let's get started. So this is going to be like a broadcast where we'll have about 30 minutes with each group of interviewees. And when they come on the screen, I want to encourage everybody in the chat, in the YouTube chat, to type in your questions for any of them. Terry and Vamati are going to be helping me and making sure that they will be able to make sure that we have the questions in and they can send them over to me so I can actually post them on the screen. Actually, somebody had something interesting to say from our intro. So I'm going to pull that up so you guys can see. Film 017 Forever says, Bill Rogers, the voice of Disneyland, did the intro that you heard for the beginning of the show, which is true. So thank you, Bill, for doing that. We appreciate it. And also the banners and the animations that you'll see this evening are done by a friend of mine named Thomas Robert. So thank you, Thomas, for putting together those banners and the logos that we will see this evening, this day, this entire day. And also, so when you guys enter a question, it will show up just like this. So your name and your username will appear, and I will reiterate the question to our guests, and we'll go from there. It's going to be interesting because I do have questions prepared, but I think it's going to be more fun to incorporate you guys, the listeners, into the fun that we're going to have for this afternoon, this day of 10 hours to celebrate the show. So let me go ahead. I'm going to remove that. And also my dad is in the house. Hi, Dad. So you could say hello to them. Hi, Mr. Tuckey. So before we kind of get started and jumping in here, we're going to be starting off with a Disney Animator reunion, which is going to start at 12:15. So we have another 10 minutes to spare. But I'd like to kind of go over some of other things that we're going to be talking about this evening. You know, we have the group of Adventures in Wonderland and Captain EO and the Magical World of Barbie. We're going to be having a couple of reunions this day. So I'm excited to bring all of them on the show. But I do want to also commemorate and kind of dedicate this entire broadcast to some people that we've lost along the way who were guests of the show since I first started it back in 2011. I was only 14 years old, and my first interview ever was with Helen Reddy for Pete's Dragon. So Helen just passed away recently. So among the past, among the individuals who have passed away, and I'd love to dedicate this show to, includes Helen Reddy, Dave Smith, who ran the Disney archives for the longest time, Janet Waldo, who some of you might know from the Jetsons, playing the daughter. I think it's Judy Jetson, if I'm remembering it correctly. But she also was one of the voices in the Carousel of Progress, the grandmother. James Drury, who was in Pollyanna. Debbie Reynolds, who was in Halloween Town and was one of Walt Disney's personal guests on opening day of Disneyland. Robert Guillaume, who was the voice of Rafiki in The Lion King. Michael Hartson, who was also in The Spirit of Pocahontas, that was featured at Disney's MGM Studios back in 1995. Armelia McQueen, who played the Red Queen in Adventures in Wonderland. Leanza Cornett, who played Ariel. She was the first Ariel in Voyage of the Little Mermaid at Disney's MGM Studios back in 1992. And Dale Baer, who was an animator. He did a couple of different films. And I wish they could be here today, but I really do thank all of them for being a part of my show in the past couple of years, and I dedicate this show to them. So before we get started with our additional interviews, I'm going to have Terry and Vamati disappear because I do have a special first guest that I'd like to bring on the screen. So goodbye, Vamati and Terry, just for a little bit. Hi there. So first off, I'd love to introduce a friend of the show's. She started out the show with me along with a friend of ours, Danelle, back in 2011. Basically, we had been just talking. We were good friends and just talking on calls. And we were like, well, maybe we should record these because at the time there weren't a lot of female driven Disney themed podcast. So we started our own called Tiara Talk back in 2011, and she was my co-host. So I'd like to welcome all the way from Florida. I think she went back down to Florida. She's originally from Buffalo, New York, but she's down in Florida. Darlene.
Hello.
Hey
How
there.
are you? Congratulations. We're 10 years. Wow.
Hey, I couldn't have done it without you and Danelle. I'm like, it's been so long since we've all talked and
Right?
seen each other. So
Oh, yeah.
it's been a while. So what were your memories of when we first started out the podcast? Because I just have memories of us having a lot of fun and laughing and just having a good time.
Well, and that's what I remember too. But the big thing was, like you said, we were one of the first to come out as a threesome of doing the podcast as females, which I thought was really cool because a lot of it was all like male driven, which I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but it was nice to have a woman's, point of view. So it worked out really great. And I loved the fact that we had so many wonderful guests that we first got to talk to. I mean, one of my main ones was Dave Smith. I loved that interview that we did with him. And just, sharing the stories and everything, like with Helen Reddy and, the group from the Mickey Mouse Club. I mean, that was pretty cool too.
Yes, I forgot about that too, because I think it was like Cubby O'Brien and oh gosh, who else was in that? It was Nancy Abate, who was actually going to be on the show today too. But yeah, we had a wonderful group of people who agreed to be on our show. So it was the three of us, and I thought it was like interesting because we had different perspectives. Because I was 14, Danelle was out of college, and you were a mother. You were a mother. You had a daughter. So we all had like different perspectives. It was interesting to hear those perspectives during the run of our show.
Right, exactly. Oh my gosh. It was so fun. I mean, I'm so thankful that you had asked me to do that back then, and get me kicked off for everything that I'm doing now.
Yes. Yeah. And you're in Florida now, so you get to be closer to Disney, which I'm still jealous.
I am.
I wanted to show a picture of us. This is from when we, I think, first met.
Yes.
Can you see this on the screen? This is when we were little, well, when I was a baby. So that was like literally almost a year ago to the day.
I know, right? And I was trying to look for that other picture, and I have not been able to find it. It did not upload to my other program that I thought it was on. So I have to find it, and I'll send it to you. That I told you that when we met in Hollywood Studios a few years ago. So
yes,
but
I had probably still had those horrible bangs.
No, those were not horrible bangs. We all had
Girl.
bangs. Look at.
I was like, I'm so glad I grew out my hair. But
over the years, I've been back and forth, back and forth.
Well, Danelle couldn't join us today, but she did send a video. So I'm going to play her little video here. Where did I have it? She's somewhere over here. There she is. So this is Danelle's message to us. So here we go.
Hi, everyone. My name's Danelle. I was one of the co-hosts of the Tiara Talk Show with Tammy and Darlene. It's been 10 years. That's mind-blowing. I remember our first guest was the live-action role model for Tinkerbell from Peter Pan, Margaret Carey. That was amazing. I got to actually meet her in person. She's such a sweet lady, so sweet. And the one that I thought was just a great person to have on that I never thought I would be able to talk to in my life was Susan Sarandon from Enchanted, and now coming up pretty soon, Disenchanted. And yeah, thank you guys for letting me be a part of this special podcast, and you guys just have the best day, and I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person, but have a magical day.
We love you, Danelle.
Yes, we do. Yeah. Susan Sarandon. That was another great interview. We had so many great interviews. There's just too many to even mention because they were all so good. And I'm so happy that you got so many guests on today for, the memories and stuff. It's going to be an awesome 10-year anniversary.
Yeah, and I appreciate you and Danelle being able to put up with me because, I was the editor, and I was like, okay, we got to put this together, and I had no idea how to do it. So I appreciate you guys going with the flow because we really didn't know how to, it was basically the process of learning how to do a podcast while we were actually doing it. So
right, I know.
I couldn't have done it without the both of you. So I really appreciate you being there and being a part of the beginning years of the show, because I wouldn't have been able to take it where it is without our beginnings, So thank you.
Definitely. Oh, you're so welcome. And like I said, I'm so happy that, you let me join you and start everything out, and working with you and Danelle was just amazing. And we all blended so well. We all had a different set of questions for our guests, which was wonderful. So we got a lot of information, and they weren't, we kept them on short shows, so we didn't take up much of the guests' time. So
Yep, we made it happen, and there were really interesting stories. I'm going to hopefully at some point release the archive of those interviews.
Oh,
but it's hard to listen to them because I'm like, it's 14-year-old me asking Helen Reddy, did she like dancing on a barrel?
I know, right?
But I thank you so much for being a part of and kicking it off, Darlene. This is just amazing. I'm glad you're here.
Oh, well, thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it. And I wish you another 100 years of podcasting. And, maybe one of these days we can, I can do a guest appearance on your show and vice versa.
We got to do it. We have to make it happen. And then we can kind of maybe do a show where we're listening back to our old episode and be like, maybe we should ask a different question.
That would be wonderful.
Well, I will let you go because we are about to start our Disney Animator reunion.
Yes.
But thank you so much for being a part of the show. And I'll see you hopefully in Disney soon. Oh,
yes, definitely. Everyone, thank you so much. Have a magical day, and please stay safe.
Bye, Darlene.
Bye.
See ya. Oh, I love Darlene. She's the best. So we're going to get started on our Disney Animator reunion. So slowly but surely, we're about to bring them on board. So first we have Steve. Hey there, Steve.
You're talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you. And we also have Rebecca.
Howdy. Hi, Steve.
Hey, Rebecca.
Hi,
Hi,
Tammy.
Rebecca.
Hi.
And we
There we
have
go.
Jerry.
Good morning.
Hey, Jerry.
Jerry Brice. Oh my God.
Hi.
Are you up, Jerry? Are you sure you're awake?
I'm trying to look awake, man. You know, I thought it said 12:15, but I saw like Rebecca or something yesterday, so I realized okay, it was the East Coast.
Yeah.
I generally write the East Coast time secondary to the Pacific Coast time, so I was gonna be like shaved, you know. I'm trying to look awake, man. You know, I had fun,
And
yeah.
let me add Rick in here. So Rick, hi Rick.
Hey guys.
Hey,
Hey,
Rick.
Rick.
Hey, everybody.
How are you?
See, he's got on shades,
Hi.
man. Rick got on shades.
Well, it's Jerry. We're on the same time zone, so it's really early for us. So I got wrinkles at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
You know?
Do you have your coffee?
Yeah.
I do have coffee.
Good. I know. I have my water bottle here somewhere. I don't know where I put it, but it's around here somewhere.
Frank.
Thank
No,
you guys.
I'm not wearing head earbuds. Is that okay?
I can't hear an echo, so you're good. You're good to go.
Okay, good.
Yes. So I have you guys starting out the show because kind of from the beginning, I was doing interviews with people who are part of the Back to Neverland film, which was a film that was featured at the animation building at Disney's MGM Studios. And most of you, I don't think, Rick, I think you did not work on it, but Steve, Rebecca, and Jerry worked on it. That's how I got to interview the three of you originally. And Rick, I met you at D23.
I was a block away. They were working on Neverland, and I was over on Flower Street working on probably Mermaid or.
So you were there around the time.
Yeah, I was there, but I just wasn't on. I remember going over there and visiting it once in a while and seeing what Jerry and all those guys are up to. So
that's awesome.
Very cool. Yeah.
So I just want to reiterate to our listeners, if you have any questions for anybody who comes on the broadcast, you can comment them in the YouTube box. I do have questions prepared, but I'd love to hear from you as well. And it looks like, Jerry is also in the chat too, who is Rebecca's husband. So hi, Jerry, and directed Back to Neverland. We'll be seeing him later. He's
Jerry,
ending the show.
Genius.
But I did have some pictures from Back to Neverland. I'd like to kind of like show the audience and go through because Jerry and Rebecca, you guys are actually featured in some of them. So let me bring them up here and we can start going through them because I just thought this project was so unique in the fact that Walter Cronkite and Robin Williams were a part of it. So let's bring up some of these photos. Hold on here. And here we go. So we have this is part of the part of the set.
That's Daryl. That's Daryl.
Daryl Rooney, right?
How about that?
Oh, man.
That's great.
Oh, man.
Oh yeah.
Look how big that set is. Like it's huge. And
I remember that set.
Yeah.
I remember that
what
set.
was it like to walk on it?
Well, just watching them paint that thing and it was just it was amazing. And then they did those two shots and then it were done and then these guys with sledgehammers just went at it like
It was so sad. I thought it could be saved. It's like, can't we take that book
shocked.
home?
I was shocked because it was just such a beautiful set, but that's how they roll in live action.
All that hard work. Well, let's keep going. Okay, I see Rebecca. She's right over here. So why don't you tell us a little bit about this moment?
That's right. Now I'm hugging Daryl. So.
Oh yeah.
This is Robin Williams. He was such a blast to animate. It was so much fun. When Jerry recorded him, and they took a video of the whole recording session. So we would look at the video at all of his antics and gestures and, the way he acted. And that was such good material for animation. I mean, that was great. And meeting Robin was wonderful. And you could see at the bottom there, he's, looking at an animation that I think Jerry brought to the set or I can't remember. Someone brought some animation to the set and then, flipped it for him, and he was just very happy. So
that was Bruce. I think Bruce did that.
Oh, Bruce did that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So here's another shot. That's Jerry, the director, and this is like the beginning sequence. I think Rebecca, you make like a cameo in the background.
I am in the background, but it wasn't planned. They had somebody else for that role. I was just going there, and Jerry's parents were there also, and I was there with them to make sure that they didn't get lost. And then someone came up to me from wardrobe and said, "Excuse me, can we use you? Something happened to the girl that, they weren't very happy with some part of her appearance." So they looked at me and they said, "Okay, it looks like you're about the same size because of the costume." So I ran back and put on the costume. They did my hair, and all of a sudden I was in front of the camera instead of behind the camera. So yeah, that was really trippy. That was amazing.
Look at that. That's pretty cool. So here's another shot. That's the original picture of Daryl, but I guess you guys are backstage. Where was this at? Where was this filmed? This was filmed at the back lot, or?
I can't remember now. Jerry would let you know.
That was shot at, I believe it was Raleigh Studios.
Raleigh? Okay.
I believe it was. I know the exterior because it was supposed to be at the Disney MGM, because Walter in the beginning said, "We're here at the Disney MGM studio," but it was still under construction at the time.
So they couldn't do it there.
So they made a fake, it was a flat, and the way in the background it had the tower with the Mickey and the ears and all that, and they faked it at the Raleigh Studios.
It was like a forced perspective type of a
situation.
Yeah.
Were you in that crowd shot, Jerry?
Yeah, and actually I bought a friend's toddler that day.
That's right. I think we were all back. We were all back there walking around.
Yeah. I haven't seen myself in this footage, man, but
I know. I wish they would release it. That would be cool to kind of like, they officially release it on Disney Plus, right? That would be amazing.
That'd be great. I have that up in my wall. There we go.
The real me.
Yeah.
Look at all those charts. Look at all those charts, man.
I know. God, look at that. All those
the stuff
notes.
The stuff we take for granted.
Well, Rick, you worked on Aladdin, so you got to see a little bit of Robin too work as well. What was your experience?
My character in Aladdin was Abu, the monkey, but we all loved Robin so much, and they would go film him, and then they'd come back at the end of the day or the next day, and they'd show us the videos of him doing the voice of the genie, and we just loved seeing him because even though we weren't on, not all of us were on the genie character, of course. But we just were so inspired by his performance, and just he had so much life, and we're like, all of our characters have to have this kind of life. And it's hard to even overestimate how important he was to Aladdin, and what incredible energy and passion he brought to his role. He so was into it, and he just, of course, as you know, he just riff and go off script, and we just keep the camera going, and we got to, like I said, we got to see some of the videos after they'd shoot him, and I have copies of some of that stuff. But he was incredible. He just invigorated the whole crew. And constantly.
I saw the behind the scenes footage that they had put on the DVD, the extras for Aladdin, and it was always so enjoyable to watch because he came up with all these characters.
Yeah, it was incredible. Particularly like the Friend Like Me stuff when he was doing all the different celebrities and stuff, and he did a lot more than what was up on there. But some of it was R-rated, but that's not on the DVD.
That's the footage I'd love to see, is the Friend Like Me footage of him performing.
Yeah,
that song.
I do have copies of some of that stuff still in VHS. I have to dig it out. I kept so much stuff; it was crazy. But he was incredible. And several years ago, I met his daughter. I was doing the LA Comic Con. I had a booth and I was drawing and stuff, and I had some stuff of Abu up and whatever. And she just kind of came over to the table and she just introduced herself. And I was telling her kind of what I did, and she's like, "Yeah, I know, yeah, And I'm like, "Wow, she knows a lot about animation, And she says, "Well, my dad was the genie." And I was like, my jaw went pong, and I was like, "Oh my God, your dad was incredible." So we just went on and on. And I did a drawing of when Robin passed away of Abu holding his hat in, kind of with his head bowed and the lamp, and it was just open and empty. Anyway, she really liked that drawing I did, so I gave it to her. But anyway, it was incredible to meet her and sort of talk about her dad and how much he meant to all of us.
Yeah, he had a major impact on especially how animation went from that point forward, because it was like untread territory.
Well, it's not often where the voice performer is bigger than the movie. You know what I mean? He had such incredible talent. He was bigger than anything. Yeah. So we had to try to capture that in the animation, you know, and that was that was something new, you know.
The one thing I learned about, you know, watching, you know, Jerry direct all this and, you know, having read the script is that, man, it's a real advantage to have like an actor that can improvise like that off the top of your head, you know, as long as he did, you know, the take at least once or twice as written, I guess, because you know, the writer probably was concerned with that.
He would plus it.
But you know, I think
you guys all know this. When you're given an assignment, you try to plus what they gave you and make it even better. And that's certainly what he did. You know, I will say this though. I think like the first time I saw how dialogue could impact a performance in an animation was John Lovitz in The Brave Little Toaster. That Jerry. Oh yeah, that was great. Yeah. That's the first time I kind of noticed like the improvisational off the top of the head kind of dialogue in animated.
Picture. I love this picture. So cute.
Me too. Man.
There's Jerry. You're right in the back.
Saying, right. I tell Carlos that was my buddy Carlos Basil's shirt. He let me borrow. He's still mad about that.
Yeah, look, this is right after Robin's laughing because he's seen himself animated. He's just getting a kick out of it. It's so cute.
It's like he planned these pictures, man.
Yeah.
There's Marcia, his wife.
Yeah. That was like a item at the time, right? In the television.
And look who that is.
Who's the little girl? When did the little girl join the set?
I know.
You look like you're about 12 years old there, Rebecca.
You know, I'm only 13 now, so you know,
she still looks the same.
I know.
The age is slowly.
This was like my prized possession, this photo. But you know, it's a little bit out of focus. It's my eyes are closed and it's overexposed, but I don't care.
Yeah. It's a picture with Robin.
Yeah.
You're at work. You're at work, so it's all good.
Yeah. It was so much fun.
You guys, you look adorable.
I'm glad you took those pictures because I really enjoyed those pictures, like most of all.
Yeah.
Out of like the memorabilia I have.
Yeah, Jerry's really commenting. He says, Jerry, Rebecca, Stephen, Rick, it's great to see you all together.
I know. I know. Gosh, it's been so long.
You sure miss you guys. I sure miss everybody. I mean, it's been a long time since we're all together, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, seriously.
Especially the last year and a half, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, there's many opportunities where you run into people, you go to parties, you just go to events and stuff. But now this is it. So, you know.
I took for granted how much I like, you know, going out, hanging out, you know, with my friends.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Seriously. You know what I mean?
I know.
Seriously.
Yeah. And we're all in within the same radius. So I run into people all the time. You may just run to the hardware store to pick something up and it's like, oh, hi, you know, how you doing? It's just great.
Yeah.
You know, so that's very difficult now, but you know, this is great to see everybody. I had so much fun.
It's good that we're all alive too, man. It's good we're all alive to talk about.
Yeah, that's
you know what I'm saying?
That's always
amen to that.
It's definitely in the win column.
I want to say I was a key assistant animator on this, so you know, technically I wasn't an animator, just to.
Well, we all shifted roles. You know, it wasn't completely defined. It's like you're an animator, but then there were times it's like, well, you know, I have to clean this up myself or do this or that. It was a small crew. And when you have a small crew, it's really nice because you can change hats, like whatever's needed.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's
I got a lot of pride in my work from that film. I keep like a box because, you know, a lot of jobs I had kind of like were depressing, but I have a box of this work and I call it my happy box because it's like happy memories where I felt like I got better, you know?
Yeah.
You got to work on the Captain Hook stuff, didn't you?
So much.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
I love that with Corey Burton voicing Captain Hook.
Like all that stuff Bruce did with, you know, writing, you know, it was dope.
It worked so well. It's hilarious. It's like it came from the Peter Pan film. Like it meshes so well. You could probably just throw it in there as a deleted scene of Peter Pan because it looks so beautiful.
And
you know, the last shot of the film, you know, that long pan where Robin is, you know, flying and it's like, I remember there was a spot where when we finished a scene, animating a scene, you'd go to this shelf and then you'd look and see what scenes were ready to animate.
Mhm.
And anyway, every time we, go back to that shelf, the last scene was sitting there. And I'm like, no way, I'm not touching that one. That was a difficult scene. So everybody would avoid it. So you'd even wait, and I'd go into layout and go, you got anything else? Anything else for me? And then I'd get it. But that scene sat there for weeks, and nobody would pick it up. And
Nobody
then finally,
wanted to animate Peter.
Nobody wanted to
Wow.
do this, And then finally, it's like, okay, Bruce, there you go, it's yours.
Yeah.
So he ended up doing it. He did a great job.
You did a great
That's
job.
What you get. That's what you get for being so good. You get to do Peter.
Yeah.
I'd love to see it restored.
He did a great job,
Like, I can't imagine, like, I would love to see the film restored, to see just the quality of it, because I know, and I'll ask my dad, because he's he loved that it was on actual film when they ran it there at the studios. And I don't think they ever digitized it, because when the animation studios closed, I think it was like 2003 at Disney World, right? Around that time?
Maybe
2004. So, and then they kind of stopped the film being played. So it never was digitized per se, but it would be it would be wonderful to see if Disney actually has it in the archives, they have it way back in the archives.
It's like, one thing I realize is like the fact they're probably suppressing or, they don't promote it more is the fact that they really like it, and I know when we were making it, it was a little bit of a hassle for Jerry to make it like the way he wanted to and all these things. And I always tip my hat off to him, especially like, now he's telling me more about some of the politics issues he's had making it. Yeah. I just kind of respect him more for being, as a creator, that has to be hard to make something so good under such pressure from the people you're making it for. So, I just look back at the work and it's like, man, like the nose, changing the nose size on Robin. It's like, that's ridiculous.
Steve designed it with the nose was much larger, and the studio, every time they'd say smaller, and then there'd be big arguments and stuff, and then you'd go ahead and it'd be smaller. So I would have to, with my scenes, I would have to go back to the cleanup artist and go, okay, we got to shrink the nose. And that's really hard.
It's a lot of drawings, man. It's a lot of drawings, right? It's not a delete, but
but
we're so spoiled now with Photoshop.
That sounds like a Jeffrey Katzenberg note.
Well, I think
no one say any names.
You
man.
know what?
He's not watching. I
the smallest detail, but I could see him saying it needs to be smaller. Get the nose smaller. It's not Pinocchio, or whatever.
Such a hassle, I mean, it was just
that
like, but Jerry has a lot of Jerry, my husband, Jerry, a lot of stories that he just a lot of suppresses. I mean, I know them all, but it's just because you don't want to burn any bridges. And
right. No, so I'm gonna stop.
You can write it in his book.
Yes, it's quite, and he has a really good memory. So man, he remembers.
But I'm just saying, we're all creative. Like we're all creative people. So I like, the more I hear, from him privately, it's like, man, that must have been even harder than I thought.
Well,
and it came out so good,
Yeah.
Can you explain for our listeners like the difference between a short like this, because this wasn't like a 9-minute short, between how long it takes?
Actually, I think it's like 20 something minutes.
Yeah, it's like longer than that. Yeah.
It's like
longer
I think 22 or 26 minutes. Yeah.
Like I know that the first portion that you see in the show is like 9 minutes, but then they have the other film footage that's shown over the animators when you were going around the fishbowl. So I can see like that's what you're.
Those little interstitials.
Yes, so that must be what you're saying. Like it is 20 minutes. It's just that they're like interspliced. Like so, just so people know, where it is now is the Star Wars, some type of like walkthrough, whatever. But when you go through it, there are these glass windows, and behind it there were all these desks, and animators would be there actually animating films. But above them would be screens, TV screens explaining what they were doing, like what department was what. So some of them have been leaked, like those little segments, and I know that the full film has been posted online, so thank goodness for that, whoever did it, thank you. But yeah, I was wondering if the fact that you could kind of differentiate between how long it takes to make a short as opposed to a feature film, like how long is the duration of that process?
You mean from doing hand 2D?
Yeah, from doing 2D, just 2D.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, at Disney, I think they took their pre-productions took forever, to develop, years.
Couple years at least. Yeah.
Yeah, and then once it went into production, I think that was about 4 years, right?
Well, I know that as an animator, we had about 9 months to a year just to animate. I mean, they obviously set up the film and did the pre-production well before that. But by the time they started production and we were starting to animate, it was about 9 months to a year. And of course, they wanted it to go faster. They kept adding more, having films closer together. So we had to animate faster and get more people and all that.
And then storyboarding too. You had storyboarding was about a year or two, and then post. So total 6 years, maybe.
Yeah,
Good
somewhere
Lord.
between 4 and 6 years from beginning to end.
Years.
Yeah.
So how long did it take to do Back to Neverland? Like, was that like a really fast project, or?
I think that was looking at about 9 months or so.
Whoa.
Wow.
Well, it was because there was a lot of the storyboarding stuff, and I'm not sure if there had been a version of it before Jerry got involved.
There was, and it wasn't working.
They weren't happy with it. That's right.
Yeah.
And,
so they brought Jerry in to.
This was at Bob Rogers' company,
right? Just as a consultant, they brought Jerry in just to say, "Can you consult?"
Yeah, there's Jerry. Jerry's
and then they said, "Okay, you can start directing. Can you come in next Monday?" And he was like, "What? I came here to give you some tips and pointers on how to get this together." And the following week, he was directing it. So and then he started from scratch. He threw out everything.
Yeah, he threw out everything.
Just said, we got to go right from the bottom up.
They had Jerry called me, and I came in with Tom Enriquez. And we were in a conference room at Bob Rogers' place, and it was like, you're going to sit in this conference room until you come up with something kind of situation where we just, was like the old Dick Van Dyke show, where, talking gags back and forth the whole time. And then we put together a storyboard, and then some very loud Disney executives came in and looked at it and shouted and made a big scene, and they left, and then we worked on it some more, but I think I was on a total of 9 months, because then I went from that to doing animation on it. And I don't know if there was a gap in between for my time, but
there was no Robin, wasn't at all. Yeah.
Whose idea was that?
Jerry to bring in Robin.
No, I think that was Jerry from the very beginning. Yeah. And we were coming up with all
give him
kinds
a
of
bonus for
stuff.
that. They need to give him a bonus for that, because that led to the performance of the genie and the Aladdin.
That led to I remember I was working I was storyboarding on Aladdin, and then John and Ron came into the room, and because we were really good friends, and they said, "Well, what was it like working with Robin?" And I said it was great, because they said, "We're thinking of him for the genie, but did he have a good experience?" And Jerry said, and I said, "You got to talk to Jerry, but from our perspective, he had so much fun, and you just have to make sure that when you record him, that you cover everything in the script, and then you could say, okay, improvise, do whatever you want, so at least you're covered." So then they said, okay, so that led the Robin as a little lost boy in Back to Neverland led to Aladdin and the genie. So that was kind of cool.
Did you guys get to meet Walter Cronkite?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't. No.
Yeah. I did.
I saw him. I saw him, but I was afraid to approach him.
Oh no!
I thought we were all there at the same day or whatever. But yeah.
We brought Jerry's parents really loved Walter Cronkite, and so we brought them to the set, so they got to meet him also. So it was pretty cool.
And it's like people, like young people probably don't remember, like we grew up with Walter Cronkite, so he was like, to me he was like on par with like Walt Disney. I just wanted to touch him, kind of thing. I love Walter Cronkite.
Did you give him a big hug?
I didn't go there, man.
Walter,
you don't hug a newscaster. You don't hug a legendary newscaster.
I probably wanted to, but I didn't.
He's like a grandpa. Like I would just want to give him a hug.
Yeah.
He was an excellent person. He's a better person than I think people know.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah.
I heard Robin and him had a ball behind the scenes.
He was an excellent person.
They did, and they became good friends. And up until the Walter Cronkite's last days, they became good friends and vacationed together and their family.
Wow.
Jerry's saying Fran's metamorphosis scene in Back to Neverland was a real seed for the genie. That was it.
Yeah,
you're
okay,
right.
Yep.
All right.
Yep. I could be even
That
you,
was dope.
Walter Cronkite.
Yeah. And we all had fun, the crew. I mean, when I think of Back to Neverland at Bob Rogers, that's where we made it. I remember the room and I remember where everybody sat. Yeah. And, you know, it's like over here was Franz and I could see his feet under the desk. And one day I tied his shoelaces together. We did pranks like that. Steve you were to the left of me, Steve. Yeah. And Jerry, you were over a little bit in the corner.
Yeah,
and then
with Louis Tate.
Yeah, with Louis. That's right.
Tate.
Yeah. And Stan Green. Stan Green was there.
You remember Vic Cook?
Yeah.
No.
Vic Cook, his first job. He's a big time producer at Disney now.
Yeah.
We gave him his first gig.
Wow. And then Mark Kausler was working freelance, and he was working on I think the Captain Cook.
He did. I still have a lot of his rough. I still have a lot of his roughs too from those things he did. Because it's like a Mark Hauser drawing style type.
Mark would sit over there, and you'd hear him working, and he'd just laughing and laughing, and you're like, "What are you laughing at?" And he had his headphones on. We all had headphones, Walkman back then. And
what was the golden age of animation? And I just thought that, and I have to mention at least the Brave Little Toaster. It's right behind you on your poster, Rebecca. So
that's right.
Great movie.
Such a good film.
Great movie.
Such a good film.
I tried to mention that earlier, man. With John Lovett.
Great movie.
Yeah, I love it.
Great movie. I couldn't find my VHS tape of it, so sorry.
Well, it's like you got to kind of look at a film that kind of changes the direction of the rest of the industry, and that obviously that one did,
Yeah, it was. I mean, you guys made that against all odds. I mean, Disney. I remember Ron Miller thinking, this isn't a feature, and just kind of forget it, whatever. But you guys, Jerry was so incredibly brilliant, knowing this could be a great movie, and you guys just did it. I mean, it was amazing.
When Tom Wilhite left the studio because he was CEO or whatever, head of animation, he left. Part of his deal, his package deal, was he wanted Toaster, because there had been some development with it and he wanted to take it with him. He believed it would, he said this could be a good feature. It took him like 3 years, I think, to come up with enough money. So then he contacted Jerry. We were living in Marin County in San Anselmo. And then Jerry said, I'm going to go down south. They have a project Tom Wilhite wants to show me. And Jerry flew back up. We lived in, San Anselmo. And Jerry said, I took this, I'm going to direct this film. And I said, what is it? And he says, well, the title's The Brave Little Toaster. And I went, oh, God! I'm not working on that. No, honestly, it's different. This is going to be really different. I'm going to have fun with this. So we packed up, moved back to LA, and the rest is history.
Yeah.
So I did want to add, I had a clip from our home video, so there was proof that I did see the film when it was at the studios. Really? So let me see if I can get it up here. Yeah, unfortunately it's just so dark, but you can see the flickering because it's actual film. So let's try it.
We love flicker.
Like you can't see me, but
this is a much more appropriate.
It was so quick, but that thanks Dad for filming all of that. So we did see it, I promise. Greg had a great point saying that the lines are so memorable, including "It's so bright, it's like being in the presence of Barbara Streisand."
No, that's funny.
Well, guys, I can't thank you enough for being on the show today. This has just been a true pleasure, and I appreciate you being on my podcast within the past 10 years. It's been like everybody appeared at a different point in time, but thank you for being a part of the fun. It's just been great to hear all your stories.
Well, congratulations on
congratulations on taking it, man.
That's great.
Yeah, thanks.
Hopefully we'll be able to
persistence pays, man.
Yeah.
I'm hoping we'll be able to celebrate maybe in person at some point. Let's just hope everything goes okay.
With a real cake or something, right?
Yeah. This makes me feel like wanting to give a big party, man.
Yeah.
I know. Wouldn't that
That'd
be
be cool.
wonderful? Yeah.
I'll bring the
great.
monkey
Real
bread.
Okay.
We should all bring our children and kick it and have fun.
That'd be fun.
Oh, that'd be
Well,
wonderful.
thank you guys.
It was great seeing all of you guys again.
Yeah,
Good to
man.
see you,
Seriously.
Rick, Steve, Jerry.
Hopefully
Tammy.
we can all do business again.
We will
that would be
we'll be together in
wonderful.
person soon. I know it.
Yeah.
We'll be
If I hit the
together in person
jackpot, we're
soon.
doing a special film, and y'all are all going to be doing animation on it. I promise.
Yeah. Great.
Yeah.
Well, have
It's
a
been
good.
fun. Thank you.
It was
Great.
good to
Thank
see
you,
you
Tammy.
guys.
Thanks,
All right,
everybody.
thank you, Tammy.
All right, Steve.
Thank you.
With
Yeah,
a little
see you,
bit of
Jerry.
Tinkerbell magic, I'm gonna slowly but surely. There we go. It was so good to see all those beautiful faces. And Jerry did say that the Barbra Streisand scene was a Steve scene. So good job, Steve. Woohoo. Oh, I love Back to Neverland. If you've never seen it before, make sure you definitely go ahead and YouTube it. It's called Back to Neverland. It was a short film that was featured at Disney's MGM Studios if you're just coming in now. So next up, we have another 4 minutes before we bring in Adventures in Wonderland. So I'm going to play. I actually covered the theme song, and it's one of my favorite Disney Channel shows that I watched growing up. I actually have the VHS tape behind me. So while I'm showing the actual video itself, I'm going to grab that so I can have it for our fun conversation coming up. So let's first bring this up, and here we go. Enjoy, guys. If it will play.
Hold on to your seats, let's go for a ride. Now that we're here on the other side, use your imagination and you'll understand. It's an adventure in Wonderland. Every day is something new, with music, rhyme, and a dance or two. It's a curious place with a wonderful crew, and you're never quite sure what they will do. Use your imagination and you'll understand. It's an adventure in Wonderland. Adventures in Wonderland. Adventures in Wonderland. That's all for now, but we'll see you again. Come back real soon, now that we're all friends. Where every day is something new, with music, rhyme, and a dance or two. Use your imagination and you'll understand. It's an adventure in Wonderland. Adventures in Wonderland. Adventures in Wonderland.
Watch Adventures in the Cheshire Catland on Disney Plus. It's a must.
Adventures in Wonderland.
Oh my gosh, I just love that song. It's probably one of the best Disney Channel theme songs. I don't know if y'all love it. If you've ever seen it before, it's just one of my favorites. Greg says, my kids grew up with the show. Samantha says, not going to lie, it's still my favorite show. You bet your bottom dollar. It's on Disney Plus now. And we got iHeart Toronto says, patiently waits for the Adventures in Wonderland cast. They're waiting for you too. So it's exciting. Actually, they're in the backstage area, and Harry Walters says, just having a great time hearing that theme still after all these years. And yes, it's such a good theme song. So I'm excited to bring everybody on the show in a quick second. They still have 1 minute. I don't want to rush them, but I do have my VHS tape signed by Patrick, the White Rabbit. Look at it. Isn't it beautiful? The smell of VHS tapes. It's beautiful. It's beautiful, isn't it? Love it. It's one of my treasured possessions. I think I shall be buried with it. So we're about to start. Oh, we have some questions. Christina says glad it's I Heart Toronto says glad it's streaming, and Christina says I love it. And V, you think that it's crazy that I have a VHS tape of my favorite show? You've got to be joking. Look at all these ones behind me. I still have all of them. I will never give up my VHS tape collection. I'm sorry. I just love having it around, and it's always there for me if I need it. So we're at 12:50. Guess what? It's time for Adventures in Wonderland reunion. Here we go. We're first going to bring in Harry, who is Tweedledee.
Hey, we're one of the rhyme doctors looking for the other one to show up here shortly.
He's right here. He's coming. Here it is. Robert Tweedledum.
Dumb.
Can you see us?
Uh-oh, he's a little frozen.
I think he's like, am I on?
Am I on? Yeah, you're on.
You're on, Robert. And we have Patrick.
Hey.
The White Rabbit.
Hi, you guys.
Is there a drinking requirement?
Iced coffee.
Iced coffee.
Harry.
And we got Wesley the Caterpillar.
Hello, everybody. I'm drinking coffee too, because it's California time.
You've got the fancy setup there, Wes.
Oh, well, working from home, pandemic.
And
lots of equipment.
The Mad Hatter.
Hey.
I can't tell. Can anyone hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Okay, good. This works. All right, can I do it without my... Oh my God. Wesley, I want that microphone right now. Okay.
I know. It's a stellar too. It's fantastic.
We can hear you. Yeah, you sound good. Can you hear us?
Okay. Yeah, good. I'm dying to... I kind of... Maybe let me see.
I don't know if Robert can hear us. Robert, can you hear us?
Robert, can you see us? Robert, can you see us?
I don't know. Well, hopefully he'll message me at some point. But we have Liz is coming on in a quick second, and Richard Kuhlman, who plays the Cheshire Cat, he cannot be here today, but he says hi to everybody. So
I know I'm gonna miss him. That bum.
Oh, well, what? So, hearing the theme song again. Actually, can you tell me your first reaction to actually hearing the original theme song before the show went on air? What were your thoughts when you first heard it?
We can't curse on this stream. No.
No.
that was
Is that the first thing that comes to your mind?
There's Liz.
Hey.
Alice herself.
Like, this is early on a Sunday.
I know.
We got our coffee. Look, we got hello,
Yeah.
got the memo.
Sparkling Pellegrino. Sorry, I'm in Minneapolis.
I don't remember what my response was, Tammy, when I heard that theme song. I remember I heard it at the same time as we saw the titles, the opening title sequence, and I remember being like, look what they did. That's what I remember.
Yeah, it's a sort of a feeling of, oh, this is for real now. It's really a television show.
Yeah, and at the time, it felt like Marvel had produced the opening because it was so extravagant and visually exciting.
Yeah.
Yeah. For us, for me, it was like, how did they do that? She asked us, Tammy asked us, what was our first response to? What was it? Do we remember how we responded when we first heard the theme song of the show?
Oh, honestly, I didn't like it that much at first, but then it grew on me like, no, I'm being honest. I thought, I don't know. I just thought it was. I'm gonna be honest. But I ended up now I go around my house singing it like it's one of the best, most catchy tunes.
That's what I honestly that might being honest. That was the first thing I thought when I heard it. I actually thought, why isn't Elisabeth singing this?
Yeah. Did they ever ask you?
That's true.
Why wasn't I singing it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
That's interesting. That's true. I never thought of that.
Well, they should get you to do it now.
Tammy, your cover.
It's fantastic.
That was amazing.
It's fantastic. I just heard it and I was moved to tears.
Oh, thank
it's like, oh,
I'm just hoping that maybe it will give Disney the option to bring y'all back, and then just be like, okay, Adventures in Wonderland is back because Disney Plus. You guys are getting very popular out there.
I'm so happy to hear that.
Yeah.
Wonderlander? Wonderland is getting great. I'm sorry. I'm hearing so much feedback. I don't know where it's coming from.
I know.
Sorry.
We were just saying that Adventures in Wonderland on Disney Plus is doing very well. Like there's like this whole new group of people who are just enjoying it.
Yay.
Yeah.
I just
was showing
had
it to
a
like my
friend.
3-year-old. Not my.
I just had a
there's
friend of
delay,
mine
right?
who's students. I just had a friend of mine whose kids have discovered it, and they're like 5, 6, and 7, and they love Alice. I have to say, they say they're in love with Alice.
Really?
Oh my
Of
God.
course. Of course.
What a bore!
Of course they were in love with Alice.
No,
Oh, no.
you were like the adults
quickly.
with the children in the
No,
show,
because
basically.
Liz, you were the way in. You were like
Yeah.
that's
Yes.
everybody related to you because you were them.
Mhm.
Yeah, I suppose that's true. Yeah, I have a friend who's like 25 or 26, and he was talking about how like he was obsessed with Adventures in Wonderland and how he used to just like walk up to mirrors, and he knew he was never gonna get through the mirror, but like he just kept doing it
Walk
over
anyway.
and over and over again. Yeah, I'm like.
I saw a picture of a sculpture. I meant to send it to you, Liz. I got to send it to you. It's a sculpture, and it's Alice looking through the looking glass, and you see it's like, I guess they actually poured the sheet of glass around the statue, and so half of her is in the looking glass like this, and the other half is stepping through it. And it's like the
that's very
old-fashioned
cool.
Alice. It's so beautiful. I'll send it to you.
The old illustration, you mean? It's like that was based on the old
Yeah,
illustration?
like it looks like that. It looks like that.
Awesome.
I do have one friend that wanted to say that the Mad Hatter helped them find their identity. So I just
Wow.
Well,
they told me this
Even-
literally
even
last
if
week.
He hadn't found his yet.
That's what I mean.
well done there.
You could do a whole lot worse than having the Mad Hatter be your role model.
Yeah, true.
Wait,
Well, I'll
Liz.
take it.
Liz,
I'll take
you're like a
anything
kid.
positive.
Liz, you're like a kid on this set with what a wonderful group of people. But what were the antics that were going on behind the scenes?
Oh, I know. No, I didn't say it all the way through. You did say no bad words. I just gave the first minute.
What were they, Liz?
Lots of bad words. Gargamel.
Yeah, no, I'm kidding. We were just silly all the time, man. We were just always silly. And when I say blank, if I know, it's more like, they know better about what the fun antics were than I was always whisked away to do school in between shooting, and then when I was on set, we were actually working. That was just like incredibly fun for me. And rehearsals were always really goofy, but antics, I don't know. You guys know better.
It was Patrick. Mainly Patrick.
It was mainly Patrick.
Yeah. And
Patrick takes up a lot of
How
it.
can you say
Shock
that?
and awe.
How John Hoffman? How can you say that with a straight face? John Hoffman, John and Rees.
Oh my God.
Are we going to see Rees today?
Is Rees?
Yeah, I don't see him on the waiting room, so hopefully he'll join in. I'm hoping.
Okay. Oh, good.
I'll send
John
him a
and
message.
Reese with the clothespins on their nose was the funniest outtake ever.
What did it?
Yeah, that was funny.
They couldn't get it together. They had a constant gig with
I wasn't prepared. I couldn't control my voice. I had no understanding that if you actually do that, you cannot hear your own voice sounding anything like your voice. And I lost
really?
my
Oh,
mind.
that's interesting.
And every time he tried to speak,
He was half
So-
the
Yeah.
face.
They could
Okay,
laugh.
so if you mean antics, then yes, I was there for the antics.
Well, we
I
have
thought
a-
meant like
We have a question
Oh,
from the
yeah.
audience. They said, "This is so much fun to watch." This is from Charles. What an awesome team. Question: do you miss your costumes?
no.
I totally do.
Your costume was
thing
great.
I ever wore in my life. I've never looked better, truthfully, in anything.
It was snappy.
I didn't do anything in it. It would still look good. It was incredible what they.
And
what they
Nancy
put
Walker's old wig.
together. Yeah. Nancy, no, it was Faye Dunaway. Yeah, it was
Faye Dunaway's old wig. Even
Yeah.
better.
Exactly, even better.
It was Faye Dunaway.
And Tammy, for the first season, the budget was like, they were working it out. So things were like, if things didn't quite work, it was like, well, just work with it, And John's wig was like 4 sizes too small. And they just, okay. Or didn't they build you a new one? There's Rob. Rob.
Can you see us, Rob?
Type in the chat, Rob, so we know you.
Yeah, I think he's having trouble with the connection. We were having trouble last night when we were dress rehearsing. So,
I'm so funny.
hopefully it restarts again. But those costumes, Patrick, did you pass out in yours? Because that was like a fur costume.
I did. I passed out. I dropped to the floor a couple times, but I think I passed out once, and I remember. I remember they got the rollerblades off me right away. That was the first thing they did to get because that costume was a lot. But the thing that set it over the edge was that the makeup, the prosthetics were very comfortable, but they use a paint to paint them, special paint. That's basically DuPont interior, exterior, latex paint, and that's why you can't your skin can't breathe. That's the only part that's like showing, and it can't breathe. I think that's what sends it over the edge,
Mm-hmm.
But in terms of difficulty.
Well,
go ahead.
Well, the Tweedles were very lucky because we did get a costume change, so we went from MC Hammer, which thank God they got rid of those pants.
Oh, I know.
To like a colorful outfit. I was trying to find something colorful, but this is about as close to that vest as I could find. But I never have to wear a hat backwards ever again in my life.
Well, I have some photos from Patrick.
Going to town. So Tammy, they would Rees and I would have our hair. Both of us had longer hair, and they would cornrow it for us, and that way they could stick the pins. They could pin on those heads that we each. Well, Rees had sort of a big wig with these ears attached, and I had this sort of head that went attached to the body, and that whole thing. So that's what they're doing. They're cornrowing. I mean, and that's Tish Simpson, who was and she won an Emmy, didn't she, you guys?
The Emmy winning, yeah. She won an Emmy.
Emmy winning. She was our makeup designer. Our hair designer. And that's Ron Wild, who should have won an Emmy. He was nominated.
Totally.
I was never that young.
Aww.
Wormy. There's Wesley. He's attached right there.
I'm trying to think, is there any world where anyone does 3 days a week that level of makeup in any show anymore ever? I mean, it's insane that those brilliant artists would get up at 2 a.m. and come in and do that 3 times a week for 100 episodes on everybody had extreme makeup. It's crazy.
It was crazy.
Is this during lunch?
Yeah, that's during lunch. So you could see without the head. They just, so that's around my head. They glued 11.
It's really creepy.
11 lace front yash hair.
Oh my God! Where did you get that shot?
Oh my God!
That's the Kennedy Center.
I was in DC. Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Rogers.
I got such a great hit off of Mr. Rogers. I talked to him for about 4 minutes, and I'm like, that's the greatest guy in the world.
Mr. Rogers, yeah, he came up to me at that thing, and I was so stunned. I was like, oh my God, I'm talking to Mr. Rogers, and he said, I want to tell you something. You remind me of Tommy Tune.
I remember that.
Good. That's true. That's true.
That is a very
old
story. And I was like, really? Okay.
And that's why Harry's friend found himself.
Yes. Oh, that's a sweet picture. Can we just all here quickly give a big toast to this? I am still holding on to. I am still holding on to our Red Queen who we adore.
Loved her to death.
My water bottle.
This is hers. I have.
Yeah, Amelia McQueen. This is for you.
Wait,
this is the dream of our show was all set in Elisabeth and Armelia. Truthfully,
Yes.
And we all danced around the two of them, and I
Yeah,
just
that's right.
loved her so much.
Oh, hold on. Let me try. Can I
Love
zoom in on you? Hold on. I'm trying to
Wait,
zoom
hold
in
that
on your
up.
shot here. Can I feature
Cheers.
you? Solo. Here you go. There you go.
Yay.
That sits on
Oh, with Stan. Oh,
the
how
stand.
great.
Yeah, it's always on one of my shelves in my house. Always.
Oh, that's
Wow,
a great
beautiful.
shot. Oh,
Kills me.
yeah, I miss her every day. I miss her
Me
every
too.
We
single day.
do.
And let's see. Here's another makeup shot. It's just so cool how this all was done.
Well, Ron was a genius. Is a genius. Those
He really is.
whiskers, he figured out he could use feather bones. He used I think they're
Quills?
eagle feather bones, and he would strip them, and those were the whiskers because they were so light.
And they
Oh
look
my
very
God,
nice.
that's the cutest picture. Ah!
Was this a slumber party?
I think
Forget
so.
what that was. That was the episode where with the jelly beans.
Oh, okay.
We had to catch the jelly bean thieves.
Here's the official poster. And
Yes.
just pretty amazing. You guys had so how long was the official run? Was it 3 years or how long?
Two, right?
Of the show
It was like
itself.
2 years.
Rob!
There you are. We can
Hey.
see you.
Rob, you're back.
Yay.
Hey, can you unmute yourself?
You're probably going to hear feedback,
It's
but this is
okay.
the only way you can get me in.
There you go.
No, I don't hear feedback. Oh, Rob!
Good to see everybody. Hey.
Yay!
Oh, it's so good to see you guys. It's so good to see you guys. We got together once, quite a while
But
ago
not
now,
all
right?
of us. I haven't seen Elizabeth or Harry, and I haven't seen Wes in ages. But I mean, it's ridiculous. But I haven't seen Liz and Harry. Have we not seen each other since at all?
Ever.
No, we
John,
used
you've
to
been a
have,
little busy.
Wendy.
We used to have those like Wendy dinners.
That's true.
Yeah.
Wendy, and also Wendy. Yes.
Yes.
Well,
But
yeah,
Harry, Harry, I
little
feel
race.
like I haven't seen Harry.
Yeah, I haven't seen any of you all. I've seen Wes. Wes is the only person I saw at Nevada Conservatory Theater. They were doing a show, and I was coming in to direct a show. So it was like that little bit of moment of overlap. It's like, what? And I also met Wes.
Wes gets around. Wes, he's working so much. He's wherever you are in the country, he'll find you.
Yeah, I saw Rob in New York. Saw you in
Wherever
Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh, yeah.
Harry in
But
Vegas.
the thing that people don't know is that Robert and I did 2 versions of Thunder Knocking on the Door.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Oh my God.
That's
San
right.
Jose Rep and ACT in Seattle. So we've had performance. Although I was playing older and he was actually playing so much younger.
Even though now I look older and you look so much younger.
No justice.
Oh, even
No justice.
Well, now I know you guys were crazy busy during the week because you were popping out. Was it like 2 episodes a week, right?
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
That's insane. Nobody does that.
No, not
Right.
anymore. Like
with 4 musical numbers per episode. 4
Yeah, prepping the numbers for the next week.
Yeah, 4.
and
That's
originally
right.
you guys
And looping.
Yeah,
would
originally you
loop.
guys were at MGM Studios, and people were at the catwalks, and they would actually watch you film while you were doing the show. So my question is, did you ever have a chance to go outside of the studio and go on any of the rides? Like, did you ride Star Tours, or did you do something during the day?
I saw the Muppet movie 3D
Always.
like 6 times.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
On our day off, I went around there. There's
Yeah,
a
it wasn't
lot.
easy for you to just like jump into the park in the middle of a workday.
Oh no,
True.
God, I couldn't even. It took me like 15 minutes just to get to the point where I could eat at lunchtime.
I know. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
But when we were at CBS Radford in Studio City, I used to rollerblade around on time. Sometimes when I was on a break, I'd stay in costume and rollerblade around. And one time I rollerbladed right into the studio where they were Barbara Streisand was recording her Broadway thing, and I was like, oh, and I'll just blend in because I forgot that I was wearing this float of a costume, and I was like, I'll just blend in, and Barbara. But Streisand was listening in this booth across the way, and the whole orchestra was playing. She goes, "Hold it, hold it." She goes, "Are you here for someone's birthday or something?"
we would always forget like what we look like on that Kennedy Center thing. I'll never forget. I had this moment at the end of it when it was all over of chatting with Hillary Clinton. And I would have this serious conversation like, listen, good luck with the presidency and all the next 4 years and blah, blah, blah. And she's like looking at me like, thank you. And I'm like, oh, right.
Faye Dunaway's wig.
Like,
Good luck.
Crazy person talking to you.
Living animation.
Hi. I know I look just like Faye Dunaway in a purple tuxedo. Can we talk about world peace for a minute?
But seriously, protect our country.
Greg has a question.
You have a moment about global warming. The hat.
It's very hot in the suit.
Well, Greg has a question. He wants to know, was there ever talk of a cast album, like releasing something that would be on cassette tape with the show?
Not that I know of.
I don't think we did.
Who knows? Maybe there's one out there and we don't know.
We've got
Yeah,
900 songs.
Yeah.
Elizabeth had private talks about that for a real album coming out, but no. I don't.
We're gonna go back.
You would think, right? Because you guys went around the United States and did the reading tour, correct? So why wouldn't they have had the cassette tapes?
We did a library tour. That's right. We did that library tour. Do you remember that? I had forgotten about it. Tammy knows everything. I can't remember anything. And
Tammy knows every single thing.
Yeah.
True. Tammy, you're a genius. I don't know how you gathered all, not just all of us, but like all the people that you've got today. I'm like, is she magic?
Yeah.
Because people are scattered across the world. They've all got their lives. Different people are working. You know, it's like it's a million things. You really did something. So bravo.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I will say about that cast album question, there are songs that like I do think like I'm glad that Disney Plus has it now because there's some really good songs. Mothersbaugh and his team, Mark Mothersbaugh and his team were incredible.
I know. It's
and
true.
they had to do 4 songs an episode. It's crazy what they were asking. 8 songs, new songs, you know, every week they were 20 seconds long, whatever they were. But they were challenging.
No, they were like 3 minutes long, 3 minutes, 4 minutes.
No, they weren't that long.
They were abbreviated songs.
Yeah.
I felt
They were what?
Pretty
Brief
short.
songs?
They were pretty abbreviated because we would have never ever gotten rest if we were choreographing and singing 3 minutes.
They seemed like Crosby Berkeley production numbers to me.
Yes.
Christina,
with 4 or 5 key changes.
Christina wants to know, what topics would the show cover if it was filmed now?
Oh well.
It's a good
I
question,
think
Christina.
There'd probably be some editorializing on social media because it's such a big part of kids growing up now. You know,
bullying.
For sure.
Yeah, well,
definitely.
bullying.
Yeah.
Weirdly, like I always forgot how progressive we were and like how much we were talking about everything already on our show in the best way you could for children of a certain age, and going back and watching
bullying.
Yeah.
There was a show about bullying.
There was a show
with
about
Ken Page, with Walrus.
Yeah, we had
Marley was on the show for
just a lot of tolerance. A lot of tolerance.
People who don't hear, non-hearing people. Yeah.
So yeah, they were
very good question, Christina.
Yeah.
And you know what? I just remembered something. Do you guys remember this? When Terry Garr came on to guest star as the Duchess, and I think she did maybe 6, 7 episodes or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And she was like having fun with the rest of us all week, and she was like, "This is amazing! I can't believe it!" And we kept telling her, "Well, just wait until production day. Get ready, like brace yourself."
Yeah.
And she was like, "Honey, I got this. And then production day came, and she was like, what happened? The whole thing, 2 giant sound stages that look like Oz, light up and generate up, and all of a sudden you've got crew everywhere. You've got all of us in these ridiculous costumes, and it's like boom, 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 production numbers, one after another. And she was like, at the end, I remember at the end of the day, she was like, How do you do that? I've never. And she was the most experienced actress I'd ever met.
Yeah.
And in every film in the
amazing.
world.
I love her so much.
I would
That
have
was
loved
like-
to see more behind the scenes features. I wish Disney would put some out with the Disney Plus, because it would be cool to see like how you guys really did it with, because it seemed like it was really hard.
It had to be ratcheted up every week, every Wednesday, right?
So one question I would always get in the various interviews I've done about our show is like, what was your favorite and least favorite like group number? I think I know what least favorite is, but I just want to know from you guys.
That's a long time ago.
Wow.
Come on. Which one was the most annoying to do? Really? You don't remember?
Is it the handcuff one?
Yes.
Oh!
Yeah, that wasn't fun.
Oh, yeah, that was annoying.
I don't remember that one.
That was,
Well, the whole
remember that one.
episode was somebody cuffed to somebody else. Like the entire episode was that.
Oh,
So it was
right.
just like,
After a magic show, we should
I should
add
remember having
why.
like bruises.
That Christmas one was really special, though. That
yeah,
was
I agree,
Yeah.
Rob.
Christmas
Yeah,
special. Something about that was just really lovely.
something about it snowing at the end was really magical, and I got to say "Merry Christmas, Rabbit," and it was like, oh, this is my favorite line ever.
It's true. And anytime that was, we all like, it was the most solidifying episode amongst all of us, I think, as far as like a family feeling that we've ever had.
Yeah.
And there was nothing like when they turned the lights off, or it was a night scene when we had lights
was,
on.
yeah.
So it was there was just some very warm, different feeling about that scene. I'll never forget that feeling.
It was really pretty too.
Yeah, it was
It
beautiful.
great in that blue light.
And didn't we shoot that in like July?
Yeah, probably.
Absolutely.
I think we shot two episodes that took place at night. One of them was the Christmas one, and one of them was the camping one, the Halloween one.
Halloween one, yeah.
I think that was my favorite, one of my favorite numbers. We did a whole number about spooky and like get ready to be scared, and I remember that being a really cool number.
Was it called "It's Fun to Be Scared"? Was that what it was called?
Yeah, that's what it was called. Yeah.
I didn't sing any of these, so I was a watchful person. I was busy narrating clay animation cartoons.
Am I wrong that the campfire scene was was that our last scene that we shot?
that was the last episode.
That was the last scene that we ever shot. So that also had a great feeling. Yeah.
I still have a binder with those two scripts and the two tapes that we were given tapes to study of our vocals that we pre-recorded so that we could be ready to when they shot we would have been hearing it. So I have those two tapes and the two scripts in a binder somewhere, like as a
Wow. That's going to be worth some banks someday.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to show a clip from our home videotape. It's the only clip ever out there that shows when they had interactive Wonderland, which was this new voice recognition technology from 1994 that was placed at the bottom portion of Spaceship Earth at Epcot. And the only person, for some reason, that they brought back from your entire cast was Armelia. So a little 2-year-old me loved it because the Tweedles would go through different movies that were the Queen's favorites: Aladdin, The Little Mermaid, and Beauty and the Beast. So let me play but it's not our Tweedles. It's not our Tweedles.
No.
So let me
What are those outfits?
Who are those people?
Whoa. And it's not Elizabeth either. So
Beauty and the Beast.
That's my dad and I in the background. And so you would say what the movie was, and then it would say, okay, you're right or wrong. Here we go.
Have you chosen yet?
Yes, oh.
And they have all your favorites. They knew exactly what you were thinking. You're right, they must have. Just a second. How did you know what I was thinking? No one's allowed to know what I was thinking. Off with their heads! Off with all of your heads! Tweedles!
But I like my head where it is.
There's Armelia.
Yay.
But Patrick, you said that was the only time she ever said "off with your heads" because she did not say it in the TV show.
That's right. She never said it in the TV show. Only the TV show was meant, obviously meant to be gentle and more loving. So she was never depicted as this homicidal queen.
Yeah. And Caterpillar didn't smoke in this one either. He was all about food rather than the hookah.
That was a bummer.
Yeah.
I would say the closest character to the traditional track of characters was the White Rabbit, probably.
Yeah, right.
Mm-hmm.
He was probably just sort of left as is. Everybody else was kind of a newer, hipper,
Yeah. Well, guys, it's 1:20. It is time to send you guys all back to Wonderland.
God help us all.
This was so much fun. Thank you guys so much.
Anybody that wants to convene on Zoom, we have a private after party. Tammy, I wish you could be there.
I'm jealous. Oh, well, hopefully I'll be over there in California next year, and then we could do like an in-person something. That would be fun.
That would be fantastic.
Thanks again, Tammy.
All the best, guys. Thank you so much.
Tammy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. Guys, see you over there.
Thanks, chuckleheads.
Bye.
Oh, what such wonderful faces. It's so good to see everybody. Oh my gosh. I love Adventures in Wonderland. If you haven't caught it yet, I've never seen it before. It is on Disney Plus, and I think there are 100 episodes in total. I know some of the fans are in the chat, so correct me if I'm wrong, but just a wonderful experience to have all of them on this show. I've never seen them all together, so it's just awesome. It's wonderful to see them. So now we are moving on to our next segment. So let me just turn around my handy dandy page here. So our next segment is the Disney theme park and film performers. So before we kind of start on that, I just want to do a reminder that we are having anybody who would like to ask a question to anybody who appears on the stream, please go ahead and log in on YouTube where you're actually watching right now. You can log in with your Google account and you can chat along with us. There are a couple people already in the chat room sending some great questions. So thank you those who have sent some questions. Since I have some time right before we get started, because we're still waiting for everybody to be in the waiting room. I see some faces in the waiting room. Hi, guys. I know you're waiting. I just want to do a reminder because I'm officially going to do the announcement that we are having a giveaway. So to enter to win the giveaway, here is the official website address that you can use. Terry and Vamati will go ahead, they'll copy it, and they'll be able to post it in the comments section for you to click automatically. And I'll be putting a little ticker on the bottom. So it will be there during our next few segments coming up. So as I showed you, we have a little Figment figurine. This is not included. This is my Adventures in Wonderland tape. This stays here because I love it so much. How about another one? So I had this beautiful Pocahontas figurine with Flit, her hummingbird. So this is a special, this is one of the, it's called Free and Fierce. And it's one of those Disney showcase collection pieces. It's just very beautiful. And the craftsmanship on it is beautiful. So this is part of the 10 prizes we're giving away as one big grand prize to celebrate 10 years of the show. So we're just about to get started. I have a couple messages in the group chat and sorry, on our comment section here. Terry also has the website on the comment section, so you can click right there and enter. So I'm going to take it off the screen. It will remain as the ticker on the bottom. And we're going to go on to our next segment. So Disney theme park and film performers. Throughout this whole entire stream, I've tried to kind of group people where there's at least one consistent thing between everyone. So I'm so excited to welcome a really wonderful group of people. First, I'm going to welcome Briana because she was a part of the original version of the show and she helped me do some interviews at the time. So she's a good friend of the show. So, hey girl, hey.
Hey, how are you?
Good. I'm so glad you could come and join. It's good to see your face again.
Good to see your beautiful face.
I just every time I see you, I think Dole Whip because that's like our thing.
Oh, I know that is our thing. I always want a Dole Whip.
I know. I wish they had like it all over the place, but you can only get it at that like little terrace in Adventureland. So
I know, and I know you can like make it from home or something, but it's just not the same.
I guess it's like it tastes different and the experience is different. So
exactly, you need to be by the Jungle Cruise when you eat the Dole Whip for it to be right.
Yeah, that's the place I'll snack at, but the place I'll snack at the most is Epcot, and that's where this gentleman appeared for a long time at Innoventions at the Sum of All Thrills roller coaster attraction. So this is Justin Smith. Hey, Justin.
Hi, everyone. How are you?
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. When I see you and Serena, like if I ever see you guys, I'm like, oh God, I hope I don't need to turn the upside down version of the roller coaster because I hate that. I'm like, no. And if you click it and go forward, you cannot go back. You got to ride your ride. And I'm like, oh God, it happened once. And I like was screaming so loud. The whole building was like, what?
Yeah, it was a fun thing to be a part of. And in fact, I'm looking at my glasses right now. Sorry, I got quite the glare, but I need these to see. So sorry for the like ring light glare. But here, let me turn this way so I can talk to you guys. Yeah, every time I went back there do you guys know, is it even still operational? I feel like I heard somebody messaged me like a year or two ago and said they
knocked down the
dismantled it and took it down. Oh, well, then there you go.
They kind of gave up on Innoventions, which is sad because like that ride was so much fun. It always had like an hour-long wait. So, it was a bummer they couldn't repurpose it, right?
I was a chicken. I never got on it.
What? Come on.
I know. I'm sad.
I mean, I think they guaranteed to only make you puke one time. So you would have been okay. It would have been totally cool.
It was fun.
And they even handed out little like doggy bags so that you could bleh in it. But no, it was fun being a part of that. I think we actually we shot that in Orlando in this big green screen studio in like 2006 or 7. And then it finally, came to Innoventions a couple years later. And I was able to get in kind of first before everyone when it was still kind of a prototype. And then for, when I lived in LA for even 10 years after that, my family lives in Orlando. So I would come back to visit and they would always, all the workers at Innoventions were always so sweet and, not literally, but figuratively roll out the red carpet anytime I'd bring my family and friends and, what my name, it was like Stuart or Troy or something. I forget my character's name, but it was like, there's the guy. I don't know. But it was very cool to be a part of that and then go ride it and create this roller coaster and see myself helping myself create the roller coaster. So it was a really cool experience to be a part of.
Yeah, you were there for many years. And I next want to introduce Angela Landis. Since we already talked about Robin Williams a little bit earlier in the program for Back to Neverland, he was in one of my underrated performances, I think, of his in Bicentennial Man. So Angela, welcome to the show. You were a part of his extended family in the movie.
Yes, I played Miss, the youngest daughter who had a problem with the robot.
Yes. I'm glad you're here today. So thank you for coming from your futuristic world of Bicentennial Man.
Yeah, which might be now in the past. I forget what year it's supposed to even be.
Well, your outfits, I'll tell you. We're going to see some of them. I'm going to bring them up. So and now we're going to get haunted a little bit from Mark Silverman, the voice of Rod Serling in Tower Terror.
Hey. Hello.
Mark.
Hello.
How
Hi,
are
everyone.
you?
All right. It's nice to see you. Nice to see everyone there.
Yes, it's good to see you too. I still have not ridden Tower Terror yet. I'll chicken exit through it, but I've still not ridden it yet.
This entire time you haven't been on. Come on.
Over 27 times at Disney World, still have not ridden it. No.
Why?
I don't like to be dropped. I can't even go upside down. Like I'm a chicken. I go through that chicken exit with pride. I'm like, I can't.
Do you really go through and go through the library and the chicken exit and get off?
I go through the library. There's a real elevator next to the fake one, the one that you go on for the ride. I go down the real elevator and I wait in the little section where the pictures are.
Just go on once and live stream it.
Oh God, I think I'd be lost in the ride if I ridden it. And then we have Sean Marshall, who is Pete and Pete's Dragon from the original 1977 film. Welcome, Sean.
Hey everyone, how's it going?
Hey.
Hey, I was just mentioning at the very beginning of the broadcast that my first interview ever was with Helen Reddy, and she had wonderful things. I was actually re-listening to that one, and she had wonderful things to say about working with you and with that entire really a crazy, insane cast of like Shelley Winters and Jim Dale and Mickey Rooney and Red Buttons. It was like a lot of crazy people you had together.
It was really cool. Yeah, Helen was a great woman, and those guys were hilarious to work with. They were all comedians, so it was great.
Yeah, I just love it. So I do have some pictures I thought it would be fun to kind of share to go through, because I'd love to hear everybody's feedback live as we go through them. So let me bring them up here. I think we're going to start out with some Pete's Dragon. Has everybody seen the movie before, the original one?
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
I love all the music. So so let's go ahead. We're going to open this up here. There we go. So here, so Sean, do you remember this day of doing Brazzle Dazzle? Can you tell us a little bit about this one?
That was not on the back lot. They actually built that lighthouse at Morro Bay. So we stayed there for a while. It was really quite a sight and quite an effort to build that whole lighthouse. But yeah, we spent about a week there filming, I think, and it was really cool.
Yeah, it was beautiful. I had heard a rumor that they were originally going to pick it up and put it in Disneyland because they put Pete and Elliot, the dragon, in Main Street Electrical Parade. So it had sounded like, from what I had read, that they were actually trying to put Passamaquoddy, at least some part of it, in Disneyland.
Yeah, and actually at one point they even were going to move it to Disney World, but I guess it never really surfaced. It was a real lighthouse, so, it's not that big. I think getting people to go on it and tour it would have been very difficult to do.
What was the inside like? Was it as it's seen in the film, or that was a soundstage shot?
It was kind of a little bit of both. It was an actual real lighthouse, so the inside was kind of, like a real lighthouse would be. But that's mostly stairs, circular staircases going up and stuff. But the light itself was workable and everything, so it was really, really great.
And the Helen Reddy website just released some of these photos that have never been seen before. So tell me, what is it like to record with the Helen Reddy in a studio?
It was great.
Like, my gosh, it's
and
crazy.
And Costal there. Yeah, that was really, we did a lot of time in the studio. It was really, really cool. I can see I'm wearing my little suspenders there, those suspenders, rainbow suspenders that were really popular in the 70s.
Oh, the Mork and Mindy ones?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you look like you're having a ball and a blast, and aw.
Yep.
That's such a cute shot. You guys are, and sometimes I keep, so were you here for this portion of the film when they were doing that crazy bar sequence?
Yes.
I know you're not in it, but a lot was going on in that sequence. What do you remember from that?
Oh, it was insane. I mean, the spinning barrels and everyone dancing on it. It was that was also a Disney studio, right outside the lagoon that they had built. So, you know how filming goes. They do one shot in one place and another shot in another place. So we were all on set when this happened. It was really insane.
There was it sounded like there was a lot of choreography for this entire film, dance-wise.
Tons, yeah. Anna White did the choreography. It was, and especially this sequence, because like I said, those barrels were on a motor and they were spinning and people were balancing on them and doing all that.
Because they had to, and I just sent you, I'd sent you an email. They actually, in one of the newest Disney stores in my area, they have a little shadow version of you and Elliot the dragon on the wall. And I was like, somebody still remembers y'all from Disney.
So cool.
You up there. and it's funny how you actually had to do a couple, like, green screen a little bit. So you had to work with this new type of technology so they could actually kind of mesh you and Elliot the dragon, right?
Right. They were experimenting with it. It was actually a yellow screen, I think. It was the first time and maybe the only time they used it, but it's similar to a green screen or a blue screen. So yeah, we did a lot of stuff in front of the yellow screen. Yeah.
And Justin, you were just saying that they had a lot of green screen for you guys because that like little science center they have for your show is not legitimate. It's not really real.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It was definitely a little bit of realistic stuff, and with the green screen behind me as well. So yeah, it was a mix of both. But yeah.
That's cool. I know Angela, I think the next couple of photos are from Bicentennial Man, because I know that they have like all these special effects and things that kind of happened with that film. So let's see if they'll come up. Okay, here we go. So this is the dress I'm talking about. This dress. It's fabulous.
Yeah. What was so fun too was this was really my first experience as an actor in LA. So to dive into not only just a wonderful world in the film, but to see like, you know, the commitment of all the craftspeople on set was amazing. I went through so many different tests for the hair and the wardrobe and the makeup, just so they could get it all right. It was wonderful to feel so punk rock too.
Oh my God. Girl, like that outfit is amazing. I love it. I wonder if they still have like some of those costumes, because that film in particular, for those who've never seen Bicentennial Man, it takes place over the course of 200 years. But I think it starts in the year like 2020 or something and goes from there. So there's all these futuristic dresses and outfits, but then all of this amazing special effects that were happening at the same time. So I can only imagine for you, just like Sean, where, you know, he had the yellow screen. Was there anything you had to do with green screen, or were you watching how they were like storyboarding it to kind of make it mesh and make it work?
No, I didn't really get to see any of that until I saw the final product. But because I wasn't really in any of those scenes, but I can say that the robot suit that Robin wore, you know, was very elaborate. It was air conditioned inside, and so he was so kind. Like, you know, when he was behind the camera and working, you know, for your close-ups, he always offered to put the whole suit back on instead of leave the head off, which was just so sweet. Like, no, not for me.
Oh, I can only imagine, because that was actually shot in California, correct?
Yeah, up in the like San Francisco area.
This is you as the bad girl with your motorcycle. So cool. Loving your outfits. I really do love them. Like, I just want to cosplay as you. Such a cute outfit. And I love these pictures that you had sent over, because it's just so cool to see what happens behind the scenes, especially with putting this all together, because that was a huge project. They thought it was going to be a big film, and I kind of wish it had been as big as they had said it was going to be. Is this at the after party?
I think that was at the premiere.
At the premiere.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, girl, look your hair.
Yeah, that was one of the tests. Didn't make the cut, but I thought it was cool.
Oh my God, yes. I'll take it. And your eyes are blue. So you were telling me the last time we had spoken that they gave you contacts for this?
Yeah, they gave me contacts, and in that photo too, I had all the silicone, the face pieces to make me look like I was middle-aged at that.
Yeah.
Which I guess it turned out about right.
You look so much better.
the contacts was funny too, because like they didn't even realize until I arrived at set that the young version playing me had different eyes, and because she had already filmed, I was the one that was going to go get the contacts. And I had never worn contacts before, and again, this was my first part in LA, and I just could not get them in. And I was like, oh my God, I'm going to be fired for this. But it worked out. I think the doctor just finally like pulled my eye open and shoved it in. And then I think they had somebody on set dedicated to help me.
Yeah. Aw. And there's a shot of you and Robin. And then there's you and Wendy, your mom.
Yeah.
A Pepsi can. These are great shots. So I'm going to exit out of here. But, you know, when we were talking about like special effects, Mark, can you tell us a little bit about for Rod Serling, did they use any special effects for kind of matching his lip movements with what you had to say during the Tower of Terror sequences? Like, how did that work? Do you know?
Yeah, I know. Well, when you see Rod in the pre-show, he was taken out of that episode called It's a Good Life. The Billy Mummy episode, Billy Mummy episode, where he wishes into the cornfield. And he was standing in front of a map of the United States. And they took him out of that and put the elevators behind him. And when you see Rod, I'm just saying exactly what he's saying. they didn't have to do any digital manipulating of his lips or anything.
Okay.
So the brilliance of that editing is that you think he's talking about Tower of Terror in that little clip you see him, but he's really not. But the way it works, you wouldn't ever think that because it's put together so nicely.
Yeah. I didn't know that. I thought they must have done some type of editing. So
No. And another funny thing is people always say, look in the Tower of Terror pre-show, you could see how Disney digitally removed Rod Serling's cigarette. And that's not true. He didn't smoke in every intro, and that's one of the ones where he didn't smoke. So till this day, I will see websites that will put that in as an interesting fact, and it's completely not true.
I think because I have seen that before, and they were basing it off of the fact that his wife did not want him to be seen smoking. So I obviously, if it's not from the episode, maybe she got it misconstrued or somebody else did. So, but it's cool how they did it.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I know that there. You know what? We do have a couple questions. I hope you guys don't mind me pulling some from the audience. Greg has a question for Sean. Did you play Mowgli on the Jungle Book read along? It was a Fisher-Price classic comic book from 1985.
No, I did not.
I was always wondering if Disney brought you back to do anything else. Did they ever offer to do anything else after Pete's Dragon?
You know, we did a couple of things. Small one was a cartoon feature about the kid that sold the donkey to Mary and Joseph. So we did that directly after Pete's Dragon, and then we did a lot of stuff at the parks and stuff.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, that's interesting. I didn't know. Did they have you in the Main Street Electrical Parade at some point?
Yeah, actually, even before the parade started, they for the opening of Pete's Dragon, they shipped that giant Elliot, and then I rode him down Fifth Avenue in New York for the opening. I rode him in the Orange Bowl halftime show at the parade. So we kind of went all around and rode that originally. And then when they moved it to the park at Disneyland in California, the first few times I was on there in part of the parade.
Oh, that's so cute.
Cool.
I loved it when he was in the parade. I was like, oh my gosh, the most obscure Disney movies represented here. Greg has a comment where he says Disney had to clear the lighthouse with the U.S. Coast Guard so that the beams would not confuse actual ships.
Yeah.
Good idea.
It was an actual working lighthouse. So yeah, they definitely did that.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing. Greg also noted that Rod Serling says map, and then he says that it's cut in a way during the Tower of Terror sequence that it cuts off at that M. So then it jumps in for the maintenance, right?
That's right. That's right. See, you see that little brief M, and then that's it.
Oh, by the way, my friend Vimati says that she's going to try to get me to go on Tower of Terror. I'll go on Tower of Terror when everybody here on this chat goes with me. Okay.
Yeah.
Because it's just scary. I'm not a big fan. Like I thought it was interesting how I'll go back to Justin here because I think it's much more interactive when Disney can have the audience member or basically the theme park person actually create their own ride. So what was one of your best roller coasters that you created for the Sum of All Thrills?
My number one goal when I was in there creating was to put as many like backflips and twists and turns and 300-foot 400-mile-an-hour dives in there as I could, because I just wanted to push the thing to its extremes and see what it could do. I mean, in my mind, I knew I wasn't really on that roller coaster, but once you got enclosed in that capsule, it really did transport you. You really did feel like it was something else. So I mean that was probably my my number one goal when I was creating the roller coasters. To be honest with you, I mean, when I was living in LA and I came back and I would ride it, my family would always go to like the Food and Wine Festival at Epcot. So that was kind of our number one stop when we were entering the park. And so that was kind of like an annual thing. So I probably came back and rode it once a year, every year after I completed it when it was up and operational. And I would get random messages from friends from here and there, texting me screenshots that they were waiting in line and then afterwards them feeling sick or whatever. But I don't know, maybe that's the reason why they took it out. I'm not really sure, but it was I probably only rode it afterwards, maybe 9 or 10 times, but it was always a good highlight whenever I came back.
I know. I was like, oh, come on, don't take a fun ride out of Epcot, because like there's no true thrills.
Right.
Well, there are
Right,
fun
'cause there
rides,
aren't
but there are
many.
no thrill, like crazy thrill rides. I wish there were.
Sure. Yeah, no, absolutely, for sure. And
But
that was the start. You know, I was living in Orlando when we did that in a studio somewhere in Central Florida, and then after that, that's literally, I think I had done like 1 or 2 like legit acting jobs before that, like B-movie, you know, B-rated horror flicks or whatever. And then it was after that moved to LA, and that was kind of, I don't want to say the start of my career, but that was, you know, the start of pushing me out to LA and then actually working on TV and film from there on out.
I know. And you're on a Disney Plus show right now. You want to mention what it is?
Sure. You know, unfortunately, I don't think it got picked up for a second season, or maybe they're shopping it around somewhere else. It started out, was going to go to Netflix, then over to Hulu or something, but ultimately ended up on Disney Plus. It was shot by produced by Leonardo DiCaprio's Appian Way, and it's The Right Stuff. So a remake of the Tom Wolfe, you know, Oscar award-winning series from back in the 70s. And I played one of the original Mercury astronauts. I didn't make it to the Mercury 7, but I played one of like the original Mercury 20 or 30 by the name of Jimmy Reed. I was actually not a true character, but a fictional character that was part of the first Navy test pilots that was trying out with the Mercury 7 during, you know, the space race back in the 60s and 70s. So it was a fun project, and you know, it was a really big budget project to be a part of, and got to work with some pretty incredible actors and a really great crew. So that was the latest project, and we shot that back in actually before the pandemic, back in 2019, and it aired last year. So yeah, it started streaming last year. So I don't think it's got a second season yet, or they're still shopping it around.
Angela, have you been able to do anything since COVID-19 started, or is there anything going on over there in California right now?
I mean, it's been pretty slow, though. I just did a movie last weekend with Machine Gun Kelly, so that's gonna be, I think, out next year.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna keep my eye out.
Yeah.
And Bree, James Dolan, who's another friend of the show, he's going to be on later. He says, I got you and Bree on Splash Mountain. I'll get you on Tower Terror in October. James, it ain't happening, man. I went on Splash Mountain, but I hide every time. I hate that drop at the end. I'm like, no.
We were there together, and Tammy's dad brought us Dole Whips, and we finished our Dole Whips. So James and I said, okay, let's get her on Splash Mountain. We can do this. So I have a dress on. So James and I sat in front of Tammy, and she goes, we get to the top of the hill. She goes, I hope I don't puke. I said, my dress, you will not be puking. Like, hide. And you did.
I did. You can't even see me in the photo. Like, I went down like this.
Yeah, that was
you got
a fun
me on
day.
it. I go on it now, but I will be going through the chicken elevator from here on out for Tower of Terror.
I finally went on Tower of Terror in 2014 with the man who's my husband. We were dating at the time, and we went to Disney together, and he said, come on, let's just do it. And I was so scared, but we did it. I think it dropped about 7 times. And we got back in line. I said, that was the best experience. I want to do it again. We got right back. And then we went on Rock and Roller Coaster right after that.
Oh, boy.
I haven't even been on that one either. I go right to the red carpet at the end. I'm like, no.
I like Tower of Terror better. But.
I know. I hear you on that end. I like the movie.
Me too. Yeah.
Sean, I see all your guitars in the background. Are you still working as a musician?
No, they're just for my own enjoyment.
Oh my God, they're beautiful. I love them.
Thanks. Yeah, my friends and I, yeah.
Yeah. You know, we've had so many great questions. Oh, people are saying that the ride experience is so good, it's worth the fear. Oh, thank you. Angela, have you been on Tower Terror before?
Many times.
Okay.
I will go if you're in town.
Okay, maybe we can make it happen. I get so nervous with anything that drops you, because I'm like, it's going to drop me all the way down to the bottom. Just my luck that I go on the one that it breaks. But God, it's so good to see all of your beautiful faces. Like, I really appreciate you being on the show over the years, because me and my questions, I just wanted them answered. So you guys were so gracious enough to answer all of my crazy questions. So thank you very much for being on the show today. This has been so much fun to see all of you again.
You
Thanks
too.
for having
Yeah,
us.
thanks, Tammy.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful week, you guys, and stay safe, okay?
Yes, nice to meet you all.
Thank you.
Seeing you all.
See you
Take care.
later.
Bye.
It's good to see so many familiar faces. Oh, this is interesting. Greg says, I love to spend extra time in the Tower of Terror. They will let you if you ask and spot all the references from the episodes. I know that there are a pair of broken glasses from, gosh, I don't know what the episode's called. Somebody remind me if anybody remembers, but it's the gentleman who doesn't like people and just wants to read books. And I don't know if it's a spoiler alert because it's from years and years and years ago, but he finally gets his wish and then he just wants to read his books and then his glasses break. So whoopsie daisy. It's like one of those cool episodes. I do enjoy that one from Twilight Zone, but I will have to hang back and see if there's any more. I know that the Disneyland one has like a tribute to the little girl. I believe it's like similar to Poltergeist, but she is sucked in a closet, I believe. And then she's in the walls of the house. So if you walk down a corridor, you can hear her saying, "Mommy, Daddy, where are you?" or something like that. It's really creepy. And that's the Disneyland one, but now it's not the Disneyland one anymore. It's the Guardians of the Galaxy. So next up, we're having a couple people join in a few minutes. But I wanted to play another clip from some home videos. So during this entire show, I found some clips from our home videotapes over the years for my family. And just to give you a little perspective as to why I started this podcast, because like the question I usually get a lot is, why do you like Disney so much? Why are you such a big fan? Why do you keep going back? And we just had so many wonderful experiences. Just being able to I can't even talk. Just to be able to go to the parks and meet cast members and experience new things and meet new people. So I always enjoyed it. So this clip is from one of the restaurants at Epcot. So this one is from the Garden Grill. If you've never been there, it's the restaurant at the Land Pavilion that actually rotates and does a full 360 while you're eating dinner. Now, it's not like one of the teacups where it's like really fast. It's very slow moving, but you get to see different scenes from Living with the Land as you go through, which is always fun. And you can peek into the little house, the farmhouse. They have an upstairs. It's actually set up with a bed inside and a stool. And it was always so fun to be in there. So this is from 1999. This actually features my baby sister, Terry. She's in one of the little chairs. But my dad, our thing was always to toast at the Garden Grill. That was our thing. So here's a little clip for you guys to watch.
I'd like to take this opportunity to propose a toast to Tammy. Tammy, your cup? A toast. A toast. To you. She takes a sip. A toast. Tammy was 2.5. We toasted. Now we're 2.5 again. Now you're 3.5. Ugh. You're making a mess. Ugh.
I'm going to bring Terry on the screen. Terry, you ready to be brought on the screen for a second? Terry, how are you? How are we doing in the chat so far?
Wonderful. I'm actually going to post the raffle link once again. I just did it. But yeah, fun memories with that video.
We did a lot of fun things. Yes. So
clearly I didn't know how to sit in a chair. So
but you always loved being around and like looking around at what was going on. I remember that you were always reaching for something just to play with or anything like that. But you were such a good baby. My mom's watching. Hi, Mom. She brought my sister to Disney World when she was 9 months old. So power to my mom. You did a great job. You're so awesome. So you go, girl.
The characters liked me too as well.
Oh, they love Terry. They love Terry. They would be like, "What's up?" They would always want to hang out with her because she was just so cute as a button. So yeah, and I do have since we were talking about something haunted for Tower of Terror, one of the other prizes, a part of the top the 10 prizes I'll be giving away today is a Haunted Mansion book. This was actually purchased at the new store that they have. So it's Tales from the Haunted Mansion, Volume 1, The Fearsome Foursome, as told by the Mansion Librarian, Arcane. So this will be a part of some of the giveaways we have, as Terry's posted the actual link to the to be able to log in and go ahead and put your name in the hat, and we're going to pick it at the very end of the show. We still have a couple more prizes because we just showed out 3. We have 7 more to show to you as well too, while we're waiting for our next group, because our next group is going to start at 2:00. You know, while we're waiting, Greg jumped in here. He said the episode is Time Enough at Last. That's the one with the glasses that are broken. I forgot about the name. So thank you for jumping in there. And the little girl in the Twilight Zone episode we were talking about was the voice of Drizella and Cinderella. I did not know that. Very, very cool. Very interesting. So
Greg is very knowledgeable tonight. I appreciate it. He has so many facts.
Greg has books. Greg has books about all these other stories. Greg has actually also been on the show. If you've ever had a chance to check out some episodes, listen to Greg's, because he has some great stories about talking with certain people. I believe we also talked about him speaking with Davy Crockett himself from the TV series. And oh gosh, I'm going blank on his name, but the gentleman who voiced Benjamin Franklin in The American Adventure, he also talked with him for a while, which was really cool. He's talked to almost everybody, and he has some great books. I don't know if I have him here with me. I don't know. Usually I have him in my drawer right here, but I don't think I have that particular book because I have the list of his conversations in the past, but I will find it, Greg, for sure. But before we get started, I have another clip. Terry, I'll keep you on the screen because I don't know if you've seen this one before. It's actually from the same trip. Hold on there. I do see some people in the waiting room. Hi, guys. You're still in the waiting room. So we're almost ready. I'm just waiting for a couple more people to pop in. Thank you, Greg. Here it is. His book. You definitely should check this out. Mouse Tracks, the story of Walt Disney Records. So he goes into a deep dive of the music of Disney. So please, definitely for sure, get a copy because I have mine. I just don't know where I put it. I'm so sorry, Greg. I usually have all my stuff right here, but I do not. And I would be showing it off. I'm just trying to see it. I don't know where I put it. I'm sorry, Greg, but it's a great book. I think you could get it on Amazon, right, Greg? So that would be really great to see that. So, and also Inside the Whimsy Works by Johnny Johnson, editor. Thanks, Greg. So here's the other clip I wanted to show, if it will actually show up for me. So to explain, we loved going to the Disney theme parks, and our thing was we always loved to see the characters and interact with them. And Terry, correct me if I'm wrong, but like at the time, it wasn't one of those things where they gave you a time frame to come and see them. Like they would literally come out from wherever they were backstage. And the fun part about it was like at Disney's MGM Studios, if some of you remember the Great Movie Ride, it's still there. The Chinese Graham Theater is there. But the Great Movie Ride like had this open space in the front because you didn't enter through the front, you entered through the side. And they always would have characters out there. And it was like Meg from Hercules and Cinderella and Snow White, Beauty and the Beast, Aladdin, Jasmine. It was like a whole group of people who would come out and just spend time. And it wasn't like to the point where you couldn't just sit and chat with them. So it was always fun. Like we would, sometimes they would play games with you, right?
Yeah, it was really personable. It was great. I do remember that.
We loved doing the Mary Poppins breakfast. That was our thing. And what happened the one time when we were out in Mary Poppins's garden? Do you remember?
Oh yes, she brought us out to the garden, but that's all I remember.
Yeah, and Mad Hatter came out, Pinocchio came out, and Geppetto. Like they were all, and Winnie the Pooh, and there was nobody around. It was just us, and they were spending time with us. And I think it was like towards the end of the breakfast meal or something like that, and there was nobody there. So they came out and we like played like hide and seek or something out there in that little garden with her little flower statue.
That's right. I do remember that. I just remember Winnie the Pooh though.
I know,
my
Winnie,
personal favorite.
I know you love Winnie, and I love seeing Alice there too, because it's like you never used to see Alice, but now she's at Epcot now, so she has her own like little cottage, and I'm like, so cute. So we're coming close to 2:00, so let me play another video clip. Terry, I'm going to remove you from the screen for right now. I'll see you a little bit later. So here's another clip of one of our meet and greets. It's very short, but this was back in 1999. Again, we're at the Great Movie Ride, and this kind of will lead into our conversation that we'll have with some guests coming up. So here is the little clip of little...
Yeah. Say hi. Tammy, say hello.
Hello, big princess kiss going. Yeah. You want to kiss the dad? Oh, fabulous.
We love your movie.
Little quick, but I was always a big fan. I just would always get so nervous. Like, we have video footage of me going, I'm going to meet them. And then we have this clip where it's like, I don't say anything because I'm like, I don't know what to say. So, but I always loved having those character interactions. So now that it's 2:00, we do have almost everybody here. So I think I'll start bringing everybody in because since we had Aladdin and Jasmine on the screen, we have them here today too. So I see Aladdin. Scott's here. Let me bring you in.
Hello, everybody. Hey, Tammy.
Hey there. How are things?
I'm great. I'm great. Congrats on the anniversary.
I know. Oh my gosh. I'm like, oh, has it been that long since I talked to you guys? Because I think we did interviews like you were some of my first interviews way back in 2012, I think.
Well, it's an honor.
Thank you. I know. I'm excited to have you and Linda, the voice of Princess Jasmine.
Hey.
Hi.
Hi,
everyone. Hi.
It's good to see you. I know you guys have been doing all these types of reunions before, but it's nice to see you guys together.
Great. I know.
Be together.
It's great to be together. Our last, right before the pandemic started, Linda and I were actually together. And
really?
And, yeah, like March 1st, 2020, we had been together. And then that was, you're the last person I saw. I haven't left my house since. No,
really? I was like, have you left yet? Well, now let's bring in the person who has all the pixie dust. He voiced Peter Pan in the newest Peter Pan film, Return to Neverland, and that is Blayne Weaver. Hi,
all
Blayne.
the pixie dust. All of it. It's mine. Hi, how are you guys? Nice to see you.
Hey,
nice to see you, Tammy.
Nice to see you again. I know you guys get to voice classic Disney characters, and it's just so cool to and some of you still do it because we hear them in the shows, like the actual parades and fireworks shows.
Mm-hmm.
So and Katie Von Till joins this crowd. She is Snow White. She's the current voice of Snow White.
Hey, everybody. Hi, Katie.
Hello.
Hi, nice to meet you guys. Hi, Tammy.
Hey again, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I think all of you guys are in California, right?
Yes. I'm in New York.
Oh, you're in New York?
You got to be the cool guy, huh?
Yeah.
Guilty.
East Coast is where it's at. I'm in Philly, so East Coast will be awesome.
Nice.
But it's great to see you guys because, I was trying to, when we were putting together the schedule, I was like, it would be really cool to have the people who do the main voices for the characters kind of talk about that process because you guys must be pulled in at random times again for the theme parks, but for video games and that type of thing. So how often is it for all of you to be pulled in to do a voice?
Well, I have a story about that actually. When I very first booked Snow White, which was about 10 years ago, Brian Monroe, the casting director, was like, "Welcome, congratulations, this is so great." And I said, "Oh, thank you so much." And he goes, "But look, you're not Cinderella. You're not going to be in here every 2 weeks. You're not going to be buying a house off of this gig." And I was like, "Okay, that's fair." Yeah. So Snow White is not in a ton of stuff, and so she's not as popular as some of the others. Although she's about to get a live action movie, so maybe that will change. But yeah, it just depends. It's usually a few times a year for me.
Yeah, I feel like, I don't know if it's because of the pandemic, but it does feel like it's been a while. Because like, or in normal times, you'll get a call. I'll get a call that, they're recording a parade for Tokyo Disneyland or something. You know what I mean? Something random like that, and you go in and you say, "Hey, everybody, how's it going?" You know, and you wave to the crowd. You know, or the Disneyland. There's an Aladdin ride in Florida, right, where I had to record "Keep your hands and arms inside the carpet," stuff like that. But it's been a while. I think we've been doing these voices for so long, Linda and I, that they probably have a recording of us saying everything that a human can say, basically.
Yes, I was just going to add that we do a lot of times we'll just get a contract. We won't actually have to go into the studio and record because it'll be something that they lifted from something else, and they keep everything really organized on their end. And
that actually did happen to me during the pandemic. I received one contract for a lift, so yeah, it did happen. But I didn't get to win.
I would absolutely keep my hands inside the ride if Aladdin told me to. I just think
I say it in a stern but friendly way.
No, absolutely, with authority. But I mean, it's the best thing in the world. Like, you never know when it's coming. It just pops in and says, "Hey, you got to fight some pirates today," and it's like, well, that's a pretty good day. So it's
really
great.
It's fun when I always like going back to it, and it always takes me a few minutes to get back into the character if it's been 6 months or something, but it always eventually you get there.
I thought you guys got lucky because I think Aladdin was one of the first had first Disney TV spinoff. If I'm going to be completely honest, I enjoyed that more sometimes than the movie because you guys
love the series.
Yes, you had a build of character for you guys, and I love that. Like, it was fun to see all of you play with each other. Gilbert Gottfried came back, and Abu, and
we always had huge guest stars too. I mean, we would go in there. Jason Alexander played the bad guy, and Ismail. I mean, I remember I would walk into the studio and like Tim Curry would be in there. I remember. I just told this story with Linda recently where I walked in one day and there was somebody lying on the floor of the recording studio, which was a weird thing to see. And I looked and I walked over to her and it was Carol Kane.
That's so cool.
On the floor. I don't know if she was just being funny or resting or had a bad back, but it was a weird.
We had incredible people coming through that studio. We were so lucky to work with everyone because it was, I think, close to 100 episodes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
And the funny thing is they haven't put it on Disney Plus yet, which shocks me.
I know it's probably coming soon.
They have so much content to upload onto that thing. Maybe.
Oh, big time! Because I have. I do. Here it is.
I noticed you had VHSs. It's so
here it is. And I love this one because I love the Party in Agrabah, that song that Robin Williams sings. I actually think it's a catchy song. I'm like, I'd sing it all day long. I have it on my iPod.
It does have some catchy tunes in there.
Yeah, and it's different because it has like the father-son relationship, and Jasmine gets to hang out with the genie a little bit more, and I love that. Although you were apart from Aladdin a little too long because it was like, oh well, I like it when she's in there like fighting back. It's just great because that's what the TV series did. So, and I love that. I was kind of surprised for Blayne that they never returned to Neverland. Actually, did pretty darn well. It was a theatrical release. When you think about remake like sequels. That never happens. This was the only one that got to theaters.
I've been upset about that for a long time, actually. So write your congressman, and I'm ready.
But they brought you in to do Disneyland Paris's show where Wendy had the French dialogue, but you were the Peter Pan. You had the Peter Pan dialogue for the new show that they had there for a while.
Yeah, there's like you said before, there's tons of random jobs, whether it's Paris or Tokyo or on the cruise lines or whatever. But luckily, it seems like Peter Pan continually speaks English with an American accent, which is convenient for me. And so the other characters will speak whatever the language is, but Peter is American. I don't get it. I love it. I'm not complaining.
That's so weird and interesting. That's weird.
Right? Yeah, what's interesting to me is the amount of thought they put into these things that had never even occurred to me. Like the type of microphone that I use normally is the exact one that they recorded the first Peter Pan on, and they're trying to get the sound levels the same all the time. But there's always so much thinking behind it, and they seems like they have a real plan.
Somebody brought up a comment saying, I remember there was an episode of Aladdin where there was an in-joke that the octopus gave Jasmine Ariel's hairstyle underwater. Do you remember that one?
That. Yes. That was so funny.
That was when the mermaid wanted to steal Aladdin from you. And he was like, I don't think I like this girl.
Yes. I do remember that. I love being reminded of it. It's been so long since I thought of that episode.
Some people have it on YouTube, so wink, wink, nudge, nudge, if you want to watch it.
It's got to go on Disney Plus so that you get a nice, clean version of it instead of somebody uploaded onto YouTube.
I had my VHS tape of it because they did this thing. I don't know if you remember, Linda, but when Ariel then got her own show, so the Little Mermaid had a show, and then Timon and Pumbaa had a show. So and then Hercules had a show, and then you guys had the Hercules crossover.
Yeah, we were on that.
And so like that must have been fun. And then what they did was they did a Disney Princess edition where they did 2 VHS tapes of the Little Mermaid show with 2 episodes on each. And then they did the Aladdin one. And I love the one. And I think Ron Perlman is the voice of Arbutus. And it was that one. It was a beautiful episode for Jasmine where she learns to view the viewpoint of a different individual and how they feel about something, as opposed to just fighting and trying to kill the villain. It was a piece where you get to know the villain, understand where they're coming from. And I thought that is so interesting. Like kids would love seeing that type of thing today, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I think that's wonderful. The lessons that they can incorporate into these stories, teaching empathy through a story like that's really beautiful. And I don't even know if I was aware of it the way you articulated it so beautifully right now.
Yeah.
We recorded it.
It's probably the saddest episode because, spoiler alert, Aladdin is not listening to Jasmine when she's asking him, don't hurt him. And unfortunately, Arbutus dies because of, Scott, you were trying to save Jasmine. That was your point. You didn't know what was going on. So in Aladdin's defense, but
nobody can defeat Aladdin.
Yeah, he has this heart. And he has this rose that's his heart. So you cut it off, and he has this horrible death scene, which is actually kind of scary when I thought about it as a kid. But at the very end, Linda says, if you can learn if you can learn through walking through another person's shoes, maybe together we can learn to live together as one. And you plant the flower, and it blooms.
Wow.
Thank you for remembering that.
Yeah, for real.
It always destroyed me as a kid. I was like,
I don't know if it's because I'm old or because we did so many of them that I don't remember that episode so well. It's really weird not being able to remember something that you did, you know what I mean? But I think it's just
well, you guys had a lot. Like Aladdin was like, you guys were sailing with that. And I feel bad for Katie. Yeah, like Snow White really isn't featured, but I was glad that they put her in the Wreck-It Ralph movie. Did you get to do that or no?
In Wreck-It Ralph too. It's actually Pamela Ribon who wrote the movie. So which was a bummer for me, but I have to be happy for Pammy. She's a lovely, lovely woman. We have met, and she has a young daughter, did at the time, and she wrote the movie, and it was her chance to be a Disney princess in a movie that she wrote. So who can really begrudge her that happiness? But yes, it was not me, unfortunately for me. But again, really happy for Pamela. She's a lovely, lovely person who's worked so hard to be a woman in film, a woman in animation, as it is, which is pretty tough. It's tough for those writers out there. Don't be shocked. They don't actually get residuals for animation for writing.
Oh no,
so it's a whole other ball game. So she's a tough gal who deserves every accolade she's gotten.
Oh, big time. I hope they do a spinoff with the Disney princesses, because I know, Linda, maybe you might remember this because this might have been before Katie, but Alan Menken was working on the Princess Academy. Do you remember that project?
I don't actually. I don't remember it.
There were like some stills that leaked a couple years ago, and Alan Menken was going to bring all Disney heroines. So it wasn't just the princesses. It was like everybody, like Alice, Wendy, and they would all come together, and it would be like a Princess Academy. And I don't know where the pictures are. I probably can't post them because of the copyright, but I didn't know if you had been if they had told you anything about it, because it looked like it would have been very cool.
Maybe, but I don't specifically recall it. But I know that there were a lot of conversations after the success of Ralph Breaks the Internet and the excitement that everyone had over bringing the princesses out of their individual worlds and into one world together. So I know that really sparked a lot of enthusiasm.
Yeah, it took long enough, right? Because
yeah,
that would be really cool if that scene spawned a show or a movie.
Yes,
or something.
for sure.
Oh my gosh, it would be amazing. Like, I just want to see Esmeralda with Jasmine and Snow White hanging out with like Kita from Atlantis. Like, it would just be so cool because they were pulling out everybody, you know what I mean? Like all females from all the Disney films. And so
great.
I just thought that would have been amazing.
Yes,
maybe they will.
Yeah.
We have a couple people that are asking questions or mentioning things that you guys have done. Somebody says the Kingdom Hearts video games. Can you guys tell me about working on those?
Yes, I think I've done 2 of them. I did 1 and 2, but I don't think 3. But those video games, we recorded hours and hours and hours of material for those games. So that was one of the little huge offshoot things that we've done that I remember really well because it was technically difficult. And
You have to make every sound. You know, every level of punch in the face you have to react to.
Oh my God.
And you're hanging by your fingertips from a cliff or whatever, you know, or you're kicking and punching. You know, they're like very active games. You know, it's really fun doing a video game. It's a strange thing, but I guess they need every nuance and every strange noise that a person can make in a fight or whatever.
Video games are the only
things you do are video games. They're really vocally demanding.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was going to say. It's the only part of the job where I've ever been like, whoa, I think I need a break. You know what I mean? Of like lots of yelling and screaming and but
draining.
fun, but draining for sure.
Mm-hmm. I love those. They're so confusing, but I love playing them. And the Jafar villain level is always difficult because Jafar is the snake, and then Iago's coming out of nowhere, like trying to peck on your head, and you're like, "Dude, I'm trying to fight the snake. Leave me alone."
You know, it's funny. I was at the before the pandemic. Linda and I worked on this. We did so they re-released Aladdin as like this. It was the last time it came out of the vault before Disney Plus launched. So they came out with this version called the Signature Collection, and which had new special features. And one of them was like a documentary about us recording the voices and stuff.
Oh, fun.
And it was great. And I went back to Studio B at Disney where we recorded it. And Doc Kane, who's the engineer, gave us a tour. And they've added something that we didn't get in the old days, which is they added a bar. Like there's like it looks like a big, they call it like a struggle bar or something, and it's like right under the microphone, so you can like grab on and be like, I guess it helps you make struggle noises or something. But I was like, this would have been very helpful to have something.
It would have.
With.
That's hilarious. I actually thought that you were saying they added a bar, which
that would be amazing. It's like, this is exhausting.
Some of the things they ask you to do would be a lot easier if
I'll bring it to you. But that would be amazing. But it's like a weird, it looks just like a bar that you can grab onto and sort of fight with or something. And
that totally makes sense.
Yeah, right. I mean, that would have been really helpful.
Video game studios had those because sometimes it's like you said, it's some really vocally taxing stuff, and you're trying not to move too much because you don't want to hit the mic, you don't want to hit your music stand, you don't want to hit any of that stuff. So
yeah,
something to make it so much easier.
I have done that. I've accidentally hit the stand so many times in my.
Oh, somebody mentioned another show, House of Mouse. Do you guys remember this one?
House of Mouse was before my time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes.
We think we did a few of those, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and I remember that was a really popular time during my time when I was actually alive, because the TV show didn't happen until after I was born. But House of Mouse, I remember that being like such a fun show that we would all talk about at school because it was so cool. That was like the first time we really saw everybody together on the screen, and Hades is hitting on Maleficent, and you're like, what is going on here? I love it. Let's do it. You know what I mean? It was like weird but fun. And I would love to see it. Maybe they could do a reboot of that and kind of like incorporate more of the characters interacting, because I think that's what people love to see is like they're coming out of their worlds and interacting.
Yes, I remember the first time we were guest stars, the princesses, on Sophia the First. I don't know if anyone remembers that show. It was it was so great. And it was really the first time that they brought us into another character's world. And that was long before Ralph Breaks the Internet. So the idea
way they animated you guys was very cool too.
Which one?
The way they animated you guys on Sophia the First. It was like that new style. It was really interesting.
Beautiful.
Right.
I loved it. I saw that because I was babysitting at the time, and I was like, wait, the princesses are making appearances. I gotta watch the show now. It's like, this is awesome. I love that when they do it. What for your character individually, who would you like to see them interact with the most out of any Disney character that has ever been?
Well, I'll jump in. Like, one of the things that I remember from House of Mouse that I thought was so cool was that Peter had a little scene with Mickey, and I was just like, I'm talking to Mickey right now. Like, this is okay. All right, awesome. Now, and I didn't get to work with Mickey, but I thought it was really cool, and I feel like that we can just keep doing that buddy movie. I'd be okay with that.
That's really funny. That's an interesting
You always want to work with the Fab Five, right? You always want to work with, you know, Mickey, Minnie, Donald, Goofy, and Pluto. That's who you want to work with, right? The Fab Five.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, maybe I would like to see Aladdin in a scene with Mickey Mouse, like the OG Mickey Mouse. That'd be cool.
I'd like to work
Started
with
it all. You know what I mean? Like, that's pretty cool.
I'd love to work with Minnie Mouse because she and Snow White actually have a really similar voice print. So it'd be really fun to make sure to keep those things separate, but they're also both so, you know, feminine and girly and light and kind and sweet. Although, you know, Minnie's much more sassy than Snow White is, but I think that'd be super fun for Minnie and Snow.
You know who Aladdin would be cool with? Flynn Rider. They would be friends. You know, from Tangled. Don't you think they'd be like pals? They're both kind of like, they have a similar personality. I think they would be buddies.
Oh, that would be so cool. And then like add Peter in there. Y'all go search for some pirate treasure.
Yes, yeah, exactly. With Peter, actually Peter would be fun because then he could teach us how to fly.
Boom. It's just pixie dust.
Or you could do like a race with Peter because you had the magic carpet and you'd be like, who can fly faster?
Oh yeah.
Ooh, good one.
I like that.
Oh, we're putting together a film. I'm going to write this down.
Good. It's a race to Neverland.
All right, I love it.
Ooh, you
Androbot in Neverland. See how long it would take.
That's good.
I always tease Blayne because he had to sing in his film, and I loved it. I think it's so much fun when I hear people sing, and he got to sing with like the Lost Boys, and that was like the most fun part of the whole film. So I'm always like, okay, Blayne, give us a note or two. Go ahead.
No, thank you. I got to sing. I got to. It was a real privilege. I'm a terrible singer, but they also decided that Peter might not hit every key that he aims for, so it worked out for me.
Oh, that's interesting.
You did great. Like I hear it on the soundtrack. I love it. You guys sounded you were having a lot of fun. I think those moments where you can like record vocals and stuff. But Katie, did you sing for Snow White at some point?
I'm Snow White's singing voice as well. Yeah. So I've sung
that
for
like?
Her. What's that like?
Yeah, what's that like to kind of take that? Because I think the last person who sang for Snow White was the original singer, I think, right?
Melissa Disney, no relation actually. When Carolyn Gardner was the voice of Snow White, Melissa Disney was actually the singing voice of Snow White. So they had those two voices separate. So if you've heard that like Disney Princess Party CD,
I have it. I have it.
Yeah, so that's actually Melissa Disney on that. So that was a little bit before I became Snow White in 2011. But I've done her for Shanghai Disney. I've sung for her. I think maybe also Tokyo Disneyland. I sang for her there's like a magic show that toured like South America, and I sang for that. So yeah, I've sang for her quite a few times. It's been really, really awesome. Yeah.
She's probably the hardest, probably the hardest Disney singing voice besides I assume Elsa, because Elsa has to hit those Frozen high notes. But
it's
Snow
not
White's
about
up there.
being hard. It's about it being in your range, right? So Snow is a soprano. So if you're a soprano, she sits really nicely in your range. I don't, it's just about, is it the right range for you?
For you, yeah. I always love those. Were you on the Christmas CD that they did, that Disney Princess Christmas CD?
I think that's also before my time.
Okay, I know that came out of
probably Melissa Disney if Snow is on it.
Yeah.
I know. I like how you're an encyclopedia. You know all of these. You know everything.
Oh,
that's crazy.
You're It's amazing.
I played them. Like I was going to tell Linda, like there was a Disney Princess boutique that they did, and it was a CD-ROM game. It's like when you put the CD in the computer and you actually had to install it and everything. And there's one where you go to the you're actually in the Cave of Wonders, and Jasmine's like, okay, go ahead and click around because then you can find dresses and bracelets and stuff, and it's the most fun ever. I'm like, I found it, and I was like, okay, let me see if this works. It worked on my computer. I played it, and I was like, oh my
great.
God. That's you.
Probably really valuable. I don't think that a lot of people have that. That's one of those rare items.
What my computer still works with it. I don't know how the PC does it, but
a lot of computers don't even have disk drives anymore. So
Right.
No, not even my new Mac. I'm like, how can I play my CD games?
I remember recording that. It was one of those things that I thought would be fun to play. I was like, I would love this if I were a kid. So that was one of the things that we recorded that I thought was a really unique product. And
it was cool because they brought in you, Jodie Benson as Ariel, and Paige O'Hara as Belle. So like there was the version of the game was Cinderella, Snow White, Sleeping Beauty. I had that one, and then they came out because it was so popular with yours, and yours was like even more cooler. I was like, oh, I love it. That's just the girl in me coming out. I just love that stuff. I can't, but you know what? It was funny. I was going to tell you, we still have our laser discs of some of the movies, and they have some of the behind the scenes features you were mentioning, Scott, like of those moments, and you can't find them anywhere else. So we keep them just in case.
Yeah, smart.
I'm dying for them to upload this documentary we made onto Disney Plus, but I don't think it's there yet. I don't think it's in, somebody said it's probably just because they have so much because it's a new thing and they have to upload so much content. They just can't do it all at once. But it was such a special thing.
Plus, I think they want to spread out when new things are available, right? So,
yeah, that could be it too. And that way they can promote it. It was really great. It was really a fun. Well, it was called Aladdin on Aladdin because I was like the host of it, and I went around and I interviewed Linda and Jonathan and Gilbert. And Alan Menken, we went to his house and sang together. It was really cool. It was really cool.
That was awesome.
So
I
was so proud of it. I wish it was easier to find.
I wish they did more for Return to Neverland too, because they really didn't have a lot of bonus features for you guys, which was kind of interesting because of how, what was going on with the animation studio at the time. Emperor's New Groove came out and Treasure Planet and Atlantis, and there was this different renaissance going on after Tarzan happened. And I always was wondering, that's why I reached out to Blayne and Corey Burton. And I was like, tell me more, because there's nothing on it. And I wish Disney Plus would do it. That's why I keep my DVDs and VHS tapes, because they have them and they will never go away.
Physical media, it's the best.
It truly is. I think it's weird to think that some of my little cousins don't know how to put in a VHS tape player. They're like, what is this?
It's really funny having to explain that kind of stuff to my son who has no idea. Yeah, he doesn't, he's never had to do that.
But those were the days. And I did want to mention a friend of mine I posted some video footage. I think I sent it over to Linda and Scott, you guys. It was right at the time that Aladdin was about to come out, but correct me if I'm wrong, and this is what she had told me. And they flew you into Disney World. It was Gilbert, both of you. I think Jonathan was there too, Jonathan Freeman. And you did your handprints in front of the Great Movie Ride.
Yes.
John posted a picture recently on his Instagram of us putting our hands in the cement. From the event.
Is it there? Is it in the ground? Like if we go to that Chinese theater, is it there?
No, it's not. We didn't go into the ground. It was an elevated block.
You do it on a platform. Well, the little secret is that we did it many times. We did that many times.
Apparently, they keep them locked away, like the newer ones, because the ones that were there were from 1989. So, like Bette Midler, Elizabeth Taylor, those were the ones when the park first opened. So anything that's new, they keep it preserved. But my friend played Jasmine, so her name is Cindy. So she was there with you, and she said she had a great conversation. You were very sweet to her.
Oh, that's so nice. Tell her I said hello. It's been a long time.
I loved going there to that. It was back then. It was called Disney MGM Studios, and it was awesome. The Brown Derby restaurant was great.
I remember the Brown.
And there was a restaurant. Remember, you could eat in a car. They had all these cars. You what?
I had lunch there with my animator, with Marquette.
Oh, yeah.
On Derby.
Oh, nice.
Now
Did you
it's called something else, but it's still apparently great.
It's still there, and it has that big book that has been there since 1989 with all the signatures of everyone you can think of. I don't know if you guys got to sign it, but when they have somebody big there, they put the book down, they go, sign it for us.
Oh,
I don't remember.
Yep.
We
It's
had
just
fun. We rode camels on that trip you're talking about, Tammy, when we went down there. But they had us ride. They did camel rides, and it rained, so we were riding camels in the rain. It was really crazy and then smelly.
Is that the one where Gilbert? I remember Gilbert told a story where he said that he was given a microphone during this parade and told just to riff. And he was on the elephant or something, and he was going down the parade. And I was like, why would I don't know what they were thinking. And he said the same thing. He's like, I don't know what they were thinking to do that.
That's really funny.
Hilarious.
I remember there was some question about Gilbert getting on the elephant. He wasn't completely confident. We were all like, we'll do the elephant.
Yeah, I think he was like recovering from appendicitis, so he could barely move at the time. And they're like, get up on that elephant. Like, yes, it was elephants we were riding. Now, were we riding camels or elephants or a little bit of both? I can't remember now.
I think
you and I were on camels, Scott, but I think Gilbert was on an elephant.
Oh, okay.
But they were the real camels, and the fun fact about that is from that same parade they had two camels, fake ones, in the front of the parade that spit water at the audience, and they now are in Adventureland at your Aladdin's Magic Carpet ride right in the front. And they still spit the water.
Oh wow, that's interesting. That's cool.
It's cool because then when you're like really hot outside, you're just like, please spit on me. It's like the weirdest thing. Please spit on me.
That's really funny. Yeah, we've been in some crazy situations because of Aladdin, but all in a good way. It's been like a really fun adventure for sure.
Yeah. Guys, I can't thank you enough for being on the show today. This was so much fun. And I really...
Tammy, I'm just so proud of you having kept this going for so long. Like, you're an inspiration. All the knowledge that you have and your ability to find us all and bring us here, like, that speaks to who you are as a person. And I'm just proud to know you, and congratulations on 10 great years.
Absolutely. Congratulations.
Thank you for taking my messages and saying yes to this 14-year-old saying, okay, I'll do an interview with her. It's like, I just was like, oh, this is so cool. Like, I have all these questions and nobody gets to ask them. So I really appreciate you all being so generous with your time over the years. It's just been a blast.
Well, keep it up. Keep up the good work.
Thank you guys. You're the best, guys. I will let you fly on your magic carpets and fly with pixie dust and sing with birds. Thank you, guys.
Everybody, I'm running for SAG-AFTRA Los Angeles Vice President. Please vote for me. Thanks so much. Bye.
Good luck.
That's awesome.
Yes.
See you guys later, okay?
Take care, guys.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Oh, that's so awesome. What fun. Oh my gosh. And it's already been 2 hours. I'm like, the time is going by quickly for me. I don't know about you guys, but I'm having a blast. I do love my VHS tapes. And this is cool because like, it's just so interesting to see. And this one's not rewound. I did not rewind my tape. I am a fool for not doing that. So let me put it back. I'm going to put it back up here for right now. I'll fix it later. But it's so great. That's just so much fun. I love Aladdin, and I'm sure a lot of you do too, and Peter Pan. So next up, we have the music of the Disney theme park. So this will be fun because we have a couple people that have done various different things over the years in the theme park, some who still do shows. And I think one of the draws for a lot of people when they are in the theme parks, and one of those nostalgic things is the music, especially Epcot. I feel like Epcot has this wonderful representation of music. So this is another clip from my home videotapes. This is from the year 2000. One of our favorite times was the Millennium Celebration prior to 2001, and they had just put up the Mickey hand. So I wanted to play this clip so you could see us just entering the park, and you will be able to hear some of the music from the original Spaceship Earth before it changed in 1994. It had the original Tomorrow's Child, and then that beautiful ending, that music score, just so lush and beautiful. So you might hear a little bit of it here, and you'll see my mom and little me, and I think there's like a little stroller with my sister in it. So here's the little clip. If it And those stones that you see were the Leave a Legacy, which was such a unique experience. I know a lot of Disney fans don't like them because they took up a lot of space, but it was that opportunity where I think until 2004, you could get your picture taken and they would actually kind of ingrain it on this metal square, and they would put it on the wall so your face was there. And our family did about 3 of them over the years, and we were always there on the actual walls. And you would actually you would have to go find them, go find where your specific plaque was, and it was so much fun. So they have moved them. If you ever go back to Epcot, they have moved them outside of the parks. They're now in this like colorful mural display, because the contract stated the last one they had to keep it for 15 years. So I think the last one was like maybe 2004 or something, a little bit later. I keep it doesn't seem like it was that long ago. Let's just say that. So we can't wait to go back and see where they placed our new ones, because we don't know where they put them, but they were a lot of fun. It was kind of like when you went to Magic Kingdom and you had those wonderful blocks where you could put your family's name on, and they led up to the front of Main Street. And they don't do that anymore. So Epcot did their own version, and I always loved it because it was so cool to go back and see like little 4-year-old me and having fun. So we're coming close to 2:35. So I think we have everybody in the chat. Let me just double check reference here. I think almost everybody's here, and George is on his way in. So I'm going to introduce everybody one by one, and we're just going to talk some music. So first, I'd love to bring in Jeremy. Jeremy was the associate director of the brand new version of The Hunchback of Notre Dame that first started at Paper Mill Playhouse, and we were hoping was going to go to Broadway. But it was so great to meet him and see it at Paper Mill Playhouse. So let's welcome Jeremy.
Hey, what's going on, Tammy?
Hey there, I'm doing good. Your show is like so popular for community theaters. Like I see it's happening everywhere. I'm like
everywhere. Everyone wants to do the Hunchback.
Oh, and I do too. Like I desperately want to be Esmeralda. I know I could never do it, but I would love to do Esmeralda because it's such a different story you have there.
Right, so. Absolutely. The role is so fantastic, and that music from the movie and from the show is just. It's incredible, and every time I hear it, I still get goosebumps.
Oh, it's the best. And it's nice to have it come back to the forefront, the music itself, because I think the last time it was really featured after it came out was in the theme parks because they had their own show. We had talked about that.
Right, absolutely.
And that was a joy. And I got my Quasimodo.
Oh, look at that little Quasi.
With his little card and his gargoyle.
Oh, how cute is that?
Oh, my little Funko. He's there. Sorry, I didn't mean to knock him down, but there he is.
That's fantastic.
Okay, so let's bring in well, now we'll go back to Epcot because Mission Space was a new attraction that kind of came around after Horizons came. And so Cliff did the main theme song for Mission Space's theme song, Destiny. So let's welcome Cliff. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you doing?
I'm doing.
I have to say, I've been watching this, and this is just brilliant. All credit to you for putting this together. It's fantastic. It's so exciting and so fun to see everybody.
Oh God, it's hard because like I only do the audio interviews, and I never really filmed anything, so I get to see you guys talk to me now, and vice versa.
Yeah,
so it's
real people.
Real people. And Tammy has makeup on and not in her PJs when she does her interviews. So Mission Space still there, and now they're going to have a new restaurant there. So Mission Space, it's a restaurant.
How exciting is that? I mean, being from London, it's tricky for us to get there. And I think the last time we went was in 2018 with the kids, and it's obviously been. We were hoping to go back this year, but didn't happen for obvious reasons. But we're going to get back stateside as soon as we can.
Well, yeah, let me know because I hope your trip goes well. You have to take some pictures. I know the restaurant hasn't opened yet. We were hoping it was going to be open by the time we go in October for the 50th anniversary, but we haven't heard anything. I'm interested to know like what space food's going to taste like. So
yeah, do you think it would be like the astronaut food you had when you were a kid, like in a little foil packet? You had ice cream, and it's probably terrible.
I hope not. But it'll be interesting to see that. And we'll go back to Spaceship Earth at the front of the park. So as I was saying, Tomorrow's Child was such a prominent song that ran from 1982 to 1994 until the Jeremy Irons version of Spaceship Earth kind of took over. And they just kind of cut the song entirely. I was telling this to Sally, who's our next guest I'm introducing, but they cut the song entirely for some reason and just left the last melody part of it, which was so sad. But Sally Stevens, her beautiful rendition of this song with that beautiful children's choir behind her is just extraordinary. People love it. So let's welcome Sally to the show. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi.
Oh,
I'm
God.
Tammy and everyone.
I remember hearing your voice on cassette tape. That's how
Please forgive my antique
That's the one I
here.
had too. That's the one I had too, Cliff. I had like a cassette tape of it though. See, that you were on that one, Sally.
Yeah, you're definitely on this one.
Oh
God, those were the days.
Yeah.
Very, very fun.
And you know, I like to go back to the Haunted Mansion. Believe it or not, Haunted Mansion has its own like different version in Disneyland Paris called Phantom Manor, and just this brilliant score, but it has the voice of the bride who never had her groom come to marry her, Melanie Ravenwood. So I have Katherine Meyering on the show. She is the singing voice of Melanie.
Hi, Katherine.
Hi, Katherine.
It's good to see you. I'm so glad you're here because I just I never knew anything about that specific attraction until I heard your vocals for it, because she does this whole operatic thing. It's like beautiful, and I'm like, why don't we get this at Disney World? I want this version.
Only for the Parisians.
I know. Well, lucky them. I'll have to come over there at some point when everything kind of calms down. And then finally we have somebody who has been performing at Disney World for a long, long time. And I have been so lucky to get to see his performances all the time. And he always brings out the most craziest, the craziness of the audience out for fun times. And that is Yehaa Bob Jackson. Here he is.
Thank you, Tammy. We love you, Tammy. Yes, we do. We love you, Tammy. Yes, we do. We love you, Tammy. It's true. Oh, Tammy, we love you. Yes. Good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. My name is Bob, and it's a pleasure. It's a privilege to be here. Here's what it is. Let's do a little singing. We've got all these great singers. Come on, help me out. You got a friend in me. Sing it for me. You got a friend in me. You got troubles. I got them too. There isn't anything I wouldn't do for you. We stick together. We'll see it through. You got a friend in me. Sing it for me. You got a friend in me. You know it, Cliff. This is great. Come on, Sally, help us out. Let's go.
My earphones are crummy.
You got a friend in me. Roll and you miles and miles from your warm, soft bed. You just remember what old Bob said. You got a friend in me. Sing it for me. You got a friend. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. Sing it to Cal. You got a friend in me. Sing it to Scott. You got a friend in me. Oh, this is a good one. Nobody has more fun than we do, Tammy, Tuckey.
I know. It's been years since I've seen you.
One of my favorites. Oh, with tuppence, fruit paper, and string.
Oh, we got some Mary Poppins, guys.
Of wing. With your feet on the ground, you're bird in flight. With your fist holding tight to the string of your kite. Oh, sing it for me. Let's go fly a kite up to the highest. Let's go fly a kite and spread it soaring the atmosphere where the air is clear. Oh, let's go fly a kite. When you send that's soaring up there. It's as if you're lighter than air. You come down to the breeze of 1,000 trees with your feet holding tight to the string of your kite. Oh, sing,
Let's
go fly up to the highest high. Let's go fly a kite and send it soaring up to the atmosphere, up where the atmosphere. Oh, let's go fly a kite. Oh, yeah. What a privilege to be here.
Oh, Bob, you are so good at what you do. Yeehaw, Bob. Now, Yeehaw, Bob, why don't we start off and ask you, how long have you been at? You were at Port Orleans for a long time, because you've been a wonderful guest of theirs for such a long time.
That I have. I had my own show for 23 years, and I've been with Disney for 25.
Oh my gosh, that is a long time there. And you know what?
You've been alive.
I know, longer than I've been alive. You're right. I'm only 25 now. But it's interesting because and you have such great, you play all these great songs and everything, and I still have your album that you had given to me last time I saw you, and I just love playing it because you get to hear the audience reaction. And my question for everybody here is, like, there is that point where you are performing for audience members, and there's like that magical moment where I don't know if you can feel it too, but like when you perform and you kind of get that love back. Can you recall any specific time where that magic has happened for you, and tell me a story about that?
Who wants to go first?
Well, I remember our first preview in La Jolla Playhouse when we premiered The Hunchback. And at the end of that opening number, when the bells all kind of came down and flew in from the rafters, and you have that 32-person choir on stage just belting out their faces, and Michael Arden, who played Quasi, grabs that rope and he's swinging up and down on the rope, the audience went crazy. And I will never forget those moments from the start of the show, because it was just so special to be a part of.
See, I get to enjoy it kind of incognito because, I mean, when I went to Epcot with the kids, back in the mid-2000s when the song was playing, and, I walk through that exit tunnel and I can hear the song playing, but nobody knows it's me that wrote it, and quite rightly so. I'm there in my shorts with my kids, and I get to see people's faces enjoying it, and actually I get a real kick from seeing the smiles, but actually, not taking any credit for it, if you like. In the real world, it's quite cool just to kind of wander along and watch everyone smiling and singing along.
Tammy, most of my work has been invisible, off camera, so I didn't do a lot of live performances for Disney, any of the Disney parks. But what has been a special treat to me lately is people have commented over the years about the Tomorrow's Child or some other aspect. I used to do a lot of music for the parks back in the 70s and 80s and 90s, and to see that people still remember that music and talk about it, and that's just, it's been very touching for me. And I do remember going to Epcot and being on Tomorrow's Child on the ride, and it was fun to see people enjoy it and enjoy the music. But
yeah,
for the most part, I've been off screen.
But you're so pretty on screen.
Oh, thank you.
I had a fun experience. I worked at Walt Disney Imagineering, and we would entertain at the Thea Awards, and they did a special tribute to Richard Sherman and Robert Sherman, and we were the Shermanettes or whatever, but we got up to sing a special song with himself at the piano.
Oh.
And then they waited, and it was a big tribute, but then at the very, very end, they were taking pictures. And it was kind of, what do you do while you wait around for the pictures? Well, I have to say it was me. I did start singing Let's Go Fly a Kite, very and all of us, all of these singers, stood there with Mr. Sherman and sang Let's Go Fly a Kite and added our own harmonies and just sang and sang and sang for the pictures. And the love from himself, the love from the room of theatrical entertainers of all different styles and things was so thrilling. And then to stand next to himself and sing this song. Pretty exciting.
Yeah, I should say.
Wow.
Mhm.
I'm sure that there have been a couple celebrities who have walked through your door, Bob, right?
It's nuts, it's my passion to entertain, and I'm in front of people, and I know immediately whether or not things are going well. And one night I was in the bar, and all these managers were running around. They all had headsets on, and I knew something was going on, and some important person was coming in. So I was upset because they were displaced, my entire audience. All these people were holding these seats. So who's coming? John Lasseter's coming. John Lasseter's coming. Well, I'd never heard John Lasseter, and John Lasseter is now on my list because he's messed up my show. And I do all this audience participation. I was doing shout where I have the men on the floor throwing their hands in the air. I do the roadie, and I have boys running around the room like a riding actor. So here comes this party in, and it's John Lasseter. He had this flowered shirt on, and about all these big shots. I didn't know who any of these people are. I still don't know who they were, but I had all these guys on the floor doing the gator. I had John Lasseter leading the room around, riding a horse on the rawhide, and he had such a great time that he came back about 6-8 times. And so I would have John Lasseter. He'd sit in the front row. He would pull his chair up to the stage. He'd put his feet on the stage. He would close his eyes, and we would sing songs from Toy Story. I'm telling you, it was just the wildest. You talk about a scary piece of business, but he came back, and we got to be great friends. But it's really fun to be able to entertain these guests every night of the week.
Yeah, they continue to come back. Like, I think that's one of our pulls is like, we love the cast members in the theme parks, but we love that music because music does put you in that world, whatever world it may be. So one of my questions was, have you ever been to any of the Disney theme parks? Besides maybe one of the attractions maybe you've worked on, what is one of your favorite scores or favorite music pieces to hear in the theme parks? I see Fantasmic.
And that has to be up there, doesn't it? Yeah.
So good.
So good. So good. I mean, I have to say, when I was a kid, and I'm sitting here looking at these people that have worked on all these attractions and things that I sort of enjoyed when I was so young. And Tomorrow's Child was such an inspiration. When I was asked to write a song for Disney, I listened to all the tracks on this CD, and I was that kid that used to come home from the parks with all the vinyl and the picture discs, and to be able to have it's my proudest achievement ever, to be honest, to be able to sort of have another CD with a song on it that I contributed to. So it's but the music for me was always, as you say, such a thing. You can listen to those songs and you're instantly back in those places. It takes you right back to the 80s or the 70s or whenever it was you first experienced those songs, and they're so emotive, and it's fantastic to meet you people. It's great.
I'll hop in off what Cliff's. Oh, go ahead, Bob.
Go ahead. You go first.
I was going to say, I'll hop in on what Cliff said. I loved Fantasmic, and growing up, I would go up to Disneyland 2 or 3 times a week and go and watch Fantasmic. There was also this show called Animazement, which played at the Fantasyland Theater, which was one of my favorites. And there's a trio that was written for that show between Pocahontas, Hercules, and Quasi, and it's still I listened to it and watched that video the other day, and it's still unbelievable to me.
Oh God, it's the best. Oh, I love that one. I love it, and I wish they would have released the album for that or just the arrangement. Can you imagine? Like, people would be doing that all the time.
Absolutely.
I have a fondness for the Tiki Room myself.
Tiki Room.
Oh.
In the tiki room, in the tiki room, all the birds sing words and the flowers croon in the tiki room.
I need to get some Dole Whips for you guys now.
Oh, please.
I was like,
I don't think I've ever heard a song anywhere. I played every one of those parks. I've spent hundreds of hours working at all the shows and all the parks, and I've never heard a song that I didn't like, no matter where you go. I mean, the music is just beautiful. Right now, I'm doing these live stream shows every Sunday night, and I've been doing it for the last 15 months. And this song gets requests all the time. See if you know it. See. Can you name it?
Yep.
Who knows what it is?
America, spread your golden wings.
Sing it.
America, spread your golden wings. Far away, that America. Anyway. See, I love that. All those classic songs. That, Canada. I love the song from Canada.
Golden Dreams.
I love it. Love it all.
Beautiful. That one is amazing. And when you hear Voices of Liberty get to perform it in the pavilion underneath the rotunda, it's like heaven. It's like, okay, I'm ready to go to heaven.
Yep.
This is my entrance, man.
Yeah.
I think, and that's what I think is a pull for everyone, is like the music is such a connection for all of us. So, even when I prep to leave for Disney World, I'm always like, I have my playlist ready. I'm like, okay, gonna listen to this one, gonna listen to that one, because I'm gonna be hearing them in the parks.
Yeah.
So what was it like for Sally and Cliff? You already told us a little bit about hearing your song in the park. So Sally and Katherine, what was it like to actually hear your voice in the theme park, if you've ever gotten the chance to?
Well, for me, the Tomorrow's Child was just very, very special. I was really blessed over the years to do so much. We did the Small World ride out here with little kids in all different languages and stuff. And so many parades and so many special little events that it's, as I told you before we set all this up, my memory is not so good with the little details. But it's always been a joy to be there and see the parade, hear them playing the music and seeing the performers get into the spirit of things. And I have only really spent, I think, one visit to Epcot and to Disney World. Most of my connection has been with Disneyland, but it's been a number of years since I've been there. So it's always a treat to be on the property.
Mm-hmm.
Remember the words to Small World?
It's a small world after all. It's a
You
small
remember the
world.
words? What can you do it in? Yeah.
Oh God. I don't think I know all the world. I mean, all the words.
You know that
It's
the
a
Shaw
world of
Brothers,
laughter, a world
when they
of
wrote
tears.
that song, it was written as a ballad. It was
Yeah.
not supposed to be played fast.
Ah.
And it's a really pretty song if you if you slow it way down, it's a beautiful tune if you slow it down.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'd have you sing it if you knew the words.
Oh, I wish I knew them all, but I
Anybody
know
know the words? Come on. These great
Well,
singers.
we also had a couple of sessions where we had kids from a little French school here do the French version as the ride went on. We did all the different languages.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Katherine, for Melanie, she doesn't have any words to sing, so it's just a lot of eyeing. Paris.
And there's a couple of laws. When I actually worked at WDI as a secretary, and they had auditions, and I auditioned against everybody, and they chose me. I'd been a singer way before I became a secretary. And at a Secretary's Day luncheon, I won 2 free tickets to Paris. And I took my husband. I said, I can't give you anything but love in Paris. We went to Paris. We go to the ride, and the voice is my voice is heard even before you see the character. And we were standing in the foyer listening to me going, ah. And so we didn't go on the ride because we wanted to hear. And the little French ride operator comes over, why are you not going on the ride? And I said, well, I didn't want to talk about it, but my husband said, well, that's her. She's that voice. The little French girl gives me a kiss on each cheek. Oh my God, we sing with you every day. We love you. I literally went on the ride. I got off the ride. All the ride operators gathered around to give me a kiss and put me back on, so I got to ride it twice.
Oh,
and that was very much fun.
Amazing. I love that. I heard that they're remaking they're doing another Haunted Mansion movie. I'm like, dude, you got the story right there. You don't even need to do Haunted Mansion. Do Phantom Manor, then bring Melanie into it, because I think that would be even more interesting.
Well, it's interesting. That character really evolved from never having a name. I honestly don't know where Melanie came from, because she was always the bride. When I sang the role, it was not Melanie, it was the bride. But there's fan fiction. There are people who now dress as this gal. It's so wild. And then when people finally, like a few people connect with me, they're flabbergasted. Tell me all about Melanie. And I don't really know. She's a bride to me. So that all evolved from the ride. 25 years of that ride. And they're strangely devoted.
Oh, big time. They love it, because it has like that combination of the Thunder Mountain Railroad. It has its story with the Haunted Mansion there. So it's like, it's very interesting how it's different than over here in the US. So, but yeah, they put in Jeff Berg, a genius, put in a lot of that. So I give it to Jeff. Yeah, shout out to Jeff. He's been on the show too. He couldn't make it today, but yeah, his work is amazing on all of these rides. He was actually one of the brothers in Two Brothers in the American Adventure. He was, I think he was on the Union side. I think I'm trying to remember which brother he was.
Very handsome, but Julie Svensson too was amazing. Her artwork brought that character to life too. So.
Beautiful. Yeah, those painting. It's like they have like HD copies online. I'm like, so beautiful. I could just look at this all day. But go ahead. I
was just going to ask you if George had ever clicked in yet.
He never logged in. No, I don't know what happened, and I was waiting to get a text message from him, but I haven't heard anything as of yet. So I'm hoping everything's okay.
Yeah.
He hasn't sent me anything yet. And he and I text occasionally. George Wilkins, who has done a lot of the music for the parks, he did Horizons too, and he did Food Rocks, and he's done Living with the Land. He's done a lot of music, and he was supposed to be on today. I just don't know. I'm not sure, but I will definitely message him after the broadcast and see where he was, because we missed him.
Yeah, for all of us.
I will, yes. And my final question was going to be, if you could write a song or sing in a song for an attraction, any Disney attraction, what would you like to write or sing for?
Ooh. I've got one, but it's not a song. I would love to write the music for one of the Illuminations type shows. Because I know Gavin wrote some music. I'd love to do, one of those epic, orchestral works for something that is so visually spectacular, like Wishes or the new Illuminations or something. That would be amazing.
Oh, that would be great, Cliff. Oh, I would so root for you on that.
Oh, thank you.
I'd be happy to write anything. I was a music composition major in college. I love anything. I'm anxious to get back to work someday.
Yeah.
If anybody needs a piano player, you let me know.
Sally, what about you?
Well, I'm so not in touch with what the events are right now, and I'm apologize for that. I don't know. My grandkids are all too old for Disneyland, and I haven't been there in a long time.
Impossible. You could never be too old for Disneyland. Sorry.
That's true. That's true. We're going to try to go, in fact, soon. But gosh, it would be fun to write something for the Haunted Mansion, I think, maybe.
Ooh. Definitely a challenge. And if you had the great grandkids, maybe something for the Frozen ride, because they do have a Frozen ride.
That's right. Yeah, that'd be cool.
Katherine, I'm so sorry I cut you off originally. What were you going to say?
I would love to see a whole new America theme written, a whole new something just grand and big like the Grand Canyon, something to read. To join all Americans together at a Disney event would be much
Wouldn't that
needed.
be nice?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Something that would, something that would do what It's a Small World did, but for Americans.
That's a great. Well, you could even have a song that went around the whole of the World Showcase, a bit like Small World, but something you can sing in every language that could bring everybody together. That might be cool.
It would be, I think it's something that this pandemic has taught us, that we need one another.
Yes.
And I would love to see some of you great talents, Cliff. I would love to see that happen. That's my dream.
Yeah,
Awesome.
that would be great.
Mm.
That's a great idea.
And Jeremy, what do you think?
Let's do it.
Gosh, I don't know. I haven't been on stage and performed in a long time, but my hope is that we can get theater back open again, maybe by the fall, and get people back into the audience and into the theater to see live entertainment and to enjoy the music and the stories that Disney has made so popular. There's a number of Hunchback productions that are kind of stewing around in different parts of the world right now, but are kind of waiting to see what happens with everything going on. So that's my hope, because I think people can come together through music and through these incredible stories.
I like it.
I'm missing it a lot. I'm hoping they have more. I know they're slowly opening up more shows in Disney World, but because I want to see Bob, I want to see you back live again. And why don't we? Since we're almost done, we have a minute left. Bob, do you want to play us out before we end?
I'm the king of the swingers. She'll move you out. I reached the top and had to stop, and that's what's bothering me. I wanna be a man, come and just roll right to the top. Be just like those other men, tired of singing around, singing. Ooh, wanna be like you. Wanna walk like you, talk like you too. You see it's true, when they like me. Come with me, you meant to. I need help. Repeat after me. Addy, addy, aye.
Addy, addy, aye. Addy, addy, aye.
Yaddy, yaddy, yo.
Addy, bam.
Bada, bada, beada, boop. Dooba, dooba, doo.
Bebop, bebop.
Bebop, bebop.
Zap, zone it. Whoa! Monkey noise. Woo, woo, woo.
Woo, woo, woo. Oh, brilliant! Oh my God. Thank you guys so much for being a part of this. I appreciate all of your support over the years and being on the show, because all of you have touched me musically in a way that just has really inspired me personally. So thank you guys so much.
Well, thank you for all keeping everything so together.
for having us.
Wonderful job, Tammy.
Congratulations, Tammy.
Great job.
Hand clapping, hand clapping, hand clapping, hand clapping. Let's go, come on, let's go. We love you, Tammy. Oh, yes, we do. We love you, Tammy. Oh, yes, we do. We love you, Tammy. It's true. Oh, Tammy, we love you.
You guys are the best. Thank you guys so much. And I'll see you hopefully sooner rather than later. Yes.
Bye, Catherine. Bye, Sally. Bye, Scott. Bye, Kevin.
Bye-bye. Take care, everyone. Congrats,
Bye,
Tammy.
everybody. See you soon. Oh, that was so much fun. I am like, my cheeks are hurting from smiling so much. I miss doing that. I miss going out and singing with people and having karaoke nights and going to see Yehaa Bob. It's been such a joy to be able to see some familiar faces. I love it. I love it. So we are on our way, guys. We're at the 3-hour mark. 7 more hours to go, folks. Are we all ready? Do we have our coffee? So where are we now? I'm trying to look at where I am because I'm like, everything's going on right now. So, I do have a video I'm going to actually play something from our home videotapes. Like as we had spoken earlier, my sister and I, we just love those encounters with characters back in the day when they would just come out of the woodworks and you didn't know where they were going to be. And there was not really like a scheduled time to see them. It was just like hanging around and playing, tag with Peter Pan or meeting with Mary Poppins. So it was one of these magical moments where we were at Hollywood Studios and we were near the Magic of Animation building. And Mickey comes out to say hi. So let me just pull this out and see if I can play. It's my sister and I think I'm about, this is the year 2000. So this was 20 years ago. I'm about 5 4 or 5. So here we go. I'm going to play this. If it's going to look.
Boy, we get Mickey when he.
Here you go. Ask him nicely. Say please. Come on over. I want to hold your hand. Oh, picture. Oh, come in here. Oh, in the shade. Cooler over here.
Folks, you like to see Mickey Mouse? Come right down here for pictures and autographs. Right, folks, you see all the way down, sir. Go ahead. Come right down, sir.
Oh, okay.
So you can take pictures. Stop right here. Stop back here.
Woo! Wow, we're the first Mickey people. Bye. Say thank you, Mickey.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mickey.
I can hear my mom. She's going woo upstairs because those are long days. I'm actually going to bring my sister on while we're waiting. Terry, did you remember that? You just love Mickey. You love your favorite thing was like kissing everybody on the nose because they had that big nose.
Yeah, Pluto, I would always play with his ears as well.
Yeah, and his dog tag. So you'd be like,
Yep.
it says Mickey on it too for the Pluto tag. And so those are like those magical moments where we would be pulled. It would just be one of those things where we were just there and it would happen. And that's just another reason that we always love the theme parks, and that's why we always went back. And I think we still have those autograph books somewhere.
Absolutely.
I'm sure we do.
I have them. Yep, up in my room.
Well, I'm gonna say goodbye to you, Terry, again, but we'll have you come back soon. So we are at 3:10. Guess what, guys? So we went from the music of the theme parks to let's talk about the written works about theme parks and just the stories that kind of elaborate on the stories that we've come to love and watch in film and TV and everything. So this segment is with the authors of some of our favorite books or our favorite series. So I'm first going to introduce Dave. How are you doing, Dave?
Hey, Tammy, how are you? Congratulations on your 10th anniversary. Wow. That's so amazing. Aljon Go, I'm sure you know him. Aljon Go and I recorded our Skull Rock podcast earlier, and we gave you a big shout out on our podcast.
Oh, thank you. I listen to your podcast. I really love all the people that you bring on because you know them personally. So you get to talk about like the stories behind the scenes.
Yeah,
so,
we try to do the behind the scenes business, and tell some of the crazy stories that go on behind the scenes of people's favorite movies.
I love that. I love anything with fun stories behind the scenes because it does take it takes a huge amount of people to make something happen. So great. It's great to have you on again. And Jane, I have James and Barbara who are also waiting. How are you guys doing?
Hi, Tammy. Hi, Dave. Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you.
I see your books in the background.
Yes, we've got them.
Oh, my Godmother series. I loved reading them because I remember I got the first copy, I think right before we did our interview. So I got to read it and I was like, oh, I love this. I wish it was like around when I was a little kid.
And we loved you for loving them. Yes.
So I also have Serena. Serena gets to kind of play her to the darker side. She likes to tell the stories about the villains. So
Hi.
Hey there.
Hi everyone. Hi Tammy. Congratulations on 10 years. That's amazing.
Thank you. It was wonderful because before I got to meet you, I remember at Disney's MGM Studios, they used to have this thing called the Writer's Shop. I don't know if you guys remember it, but it was originally supposed to be there for like the Ellen DeGeneres show. That was why it was there. And then it became a bakery and a bookshop. So it was this interesting way of just seeing books about Disney. And I remember going in specifically and seeing the Evil Queen one. And I was like, what is this? And so I bought it there at the theme parks, and I read it when I was at the pool, and I loved it, and I still have it.
Thank you so much.
I love, that's my favorite part, because like I tell everybody, I'm like, the Disney villains is where it's at, okay? That's where the fun is.
Well, I think so.
And finally, let me bring in Alan. Alan is working with Dave on their new book. Actually, I thought you guys would like to talk about it first, if that's okay.
Absolutely, we'd love to talk about it. In fact,
hi, Tammy. It's good to be with you again on the Tiara Talk Show.
Hey, it's glad to have you.
It's been a while.
There's the book.
Cool. Beauty.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Oh, there we go. Anyway, this is not the completed book. It's what's known as the F and G's, the folded and gathered. I know the other authors know what that is, and I just got this about a week or so ago. So it's the book in pieces before it goes through the binding process.
It's exciting, and it's about Alan's dad.
It really is, and I have to say, the book would not be what it is, or even have been done, without Alan and the cooperation of the Coates family. And also, little known fact, I knew Claude Coates, and that's how I got to meet Alan, because I just wanted to convey to Alan the fact that I had met his father and knew his father at Imagineering, and that's how this whole book got started. Right, Alan?
That's right, Dave. We met casually at an event, and you saw my name tag, and I said, Dave, good job on that Disney and Dolly book. I just bought it at Barnes & Noble. And Dave said, you found my book at Barnes & Noble? That's great. But,
I was excited that my book was at Barnes & Noble. I really was.
That's when you know you've made it, man. Barnes & Noble's the place to be, too.
Yeah. We have a beautiful big Barnes & Noble in my town, and I want it to stay there, but I still like brick and mortar bookstores.
Yeah.
I love books.
Yes, you agree, James, right?
I do. Barbara and I worked for Disney Feature Animation years ago, and we remember we worked with Roy Disney for a while, and we remember Roy talking about the Disney and Dolly project, and he was very impressed with the project, and of course I misunderstood what he was saying and thought he was talking about the Dalai Lama, and it was the most embarrassing moment of my life, with me talking to Roy Disney and the Dalai Lama.
I could just picture his eyes going like that.
Yeah.
I'm talking about Salvador Dali. I'm sure he was very gracious about it.
He really was. Once he figured out what I was talking about, he was kind to me. But,
that Dolly and Disney project, actually, I think the seed was planted to complete that film on Fantasia 2000, because I was working on Fantasia 2000 when we brought that project up, because they wanted to show a couple pieces of artwork in an interstitial in Fantasia 2000 on the Disney that never was. And that's how that whole project sort of got resurrected.
Wow. Did not know that. This is what I love about doing interviews, because it's like you find out these pieces that and it's interesting. Everybody knows everybody, because Dave, the first interview we did was about your book in regards to Roy E. Disney.
That was the first book I did, and that was at the suggestion of Don Hahn, who I know you've had on your show, and Don and I were trading stories about Roy. We were actually in Boston at a boutique hotel near the Boston Garden, and there was a lounge. It was called the Ruby Lounge in the ground floor of the hotel. And Don and I were trading stories, because the next day we were doing a presentation at the Boston Museum of Fine Art
on Fantasia 2000, and Dolly, the Destino project, this Disney and Dolly project. And so you can't talk about any of those projects without bringing up a story about Roy. And so I was telling him some funny behind the scenes stories. And you got to realize this is about a year. This was, I believe, about a year after Roy had passed away.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. And Don looked at me, he goes, man, you ought to put some of those stories in a book. I think it would be really great. And that's really how that whole book got off the ground, was that suggestion.
You've done 4 since we first talked. And Serena, I think you've done 5 or 6 since we first talked. I'm trying to remember.
Which book were we on when we talked? Was Ursula?
No, I think it was it wasn't number 2 is The Beast, right?
Right. It was The Beast.
It was The Beast.
Right.
That
so
you were on.
I just released the 8th book in the series.
Oh my God. So it's 6 books later. I'm like trying to keep count. I'm like, and I just love that because you kind of elaborate on the villains on themselves. And I love that. And when did they officially ask you to do that again? I'm trying to remember what our conversation was about it, but.
So, I mean, the first book it came out in 2009, I think. So it was probably like a year or 2 before then. I was doing comic books at the time, and a Disney editor approached me and asked if I'd be interested in writing a novel about any of the characters. And they asked, which character would you like to write about? And I was like, the villains, please. So yeah. So the first book, as you know, was the Wicked Queen from Snow White, and we weren't sure what, if people would be interested in the backstory of villains or not. And like now, it's so many years later. I think it's like 12 years later, and we're at book 8. I'm working on book 9 now, and now we're starting to adapt them to graphic novels, which is very exciting. So the book before the last one that just came out was Evil Thing, was about Cruella, and we decided to adapt her book into a graphic novel.
Oh my God.
That's coming out in September. I'm really excited because I used to do comics. So it's nice to kind of go back and do comics again. It's very interesting, like adapting your own work. So
well, you did it before Maleficent came out, because Maleficent was like the spearhead of the Disney villains are good people thing.
Right. Yeah,
and I'm like, you did it first, girl.
Well, we should say that Wicked did it first, right? Like,
yes,
but yeah, for Disney, definitely. I mean, and that's funny because I originally wanted to do Maleficent first, but the film, was already being conceived of at the time, and we wanted to wait, and so I chose The Beast after the Wicked Queen, and I'm glad that I did, because then I started planning the entire series, because I have a connective thread that connects all the villains. That connects all the villains together in their story. So, I mean, I've got like the next 4 books planned in my.
I love it.
It's such a great gig working for Disney and having the series. It's been one of the most fun experiences I've ever had in my career. So.
Yeah, if you're a villain person, you got to check out all of her books, because I love it. What's your favorite villain song? I've got to ask. I'll ask all of you. What is your favorite Disney villain song?
I think it's Poor Unfortunate Souls.
Sadly, yes, that's the one.
Yeah, there's nothing.
I'd agree with that.
Yeah, there's nothing that beats that. I mean, I'm all for y'all favorites, but that's like the number one song. I actually included that entire song in Poor Unfortunate Soul, Ursula's book, because I loved it so much, and I had Divine in my head, like while I'm writing the entire scene.
I saw it at the Hollywood Bowl 2 years ago, and Harvey Fierstein was playing Ursula, and it was so good.
I heard about that. I had a huge conversation with my readers on Twitter about like who should play Ursula, and everybody was like all for Harvey, and I'm there for it.
I was at that Hollywood Bowl show too. I actually wrote the program notes.
Oh,
yeah. That was
Dave. coming
But
in here.
it was so much fun. Isn't it so much fun seeing the movie at the Hollywood Bowl with a live orchestration and live singers? And
one of my favorite events. I've been going to the Bowl for decades, and that was one of my favorite events ever. That
the Nightmare Before Christmas was the other one that I wrote the program notes for, and went to that show as well. It was fantastic.
There.
I like watching. I can only watch from the YouTube videos, but I love seeing them. And Alan, what's your favorite villain song? Because I wanted to make sure you got to put yours in there too.
Well, my favorite Disney Hollywood Bowl event was the Firehouse 5+2 way back in 1958, along with Louis Armstrong. So,
oh wow!
And it started to rain on Louis, but the Firehouse 5 was incredible. So. Give me some time to think about the villains. I don't deal with the villain songs as well. I'm trying to. Let me think about that, Tammy.
I love Hellfire, so I'm waiting for your Frollo book, Serena.
That's a lot to unpack, Frollo. I'm not sure.
I know. I think a lot of people just go, no thanks. I don't blame them.
He's not on my short list.
He's not that redeemable. I know. I wish they had kept the Yzma song that Eartha Kitt sang, because I don't know if you've ever heard that one. It's called "Snuff Out the Light," and they cut it from The Emperor's New Groove. But my God, is it amazing! Like,
that was written for the Kingdom of the Sun version, the version of the movie before it became Emperor's New Groove.
Yeah, it's such a shame because she just knocks it. Eartha Kitt is like, she's the quintessential woman villain, and she loved it. And I'm like, keep go, girl.
Eartha Kitt is everything. I mean,
she is.
But from villains to godmothers, let's talk about these godmothers who are trying to make some wishes happen. Where did you guys kind of put that inspiration to kind of draw and make it more of a modern piece, for girls and guys around our ages, younger ages?
Barbara, you had the core. Barbara comes over to my house and we work every day of the week.
Yes.
And you had the core notion.
It was just a very odd thing where I was driving and there was a kid who was almost hit by a car, and it was like, oh my God. But it just popped into my head about, what if there was a godmother situation there where this kid is actually a godmother, and then he's put out of business, and it just sort of went from there. It was just the oddest, who knows where ideas come from.
Yeah, she came over and I think we worked out the core story that day.
Yeah.
It took another couple of years to publish the book,
Yes.
but the core notion was, what if you injured someone's fairy godmother?
Yeah, and you had to do the job.
Yeah, and so three books later, we wrote the first one, and Disney Publishing liked it and said, okay, we'd like that and two more. And it was
a real joy to write them. Yeah. They were such fun.
I'm trying to remember, like, when we were talking last, were they trying to put it in development for a TV show at the time?
There have been nibbles, but nothing definite on it.
Because I think that would be so cool for them, especially Disney Plus now. Like, wouldn't that be really cool to have that a part of the Godmother universe?
Yeah.
Our agent says, you own it, give it time. So.
Let me mention my father's villains theme park attraction that he was the show designer for, the Cinderella Castle Mystery Tour. How many have been on that incredible attraction at Tokyo Disneyland?
Well, I've seen video footage of it. I've not been there though. Darn.
It was the first time that my father finally figured out how to move groups of people through a theme park attraction. It was never a convenient way to move people. You needed a ride vehicle that you could time. So groups of people, you couldn't handle them well. But he and Ed Johnson, who was his partner on developing this project, they figured out how to move groups of 40 people at a time through. It's inside the castle there in Tokyo. And they could move groups of people. And then two groups would come together as 80 people to see what's the big villain, Dave, in Black Cauldron?
The Horned King.
The Horned King.
Oh,
and
wow.
they pick one little kid from the audience and give him a sword, and he got to defeat the Horned King. It was really cool. That attraction, as far as I know, is still. Is Tokyo Disneyland still open at the moment?
Oh, yeah. It's open.
Yeah.
Oh, good. I knew Disney Sea was open, but wonderful, wonderful. So if you get to Tokyo after the Olympics, check out Cinderella Castle Mystery Tour. It was one of my father's last big attractions. It's really spectacular.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
My partner and I are going to Disneyland, California on Saturday. What are some attractions that your father worked on at Disneyland?
Oh, boy. Well, the prototypical iconic attractions, of course, are still there. The Pirates of the Caribbean and the Haunted Mansion.
Yeah. Haunted Mansion is my favorite.
And also, Alan, you can't remember the first project your father worked on in 1955, early 55, before the park opened, was Mr. Toad's Wild Ride.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
And that ties into the story arc of our book, Dave, because the subtitle is From Toad Hall to the Haunted Mansion and Beyond. But Mr. Toad's Wild Ride is still there. Peter Pan is still there. The Grand Canyon diorama still looks, to me, exactly the way it looked when it opened in March of 1958. And the submarine voyage, of course, is still there, but it's very much altered now from its original version.
Yeah.
So, and there are others I think what's still there, but he has a legacy that lives on in various versions in Florida and in Tokyo and in Paris and in Hong Kong and Shanghai too, of course.
The other thing I'd mention too is that Claude Coates, I think, is the only Imagineer that has 3 windows. Is it right? Is that right?
He has 3. Yes, he has 3 windows. He has 2 at Disneyland, right above the Emporium, looking across to Walt's apartment. And then he has a window too. He shares a window in Florida with Mark Davis. They have an art studio on Main Street. If you look for that window, Claude and Mark's art school.
We'll look for the windows on Saturday.
Look for the windows above the Emporium. Yeah. Okay. He was a real tall guy, so it's a clothing store. He makes large and tall clothes for large and tall gentlemen.
Big and tall.
Yeah, big and tall gentlemen. It took 2 windows to say all of that.
That's amazing. Well, I think, Dave, you wanted to mention that we were going to give away one of your books. It's going to be a part of our big grand giveaway for today.
Yes. Tammy and I spoke yesterday, and I said I'd be happy to give away one of our Claude Coates books. It will be signed by Alan and I. You won't get it until probably the beginning of October or the middle of October, but we're giving that away. And Tammy, you're going to deal with how the person gets chosen, and you're going to forward me the person's name and address, and we will make sure that we ship that signed copy out to the winner, the lucky winner of the 10th anniversary celebration.
Woo-hoo! You get to win a book, Jesse. So there's the actual website address, and Vamati and Terry are going to be posting the link in the group chat on YouTube, so you can go ahead and click the link directly there. And I'm going to leave the little ticker going on here on the bottom, so you guys can go ahead and enter.
I've been entering all morning. I'm trying to win that Claude Coates book.
To win it back. And I do have another prize. I should show it here while you guys are on. So this one is the 2014 Faniversary. D23 did a fun event where they actually went from city to city, and they gave you this beautiful little flag that you put up on your wall. So this is one of the prizes that you would also get too, along with the Claude Coates book.
All right.
Awesome.
I wanted to ask, what's the most challenging part of writing for you individually as an author?
Well, Dave, what was the most challenging part that you had when we agreed that you would be the one to document the story of my father?
You know, I think it was really the challenge on that book was really doing not only the research but all the interviews that needed to be done, and also diving into what the family had in the Coates archive, and then organizing that. I mean, you know, Claude had a 54-year career. So when you look at his career and the body of work, there's really 3 books. The first 20 years was in animation, and he was a background painter, a color stylist, a designer. You could do an entire book just on Claude Coates' animation. And then we chose the center of the career, which was his beginning of being an Imagineer, one of Walt's original Imagineers, the first 15 years of Disneyland. Because after he completed the Haunted Mansion, Claude started working on the Walt Disney World in Florida, Epcot. He eventually went on to do work on Paris and Tokyo. So you can put all of that into a separate book, you know? So we chose that sweet spot of the first 15 years of Disneyland, because that's really where he created a lot of his most iconic attractions. When you look at, you know, Pirates and Haunted Mansion and the Sub Ride and, you know, Adventure in Inner Space, which isn't there anymore, but that there's a whole chapter on that in our book. So, but that, you know, every book has its own difficulties and its own challenges, and I'm sure the other authors would agree.
Well, and let me add, we also go to spend time in New York. Dad was project show designer on several of the pavilions that Disney designed for the New York World's Fair, 1964-65 World's Fair. So we go out beyond the berm of Disneyland, and we have other chapters of what my father worked on beyond just the creation of those iconic attractions, right, Dave? We've got excursion chapters, as you call them. So this book has a very wide scope over those 15 years.
And the book is out now, or it's upcoming?
It actually officially publishes in November, and we are doing sort of a author signed copies that are going to go out probably a month before it ships from the online and bookstores.
Oh, I'm going to pre-order today. Yeah. It sounds great.
Thank you.
I already got mine. I think you had the Indiegogo for it, or
yeah, you know, and that was the other thing.
That was fun.
We did an Indiegogo campaign to get this book published because it was really about seeing if there was interest, because some of the larger publishers said, well, nobody knows who Claude Coates is. We don't know if we can do this book. And, you know, but so many people stepped up and pre-ordered the book. It got done. So
worked. Yeah.
Great. That's amazing.
Serena, what do you find like one of the most challenging things about writing a piece or keeping like the storyline and all the worlds very consistent?
Well, that's not the part that I think is most challenging. I think for the series that I'm doing, it's always when I get to the events of the film, because finding a creative way to retell the events from the film, but from like the villain's perspective, but staying true to canon. So Disney gives me freedom to do whatever I like with the villains, in terms of like before or after the events of the film. But once we're in the thick of the film, I need to stay true to the events that happened there. So a lot of times especially during the beginning of writing these books, I would get stuck because I'd be like, I don't want to just rehash like, you know, what everybody saw in the films. And so I found like creative loopholes and like different ways to, you know, change it so that like this is stuff that's happening off screen, or these are things that are happening in the villain's, in the villain's mind, or, you know, so as the series has gone on, I've found fun ways to tackle that part. So it isn't really a stepping stone. I think the most challenging recently was Corella's book, because I decided to do it like an autobiography. And so I wrote it entirely in her voice. And I'd never written first person before. All the books are, you know, for like kind of like a fairy tale like point of view. But oh my gosh, I had the most fun writing Corella's book in her voice. Like I really took it on. Like when I went on social media, I was Corella. I was like, this is Corella Darlings, and I've taken over Serena's, you know, social media, and I just, you know, and she would answer questions like, you know, for the readers and stuff. And I've had her pop on social media a couple times since Lady Tremaine's book just came out, and she's like angry that people are paying attention to Lady Tremaine and not her. You know, so, you know, it's been a lot of fun. I mean, I think the first book was the most challenging because it was the first novel I had ever written. But now it's like I have this entire map in my head. I know exactly all the villains I'm going to be doing. I know how the connective thread works. I also work with the fairy godmothers too. Like so that is a huge connective thread in the story, because there's like a group of fairies who think that only the princesses should be protected and taken care of, and then there's another group of fairies who feel that everybody deserves protection. So you know, their theory is if Wicked Queen or Maleficent or Lady Tremaine had a fairy godmother, they wouldn't have gone down the paths that they did. And why is it predetermined? Like, why are some people, you know, villains, and why are some people princesses? And we're really kind of trying to tackle, you know, I'm trying to tackle that in the ongoing thread of the series. And it kind of came to a head in the most recent book that just came out. So fairy godmother is kind of a villain in my series.
Oh, James and Barbara.
All the readers are like, when are you going to do fairy godmother as a villain? But this most recent book is a bit of a redemption story for her. She's finally come around and is realizing that she needs to be more open-minded, and that not just the princesses deserve her protetion. So
I thought she was going to sing "Holding Out for a Hero" again in Shrek 2. That's the fairy godmother I know the best. I love it. James and Barbara, before we end, do you have any?
I think the hardest part of writing is writing. It's so easy to waste time doing so many other things, particularly with social media and everything. Actually sitting down and dedicating your time to writing, that's the hardest thing for us.
Yeah. We will do, okay, so no cat videos for the next 45 minutes. We have to focus here.
We have to focus.
and we'll work for 20 minutes and we'll say, okay, just one.
Yeah.
I get that. Procrastination is like a best friend of mine. Well, before we end, Dave, do you just want to display the book one more time so we can let our listeners know that they will have a chance to win a copy?
Sure. So here's the book. Claude Coates, Walt Disney's Imagineer, The Making of Disneyland, From Toad Hall to the Haunted Mansion and Beyond. And if people are interested in getting a signed copy, they can go to theoldmillpress.com. theoldmillpress.com, and they can pre-order a signed copy of the book.
Awesome. Oh my gosh, I'm excited. Forever's going to win.
Do that.
Yes.
Well, thank you guys so much. This has been a lot of fun, and thank you for always being on the show, willing to chat with me. I love your works, and I can't wait to read some more because I know they're coming.
Thank you, and really, I mean, a 10th anniversary is just a major milestone. So congratulations.
Yes, congratulations.
Really.
Thank you. I still feel like I'm 14. I don't feel 25, but okay. Have a great day, you guys. It was so good to see you all.
Thanks for having us.
Bye.
Take care.
Thanks a
Bye-bye.
lot.
Bye.
See you soon. Bye. Oh, gosh. And it makes me want to go back to being able to read. I'm just so busy at work. I'm like, I never get a time to read. And I love any type of book series. I have my little bookshelf over here. I have my Oswald book that Dave also wrote. But I need to fill up my bookshelf. As you can see, it's all leaning because I need to put more books in there. So now we're at this kind of like a break in the show where I'm going to bring Vamati and Terry back on the screen. Hey, ladies. How's it been going in that chat room?
Interesting.
It's popping.
It's popping. What's been your favorite moment so far? I can guess.
Point blank.
Yeehaw! Vamati, you've never gotten to see him perform at Disney yet, so hopefully, maybe if he's able to come back, we're going to cross our fingers, as a lot of other performers. But gosh, this has been a lot of fun. So I'm going to play a clip. Back in 2019, prior to COVID, we got lucky where we went to Disney together as a group. And I'm obsessed with the Magical World of Barbie, which was the stage show at Epcot across the way from the American Adventure. And there was a VHS tape that I would watch all the time that was about Barbie's big birthday party because it was her birthday that year. And she became the friendship ambassador of Epcot. And the title has never been stripped from her as of yet. So I thought it would be fun to film a video about Barbie's history because I actually didn't know the history. I wanted to know why in the world, because everybody goes, why is Barbie able to come to Epcot? It doesn't make sense. But when you hear the story and the things I found out through the Barbie birthday party video research that I did to kind of commemorate it, it made sense. And she was actually extremely popular. And prior to doing the video that we did, we actually created a script and we were recreating scenes from the actual VHS tape from 1994 back in Epcot physically there. But in preparation for that, I got to talk to some of the friends of Barbie and Skipper who used to travel in the pink limo around World Showcase. And also I've known Beth McShane, who's actually going to be on the show a little bit later. She played Barbie for the longest time. And I got to interview them all about their experiences, and they had some great stories. And I just love the fashion from the show. So we did recreate some of those scenes, and I thought I'd play a clip from that, just the video comparison. So you can see 1994 to 2019. I'm going to play it and have you guys watch it while we are watching it too, but we won't be watching it. We're going to be watching it with you, but I'm going to hide our faces so you can enjoy it. So here it is, the comparison of the 2019 video we did compared to the Barbie birthday party video from 1994.
Hey kids, it's time to join the fun at the Barbie birthday party at Walt Disney World, Epcot 94. For the full scoop on the fashion, dancing, and
Barbie! And I'm gonna catch it all on my Barbie cam. Hey Tammy, smile!
Hey V, stop taping now. V!
Okay, got your Barbie cellular phone? Check. Got yours? Double check. Okay, cool. Call you when I get there.
When you're not happy with reality and you gotta set your imagination free. Take it away, Tammy. You've got the touch, the Disney touch. All you've got to do is to mesmerize. It's the latest theme park thing.
Had about Barbie, but this was every little girl's dream, to be in her own fashion show. I only wish I had a stylist like Barbie.
I heard what you were saying. I was one of the stylists for Barbie's show.
Are you Yolanda Winters, who starred in Barbie's birthday party at Epcot Walt Disney World 1994, 25 years ago?
That's me. I have some free time. Would you like me to do your hair?
You don't have to ask me twice. Well, I'll get my hair done. Let's look at the synopsis of the Barbie show. The finale takes place in France for this huge fashion show, and oh, that must be. Hey there.
Tammy, I need you here right away.
What's the rush?
I can't tell you. It's a surprise. Meet me at China ASAP. I'll explain later. Gotta go.
A surprise? What could it be? Notes below.
Oh, Tammy.
V?
Here I am. Are you ready for your surprise?
Of course.
Great, because we got a boat to catch.
Wait. We can't just ride a boat. We have to do a musical montage, like Barbie.
And a 1, 2, 3, 4.
Joyeux anniversaire, Barbie.
Really spectacular.
Totally outstanding.
Totally.
You always got to say the last words.
Just because.
Thanks for being part of our Barbie birthday party.
And thanks to all the cast and crew for an amazing Barbie show. And remember, it's a trend.
It's a phase.
It's the latest fashion craze. You've got the Barbie touch today. Bye.
You've got the touch, the Disney touch. Just a wish or two and to fantasize. It's alive. No, let me rephrase. It's the latest theme park phase. You've got the Disney touch today. Disney it up. You've got the Disney touch today. Touch it up all around.
Weren't we brilliant?
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh, that was a lot of fun. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have the stream up because I want to play it again, but I'm gonna put the volume down so we can kind of go through it because we have 15 minutes till our next section. But I thought it would be fun to kind of run through how we were doing shots like this. So we were trying to find some of the original B-roll footage from the 90s, but then try to recreate it, as you could see here. And some things are not there anymore. We had to do the limo sequence. So we had a cart because we were using it that day. So we're like, well, what else are we going to do? And this is right before they took down the stones. So there's me running after me. We don't have a limo, obviously.
Womp womp.
Oh, we were having fun. And you had the camera, right?
Oh my god. I was so nervous. Oh.
You did so well. I was so proud of you. I was like, girl, you did so well. And Terry and my dad were helping to get the camera angle so it'll look okay. We're like tilting the 90s way of doing.
Yeah, these angle shots are hilarious.
With but it was funny because you can hear me and I'm hoarse as anything because I had wasted my voice during the beginning part of the trip and I had like no voice. So here was Beth. Beth and I Skyped, and she was so gracious enough to sing for the actual broadcast, the song. And that's her on the stage in 1994. And we were internally screaming at Epcot.
Oh my God.
You can't stand on that. They told us, I didn't stand on it. I just asked. And this is interesting. They painted it. It's like a whole different back garden section. Like I really had never hung out back there. And Yolanda was such a sweetheart. So she did a lot of the hairstyles for the Barbie show, and she's done it for everything else. She did the Mickey Mouse Club with Britney Spears. We're this.
Oh God. I was like, don't mess up. You got this.
Because we only had a limited amount of time. So literally some of these were one take wonders, but we were having fun. Yeah. I liked it when you flipped the phone. Like that was cool. This shot's cool. I was so happy we got that because we didn't know where it was until we were trying to figure out where are these cameras.
Oh my God. We were like there for 30 minutes, right?
We couldn't find it. We couldn't find the guard, right?
Yes.
So this shot of you, there is no guard. So we're like, pillar.
Close enough.
Close enough.
Oh my God.
Again, there's no pillar. There's the gong. And that thing was going off, right? There was like a Phineas and Ferb like a game, and there was some lady wanted to turn on the gong, and it was making a sound. We're like, of course. It was so funny how it was all playing out.
It was like every 5 minutes or so, wasn't it? Like the sound.
I like the zoom in on your face here. Hold on. We're zooming in on the statue. Now it's you.
Oh my goodness.
This is Edward. So he used to be one of the painters. Draw is at the France Pavilion. So he was gracious enough to do a clip for us. This is at the American Garden Theater. This is at the very end of our shoot, right? V was so excited to finish this. She was like, it was so hot out, and I'm melting my makeup off at this point in time. and I'm running around in this pink dress. Although a lot of people liked it, so you know what I mean. Trying to figure it out, but no shows were happening. So wasn't there a show about to start? And we were like, we gotta go.
Yes.
We're like, we have no time. We gotta do this.
And I was like, I'm so happy to be here. So happy to be here.
Yeah. Oh my God. We were having too much fun. And some of the other cast members who couldn't be like in the video, we were thanking them, and they did clips and everything. And these background art, the artwork was done by Thomas Robert, who has been doing, as I said before, he had been doing, and he did this banner. Isn't that so cool? Like we all we did was Terry took a picture of us, or my dad did, in front of the ball. And I'm like, can you do something with this? And then he sends me this, and I'm like, yes.
It looks so good though.
Yeah, we were like slaying. That was like at the beginning of the day before we were melting.
Yes.
And walking around doing the dancing and everything. That was fun too.
Lord.
Hours and hours of dedication though. Seriously, I don't think you can see through that video how much time you both spent just like getting prepared with your lines, lyrics, and like also creating your own version of the song, Tammy. That was really neat.
Well, V has never acted before, so she was definitely nervous, but I'm like, this is the time to start.
I feel like Daffy. No, Porky Pig. What the heck?
Poor V. She's like, she's like, I don't even understand this love of Barbie. She's like, I don't even get it with the Barbie show. But I'm like, dude, it's epic. So we had to watch the tape, and we broke down frame by frame how some angles are set up, because we tried our best to line it up. But Epcot's changed since '94, so it was kind of difficult to incorporate everything that we tried, and also we were trying to have a vacation at the time, so having that happening and then trying to, I think we went the Magical World of Barbie song was fun too. I don't know if I have that clip, but we're 5 minutes of, but it was just interesting to see how we were able to find some of the spots that are still there, and really nothing has changed. The only thing we weren't able to do is like when they had the what would you call them, the trolleys, or like the omnibuses, right? Remember like that sequence? That. Oh, V, I lost V.
I'm here.
There you are. I was like, where'd you go? But yeah, they had the omnibuses, and we couldn't do like the sequence where they like climb up and they run around. So we were like, okay, how are we going to get from point A to point B? And I'm like, okay, maybe we could put the musical number here. So it was pretty cool to see how that all came to be. You know what I mean? Because I just love the show. So thanks to Terry and Vamati for putting up with me during the trip and in preparation for this, because it was just fun to kind of do the comparisons. I love that type of thing, like the before and after. It's just...
I think we were missing one thing from this though. It was a mistake. We needed Yehaa Bob in there. He should have been performing on the stage while you did the whole microphone.
Agreed.
That would have been amazing. I know. I love Yehaa Bob. He makes me laugh so hard. So like, yeah, we did this, and it took probably 2 hours on both days just to make sure we got the shots that we needed. And big kudos to my dad, Todd, because he had a microphone system that we used. And we just put the lavalier mics on us, and then he would film us and just did a great job filming. And then I just interspliced it with like the documentary about why Barbie came to be the doll that she was. And then finally she was at Disney World. So it's just really cool to see that happen. And later on in the program, Beth, who you see right over here on the side, the far right, who is Barbie, and Billy Flanagan, who plays Ken, they'll be on the show towards the end of the broadcast. So stay tuned for some more Barbie fun, because they know how obsessed I am. I can't help it. I love it. I have my Barbie tape here too. It's over here. So, but ladies, thank you so much for letting me do the recap of our Barbie videos, our Barbie craziness. I'm going to let you guys go back to the chat. But before I do, friendly reminder to everybody, we're still giving away some prizes. So what's one prize? Sorry, it's the grand prize. So I have 10 items that we're giving away. We've already showed you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Dave's book is including that. So there are 5 items that we've already shown you. And since we're coming up with the Legacy Leaders segment, which is in 3 minutes, I actually have a signed photo from Jennifer from Mickey Mouse Club. She's going to be on the show in a second, but she signed this. She signed 2 of them for me, and I wanted to give it to somebody who would also appreciate it just as much as I appreciate mine. So this will also be included, just a fun giveaway. I'm doing 10 items for 10 years, and you can actually enter to win. The link is in the chat. Vamati and Terry are helping out with that. So if you have any questions, you can ask them. And I put it in the little ticker on the bottom. So you can go ahead and enter, and we'll be announcing the winner around 9:45 tonight with our final guest, director Jerry Rees. So before I say goodbye, ladies, what is your one final word about the Barbie show? What would you sum up doing that video with one word? What would it be?
Intense.
Iconic.
Iconic. I love it. I love it. Okay, ladies, I will see you in a little bit. I got some guests waiting in the showroom. That I can see them, and they're not on screen yet. Hi, guys. I see you. So see you later, ladies. Thank you for helping out in the chat. That's Terry and Vamati. Terry, my sister. Vamati, my best friend. So coming up, we now have the Legacy Leaders portion of the show. So this is going to be a lot of fun. Again, as I said before, when we're starting this broadcast, I was trying to find out ways that we could put groups of guests together that have like some type of, they have some type of thing that can connect them. So we just did some of the music of the Disney theme parks. We just did some of the authors of some of our favorite Disney books and series. So I am so honored and excited to welcome. First, I'll bring in the some of the Sherman family on board because they were among my first interviews for my podcast. So I'll bring in Greg first. So hi, Greg. How are you?
Doing great, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound good. And
Wonderful.
And Greg worked on the Boys documentary about the Sherman brothers. His dad is Richard Sherman. So I've always been a fan of that film. Like my mom and I, when it first came out, we both watched it. We're like, we just love all of the music. So it was so great to have you and Jeffrey Sherman. Hi.
Hi there.
And you have the poster in the back. Look at that. It's brilliant. And your dad was Robert Sherman.
Yes.
So you guys had that undertaking of telling their story, and I'm glad you did. Because it's one of those that we all know their songs. We were just singing earlier. Yehaa Bob was on, and he played Let's Go Fly a Kite. So you just missed that. And so I'd also like to welcome some of our newest Mouseketeers from the 90s. So some of us grew up with Brittany and Justin, but I grew up with like the original Mouseketeers because like these were the reruns that I saw. So I wasn't alive at the time, but I grew up with the original MMC of the 90s. So I have Tasha.
Hey.
Hi, Tasha. How are you?
I'm wonderful. How are you?
Good. I'm doing well. And I have Jennifer here too.
What's up?
Jennifer.
You guys brought on a new legacy to the name of the Mouseketeer. And so
I like it that you said original 90s because the originals, I mean, of course the originals are the 50s. And
yes.
Well, yes.
For the original 90s.
Right. I want to make it clear. It was ingrained in us as children. We are not the originals.
Yes, no, not the originals.
Right.
And not the 70s ones either.
That's right. They're all very special. But yes, the 90s in the house. Hello. Hi, Tasha. I love you.
I love you. It's good to see you.
You too.
And finally, I'd like to welcome the man of the hour, Ed Asner. Welcome to the show, Ed. I don't think you need an introduction.
Amazing.
Can you hear us?
What?
Oh, can you hear us?
What would you have said? I can hear you.
Okay, good. It's good to have you on the show again. How are things? We might be having some audio problems, but that's okay.
On the show with all these.
I'm going to fill in the blank. Amazing people.
Yeah. Ditto.
We're so happy you're on the show, Ed. It's great to see you, and you look great. All of you do. And I just thought it would be really interesting to have you all on at the same time, because you each have different legacies, but they're so prominent in the Disney culture. You know what I mean? Ed, you worked with Pixar, and the Sherman Brothers. Your dads are a part of this musical lexicon of music that we all love and know. And Jennifer and Tasha, you guys get to be a part of something that not a lot of people get to be, a Mouseketeer, like an official Mouseketeer. So
right.
carrying on these, yeah. but carrying on these legacies, what is it like for you personally? Because I'm assuming a lot of people come up to you and say, you know what I mean, like, this means a lot to me. But what does it feel like to kind of be a part of that?
Who are you asking?
Yeah, who's going to go first for that one?
Well, I have a little funny story. Speaking of the Mouseketeers, when I was a little kid, my dad and uncle were writing songs for the studio and the television shows and movies and all that. My dad took me out of school, and I came down, and they did a segment with me, my dad, and my uncle. And I was a little kid, and so they started playing songs, and I'm sort of sitting there shyly. I didn't know what to do. And the woman that was there said, this was a segment for the Mickey Mouse show at the time. And the woman said, so Jeffrey, what is your favorite Sherman Brothers song? And I just proceeded to cry. And I just started crying, and I saw everybody kind of nervously looking around, and they cut away, and I didn't come back for the next segment. I promised not to cry today, though. So.
Oh.
Progress.
That's really sweet. Well, I don't know about Jennifer, but we had the 30th reunion, 2 years ago now? I can't believe that was 2.5 years ago. And I don't think I honestly realized how much it meant to people until then. I know that sounds crazy because obviously it was a great show to be on, and everyone was like, oh, it was so fun. But the way that it meant so much to people, I don't think I realized that until we got together for the reunion. People grew up with it. We were in the living rooms after school. It helped a lot of people get through a lot of hard times. And so it was pretty special to realize that when we all got together. I was like, wow.
Yeah.
This had an impact on people.
I know. It's like, sure, we all, we were on one side of the camera, and it was only so much that we could appreciate what other children who wanted to do what we were doing were experiencing, and how they were connecting to us growing up on the other side of the screen with us. And then to have them as adults now, still remembering, still rallying on social media and sharing our stuff with their children.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, sure. Maybe I'll cry today, Jeffrey, maybe, it's a big deal, So yeah, I mean, it is a special club, and, we are associated with the Always in the Club Foundation, because we do believe that everyone should belong to that club. Everybody should be a club member and share that love for music, for entertainment, for positivity and diversity. I mean, it goes on and on. So we are proud to be Mouseketeers and to just continue the third version of the legacy, for sure.
Yeah.
Greg, did you want?
Sure. I was just going to say that our dads were incredibly blessed to be at the right place at the right time when Walt had just opened the parks, and he had his magnum opus, and he had his weekly TV show, and he basically said to our dads, you're going to write all of it. And Jeff and I, at the tail end of Walt's life, were lucky enough to be able to meet him and hang out on the lot and see what that experience was like, and the magic that man had created, a legacy that's unparalleled in the world. And so I think for us to be able to carry that forward and be able to do something as special as we did a decade ago and preserve our dad's legacy in film and show just how special it was to be part of Walt's incredible creative force. It's an important responsibility for us to bring it forward, and we hope we did homage to that, and we continue to do so because we feel like it's very important to honor what that man was able to build.
Well, so Greg and Jeffrey, you both met Walt. Ed, did you ever get a chance to meet Walt Disney? Because I know distantly, like I'm assuming maybe Dick Van Dyke apparently came to the set maybe for the Mary Tyler Moore show. I'm not sure. But did you ever get to meet him or hear any stories about Walt specifically?
Yeah. Never. No, I never got to meet Walt. It was a great honor to be the lead voice in Up and to achieve the power of that film. I will always be grateful for the opportunity to participate in such a bonus and to reap such rewards from it. On the other hand, prior to that, all I had is a legacy of dwarfism entertainment was Elf. And naturally, Will Ferrell stole that show.
You were a great Santa. You were a wonderful Santa, Ed.
But truly, I like Pixar and the things that Up did, and that film was brilliant, and you were brilliant in it. Pixar is so much like what the boutique nature of the Walt Disney Studios was in the 1960s. What Pixar was doing at the time of Up and some of the earlier Pixar films is kind of that same vibe. And Jeff and I were lucky enough to go up there and meet the gang up there. And they really had that same familial thing where you just worked together cohesively as a team and put out product that had a lot of heart in it. And it was such an incredible film, and you did such a great job in it, and as with everything you do.
Agreed. For sure.
Yeah, Ed, you're a theme park character too. Carl meets and greets with the kids. It's great. They love. Yeah, they meet Carl and oh gosh, I'm going blank on his name, but the little boy, you guys meet together, and Kevin the bird runs around Animal Kingdom, and you guys sometimes the characters chase him. It's fantastic. So people still are seeing the bird, and they get to be like the junior scout. They get these like little medals when they go around Animal Kingdom. And they learn about animals. It's very, very great how they.
That's cool.
Jeff, you want to tell your story of meeting Walt?
Sure. Well, when I was, again, a little boy, Dad read me and my sister the Mary Poppins the book. And he talked about all the stuff that was going on with the studio and the making of Mary Poppins. And my dad was very animated, and he said, they have wizards and magicians making these things on the lot. So I asked him if I could come visit. And he took me down to the Burbank lot. And at the time, Mary Poppins was on every stage in the studio, every sound stage. And one stage was stage 2, the big stage there was Cherry Tree Lane. And I ended up doing Boy Meets World on that same stage later, which was really an honor. So Dad took me around, and it was interesting, but I was really just ready for lunch. And he took me back to the commissary, and they had the best tuna sandwiches, so I couldn't wait. We walk in, and I'd met Walt Disney probably a handful of times, 5 or 6 times, and he remembered my name. He walked in with a couple guys, and he walked over to me, and he said, "So Jeffrey, I understand you took a look at all the sets for Mary Poppins today. What do you think?" And I'm holding my dad's hand, and I said, "They're okay, I guess." And my dad's hand went limp. And so I look up at him. I don't know what that was. And Disney kind of looked at me like, "What do you mean?" And I said, "I don't know." And he said, "You come with me." And he took my hand. And I think now that I've really ticked off the owner of Disneyland, I'm never going to be able to go there again. And he walks me over to a sound stage, and it's where the rooftops of London were built for Step in Time. and there are workmen pounding away and things like that. And so he, turns on the work lights and on the set, and he goes, "So what's wrong with this?" I said, "I don't know." I said, "It just, it doesn't look real, I guess." He goes, "I've had the greatest artists in the world doing this it was like really defensive." And I said, "I know, but it's on the floor and it's supposed to be on the roof and no one's going to believe it." And he started laughing. And he knelt down next to me and he went like this, like a camera lens. And he said, "This is what a camera sees. Nobody's going to know this is on the floor. They're going to think that it's on the roof, and that's called movie magic. And you can never tell your friends." And I just went, it like opened my eyes up, and I went, "Wow, oh, that's cool. Like you can kind of, oh, that's really," so, I've gone into filmmaking myself, and I think that was the germ of it. And he takes me back to the commissary, to the choral room, which was the executive dining room. And my dad's sitting at the writer's table, like having like a scotch.
You had made him try that thing.
Yes.
Back in the day when you could do that.
But I thought Disney must have thought I was the dumbest little kid that ever walked on his lap. But it was really sweet because he really took the time and consideration to find out what it was that a kid, might question. And I think that was part of his magic, is that he really cared about the product and how it would affect people.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing.
That's awesome. It's a great story.
And Tasha, Jennifer, you guys had a lot of guest stars on the MMC. Now, one that has a connection to the Sherman Brothers is Annette herself. So tell me about meeting Annette.
That unfortunately was before my time, so I'm going to let Jennifer. Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Every few years, the picture of me in my Easter dress and Annette kind of surfaces and, runs the internet a little. But I think I met her when I was 11 or 12. She was there for a very special reunion, and we had a few of the original Mouseketeers, including Bobby and Annette, Donnie, Tommy, lots of E's at the end of all these names. And we did 2 different dance numbers together. And it was really, I would say, impactful, not only to watch Annette work and how bright she always was, but also to work with her disability at the time, just to work when she might have been in some pain. Her husband was always with her, was always watching over her. And as a very young person, I think that impacted me greatly as far as professionalism and how you can be a light even when you're not feeling 100%. And so, I mean, just even in the 90s, Annette was blessing children and, forming our minds about entertainment and the magic of show business and how that works. But we had a wonderful time with her. She and all of the Mouseketeers, the original Mouseketeers, were so nice to us. So yeah, I mean, it was a once in a lifetime, I would say, impactful experience for me. And, every time one of the fans says that, me and Lindsay from the 90s are like the Annettes of the 90s Mickey Mouse. I mean, come on, like that. Okay, I'll take it. But wow, she was amazing to work with.
Yeah.
Tasha,
awesome.
Who was one of your favorite guest stars that you got to work with?
We had a great, like a racial justice day that was so great. And we got to meet the Reverend Jesse Jackson. That honestly, impacted me so much. The fact that we were talking about, racial justice in the 90s, and we were 13, and we were talking about diversity, and we were talking about disability awareness, and we were talking about just really important issues. Sometimes, hard to talk about when you're 13, but I really appreciated the fact that they were willing to do that on the show. And that was such an amazing, incredible day, the whole day. And we got to do Michael Jackson's Black and White. We got to dance to that. And we got to, it was just like the whole show, that whole experience was such a fantastic, fantastic day for all of us, I think. Yeah.
That's really cool. Yeah, you had a lot of people watching the show, like that was at the studios in Disney World at MGM Studios. So you're taping live for fans and everything. Yeah. And I think one of the most exciting things about now is we used to be able to do the Disney expos. So I had a little surprise. I found a photo. Hold on, let me see if I can find it here. And I wanted to show you who I did get to meet in 2015. So let's see. We got to meet Ed back in the day.
That's a great photo.
Yeah.
Jumbo fires in every.
It was a great show because I think at the time you were sitting here and Dick Van Dyke was across the way doing his other autograph around the corner. And then the little girl, Karen, who played Jane from Mary Poppins, was around that corner. And Leslie Ann Warren was there. It was like, what's going on? It was so cool. So I waited in line to meet you and you were so sweet. You hugged me. It was so much fun. So
Wow.
I'm hoping we can do it again. Go ahead. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No. I'm going to have Dick. He's going to curse down to the ground the fact that he wasn't part of this.
Aww. It's okay. Hopefully we'll get to finally meet again. I'm hoping that we'll have like these type of reunions because it's so great to meet you in person because, you know, I'm sure you hear, do you hear a lot from people who come up to you and tell you the works that they love and that you've done?
Yeah, I do. I want to tell Dick that it's an honor to be having lunch with somebody who is representative of the side.
Oh, and it's an honor having you on the show today, my friend. I'm just so thrilled you're here. But yeah, I was looking through my photos and that one popped up. and kind of going back to like the studios themselves, I had a question for you guys because, you know, being on a backlot, whether it would be at the actual Disney studios or at MGM studios, there's always something going on. And my question was, were there any happenstance encounters with people that you probably never thought you would run into on any of the backlots any of you have been on before?
I mean, Michael Jackson surprised us at our first press conference. I mean, again, I was probably 11, and it was probably the only time he was taller than me. It was just when I was starting my growth spurt. So I was really looking up at him at the time. But we had this huge press conference. It was this big deal, and I know that the kids had a lot of pressure on us to do the things, you know, just all the press junket stuff. And we ran out of our set to the backstage area and we ran right past him. We didn't know he was there. We didn't know who he was, and the press didn't know he was there. So I thought that was all, you know, really cool and ninja style that he wanted to come see us and support us, but wasn't making a big deal out of it as far as the press or anything. And he gave us a quick pep talk backstage, and he gave us all these autographed you know, headshots of him, and I just thought that was really cool. I mean, at the time, honestly, he was one of the biggest musical influences I had. And so for him to come and say hi and thank us for what we were doing and support us, that was really, really cool. I want to say that might have been one of the only surprises. I do remember one of those guys, like one of the Superman guys, the TV show back in the 90s. He had a motorized skateboard, and he was like, and just drinking coffee like in the back lot. I had no idea who that was and why he would, you know, but I think he was filming there before we were even. So that was the only random other person that I ever saw there.
I also really liked the we would have like crossovers from the Universal people as well to come to Disney. So we had like the Clarissa Explains It All people come over. And it was always like this silly, funny, we're rivals, but we weren't. We were all really good friends.
Sequest.
But it was fun.
Jonathan Brandis popped
Jonathan
in.
Brandis, Sequest. Yes.
Britney Spears had no idea who that was, but I almost lost my mind when he just stopped into the dressing room and no one else around me, including Britney Spears,
biggest
knew
crush.
Who that was. And I was like, do you know? She's got her hamburger like, I don't know. Like, I was freaking out. So yeah, I guess that one too.
Yeah. Yep.
Greg and Jeffrey, what about you guys? I know you've been on the Disney backlot so many times.
Well, back at the studio, I was once walking out of a meeting, and I see this very tiny woman walking, and I looked, and I realized it was Carole King. And that was it. And I said, "Are you Carole King?" She said, "All my life." You know, it was like I just didn't expect to see her there, and she was just so sweet. We talked for a little while. She was wonderful. That was I think the coolest one.
That's awesome.
Nice.
I've never gotten lucky. I remember one moment though when Jeff and I we interviewed Julie Andrews in New York City. Her schedule wasn't for our documentary. It wasn't amenable to being able to do it in Los Angeles, and so she was doing multiple interviews that day, and she had a room. We had this master suite where we were doing the interviews, and then she would go do changes and do different things. And so we kept talking. We got in the elevator, and a couple people got in with us, and then she got off on the floor where she was going to go change, and then I kept going down to the rest of the way with the people that were in the elevator, and the woman just said, "That was Dame Julie," and she fainted in her husband's arms, and he had to like carry her into the lobby, and it was kind of a moment, kind of fun.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I love it. I love those chance encounters. Those are always very interesting to hear about. I remember, I think, Jennifer, I'm trying to remember, did you mention, there's so many interviews I've done, and that's my question. I think like we talked about TLC coming on at some point. Yeah. And there was a controversy with that.
Yeah. I mean, at the time, Tasha, you were there too, right?
Oh yeah, this was 4th season. Yeah, yeah.
They
Left
were
Eye.
delightful. They were delightful, and they rode in on what, tricycles, like around plastic tricycs, because they're so diminutive, like itty bitty little ladies.
Yeah,
and
they were
so
tiny.
Tiny, right? But I think at the time they were wearing contraceptives on their bodies.
Yes,
they would,
especially Left Eye. She wore the contraceptive on her left eye.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Well, and so
they made her change it to a Band-Aid, right, or something?
Band-Aids all over their clothes, right? And so I didn't know. I didn't know that was their thing. And so when they showed up with all these Band-Aids on, I was just looking around like, what is this? Is this what they do? Like, and then someone had to explain to me, and I was like, oh, good call. So yeah, that totally stuck with us like that. Because most of us, weren't attending TLC concerts at the time, but we knew them from the radio, and so I had just never, I had never seen that kind of adjustment. But that was very common, where if there were lyrics that were a little too racy, they would absolutely rewrite everything to be family friendly. So they were very good about that, and it was cool that TLC played along with that. I thought that. Yeah. Nowadays, I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, they didn't rebel against that or anything. I remember the lyric thing was funny because the sweat to dance thing was always curious to me, because I was always like, what's wrong with sweat,
Right.
But they changed it to gonna make you sweat to gonna make you dance.
Yeah.
Maybe they just wanted to invoke dancing more than sweating, because sweating's gross. But I just thought that was kind of funny.
Sorry. Yeah,
Sorry,
like
I just thought it was funny.
All these memories of censorship are now coming up in our brains, right? Like, I remember I was in this sleepover musical performance called He's So Shy, and I'm 12. Again, it's all those young ones, and I had a V-neck night dress on that came up real high, but they still put a triangle of fabric.
Oh yeah.
And like holding hands gently in the light, that instead of wherever it was through the night, it was gently in the light. So, things like that. So, yeah, they were very honest.
That's very interesting. Yeah. And so you guys had a lot of great guest stars. Ed, my question for you would be, you've been on a couple of TV shows. I hear somebody loves that siren.
He does.
Is that yours? Is that yours?
He thinks it's a fellow wolf.
So nice.
Forgive him. Sorry. Please continue. Okay. But he does have perfect
hilarious.
pitch. Sorry about that.
It's all right. but Ed, I was going to say, who was one of your favorite guest stars on any of the TV shows that you used to do? Who came on the show and you worked really well with and just jived with in a comedy standpoint?
Well, Johnny Carson was a surprise guest.
Oh,
yeah, he was
incredible.
One of our producers. We really had to work for him, and he came. I was a surprise guest, except they had a blackout at the same time. So all you heard was Johnny's voice talking out of the black.
Wow.
It was a good surprise. Who else? Walter Cronkite. We had Walter Cronkite, and that was great on there. That was the best news source in the world.
Yes.
Who else? How close are you two brothers?
We are cousins,
Hey.
and
How
we are
close?
close. We didn't grow up knowing each other very well. We've come close over the years, and we're actually doing stuff
it's
together.
great to get-
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was one of the gifts of doing the documentary together. Was we really, our families, if you've seen the movie, our dads were sort of socially estranged. They worked really well together, and their career was, bonded, but that the families didn't socialize, which we just explore in that. But Greg and I got together to make this film and have become very close. And in fact, we just had lunch with his dad, who's now 93, about 2 weeks ago, I guess. And it really helped us kind of find a connection that we didn't have growing up.
He's also still working, which is great, because when you're 93, you don't get as many assignments, but he's still getting them. So that's good for him.
That's amazing.
Yep.
Oh, we need to get him and Ed together. That would be so cool to work on a project together.
That'd be fun. Well, I've always been in awe of Ed, not just as an actor, but also as a political activist. All the stuff you've done over the years has been wonderful, and I just wanted to thank you for that.
Yeah.
Me too. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. When Up was nominated, and they decided to introduce it as the winning animated show for the Oscars that year.
Yeah.
And they decided to employ it in France, and they had Charles Aznavour be the acceptor over there. So I grew up listening to Aznavour, of course, and then that was another great honor for a singer.
That was wonderful.
So all over the place.
And I really wanted to thank all of you for being a part of my podcast these past 10 years. It's been really an honor to get to talk to you individually about your stories. So thank you very much for helping me celebrate today for 10 years. I'm halfway through the day now. I'm at 4 hours.
You're doing good.
Congratulations.
You're amazing to go through that.
But you're also doing a great job. You're keeping everybody, you're keeping this magic alive, and you're doing a wonderful job at it. Congratulations on your milestone.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, guys. You're so sweet. I can't wait till the next Disney Expo, because I'm giving Ed a hug, and I'm giving all of you hugs. Okay? Hopefully when we're all safe and sound, because I miss it.
That sounds good. That sounds really good.
Well, thank you guys so much. It was wonderful to see you. Stay safe.
And good to meet you all and see you all.
Same here. Congratulations.
See you later.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye, Ed. Oh, it's so good to see so many familiar faces today. It's just kind of like throwing me back, because I'm like, I remember where I was when sometimes I was doing these interviews and what was going on at that time. So it's lovely to see some familiar faces. I love that. So I have another clip I'm going to show you guys from some home videotapes. This one's an interesting one because I just found it, and it's from around 1999, 2000. And it was my first time riding in the front portion of the monorail. And my dad, again, he caught this footage where we're going through we're on the monorail in the front seat, and we're going through Epcot, which the monorail kind of goes around the ball and goes towards the back end of the park. So when you're looking at this, you're going to see us pass the Wonders of Life Pavilion. They're going to mention that the Horizons building was knocked down, which will be interesting to see. It's all leveled from the height that we're at. We can see down, and the monorail driver says something interesting as to the effect of there's going to be a new space ride, which soon would be 4 years later, Mission Space. So let me play this clip for you, so you could take a look. And so kind of down memory lane as to some of the attractions I was lucky to see and lucky to ride, especially in the front of the monorail. That's cool. So here we go.
Hold on to the handrails and stay clear of the doors. Hi. They will be closing in a moment.
Hello. This is our first time riding up front.
Yeah, ours too.
So we've been here 4 years and
You'll be like the millionth person.
Here we go.
Keep looking at them funny home videos on TV to see if I wind up on that thing.
In the Magic Kingdom. Look at this. Contemporary
What's the
resort.
top speed? It's pretty much 40. I can't imagine doing 97. Stand up to the center. Stand to the center. I said I couldn't imagine doing 97.
Stand right here.
Is it scary?
Right there.
Oh, man. It's smooth. See how it's working now? Right, I can't even tell on that.
wow. No, it's not wet. That's phenomenal.
But what it's doing.
Also, the central location with plenty of pin trading, where you can exchange commemorative television pins with Disney gift that predicts the entire history of our
We see the Horizons is finally closed.
Yeah, they're gonna put the.
They knocked the whole building down.
They're gonna put a thing in there called it's like a space shuttle.
Join us here at Epcot.
You ride that, that's gonna give you one fantastic ride. Since they remodeled it,
Pyramids are the gateway to your journey to imagination.
I was like, what happened here?
You should venture money on living seas. You can descend via hydroelectric to space outbound and navigate the water.
So now I'm remembering that was right around the time that Test Track actually opened. So that was around 1999, 2000. So yeah, right around that time. And as you can see, little me loves to talk to people and say, you should ride this ride, you should ride that ride. So I just loved Epcot. I was like so into all of the attractions. I love the Wonders of Life building, and I loved going the Imagination ride. It was always so much fun, but I wasn't old enough to go on Test Track as of yet because I wasn't tall enough at the time. So, oh well, that's fine. It happens. So, let me pull out another prize. So I'm doing another, we're having a giveaway. As you can see right below me is the little ticker. I'm giving away 10 items to celebrate 10 years of the podcast. So we've already showed you a couple of them, and I have another one. So this one, since we just showed a clip from 2000, this is a driver's license kind of plate that you could put on your car for Magic Kingdom, the year 2000. Isn't that cool? And it's with me. Where is Minnie, though? We have the Fab Five, and there is no Minnie. I don't understand this. But this is one of the prizes that you'll get if you win the grand prize, which is all 10 prizes that we've been showing off for today. I'll show them again at the very end, and we will officially pick a winner around 9:45. So make sure you go ahead and enter to win. And Terry and Vamati are the moderators in the group chat. They're going to go ahead and they'll make sure that they add you. They add the link for you to go ahead and enter. It's very simple. Just put your name and your email. Okay, guys, we are at 4:35. We're keeping time. We're doing good. Whew. Whew. Okay, I'm ready. It's been 4 hours and 30 minutes. We're gonna do this. Here we go. So the next part I have is animators, pilots, and singers. Oh my! Because this is like a collection of many different people from many different backgrounds. So I'm excited to welcome. First, we're gonna welcome RJ and Suzanne, this husband-wife couple.
Hello.
Hi there.
Tammy.
How are you?
We're good. How are you?
I'm doing good. The reason I played that monorail clip was because Suzanne, you said that you were a monorail pilot. So I was like, oh, let's make a connection.
Well, that's how I started out anyway, before I was Sleepy the Dwarf and before I worked in entertainment management. But yeah, for a year and a half, I was a monorail pilot.
And I was a monorail pilot for 3 months. And then I became a management artist, one of the 4 artists that worked on all the figures and all the attractions, put skins on them and everything. So
Yeah, your works are amazing. So I'm glad to have you on the show. I was like, I got to start with a monorail clip. Make a connection.
Yes.
And we're gonna go with Laurie. She's a Disney animator, and she's been waiting the longest. So hey there, how are you?
Hi.
It's funny that Suzanne says that she got to play Sleepy in the park because Laurie dressed up as Dopey for Halloween at the animation event.
Yeah.
I couldn't do Dopey. I was too short. The costume didn't fit me. So.
Oh no!
I am very short.
And then we have Carol. Hi, Carol.
Hello, Tammy. It's so good to see you.
It's good to see you too. You're a storyboard artist, so I'm glad we have another perspective because we had a couple of animators on the show, but storyboard artist is a little different. So I'm glad you're here.
I'm glad to be here. Your show you're doing so well so far. It's beautiful.
Yes, when I have some video clips playing, I'm just eating my goldfish, so I'm doing well. So let's see who else is here. Well, we got Barry. Hi, Barry. You're also a Disney animator. You worked with Laurie.
Hi, Barry.
It's been a long time, Laurie. It's been too long.
Long time, but now we're here. We got you. We have a reunion going, so that's good.
And Carol too.
Yeah,
I met Carol back on The Little Mermaid. We were working on Under the Sea.
Yes, it's been quite some time since I've seen you, but you look very much the same.
Well, I've got glasses now because my eyes are failing me, but I'm hanging in there.
And then we have Gretchen. Gretchen, hi.
Hey, Tammy.
She has a wonderful history where her mom was in the one and only Genuine original family band. Try saying that three times. With
one of our favorite Disney movies.
I actually did a portrait for John Davidson in 1973.
We became friends with John.
Wow.
Who, of course, was in that movie.
That's awesome. Yeah, her mom was one of Leslie Ann Warren's sisters.
Really young at the time.
That's really
Heidi Rook.
That's great.
And finally, I have Steve Anderson, another animator. Hey, Steve.
Hey, Tammy. Hi, Carol. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
You're the oak of our tree that we have right now.
I'll do my best.
It's good to see all of you. Thank you guys so much for coming on the show tonight. I really appreciate it. And I do want to remind our listeners, we have about a couple people, well, not a couple, we have a good amount of people watching. And if you have any questions throughout this entire broadcast now and going on, you can always post them in the YouTube comments section, and we can pull them up to show to our guests, and they can answer them directly to you. So it will be fun. That's like the cool part about doing a live stream is I could finally have listeners partake in some of the questions because they sometimes are like, oh, can you interview this person and ask them this? And, I like it when we can combine it and make it fun. So let's talk about, let's first talk about animation because that seems to be a running theme with most of us here. Animation has kind of grown into a different entity, but I know that Barry and Laurie, you guys both not started out, but you were at excuse me, I can't breathe right now. The Disney MGM Studios at the Magic of Animation building they had there, which was very unique in its theme because people who were coming into the theme parks were able to walk by you guys and watch you make these films, The Little Mermaid and so many others. So can you tell me a little bit about like that process of being in the fishbowl, as they called it?
Go ahead, Barry. You want me to go?
Go ahead, Laurie.
I worked on just about every sort of angle in that fishbowl and all the various rooms and whatnot. My office moved, I think, 20 times while I was there. So I got to see it from every perspective. You sort of block it out. After a while, you don't notice it, but there was a lot of stories. Early on we had a lot of young people working there, and it was always fun to sort of watch the the good-looking tourists come through in their shorts and whatnot. But it was just a lot of fun more than anything. It wasn't really a distraction. You got used to it. Occasionally there would be something, but we played off of each other fairly well for the most part.
You know, in my case, my desk was about the furthest away from the glass. So I didn't really interact with the tourists that were coming in, except the very beginning. When the soft opening began, when they started bringing people in before opening day, there were no artists there. It was empty. So they wanted me to move out to Florida early. So I finished my last scene on a Friday in California on The Little Mermaid. And then the following Monday morning, I was sitting there in Florida in front of the glass with the tourists coming in. And they wanted me to, because I was the only one there. And they wanted me to do some Roger Rabbit pencil tests so that people could see an animator working, because that was the whole idea of the tour. You actually saw a working studio. It wasn't fake, it was real. So I knew we were going to be doing a Roger Rabbit cartoon. It just hadn't been finished. The story hadn't been finished yet. They were racing to get it done. I was there about 3 weeks before opening day. And so I would spend all day doing pencil tests, shooting them on the reel-to-reel machine that you would show the visitors as they walked through so they could see animation being done. But my actual desk was actually about the furthest from the glass. So at least in the first couple of years, I hardly ever saw the people coming through.
And with Carol and Steve, you guys, I don't think did you ever get to work in that type of environment, or you guys were usually behind the scenes in the early stages of the story because you guys weren't in a technical fishbowl?
I mean, I worked at the Florida studio for a while, but I was in the building proper. I was not in the fishbowl because I was doing story at the time on Brother Bear. Mm-hmm. So we were tucked up in the second floor or something like that. But then Carol and I worked out here in Burbank at Disney Pictures on Tarzan and many films subsequently. So there was no fishbowl in Burbank, just in Orlando.
But they kept us in the Disney feature animation building is like 3 levels, and the story people were at the top. And so we were like away from the animators, away from the effects people. And there's a funny story once where when we were working on Tarzan, and we found out that Olivia Newton-John was going to be there. Do you remember that? Olivia Newton-John was going to be there. For some reason, I can't remember. She was getting a tour for, I think, one of the shows that was coming up. And one of the people on our crew loved Olivia Newton-John. And so he goes running down. He happened to have something of hers. He goes running down to have her autograph it. We're all like peering over the top like those angels that you would look down from like the frescoes. We're all watching him get it done. So we were tucked away though because we were that kind of geeky.
Well, I have to interject here, Tammy. I was not an animator, but I was friends with one, Philo Barnhart, who worked on Little Mermaid. Yeah. And he gave me one of my most treasured gifts, which was a drawing he had done of Ariel. And I have that in my study.
Yeah, Philo was there.
Yeah. Philo was there in the opening year or two in Florida.
Yeah.
But I knew Philo way back in the 1970s at Hanna-Barbera.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
Everybody knows everybody. That's the thing I've always found is everybody knows everyone. And I'm like, oh.
Well, see, RJ and I go back so far that, we were there in the first 10 years of Disney World. Oh, of course, I stayed a lot longer than that. Well, you're old. I'm not. And so it was like a tiny little family back then because it was just the Magic Kingdom and 2 hotels and, no studios, no Epcot, no. But it was great to be a part of that magic at the beginning.
Oh, absolutely. I see the film footage of the early days of Magic Kingdom, and it's so much different because now the whole entire Walt Disney World is like the size of San Francisco or bigger because it's like, oh my gosh, there's so much. So you start, but Suzanne, you said you started as a monorail pilot, and then what did you do after that position? You said you went to be a character, and then went to be an artist at that point.
No, I had been a professional dancer, and I had always wanted to work for Disney from the time you and I were first married. We talked about
We
it.
were 5.
Yes. Okay, that's enough. And RJ and I had moved from Miami up to Orlando to try to get jobs there at Disney World, and had trouble doing that. And there's a very long story in our first book that we did about Disney, that tells the whole story of how all this happened. But he got an entry-level job as a monorail pilot, like he said, for 3 months. Then interviewed for 6 weeks and was hired as a three-dimensional animation artist. They called them audio animatronic
Nobody
artists.
could say it, so everybody on property at Disney World called us and the animation artists because they couldn't say audio animatronic.
But then when he left monorails, his supervisor said, "I sure wish we could find somebody to take your place that would be, as old as you and all that and know it so well." And he said, "Well, you should hire my wife because she's trying to get a job at Disney and she can't get hired as a dancer." And so I ended up doing that. Meanwhile, RJ was in the background trying to get me. He made friends with the manager, Frank Ritty, of the character department. And a long time coming, but I finally did get a dance audition and got to do what I'd always wanted to do, which was perform. Back then, the characters did everything. We did stage shows, we did parades, we did PR stuff. We actually got to go to Miami and film a commercial for Eastern Airlines. We did all kinds of things, and it was very hot, but a great experience.
But then after that, you went into entertainment management.
Yeah, I was in entertainment management. I worked in convention entertainment, special events, resort entertainment. I was all over the place. I actually had a expense report that I had to turn in every month for using my car driving all over property, speaking of the 47 square miles. Because by that time, there were several hotels and, the studios was open, Epcot, of course. And so I would just kind of did a little bit of everything. And then I left my position in management the last couple of years I was there, because it had become a very draining job. I loved it, but it was just a bit too much for me. And went back into the park and worked at the Haunted Mansion as a guest host, and loved that. It was so much fun.
Yeah, did you have to frown the entire day, right?
I loved it because, usually if you were on stage, they were always saying, make sure you smile, make sure you smile. I didn't have to do that when I was
Well, I envy all of you animators because you got to work in some nice facilities and everything. We had a really nice facility for the 4 of us artists. We were in a double wide trailer behind Small World.
Oh, wow.
For years.
Yeah.
We had some trailers at one point while they were building while they were building the main building. We had some trailers working on Mulan. And they
for
had
those of you,
had some issues.
For those of you who worked in the animation area of the studios, our son Sean, while he was in college, was one of the backstage tour guides on the whole tour of. That is no longer there, of course, because
sadly.
But I know that was the weird experience of going there in October 2019, and I'm walking down what used to be New York Street, and it ain't New York Street no more. I'm like, this is just weird, because and then you get into the other section of the backlot tour, which was that little round section with the little the decoration that looked like it was from New York. So it was so disappointing.
Yeah.
But the fishbowl is technically there, but it's now just different rooms for the Star Wars thing, so I don't count it anymore.
Well, our son is kind of sad about that because he always wanted to take his son, who is now 14 and has never been to a Disney park. Yeah. He said, I can't take him there and show him where I worked because it isn't there anymore. No.
In a way, it's like the animation type of world is so different now because it's more of the 3D animation. And I know I'm doing a weird transition here, but a lot of big musicals weren't much of a thing after like the 60s. I would say after Hello Dolly 1969, that kind of like the big Hollywood musical disappeared. But lo and behold, Gretchen, your mom, Heidi, got to appear in one of the last Disney musicals that they had. I think it was 1967, but it was after Walt had passed because he wanted John Davidson and Leslie to do another film. So can you tell me a little bit about how your mom kind of got involved in being a part of that type of production?
Sure. Thanks. I feel so underqualified for being here, so I appreciate it.
Don't you say that.
It's all a big entertainment conglomerate. So
That's true. That's true. My family's been in the entertainment industry forever. So yeah, they did ballroom dancing competitively. My mom was one of 8. And they got scouted basically at one of the ballroom competitions, and several of them went into commercials. I think my Uncle Willie, because I remember he had to learn how to eat right-handed for cereal commercials because they couldn't show a left-handed child as the devil.
Oh,
So my mom ended up getting scouted to audition for Marsha for the Brady Bunch after that movie and a couple other things. But before that, she was like the Sunbeam Girl, and then got a Disney audition. And they're like, all right, well, we're going to California. So this is really cool pictures of the whole brood. They all went, the whole Rook family, which was really cool. But yeah, it was just the ballroom dancing into that, and it just kind of came naturally because they lived in Connecticut, so it's just a hop, skip, and a train ride away to New York City. And that was where they met, I guess, a lot of other people that led him into that. John Walmsby was one. I think I remember.
Oh yeah, John.
Because my grandma would clean him up before a couple auditions, because he would just like go through and touch everything on the streets of New York on the way, like kids do when they're 5 and going by themselves to auditions.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so really, really fun stories growing up, because by the time I came along, everybody was all out of it, and my mom had said, I know you love acting, but you're not allowed until you can drive yourself. You can't go into any kind of show business, because I was way too young to realize that like local theater acting was way different from Hollywood. So it was like nice, a lot of lessons there, and a lot of cool stories growing up about just that whole thing. I wish she had gotten to meet Walt. That would have been cool. I kept hearing just in general around the movie about how he wanted it to be done, and like what would Walt do was a thing that was going around that set, which I thought was cool.
What did she say about working with Buddy Epson and dancing with him?
That was cool for her, but I think she was a little more into Kurt Russell. I think she had a little bit of a crush.
Weren't we all?
I don't think that crush ever went away. I'm kind of sad that she never got to see him as like hot Santa, because Sorry.
And of course, that was the movie where Kurt Russell and Goldie Hawn met, but they were not involved because I think Kurt was about 13 or 14 at that time.
He was underage. Yeah,
he was young, and she was like the flirtatious dancer at the end, which was really really cool, really cute to see. But my mom loved that.
She could dance. I was like, wow, doing those high kicks. I always remember I would try to attempt to do the high kicks that Leslie Ann Warren and Goldie were doing. I'm like, I can't get this leg over my head.
I hear once you get it, you never lose it, because like a high kick into a split was my mom's dance move at like all the family weddings for years, because like a lot of them, like they grew up ballroom dancing. So, you go to a wedding and they're all just doing all the ballroom dances, and it's like a professional thing out there, and you see several of them popping legs doing splits, and I'm like, whoo! Nice.
Unfortunately, I can't do any of those dancing moves anymore because I had 2 serious injuries to my knees when I was in characters.
Oh no!
So, yeah. And I still miss dancing because it was my life from the time I was like 8. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I can't dance at all.
He can't dance. He has no rhythm. I don't know how I've stayed married to him all these years.
Well, Barry, you look like a dancer, right?
I have to say, it depends on how many drinks I have in. But,
I'm with you there.
Yes,
yeah,
he can do it
way
too
too
with
long.
alcohol.
Way too long. No.
And Steve, you and I, we have like this fascination with movie musicals and also the 70s movies that happened because we just love Pete's Dragon. So that was probably one of the obscure Disney movies that happened that was a musical. So we're big fans of that. But I know you were doing some research on that. But my question I thought would be great for you and for everybody else is if there were ever a point in time where you could have been on set for a film that happened during the golden era, as let's say when Walt was still around, any of the films, what would be one that you would have loved to just explore the set and meet the cast for?
I mean, I think Mary Poppins is probably, it's just such a quintessential Disney movie of Walt's era, like the pinnacle of everything that himself and his artists could do. So I think that probably would have been pretty cool to walk around those sets. Yeah. And to sit in any story room, by the way, on the animation standpoint, from the animation side, to sit in any story room on any of the movies with Walt there, just to be kind of a fly on the wall and hear what that dynamic was like and the brainstorming and, how much, what was his input on certain moments and, these classic films and how are the other story artists involved. I think that would be really cool.
What about you guys? What would be something that you'd love to have walked on the set for?
Well, I would agree with that, Mary Poppins, because it was a combination of live action and animation. So to see Julie Andrews and Dick Van Dyke, for example, the penguin sequence, having to pretend they were there when they weren't. Yeah, I did work on Who Framed Roger Rabbit, and I did see part of that process where you had to draw over where the live character was looking so that there was eye contact. And you weren't looking over someone's head or you weren't looking at their chest. Your eye contact was where it was supposed to be. Not an easy thing to do. And they did a fantastic job, even way back then.
I agree with the Mary Poppins thing, but I also would love to have seen the set and met the cast of The Happiest Millionaire, which is one of my favorite Disney.
Yes.
And met Tommy Steele because we got to actually see him live in London in Singing in the Rain.
But
My
John
mom did
Davis.
too.
Oh, really?
My mom, she and I
cool.
were just talking about that. She's like, I got to see Tommy Steele and Sing in the Rain. I went, darn you for sharing that with me. I love him.
We were there at the same time.
That was our 20th anniversary present to each other.
So, John Davidson was great when I did the portrait for him. I had just done recently one for Liza Minnelli. And so John was terrific. We became really good friends, and came back to the Hollywood studios and was doing things in the Hollywood Bowl and talking to all the Disney guests and everything at the studios. And we sat down in the front row, and John came out and he did a double take, and he says, RJ, what are you doing here? And I says, I'm an artist here.
He said, I want to know where the painting is. And he said, it's on my yacht. And I said, oh, you have a yacht. Good for you.
But he talked fondly of working with Leslie Ann Bourne and with the kids in One and Only.
Yeah, he loved working with all the kids.
Great guy.
Yeah, I wish there was like more behind the scenes footage of them putting it together because it seems like it's probably a big task to get the round up the kids.
Oh yeah.
And you only have so much time with them too. I'm assuming Gretchen, your mom told you that they had a certain amount of time where they were on schedule, and then also they were also going to school.
Yes. I heard about a lot of missed school actually, and then like where they'd like yank them off set for a little bit and then bring them in. They'd have to learn some stuff and then they'd like shove them back out there. And like she's like, it wasn't really useful. We didn't learn anything. but they were strict about it. And then I think there were some time constraints that caused them to miss out on some stuff because of the location or the weather or something to do with that, or because they were kids. I'm not sure. Yeah. I do remember when she saw Leslie Ann. I'm sorry.
I'm sure they were happy to miss out on some school.
Oh, for sure. My mom was so excited to meet Leslie Ann Warren because she had seen her in Cinderella, and she told me that she saw her with all her hair chopped off, and wasn't expecting it, and burst into tears. Because you have this expectation. You see somebody, you expect them to look a certain way, and I was like, oh man, that would. But still, it was really cool. Cool to be able to work with somebody she had seen and admired, I think.
Oh,
that's great.
I think they were, Steve, weren't they on the, there was like a property where it was just the fields. It was like Disney Ranch or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's where they were filming.
Golden Oak Ranch up here in Santa Clarita.
Is that there, or is that no longer?
It's still there.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
That's cool.
Yeah, lots of
I'd
shows
love to
and
go there.
commercials.
Yeah, they filmed a lot of stuff there.
Yeah, even non-Disney things. Look at any like Dukes of Hazzard. Oh, there's the ranch. Like all these like tons of 70s TV shows and stuff like that.
Oh,
Nice.
I just want to run around the fields like Leslie Ann Warren and just go, happiest girl alive. Just do that.
Yes.
I was so jealous. Like, I love that sequence where she's singing and then all the baby horses come out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, filmmaking. I love it.
Musical magic.
But Barry, since you were also in the fishbowl, and Steve, you said you were at some point. What was one of the most craziest celebrity sightings? Because we already heard earlier today that Michael Jackson had come a couple times to the fishbowl. But what was some other sightings that you might have seen while you were there?
Oh, there were awesome ones, and it was almost every day. Princess Diana and her two boys came in once.
Nice.
Mark Hamill,
Wow.
Leonard Nimoy, Burt Reynolds. I enjoyed seeing some of the classic people, like some of the 1940s and 50s stars that were coming through. Jane Russell, she was so sweet and so nice. And you know the thing about all of them, they were more impressed by us than we were of them. Because that was during the time of Beauty and the Beast and Aladdin, and we were making all those classic movies. And they didn't want to leave. They wanted to ask 100 questions. And they were all very nice, very nice.
Oh,
I have to tell you what we had Celebrity Wives was who we got to work for from the studios, and they were animators originally. Mark Davis was one of our bosses.
Yeah.
Leota Toombs, Waithel Rogers, John Hench. These are all people that came out to our fancy trailer all the time, and worked with them a lot in the 70s. It was amazing to have them walk in the door and went, "That's Mark." Yeah, it's fun to have stuff like that happen and see people backstage all the time. It's pretty amazing.
Well, and I was lucky enough to 5 different years I was in the Christmas show, which was then in the Magic Kingdom. And of course, they had a celebrity narrator for that show every year. And I got to meet some of the neatest people on the planet. But my favorite was George Kennedy, because I was in entertainment management by that time. And they said, would you meet his limo when he comes to the production center where we were rehearsing? And I said, oh, yeah, I love him. I'd love to meet him. So this man climbs out of this beautiful car. And I've never seen a man that big in my life. I mean, it was like I was looking up like this. He had shoulders that were 8 feet wide. And he was not fat. He was just big. And I went, hi. I felt like an idiotic child.
At 5'2", she looked like a midget.
Yes, I did. And felt like a midget. But he was delightful. And he had us. They always took a cast picture of us during rehearsals with the whoever was the narrator for that year. And that year, George, it took a long time to get that shot because he kept making everybody laugh. But that was so much fun, having a job like that where you never knew who you were going to meet next.
It's always a surprise. You never know.
That was a fun aspect of being able to work for Disney, was going to be a part of the Candlelight Christmas tree. I did it, I think, like 4 or 5 years.
Oh, nice.
Every Christmas.
I love doing that.
And it was just wonderful that that they did a Christmas story where they actually talked about Jesus.
Yeah.
They couldn't advertise it as such, but to actually sing the Christmas carols and hear the story of Jesus' birth and everything, and the songs that went with it, I loved being a part of that every year.
I can feel your emotions because I was the same way. And my daughter, who worked at Epcot for almost 9 years, was in the show with me for 3 years. And then our son was in one of the high school choirs 1 year. So I had both of my children and me in that show, and that was really cool.
I watched.
Well, guys, I thank you so much for being a part of the show. It's always been a pleasure talking to all of you. So thank you
Great
for being a
fun.
part of it. It's been a blast.
Congratulations for 10
Yeah, congratulations, Tammy.
Happy
Oh,
10
yes.
years. Thank you.
Yes, happy 10th.
I hope to see you all in person at some point. It's at some point in the next couple of years.
Okay, come to Chicago.
Come to Chicago. We're here.
Oh, I'd love to.
And it's so great being on the show with the rest
Yes,
of you. I'm
it was
so
terrific.
impressed
Yeah.
being with
Thank you
animators that every time people ask me what I did as an artist, I say I was an audio animatronic artist working on all the figures and all the attractions at Disney World. And then the next question they say is, well, what movie did you work on? I went, no, you're not listening. Anyway,
Well, thank
so
you
it was
guys.
fun being with you all. Thank you,
It was so
Tammy.
wonderful to see you, and I'll see you soon, hopefully.
Great to meet all of you.
Stay
Bye.
safe, okay? Oh, it's good to see everybody. I love seeing familiar faces, as they say. Okay, how are we doing in the chat? Terry, can I bring you up on the screen for a quick second? I just want to make sure how are we doing in the chat so far? All's well that ends well, as they say?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, we as we said before, Terry and Vamati are posting the link to enter the giveaway competition that we have. So I will show you another prize I have, which is this cute little Boo from Monsters Inc. Isn't she adorable? And she even has like the little head portion of the outfit. So she could be yours, including all 10 other giveaways that we have. That's going to amount to one grand prize that we're giving away today for the 10th anniversary of the actual show, the podcast. So
There's going to be a lucky winner.
There is going to be a lucky winner. So right now we're about to go to the cast member corner segment. So I'm going to go ahead and play this video that will lead us in. And I just want to make sure it's going to play on time. Here we go. And then we'll go into our next segment. Here we go.
Criticism from a loving person. Little Hercules got all huffy puffy with me and ran out to the gym all day long.
Oh dear.
Girls, what is with boys' sensitivity levels these days?
I don't know.
Oh, I mean, he runs around in a skirt. You think he can view him?
I know.
You're with me.
You dress. Oh,
You like my purple dress?
That's my favorite color. It's not purple's your favorite color.
She's thinking it.
Give her a hug.
You want to know why this is my favorite color? Because when I was born, I was blessed with purple eyes, and I said to myself, Meg, because I call myself Meg. I said, Meg, if I wear anything besides purple, I'm going to clash, and girls don't clash. What do you want? Hey, honey, how you doing? 1 second, let's get a picture, should we? Wrap those arms around me tight.
Give her a huggy. Can we go give her a huggy? Say I love you. Tell you love her. Say I love you. Which talks of a story.
Going in 5 minutes. Characters are going inside in 5 minutes.
I love you. Oh, thank you, Meg. Give yourself a chance. Thank you very much, sweetheart.
That was back in 1998. That was like my second trip to Disney. And Meg has been my favorite ever since. So there you go.
That wig, it's gorgeous.
I know. It's stunning. Like, I wish I had that head of hair. I'm sure it's like a two-piecer to put on.
Yeah.
I can't.
It's a lot.
You must have to like have like a proper posture to make sure everything, your head doesn't hurt yourself at all.
Yeah.
But yeah, Meg has always been my favorite, and I have my let me see if I can reach it. My Herculade mug from the movie. I love having my little props and things. It's good to have them around. So you guys, I also have a surprise to that end, since we did like show the actual video of having Meg on. And Terry, I'll see you in a little bit. I'm gonna remove you from the screen for right now. But yeah, so my surprise that I have is that I've got all the home video clips I've been showing. Like some people we've known we find out and get to talk to over the years later. So Meg was best friends with one of our guests in the next segment. So I'm going to introduce her first, and her name is Emma. Hi, Emma. Uh-oh, I think your sound is off. Yeah, your sound is off. You're a little I don't know if you're frozen too. Yeah, I think it's like with the little earbuds here. I've been having issues with mine too. So yeah, it's really weird. I'm going to mute you for right now if that's okay. Yeah, you might have to change like the audio sound when you enter if you want to re-enter, and just make sure it's plugged in, and I can have you re-enter again if that's okay. And while we're doing that, I'm going to add Charles.
I can leave, yeah, leave.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, I can hear you. Oh, there she goes. It's okay. We'll keep going. This is what happens, and it's all good. Okay, so here comes Charles. Charles was a singer.
Hi, everyone.
At Walt Disney World, and he was on the Walt Disney World Christmas Carol tape. So it's good to have you back on the show. I haven't seen you in 2 years, almost.
Thank you for having me. I know we had dinner in Orlando.
That was fun.
My niece.
The speakeasy.
That was a blast.
Oh my gosh.
Nice reunion. Thank you.
It was fun. It was good to finally meet you. You know what I mean?
I know. I feel like we're best friends because we've had so much contact over the years, you know?
Yes. And we finally got to meet. I love that aspect of it.
Yeah.
And all the way from, I believe, from down under. I think Pablo is tuning in from Australia. So Pablo, am I right? Are you still there in Australia?
Yep, it's 7 a.m. on Monday here in Australia.
Oh, you poor thing. Thank you for waking up early.
That's okay.
I appreciate it.
Not a problem.
Pablo, for many of you who might have seen the Walt Disney World beach party video from like the sing-along, Pablo was best friends with Aladdin. So he got to be best friends with Aladdin for a long time, which was so cool to see that on the home videotapes was like the best part. and I think Emma is back. So I'm going to bring her up on the screen. I think she's still figuring out the camera. And I have Karen. Karen is from the Doug Live cast, and she also works as a World Showcase performer. Hi, Karen.
Hello.
How are you?
Very good. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, I'm glad you're on the show. I know. I'm glad you're on the show. And finally, we have Duncan. Duncan works at Walt Disney World.
Hey
too.
There. How you doing?
Good. Where are you working now? Because I remember that.
I'm now working because some of the shows are still dark. I'm working with Parade Audience Control.
Awesome. Yeah, because we got to see you several times at Indiana Jones.
Right.
And that's always fun, the stunt show. So thank you guys for coming on the show. You're part of the first cast member corner segment for the evening. I've always had cast member for listeners. I've always had that cast member corner segment, which I thought nobody really was talking to the cast members who've worked in the past and current. And I think you guys have such wonderful stories of bringing magic to so many people, like I just showed in that clip. There are so many moments that we had as a family where it was made better because of people like you. So first of all, thank you for being a cast member. But one of my first questions was going to be, what inspired you to come down to Walt Disney World and work and become a cast member officially?
Well, I used to live in Florida, so I lived in Orlando, and I went to school there. So Disney is sort of a rite of passage. That's where you go and work. As a summer job or as a job after school. And I used to work, I think I was 16 when I started working at Disney as a cast member and just doing the parades. And I would oftentimes, don't do this at home, don't try this at home, kids, but I used to skip school, call to Disney to see if they had, any openings for the parade. Go do the parade.
Nice. And how long were you at WDW?
I would say, about 10 years. So I left in 1996. So it was 3 years after Aladdin started is when I left.
I was going to say, I didn't know if maybe you had cross-referenced Emma. Maybe you might have seen her or Karen at some point in time, or Charles.
I don't know. I'm pretty old school, so I'm not really sure.
Karen, when did you start working at Disney?
99. So yeah, at 1998, I was in New York. I'm originally from Japan, and I moved to New York City to study acting. And after graduated from NYU, I was going to audition and did some theaters. And then Disney's audition tour came to Times Square. So I went there and I was cast for Disney's Dog Live and also Holidays Around the World. So I did Holidays Around the World 21 years straight, 5 days a week. I mean, just holiday season though, that one, and 11 years full time. So yeah.
Wonderful.
Awesome.
And Emma, how long were you at Disney at the time of your run as a cast member?
So I got there in 97, and I went straight to MGM Studios. So I was there right as Hercules was coming out, and we opened the Hercules parade and did that business. That's why Meg holds a special place, I think, for me. She was my first friend, and then the rest was history. Yeah, and then I was there for 13 years.
Oh my gosh!
So Emma, you and I crossed over because I left the year before you did.
I think so. What part were you at? I missed that part with my.
I was at MGM.
You were?
Yeah, I was at MGM.
Dang, man.
Yeah, we're family.
That would have been a blast.
and Charles, you got to kind of sing around Disney. You were at different locations, right?
I was, at almost all of them. So when I moved down to Orlando, I almost said Disney, in 94 until 98. And one of my friends, Amy McDonald, told me about the caroling company, Carol Dulgar Entertainment. She had a group of like 80 or so carolers who would go around and, we did contract Disney and all that kind of stuff. And it was a blast. So I did that for 3 years. And then the video came out, or the video opportunity came up. And I just had so much fun. I was at the Contemporary Hotel. We were in the lobby before the big Christmas show that they had.
Aww.
At the Contemporary Hotel, the Beach Club. I think we were in the lobby of that. 4 and 5-part harmony, doo-wop, and traditional Christmas carols. So it was a blast.
So fun.
And Duncan, you're still working. You're probably the only current cast member right now.
22 years.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing. And what is one of your favorite things about being a cast member?
I don't know, just seeing all the opportunities that are out there and seeing the changes and being part of the changes. Seeing MGM kind of change into Hollywood, and now having Star Wars in our backyard now.
Is that fun?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I hear it's chaotic. I remember I had to get there at, was it like 6 a.m? I woke up at 4, got there at 6. And I've never seen that many people up that early to go to a theme park. I was like, what is this?
Yeah. We've kind of calmed down during the past months, but it's coming back.
Yeah. I expect the summer hours have been a little bit more difficult, especially. But like,
the summer hours.
Yeah. I don't know how you guys did it. Like, I know that sometimes I guess, was it a little bit different in the 90s as a point to you had a specific time frame you had to be out, and then you would come back in after like a 30-minute set, or is it something different than what they have today?
I don't know what they have today, and but when I was working, it was 30 minutes on, 30 minutes off, and it depended. So for breakfast, sometimes we would do like the full morning, and then our counterparts would sort of take over. So you could do both. You could do the half hour on, half hour off, or 2 3 hours straight just to get it over with, and then your counterpart would take over. Parade obviously is its own thing, and you're on the parade as long as the parade is going, and Yeah. If there were specials, anything special that you did outside of the normal business, park hours or your allotted time, then that would be whatever it was. If it took 5 hours to do, you would do it for 5 hours.
Yeah, I think that when I was there, they had 30-minute sets, but then they had they called it weather 1 and weather 2, where the sets would be shortened for specific groups. I know for myself, for the majority of my time in characters, that was not really affected, I guess,
No.
And then when I went into the more of the shows, you'd go do your shows, just whatever your shift was, and we do meet and greets afterwards as needed. So
yeah, correct.
Yeah.
Did you guys go ahead? I'm sorry, Charles.
I was going to say I got to do a parade actually for Mickey's Very Merry Christmas Party one year, and the carolers would go out twice, and we would be in the barrier or where they actually would do the parade. On that side of the roads, and we would do just I think a 20-minute set twice. We were there for a few hours.
Yeah.
But that was a blast. I think we did that 7 nights in probably 97, 96.
It goes pretty quickly. I mean, you kind of thrive on adrenaline, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like as soon as you go out, you have this like insurgent of like adrenaline and like everything else and dopamine and because it's just like you're literally on, and you are your energy level is like up here for the full 30 minutes.
Energy.
Yeah.
Your energy, yes. So you're there, and so then as soon as you sort of go backstage, you kind of just like
crash.
Yeah.
I was
and then start over again.
Right. I was doing World Showcase Players. That's 30-minute set and 5 shows a day.
Yeah.
It was hot and we didn't use microphone, so screaming and high energy. Did the comedy and came back. Disney's Dog Live is inside the theater. It's very cold, and I think it's 40-minute show, 40 or 45 minutes show. 3 day, for 3 days, I did five shows, and then 2 days, I think 3 shows, and then we alternate.
Oh my gosh.
And Holiday Around the World, 50-minute set times 8 sets. So, 50 minutes, but I'm alone and talk about the holiday.
Yeah. I have a question. There was a restaurant, and I forget the name of it. It's where they put Bear in the Big Blue House. And it was like a catwalk restaurant where they'd have the Disney characters in studios. I'm sorry.
It was
in MGM Studios.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's where we. So Emma, did you do breakfast at that restaurant?
We did. Yep. So we did. I'm trying to think of what it was called. We did.
I can't remember either.
That's so
I'm blanking.
Backstage something.
Yeah, or backlot restaurant.
The backlot.
Yeah, the backlot restaurant.
It was incredible. Truthfully, I think that was one of the most awesome restaurants for the ambiance, right? Because you had the backdrop from Aladdin, and then up the staircase was the lamp, and then Pocahontas had a little something. I remember Miko used to ride the trays down the slides or down the stairs. Such a naughty raccoon.
The things we used to do that wasn't allowed.
Yeah, but I'd either just saunter by bored or be reading my book intently. I'm not looking.
I don't remember eating there, and I didn't know when they closed it. I think they closed it around the time we started going. I think 97, 98. So I never got to experience it, and there's really not that many pictures of it, and that's why I wanted to ask, because I kind of assumed maybe you guys got to witness or be a part of it at some point.
There was a really funky transition when they were changing it over to Bear in the Big Blue House, where they cleared all the restaurant stuff out, and then it was they did a pretty good job. They brought in a grandmother willow something, and then for Belle, she had the fountain, to sit on. So there was a really pretty kind of background while they cleared it out and kind of transitioned that whole experience away. But it was really cool. And then all of a sudden it was a show. It was you blinked and it was oh my God, how'd you do that so fast? It's they just Disney.
I know.
Disney magic.
They just did it.
It's a shame it didn't stay, because we all love seeing the characters. That's a fun part about it. But also the fun part, as Duncan, you were saying that you're helping with crowd control during parades and everything. So tell me a little bit about that. So Pablo and Emma have been in parades, and so has Charles, and I'm sure Karen has.
They because of what has happened this past year, all the parades are kind of shrunk down. We are doing motorcade about every 45 minutes, which is the characters. We have the Pixar characters, and then we have Mickey and Minnie later in the afternoon. But we have 2 convertibles, and they play. For Pixar, they're playing You've Got a Friend in Me, and we're walking the cars up, and we have Edna Mode, we have Buzz, we have Woody, Jesse, Frozone, and the Green Iron Man.
Oh, that's not. I remember the Green Iron Men used to do their show out in front of a great movie ride before the hat was there.
Right.
I remember that.
And pretty much we walk from the front of the park where Crossroads is to where Star Tours is now.
I think
so. It's about a 10-minute parade. Motorcade we're calling it.
Amazing, 10 minutes. Woo!
Oh yeah, it's a quick 10 minutes. I mean, literally, you step off and you're, clearing the way, and it's one end to the other, and then you wait, and then they've spread them out where they're not one on top of each other. So.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting how I'm not even counting in with COVID. I feel like so many things have changed with the meet and greets over the years, especially since the 90s. Because it used to be you guys could just run out, play, talk to people. There was no line.
Yeah, I used to. Oh, sorry, Duncan. Go ahead.
Yeah, they're not even doing meet and greets. Are still on hold. They're doing kind of pop-up characters where you can do selfies with them. But there's no autographs. It's pretty much they're kind of in gated areas. If Pablo, if you know where the Brown Derby is, there's those little islands in the middle where the grass is.
I used to play on that island.
Okay,
yes, a little grassy knoll.
Right. Yeah. So that's where Chip and Dale do a picnic.
Okay.
So it's more they're interacting, but there's no meet and greets. But you can, turn your camera around, do a selfie, or take a picture for a wallpaper, that type of stuff. For right now.
Mm-hmm.
As a contrast, I used to run out of that sort of forecourt area where the backlot area is. I used to run around there. I used to climb the fences. There's scaffolding. I would climb the scaffolding. I'd sit up on fences with an apple. I'd go into the Brown Derby and run through the Brown Derby because there was a back way up from the Brown Derby. There was almost like an exit to go up into the backlot restaurant. I'd go up there. Different rules back then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know they were connected. I didn't know the buildings were connected like that.
Yeah, well, they were back then. I'm not
sure. Well, if you guys are talking about the Catwalk restaurant, I think that's where the Club 33 for our end is now.
Oh, right. I saw the elevator. It had this Mickey sign out there where you had to hit your magic band if you're a member, and then the elevator will go into the abyss.
Magic.
But yeah, it's just so weird to think the studios has changed. I think that was a real true hot spot for meeting characters because everybody was out there, meeting and greeting and playing, and that was so much fun. And when I go to Great Movie Ride, I'm like, there's nobody here. What am I gonna
do? That's something even now as a guest and bringing family that sometimes I look at it and I go, oh man, it's not the same. And I get it. They're trying to see as many people and whatnot. But for me, I think, and from what it sounds like, you experienced this too. It's you had some wiggle room to create something. If you were
totally,
if you were really into your character or whatever, you could kind of make this memory that was just incredible.
Absolutely.
And the cruise ship was the first time so I was in characters until 98, right before 99. And then went to Equity and then went to the cruise line. On the cruise line, it was they hadn't really had some character exposure. And it was the first time that you could just kind of make it. You could go in and just sit down in a staircase and start reading a book. And then slowly you'd see kids just kind of sit down and and then you realize they were there and kind of just read along or tell the story for that. And it was just you kind of got that magic piece back, because it did become a little bit more like, here's your cue and go around, and now they're inside with a little corner and lights, and it's just not quite the same. But I love hearing that you'd eat an apple. I feel like I could picture you be like, bouncing it out, like such an Aladdin thing to do.
Yeah. Well, what was one of the most maybe one of the biggest mistakes that might have happened, or one of the craziest things that's happened during a show that you've done, or during maybe a meet and greet experience?
So many. Oh my God.
I'm sure.
All the time. It would happen all the time. I ran out because I was known for, like, as soon as you were on set, I would just run out and, wanted to, I would seek out a kid or whoever and just, interact with them. Mm-hmm. But it had rained that morning and we were on Mickey Avenue. And Mickey Avenue at the time, I'm not sure what it's got now, but it had, has all these benches, and they're metal benches, and they're painted and they're beautiful, and they're very smooth, and they're perforated. So I would climb those. I'd climb the trees. I'd do all that stuff. But it had rained in the morning, so everything was wet.
Uh-oh.
And I ran out. I ran on top of that bench. I slipped, fell. My wig went whoop. Oh no! It went back. It went back. But I was like on my back on the bench like this. So Aladdin's back was all wet, and it's just kind of everybody laughed, and I just kind of kept going with it. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, sure. The recovery.
It's one day.
Parkour doesn't always work. Parkour is harder.
Parkour, yeah, exactly.
It's harder than it looks.
Yeah, Aladdin was doing parkour before parkour was parkour.
That's right. What about you, Charles?
Oh, mine is okay. So we were at the Contemporary Hotel, getting ready to perform in the lobby before that big Santa's. It was the big show that they had at the Contemporary for like a month running, and it was always sold out. Well, we were in the green room, chilling, and we turned off the sound because we just kept hearing all the sound, so we turned it off. Well, that was Santa's cue, because our green room was his green room.
Oh no.
And yeah, it was almost disastrous. Horrible. But no one ever told us. We just, it was just, who are these people talking? He made it, but a little late. He wasn't in costume or like fully in cape. It was, yeah.
Oh boy.
I didn't touch it. It wasn't me.
How about you, Duncan?
No, you just have your days of people not wanting to get out of the way of the cars, and trying to get that selfie, and it's like, you have to move. Please move. This car is coming towards you. Please move to the side. Put the camera down.
Karen, what about some Doug Live mishaps? Because you got to play Pork Chop.
Right. I don't remember. I mean, this Doug Live was okay, but World Showcase Play, I was telling a story at Japan Pavilion, 30-minute show and Japanese folk tale. And once upon a time, and I felt one of my front tooth, crown is falling off.
Oh no!
My friend, and I turn around, push it back, and then finish my story.
Nothing to see here. Oh no!
That's the worst.
The show must go on, right? So
yeah, and don't
must go on.
Exactly. I missed the Hercules parade. So Emma, do you have any stories from that?
Oh, not as much from the Hercules parade, but the first thought that came to mind was like a cruise line story. I don't know if I can, if that's
sure.
So yeah, so it was. I mean, it was just really terrible seas. There was like 45-foot swells or something like that, and it was actually in it was the same 3-day. It was just we were strapped down and in for it, but the shows kind of still happened. And I remember this point where, like, in the Hercules show, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to show this properly, but we hit this pose and we were like, boom, and we're holding, and the whole ship like listed, and we were all like, and then back we kind of came, but like the whole lineup, and everyone had their little poses, and we just couldn't keep it together. Like we just kept laughing, like this is bananas. And then for Disney Dreams, then the same weather, and poor Peter's up there, and he's like, "Let's fly," and then all of a sudden he's like, "Again!" And like
Or not.
swinging back from the wings, and we were like, "This is so bad." But it was really, I mean, I think all the guests appreciated that we were still, doing it. And our, Peter is just such a child at heart. He just made it. He ad-libbed beautifully. And I think the guests all appreciated it. In fact, that weekend was this little boy like walked up to, kind of snuck up on the stage and showed up as we were doing curtain call, and he handed Peter a thimble. And it was just like, get out of here with your So like, here we're all seasick and girls, and we're like, oh, everybody just was like, we love our jobs to death.
Yeah.
So great. Yeah. You just need a kid to hug you. Like,
To snap you back into it.
yeah. You're like, oh, it's worth it. It's worth it. I was so sick over there, but it's worth it. Yeah, that was funny though. The first thing that came to mind was like, man, weather beats all.
Mm-hmm. No matter what, especially were any of you ever caught in a hurricane down in Florida?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Not at Disney, but yeah.
Yeah, what was 2005 with Charlie? I was there.
Charlie, Francis,
it was like,
Jean.
yeah, one of the first. Whoa, 3 for you comparatively. What was?
Well, keep going. I mean, I've gone through. I mean, go to work.
Charlie
Okay,
was the
guys.
first one they closed Disney. I think that was like a big deal that they'd closed it for Charlie. But I don't know. Maybe they have since then or had before then.
Anytime one of them is even near, they're like, okay, guys, batten down the hatches. Don't come to work.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, we would go. They take it when we were. I was there. Like, no, you're going out. It's fine. It's just a little bit of wind. It's just a little bit of wind.
It's fine. You're fine.
For us, it was freezing weather. Having shows being called because you're performing outside. And it's 30. It gets under 40 degrees, I think, and they end up calling shows. Or that was rough.
Oh, boo-hoo. Up here in Philly, we get down to like 20 degrees. It's like, that's 38
I'm
degrees.
in Wisconsin. That sounds balmy. But I mean, I remember though, like doing the Christmas shows at the castle and trying to be in point shoes. And I was like, really? Because it's very cold right now. Like, it's very cold. My ankles are going to snap, but no, it's fine.
Well, guys, I can't thank you enough for being on the show.
Well, thank you.
I love these stories. So thank you. This has been great. Thank you for also being on the show in the past too. I appreciate you supporting my podcast.
So fun. Congratulations.
Congratulations on 10 years.
You're doing so well. Just keeping everything going and the magic alive. We all are here. We're there for so long for a reason. So.
Yeah, and we all appreciate it as just family members and people who got to go to the parks. You really did make our trips, and that's why we kept coming after all these years. So thank you for
That's
making
awesome.
the best of all of it. We appreciate it.
Hey, Tammy, before we go, I know you have Andrea Canny on your show later on.
Yes.
She was my roommate in Orlando. Tell her I say hello.
Okay, I will. Maybe
Hello for me too.
Should I tell her like a word that should trigger a story, or
no? Because there's too many of them.
I'm sure.
Yeah. You better tell Billy Fleming and I say hi too.
And Billy as well.
Billy, oh, he's just the best.
Tell Billy Fleming and I say hi as well.
Andrea and I used to work at American Idol. So I know a lot of your cohorts via American Idol.
And Jen Spenceley as well. Please tell Jen Spenceley I say hi.
I will. Yeah, Jen, she's on my home videos as Pocahontas too. So it's like everybody. It's so cool. So I will let them know. I promise.
Hi, Mom and Dad.
I know they're watching because I think they are commenting. So.
Awesome.
Cool.
And Tower of Terror. Seriously, I giggle the whole time. It's so fun. And I don't like those drops either. It's like a drop tease. Seriously. Before you can freak out and stop.
I'm so scared, Charles. I haven't ridden it. I don't know if I'm going to make it.
I laugh the whole time. I giggle the whole time. It's just funny.
Well, thank you guys so much for coming, and I hope to see you soon. Stay
See you
safe.
guys.
Love you.
Stay safe,
Bye.
everybody.
Take
Good to meet
care.
you.
Bye.
Bye,
Bye.
everybody. See you later. Oh, it's so good to see everybody. Okay, hold on. I keep getting text messages about everybody's really enjoying the show, which is good news. I'm glad to hear that. And we have some new people in the chat. So hi, everybody in the YouTube chat universe. Let me just send this over. And we'll go from there. I don't know if Nancy, if you're watching, I just texted you the link so you can join in on the chat. So if you hear this, I just sent it over to you. So let's see, what else do I have? So Karen, we were just talking about her being in Doug Live. So I have a cool video from our home videos. So at the beginning of Doug Live, which was based on the TV show Doug, they pick 3 dads and 1 mom to be a part of the band The Beats. So my dad was picked. So my poor mom is holding my 9-month-old sister, and I'm sitting next to her while we're watching the show to watch this big sequence where he is playing flounder. So he should be on the far left side when you see this clip. So let me go ahead and pull it up here. And let's see, it's clip number 11. Okay, here we go with some Doug Live.
We're going to trick all the people that are coming in right now because they won't know that you're not feeling the beats. Yay! Yay! So I'm going to get 3 daddies and 1 mommy. These need to be big kids because there's lots of turntables and pyro and stuff like that. So if you're not as big as me, volunteer your parents. They love that.
Bigger.
How about do the yellow top? Go ahead, you do how they move. So on the count of 3, you guys are going to yell, "Look out!" and they're going to break into.
And I'm just, oops, sorry. I'm jumping in here. He is the second one in from the left, just so you know where my dad is. So he's the one with who has his hands out to the right of the hostess. So let me just jump in there saying that.
Are going to yell, "Look out!" and they're going to break into their wildest and craziest, funkiest dance moves. They're going to get jiggy with it, okay? Now remember, you'll never see these people again, so go for it, all right? Woohoo! Look out, ready? 1, 2, 3.
You make the call. You make it. Woo, 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 woo. So yeah, he played Flounder, and then they apparently got this like a little printout of the characters from the show, and then they signed the date and everything of when it happened, and then they get the card. And I just thought that was so cool. I love when they have audience participation in shows. So it's just funny how they come out and they turn right back in. And that was the fun of Doug Live. It was like one of my favorite shows at studios. So now that we're on to our next cast member corner, let me introduce somebody who was in the Doug Live show as Skeeter, and his name is John. Hi, John.
Oh, hello. Oh, my head's all cut off. There you go. Hey, how are you?
It's all good. It's all good. I was just wondering if like that song is just bringing back so many memories.
Yeah, you know, I've forgotten the little number they danced to in the pre-show because I did the MC role as well occasionally. So yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, once in a while over the summer when we had a lot of shows and they needed more help with that parts. I did that too.
But that was when you weren't like painted blue for Skeeter.
Yeah, I didn't have on the skirt. I had on like a shirt and pants and the blue hair, but yes.
Nice.
I think my MC name was String Bean, if I remember correctly.
String Bean. Now that's a cool one. That's a cool name.
Yeah, I thought so. Made it up myself.
Do you still have your lunchbox like I do? I
do have a lunchbox. Yes.
Nice.
I'm not sure exactly where it is, but I know I have it somewhere.
It's somewhere. Well, I'm glad you're here. So I also have Chris, who was also a Studios Park member. He cast member. He worked at the back lot. So, hey, Chris.
What up? Good to
How
see
are
you
you
all.
too?
I'm hanging in there.
He's hanging in there. We were literally just talking the last 2 groups ago about the back lot and how it's changed from New York City street to Star Wars land. And it's just weird for that transition because you're so used to having the New York City street, you know?
Yeah, I saw somebody posted online somewhere a little map that says, like, here's where everything overlays. Here's the Star Wars in here. So, like, right now you're standing in the Star Wars area, but it used to be the driveway to the Golden Girls house. But it was kind of neat to see that. But yeah, it's completely transformed.
I know it's weird because you're so used to it being the 90s MGM studio. So I'm like, this is not what I remember. But at least the Muppets are there.
But there's still a lot that's still the same. So it's weird when I go back for visits. You can say, oh, that's still the same. They didn't change that. Does anybody know what that Dipmobile is actually?
Where did it go? Yeah, seriously, the Dipmobile. Oh my God, I forgot about that. And we also go ahead. I'm sorry.
They seem to hang on to some props for a long time and keep them on display. And I don't know how some people know what those are anymore because they're not like movies that are, on top of mind type of things. But other things disappear that you will wonder where they went. But
yeah, some of the things I remember that the Eddie Valiant car that was in what's the restaurant
Boneyard?
called? Boneyard.
Oh,
no. The restaurant that's next to Indiana Jones, like it was sitting there, and there was the picture of
the Backlot Express.
That's it. Thank you. Yeah. And it was sitting there for a while, but it was in such bad repair. I think they finally took it out. I saw it in 2019, but I heard it was taken out. So
yeah,
you know what I mean? Like that prop is like very memorable to have people be able to sit on it. It's like, what? So also let me bring in Melanie. Melanie is hailing from South Africa. Hey there.
Hi, Tammy. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm fabulous. Thank you.
You are representing the Millennium Village, South Africa Millennium Village. So I'm glad you're here.
Thank you. It's awesome listening to all these shows because, I haven't been to Disney World in about 15 years now. So I try to keep up with all these changes that happen on all over the parks, but it's so difficult because there's so many changes happening constantly. So I'm like, it's going to be a whole new experience when I go back.
Yes, absolutely. But it's good to know that the Millennium Village, that little section that they have, they still do events in there. So you can go in. I was so close. I'll tell you this, Melanie, I was so close to getting in there. So they were doing the Food and Wine Festival, and they were having like a training, like a class about how to make some type of food. I was like, I really don't even care about making the food, but I'll just pay so I can go in there. And they're like, sorry, we just booked our last one. I went, darn it. So I still have not been in there since 2000. So
I know. And everybody that worked with me, they still go to Epcot when they have, go on holiday there or anything like that. And they stop by the entrance and it's like this sweet reminder of awesome time you had there for such a short period. And it's like, it's the same, but it's because it doesn't really look the same anymore. It's like, oh, you remember, but look how sad. It doesn't look like that anymore. So
yeah.
But I'm
But
excited
it's the memories.
to go back.
It's the memories we have. So
absolutely.
And before I forget, I have Richard, who is hailing from the Disneyland team over there. Hi, Richard.
Hello, Tammy. And also hello, John, Chris, and Melanie.
And
hello.
Richard, you get to boast about the Main Street Electrical Parade. Why don't you tell them your role for that?
Well, I am the original and longest performing King Lion of Disneyland's Main Street Electrical Parade. And I also hail, as it started, as the last stunt position in the parade, which meant that I had absolutely no restraints or safety, and I could actually swing out of the calliope on either side. And for a bit of a time, I actually was performing a real keyboard inside. And during Disneyland's 25th celebration, I was also granted and very blessed to be able to perform in Disneyland's original calliope that opened Disneyland. Was pulled during the day parade by 8 Percherons. And right after the 25th celebration, it made its way to Walt Disney World, where the calliope did performances for, I believe, 4 more years after that in Fantasyland.
Oh, wow. Where in Fantasyland was it?
Well, they parked it in a couple of different areas because it was a real calliope, which meant it was extremely loud. And as memory serves me, at the time, because I believe they still had the 20,000 Leagues, there was a space between 20,000 Leagues and the restaurant that was next to It's a Small World. There was a little pocket in there. And that's where they parked it for a long time because they the horses weren't with it. But they did use it on a couple of parades because the Percherons just didn't do well with the humidity.
Yeah, and right now where that what probably was located is where Belle's father's house is.
Yes.
That leads up to the Beauty and the Beast story time with Belle. So that's really cool. Like, again, like we were just talking about prior in the previous conversation, it's just interesting to like the backlot restaurant that used to be at MGM Studios. Like, I don't remember it, but I heard so many great things about it and how it slowly was transformed into the Bear in the Big Blue House show and how there's no more backlot. It's just interesting how everything kind of evolves after such a long time. And you're just still thinking, oh, well, this used to be that and this used to be that. So, but, you know, in a good way, I guess we're getting Star Wars out of it, which is cool. But thank you guys for being on the show today. This is exciting because I always like have a special place in my heart for cast members because like that was my first real true introduction to Disney was going to the theme parks and meeting characters and cast members. And those are always so many special memories for me. And I wanted to kind of jump in about Doug Live again because I just loved the show as a kid. And it was only there for like 2-3 years, right, John?
Yeah, I want to say 2.5-ish, somewhere around there.
I have some pictures. And I have some pictures from Richard and also from the Doug Live show. Let me see if I can bring them up here. Because I thought it would be cool to kind of, there we go.
Oh, that's me.
There you are, John.
I'm the blue one. Yep. So I guess this cast was a little bit luckier in that you had to paint yourself a color usually, except Doug. Yeah, but Doug had a color. I don't know if we were lucky or not, but we did have to paint ourselves blue, orange, green, gray, which meant we had no backstage access. So we were kind of stuck in our green room for the day once we were in makeup. But it was interesting. Yeah.
I think that's Karen. Karen was just on the call.
Yeah,
I think
that's Karen.
Pork chop.
Yep, and that is Jennifer, who was actually the MC in the clip you showed. She was.
Oh, that was Jennifer.
Mm-hmm, her main gig was Patty Mayonnaise. So.
Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, this one's my favorite shot that I saw. I think that's you, John.
That is not me. You can take that down immediately. No, that's David. That's David. He was our other full-time Skeeter.
Okay,
friend of Skeeter, whatever we're supposed to say.
I just thought it was cool because I think somebody, I think there was a photographer who usually took pictures of the shows. I think his name was David, and he got some great shots. And I love this one. And let's see. Oh, and now I hope you don't mind. I'm jumping into this is Richard doing his performance without any wires or any safety harnesses, as he said. And look how bright that is. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, the weird part about this is you got to picture you can see the calliope. So I'm standing in front of that and I've got to kind of balance my performance to either side because the calliope obviously is acting as a shield. So I had to constantly be moving very quickly. So if you're looking at the costume, I can actually see only out the mouth, but my head is in the correct position. So I'm looking down. unfortunately, I'm way up in the air. So what I would have to do is, after I was performing, because it was a real keyboard to begin with back in '77, and then we, because I was a little bit rough with it, we modified it to where it was a CO2 launcher with the keys, where I could actually fire the CO2 jets out the top of the float. So what I would do is, during a particular sequence of the music, I would jettison to the right or left, and you can see my left hand holding on a metal bar that's kind of disguised because of lighting. I would grab that with my left hand, and then I would spin out backwards. And this is what would really scare the audience. And utilizing my left foot in this particular shot, I would catch the inside of the float, which would then spin me backwards out into the air. So the only thing that's keeping me in that float right now is my left hand holding onto that metal bar and my left foot ankle catching the side of the float.
Oh my
no
gosh.
cables, nothing. And I'd be conducting the music, waving, but only for a few seconds, where I'd have to pull myself in, race to the other side, and do the same thing in reverse, giving equal time to the audience as we're moving, and then go back into the choreography that I was allowed to create for this character for those many years.
Oh my gosh, I can't even imagine that. But now I did get some shots from Chris too. I like intersplicing these. So this is in backstage, I guess, right, Chris?
Yeah, it's our what we call the lead office for the people that were doing the shuttle and the backlot tours. That was some of the original crew that helped open up the studio when the tour was going on. So I don't think I'm actually in that photo, but I shared that with you because it was to me interesting to see where all the little offices are and break rooms behind the scenes there backstage. So and that's all the red shirts that we used to wear during the early days. So
I love this. Somebody likes Turner and Hooch, obviously, 'cause there's two posters in the back.
Yeah, they decorated, and it was weird. I think this particular break room or lead office was a last minute fix. It was behind the water tank where they did the demonstrations of, and they had that big giant the backdrop with the sky painted, and this was actually a room that was built as like a pump room. But they needed to have the office closer to the water tank, so they put up some drywall in the pump room, and then we all got shoved in there. So it wasn't even really originally designed to be an office, but it was kind of cool. And we decorated it with the movie posters because everybody was a movie fan. But that was the lead office there.
Oh, I missed that Pearl Harbor. Well, it became Pearl Harbor, but I missed like the getting people soaking wet on that like little stunt thing you guys did. That was so much fun. I loved that. I love being a part of that. Let me go to the next. Okay, there. I think that's you, right? This is on New York Street.
This was I was currently working at Epcot, and the studio was being built, and they were starting to film things, and they had New York Street almost done. And I just kind of snuck back there one day and just had one of my friends take some pictures of me looking around at the studio being built. So this was before it was open to the public, I think they filmed one or two things on the backlot at that time, but I just went out to do some funny pictures on the backlot there.
So just to place everybody, if you remember where you're at. So to your left, can you see my mouse at all?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, you can't? Okay, so here, I didn't know for sure. So right here, this was where they put Honey, I Shrunk the audience, a kid set, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids movie set, right?
Yeah, the
playground.
Yeah.
And then
actually, if memory serves me correct, Chris, because I was there in design at the time, but it actually looks like during the construction, they were also doing the rigging for the filming of the Bette Midler sequence for the tour.
Correct. That was it was shortly after that, but yeah, it was around that time. So yeah, within a few months.
And so this is where the New York City kind of like the mural that would be up in the back, and it had like those two types of blockades, so you wouldn't go back there, but it was like that forced perspective, right? So everything here and everything past this building, past here, is now gone. But this building has remained after all of these years. Because when I was going down to Star Wars Land, I was like, oh, okay. So because I hadn't seen it when they finally pulled down everything, I was like, okay, what's going to be here? And that building still remains, which is interesting. I kind of was surprised that they left it there, but it still remains. It's the only thing left of that street.
So. You could tell it was in the 80s. I had a fanny pack on in that picture there.
Fanny packs are the best, so it's all good.
And this was shortly around that same visit, if not the same day. But you could see that the Chinese theater hadn't had the roof raised up to the top of it yet. So that was during the construction phase.
Oh my gosh, amazing! It's just really cool to see these. Oh, look at there's Richard. Look at that 100-watt smile. That's so cool. I do love the costume. I think it's really, really cool. But it must have been really hot wearing it. I don't know if in the summertime it was a little bit better.
Incredibly hot. Again, when it went to Florida, I cried. It was like whoever had to perform in this costume there, because there's a lot of padding on top of it with what I was wearing underneath it. And the trick that I would do, because it isn't like I'm just waving high or walking. I'm performing and for the entire length of this parade route. So what I would do is from the moment I would check in to work, I would race and suit up except for the head. And this was probably, I had about 2 hours before step off. And what I was doing was just letting myself acclimate to the temperature and the weight that I was on. So, just moving around comfortably. So by step off, I was ready to go. Where a lot of the other entertainers, they would wait to the very last second before suiting up to do the performance. And they were just exhausted. But even with doing that, what was kind of funny, especially during second parade, when the temperature would change in California, usually we'd start getting, the fog would start rolling in a little bit later. A lot of people used to come, and I wish I had a photograph of this, and they would want to photograph or take a picture of me when I took my head off, because the temperature difference inside the costume was so different than the outside temperature. As soon as I pulled the head off, it looked like there was a vapor jet shooting out from the neck.
Oh, wow.
On my head.
Good Lord. That's crazy. But those are some cool photos. I just wanted to share them because it's just interesting to see the different perspective of being a cast member and also performer. You know what I mean? Especially with back then, it was definitely different. And Melanie, I don't have any shots from Millennium Village. It's actually kind of hard to find photos from inside. There is some video footage. I do encourage people to look up some video footage of the Millennium Village, because it was like an extension of additional countries that weren't represented in World Showcase, right? So can you tell me a little bit more about what Millennium Village was to you and the other cast members?
Yeah, I think the whole idea behind Millennium Village was, it was with a millennium change. So I got chosen from South Africa. They came to my university and Disney did some interviews here. And I just thought, oh, well, this is a great experience. My grandparents went to visit Walt Disney World and they came back from Magic, and they brought us always gifts. And she brought us those ice cream bars, those dried ice that they use from Space Mountain area and Magic Kingdom, that ice cream. And she brought all the grandkids that. And the first time I ate that, I was like, oh my gosh, I need to go to Disney. And I think I was about 5 years old, and it was already kind of, so when the opportunity came for me to actually go and work there, it was for the 99-2000 switchover for the Millennium Celebration. And I worked in the pre-show area, and we were 6 countries represented in the pre-show area, did our little spiel there, and then all the other countries were further on. And it was so cool because we were so few people from each country, where in Epcot, when there's in the UK pavilion and a Canadian pavilion, all those, there are quite a few people, working there. But for the Millennium Village, we maybe were 5 or 6 people representing your entire country. So that was always, and it was just countries. It was my first time ever traveling overseas. and I did it all by myself. I turned 21 in the States.
Nice.
Timing was good. Because we have quite different laws in South Africa. So, but yeah, that was so exciting, and then you get to meet people from New Zealand and Namibia and Scotland and Saudi Arabia and all those things. And it was just, and I think Disney didn't really understand how much that has changed for the people working there. I mean, even to this day, we're in contact. I'm on a WhatsApp group with 178 people from all around the world that all worked in Millennium Village, and it's quite exhausting. I'm not gonna lie, because of all the time differences. It's a 24-hour WhatsApp group, and everybody's like, oh, so it gets a little intense sometimes. And I look on my phone and I'm like, oh, 37 messages just from Millennium Village people. But it's so awesome to stay in contact, because last year we were supposed to have our 20-year reunion.
I heard about that, yeah.
And we all had these plans, and we started orchestrating it, and it's been 20 years in the making kind of thing. So that, so everybody was so psyched up and saved money, and to return, for me, it would have been it wouldn't be the first time, because after that contract, I worked for Disney for about 5 years in total with various other contracts. But so it would be so exciting to see everybody again. And then I won't forget it. I was standing at our Home Affairs to apply for my passport that expired, to reapply for it so me and my daughter can go. And 4 days later, it was hard lockdown in South Africa with COVID. And I was like, oh, this better go by fast.
Oh my gosh.
I'm going to the States in August and everything, and I saved all my money, and I'm, So
I'd heard that you guys were putting it together, and I was excited because I was like, oh yay, because we had just talked about it. It was with you, Ronaldo, and Moff, and I was like, oh, it's so excited! I can't wait to hear about it. So I hopefully you guys can do it, at least if anything, for the 25th. You know what I mean? That would be amazing. So
yeah, but I think everybody's just kind of looking at it now. When can we return? So, but there's been it's been so amazing, because Katie, who is from the UK, she's been really a cheerleader with Moff and from Saudi Arabia. And we're actually putting a Millennium Village book together.
So great!
Writing a book, So everybody get to submit stories about the experience, how they worked, what they've learned. I think that was one of the biggest things with Millville, was the experience for the cast members, and those political and everything that that happened then. It was just had such an impact on my life. It totally changed who I am as a person.
I can't wait to buy a copy. So I do have a little special guest, Nancy. She's one of the original Mouseketeers from season 1, and she was supposed to enter a little bit earlier, but she was having computer trouble. So I hope you don't mind me adding her now.
Hi,
hey,
guys.
Nancy.
How
are you? Can you hear us?
God, the light looks pretty bad, doesn't it?
How are you? Can you hear us?
I'm doing good. Oh my gosh. Thought I could never get on.
Well, I'm glad you're here.
Tammy, I want to congratulate you on your 10 years, you little doll. She's been my friend for a long time, you guys. We went to lunch together one time when she came to Disney, when she came to Disneyland, and I met her and her father for lunch. And I can't
we had fun.
Believe it's so dark.
You're cutting in and out, Nancy. I'm just giving you a heads up. It's kind of cutting in and out.
Nancy. I am giving you a heads up. It's kind of cutting in and out. Well, you guys, you're too old to remember me, but I'm kidding.
Oh no! Oh no! Hey Nancy.
Hey
Nancy. Nancy, did you have a dance piece prepared?
Did you have a dance piece prepared? I do. Well, it's not really prepared, but I just what was prepared?
Do you want to do it for us?
You know what, you guys? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I'm
Yes.
79. I'm 79, and I want you to know I still keep dancing. I teach. So, and I was going to do a little bit of a dance for you guys, okay? Here we go.
Wow.
All right. I can see, I can't even see my feet on this. Oh, you guys.
Awesome.
I'm still teaching too. I teach some seniors.
You're cutting in and out again.
So, Gee, I'm cutting you out. Maybe my words aren't so exciting for you guys.
It's okay. I'm glad you could hop on, and thank you guys for allowing me to talk to all of you. It's been a while, and I just really appreciate you all being able to come on the podcast these past couple of years, and to be a part of the show today has just been such an honor. So thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Tammy.
Thank you.
And again,
Thank you.
it's been a wonderful pleasure meeting you, John, Chris, Melanie, and especially you, Nancy. That was quite the dance number.
No, that wasn't quite,
Loved it.
but sometimes maybe you can see it. Thank you, honey. All right, you guys. Have a wonderful day.
It was
you,
good to
Tammy.
see you all.
Congratulations.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
See you later. Oh gosh, today has been so much fun. It's only been 6 hours, and I feel like it's still like 2 hours in. So we're doing good here. We're having fun, and it's been such a blast. So let me go ahead, and our next guests are actually from Captain EO. So I have some footage from Captain EO I'd love to play. So hold on here. Got to find it here. And we're on our next, and I see some people are still commenting. Hi, hello everybody. Hi Steve. Hi Sam. Hi John. And as a reminder, thank you, Vamati. We have the contest, not costume. We have a contest, 10 prizes I've put together from over the years that I'm going to be giving away as a grand prize. So we've shown a couple of them already. Here's another one. This one is very unique in the fact that it is a Snow White 35 millimeter collector. It's like a film cell type of way where I don't know if you can see it, but it reflects. I don't know if you could see it, but it has a little image of Snow White dancing with the 7 dwarves. And it's just a unique piece that I had. And I'd like to give it to somebody who would also appreciate it, because Snow White is one of my favorite Disney films too. Of course, it's Walt's first one. So that's one of the prizes. And we'll have a couple more I'll show sooner than later. But before we begin, it's 6:13, and I'm excited to jump in and show you some footage from Captain EO. So just a little background, if you've never heard of Captain EO, it was like an 18-minute film that they created back in the 80s with Coppola as the director and George Lucas as the producer and Michael Jackson starring in it. And it was about a captain named Captain EO, who was played by Michael Jackson. And he had like a band of misfits in his spaceship, and he was traveling the universe, and he comes across a planet that is rummaged with, it's like a wasteland, and he is there to give the gift of song and dance to try to save the planet. And so we're going to have some of the cast, the dance cast, and the main cast with Michael on the show today. But here's a little behind the scenes that they kind of shot. There's a whole segment that they have on YouTube. I encourage you to watch it. It's hosted by Whoopi Goldberg, where it shows the making of this film. If you've ever seen the film before, you should definitely take a look at it. It has some great clips. So I'm going to pull it up right here. And oops, wrong one. We're going to do number 12 here. And I'll click it. And it should play. If it's not, there we go. Okay, here we go. Here's some Captain EO behind the scenes.
And Debbie Carrington literally teamed up to portray the three-legged, two-headed geeks. Captain EO hired them because he was getting an extra crew person for nothing. And even in space, 2 heads are better than 1.
I play one of the geeks, which is Heidi.
And I play Odie, who is the crabby one of the bunch.
Yeah. I'm kind of the smarter one. I'm in control. Yes. And she's always lipping off and crabby.
The only time she's in control, when she's in the costume.
We're a good compliment.
Yeah.
We're supposed to be one body, and being in that thing up to 3 or 4 hours, you start going a little nuts, and you're like, get me out of here. Not really claustrophobic, but just a little insane. I feel like a male geek.
I feel like a male Odie. Yeah.
I don't know why.
I don't either. Maybe it's the faces, honey. We wouldn't look that ugly.
Makeup for the 36 dancers was all that remained to be done before Coppola filmed the climactic dance sequence, the heart of the EO movie. Weeks of planning and rehearsal would culminate in this important dance number featuring Michael Jackson and all the dancers. Now, only a few minutes remain before the dancers are called onto the set.
There you go.
And with all this pressure and the show about to go on, what do these dancers think about?
Dinner.
Now, when they're coming at them this way before the outfit,
Adjustments are feverishly made until the very last minute. It's never really finished. You just run out of time.
Yeah. Here we go.
Just watching that clip the other day when I was kind of pulling it, I was just like, the hype of it. And when it came back in 2010, I just remember specifically that we were all so excited because we came into the theater and it was like a group of like 20 of us. And the cast member really hyped us up. He was like, you guys ready to go back to the 1980s? And we're like, yeah. And it was just so much fun. What a joy to see it again. Just a brilliant film, like the choreography, amazing. And I got to see a couple of people. I got to meet one person, one dancer, and she's actually in the waiting room right now. So I'm going to bring her in a little bit early. Marianne, I'm going to bring you on the stream here. Hey there, can you hear me?
All right. I can hear you. I hope I'm not choppy. I'm driving. So sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm just glad you're here. You're in the bright light. It's great to see you.
I know. I don't know what that's about.
Yes.
It's so good to see you. Last time we saw each other was in person.
Yeah, at Disneyland. It was that was 6 years ago. Can you believe that?
I can't even believe that.
I brought my little Captain EO shirt, and she graciously signed it. It's still like safely packed in my closet, so it's not going anywhere. I was just so blessed that you signed it, so thank you for doing that.
Oh, absolutely. I still have my Captain EO lanyard that we had to wear to the set every day because it was very hush-hush. And everyone had to have this lanyard to make sure that you were the right people on the set because it was a closed set. And I still have that.
That's amazing. Yeah. I think a lot of people sometimes don't keep their items. So I'm so glad you kept at least something from the set.
Yeah,
and
exactly. Little did we know.
Yeah, seriously. And I have Robin in the waiting room. Robin, I'm going to bring you in here.
Hello.
Hey.
Hi, how are you?
Doing good. How are you?
I have my daughter's dog here. He's going to join us too.
Aw, he's like, oh, why is there so many people talking? And he's like excited.
Yes. It's so fun to be seeing everybody again.
It's good I'm so glad you're joining us. And I have Cindy also in the waiting room. Cindy, you saw her in the beginning.
Hi, guys. Oh, this is exciting. And it was great to see. It brought back so much memories, Tammy, looking at that footage. Oh, my, 35 years ago.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's
Isn't
crazy.
that crazy? We were all so young.
I found that footage, I think, right after we had talked, because I was just like, okay, let's see if any behind the scenes, because I couldn't find like a lot of photos of you guys on set. And I was like, oh, I can't wait to kind of jump in and see if I can find it. And I did. And I was like, you guys are just so adorable. You were having so much fun talking to each other and getting along. It's just amazing. So I'm just so excited that, you know, that you guys are here today. And I think Felix is coming in a little bit later because we're starting on time. So when he joins in, I'll bring him in the broadcast. But my first question was going to be to everyone is like, how did you get involved? Like, what was the audition process? Especially, I know dancers, it's even more competitive, especially with Michael. But what were each of your stories into jumping into this project?
I guess. Go ahead, Cindy.
Okay, mine was that we were going in for an audition, and they had mentioned to us that would be like a music video. So at that time, MTV video was really hopping, and so I just assumed, because I had done a lot of in the past videos, you know, appearing in MTV videos. So Debbie and I both thought that's what it was. So we go in, and they paired us. And they wanted us to walk together. So what they did is they strapped our left leg, well, it would be my left leg and her right, and they wanted to see how well we walked in sync. And we thought, oh, you know, because they said you'll be in costume and blah, blah, you know, they didn't give us a lot of information. So that's pretty much what we did. And then so they paired everybody, the actors that were going in twos. And then what happened was we got a call back and we still thought it was a video. And then I think there was like 3 interviews till we got the main one, you know. And then they told us this is going to be a video, but it's going to be with Michael Jackson. And oh my gosh, we were shocked. And then they said the director will be Francis Ford Coppola. And then we say, George Lucas is going to be the producer. And I said, are you flipping? I said to Debbie and Tony, I'm just getting into the business, which I knew them very well. And Debbie and I worked together in many things. We're the same size. So that worked out. You know, we know each other's walk, and actually we know each other's talk. So, I mean, we got it, and it was amazing. It was absolutely amazing. Getting an amazing movie right out of the batter's box, starting your career.
And Marianne, I know you're joining back in. We were just discussing about how everybody got to jump on in the project. So Cindy was talking about her portion, and I'll have Robin go next and followed by you, Marianne, if that's all right. So Robin, you want to take it from there?
Perfect.
Well, I have Felix to thank. Where is he? He was my guy. He was working on the project, and he said, send a tape out. I sent my dance, you know, that I had on tape out to California, and they looked at it, and that was it. They said, you got the job, come on out. So we were in pre-production working with Jeffrey, and you know, it was all kind of surreal to me, honestly, getting out there and getting the job. It was just spectacular. And then once, you know, we got on stage, on set with Michael, it was even more surreal. And, you know, Coppola and Angelica Houston, and it was awesome. I mean, it was something that could never happen again. It was just fantastic. So I enjoyed every moment of it. And like I said, I have Felix to thank because he was my agent at the time, I guess. And he said, send me out your work. We need another person. And that was it. And it was interesting to watch the creative process because Jeffrey knew what Michael could do. And the choreography was going to be based off of that. You know, Michael obviously had to look, you know, spectacular. So he based the choreography on what Michael could do. So it was great.
You dancers were electrifying. I mean, literally, when we didn't see a lot of you in our suits, but when we did, and we got to, you know, because we were around you guys just acting out while you guys were doing your whole dance routine. It was amazing. It was just spectacular. Your colors, you know, were vibrant. Everything was bright, and Michael was amazing, but you guys were too.
Marianne, did you also want to jump in about how did you do an audition, or did you send a tape in too, or
me?
Yeah. Yes.
Mary? Me? Oh.
Yeah, yep, you, Mary. Yes.
Marianne, you're on.
Oh, yeah, okay. Sorry. Yeah, I was part of the huge cattle call. This was the hard part. I mean, they saw thousands. I mean, it was crazy. Helene said the number once. It was incredible how many people auditioned for it. And it was a 2-day process. I was one of the cattle. And for me, I had just graduated high school. So I'm in a room with like the best of the best in LA. And somehow I made it all the way through. And I was overwhelmed because I thought, how did I get amongst all these dancers that I very much had known? I had seen their work before and followed them. And Robin, didn't you go by the name Smitty?
What? No, I went by the name of Summerfield.
Robin, do you go by another name?
Summerfield. Summerfield. Yes.
Yes.
Summerfield.
Okay, good. I got it. And so, all the dancers were so nice to me, but Barry Lather and I were both the babies on the set. We were both the youngest. We couldn't believe we were there. We couldn't believe the amount of talent we were able to work with, let alone Michael Coppola, Lucas, Angelica Houston. I mean, and then of course all the people who visited the set. I mean, we had Barbara Streisand, right? We had who?
Yeah.
Elizabeth Taylor.
There were so many.
Yeah.
Elizabeth Taylor.
Yeah.
Oh.
I remember one day Michael told us, because we were pretty close with him, our trailer was close with his, and he said he got a kick out of us girls, and we'd kind of get him all jived up. And he said, girls, I'm having company today, and I want you to meet her. Her name's Barbara. Did not say Streisand. Did not say he goes, come and meet Barbara. And we're looking. And sure enough, it was Barbara Streisand. Or he'd come meet, or he'd say the next following day, come and meet Liz. Yeah. Then it's, Liz Taylor. And it was just, that's where it was so surreal. It was just crazy. It was great. It was great.
It was so surreal. Yeah. It was
amazing. It was.
And,
it was just.
And there was so much talent. And when they put that music on and we would do a tape, you could feel everyone's focus, everyone. There wasn't a person who wasn't on fire, because we really pick up on Michael's energy, and so you really rise to the occasion.
Yep. And Michael too. Michael would be, with his head down and just being very quiet, and then that music would come on and he got larger than life. That was what was so spectacular.
He changed. I say he transformed, because we were acting with him and had dialogue with him, and it was really hard sometimes to get him going, bless his heart. And I remember one day, Francis, I told you this, Tammy, called it, we weren't even supposed to work that day, called us in and said, can you come in, because I want you girls to get Michael energized up. But I'll tell you, ladies, as soon as he started dancing, it just like he was in control, and with you guys, and it was all in sync. It was absolutely amazing to watch.
Yep, magic.
And I know Cindy, you got to spend more time with him because you guys had to film the spaceship items. But my main question is, and I don't remember if I did ask it during our original interview with all the dancers, but did Michael only come in to do the shooting? Like, he only worked the dancing portions with you guys when it was time to shoot, correct?
Boy, I think so. Didn't he, girls?
No.
Oh, no. Or did he practice with you? I mean, rehearse with you guys?
He would be hanging around with us, waiting for...
Yeah, no, he was on the set. I didn't know if he went into the... Oh, no, he was always around. So he never, drove in and said, I'm going to do the scene. No. But I didn't know if he... Because we were lots of our scenes, Tammy, were on the set with the dancers, too. I mean, the dancers would be... The camera would be on them, but we were on the side. So we were watching them a lot. Mm-hmm. And we're in the shot. In the back. And he had to be around. What?
Yeah, it wasn't like Michael disappeared and went in his
trailer.
He was always there.
Okay.
I remember the story with
Michael was
Michael. I mean, we talked about that before. Remember with the bee and Michael saying, that the bee
Tammy
was
told me
flying
that story.
around, and you know, Tony crushed it, and Michael was like, what did you just do? I mean, it was like he was so upset about that whole thing. So he was always there. He was always omnipresent. He wasn't disappearing into a trailer.
No, and he was very
Yeah.
personal. He was pretty young then, like us all, but he was extremely personal that I remember. And he just very sweet, very genuine, and just kind of and curious. He was curious about us too, being little. I mean, that was you know, and he just got it. He was fun. He was a lot of fun.
Marianne, you were going to say something. I'm sorry. You said something.
We lost her. We lost you, Tammy. We've lost Tammy.
I'm here. Sorry, I clicked the wrong button. I'm sorry, but yeah, I was just going to say, Marianne, you were saying something about Michael?
Yeah, he was around often, and we rehearsed a lot with him. And one of the rehearsals we had these black masks on, and it was very hard to see. We had these big poles stuck around his neck, and I jabbed Michael Jackson in the throat. I mean, could you have done a worse thing? And he was so gracious about not getting mad at me or firing me. But I thought, oh my gosh, I did not just do that. But that's how sweet he was. He would do the rehearsal. Yeah. He wasn't just there to, you know, go into the scene when we were filming. He was very much, you know, a professional who was at time. So we weren't separate from him. He was very much around.
Well, what about Francis Ford Coppola, who was directing it, but he was also working with Helene, who was the choreographer. What was it like with that dynamic with both of them on set to kind of get the shots that they were looking for?
Well, Jeffrey Hornaday was actually the choreographer. Helene was his assistant, so she was on set more.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I apologize.
Yeah, no worries. I just don't want that to not go out right.
Yes, I know. Absolutely.
But yeah, I mean, they definitely had, you know, private meetings where I don't think we were really privy to what they were discussing. I don't know. Anybody?
Francis. Yeah. Francis
I think
amazing.
Helene was more our go-to. Helene, you know, Helene was more our go-to, I think, because she really had to run back and forth and take, I mean, a lot of scenes. We were quite a distance from the camera, and then we danced into the scene. So Helene was the go-to person for a lot of the times, because I'm sure they were taking care of Michael.
Yeah. And we also had this shut down many times because of the heat. Because being filmed in 3D, there were a lot of extra lights and cameras. So we would have to shut down because of the heat. And I remember us when we were in those black suits, we had to strip them down because we were sweating quite a bit.
It was hot.
Yeah, it was very hot.
They had no AC?
I don't think you could have the AC going.
Wasn't it summertime too, or spring?
Yeah. It was summer or spring, but it was just, it was the extra lighting because of the 3D effect. That's what I seem to understand. So I know SAG being in charge of the rules, we had to shut down and just let everybody cool off. And so that happened a lot.
We were sweating.
Yes, I think we were sweating. I have pictures of us all just lounging around in those outfits, just like,
I do have some of them. I actually wanted to show some of the pictures you guys had originally sent me. So let me see if I can bring them up here. We're going to share the screen and we're going to look at some of these behind the scenes pictures. So let's try this one. I think this is Marianne. I think that's you.
Yeah.
So that's awesome.
That's one of our great dancers. Wow.
There's Felix and Marianne. I don't know how I got this one, but I think you sent this to me like way back when we did the original interview.
That's right.
Felix.
Here's a shot of Felix in character. Wow. Here's the Liz Taylor shot.
Liz Taylor.
I remember that shot, you guys. Somebody showed it to me.
Taylor.
Wow.
You guys all look excited to be there with her.
She was great.
There's Robin with Felix.
Yeah.
And look look at you, Marianne. So cute. Striking a pose.
Very cute.
Yeah, strike a pose, man. There's a lot of hairspray involved in that.
Ah, look at this shot,
That's a good
Marianne.
one. That's a good one.
Coppola and Lucas.
You know, to be able to have, I mean, to have that photo was like, what?
Girl.
That's great.
And with Michael.
Nice.
And then Michael.
Great
I
shot.
have these shots.
Yeah, did you just go and ask them, or did they have like a time where they were going to take pictures?
He was so sweet.
You were smart to take pictures.
I just asked, and I know it's. I was, and it's the no-no. We all know you're not supposed to bring cameras. It was already a really quiet set, but you know, I think I just picked the right time, and they were just gracious, and I can't believe it. I also had them sign the clapper, you know, the thing that says action, and then it snaps down. What's it called? The slate.
Yeah.
Slate.
The slate signed by every single one of them.
Oh, girl.
Very cool.
Beautiful treasure. Oh, here's the shot you were talking about. Yeah, this is the shot you were talking about where you guys are just sitting, right?
Like, oh, how many hours? Yeah, because we sat for quite a while.
And it's the same shot. Here's one of Cindy.
Boys, I didn't send it to. They were all in.
Yeah.
This is Cindy, Tony, and Coppola. And who was that with you guys, Cindy?
Wow.
That was the gentleman. That was Michael's driver, who I loved, and he kind of like a father figure to Michael, and he would always bring him and and watch over, and he was just wonderful. He was just one, and I loved Francis.
Now
and
this
Tony,
shot.
yeah,
This shot we just found.
That's a great shot.
Isn't that crazy? Tony and I have been friends for years, and he, is a really good actor. Debbie, we lost a few years ago, which she talented, worked in the industry for years. After Captain EO, and I miss her because interviews that I do on podcast, I feel like she should be a part of that. But yet her memory and her legacy lives on, and that's how I live.
Oh, absolutely.
She was a gem. She was a sweetheart, and only her I could be in a costume with, man. Because I knew her, we're at sync. So she would be the gal I'd audition all the time. Lady, when we had auditions, so I'd be up against with her. So you couldn't ask. I knew exactly how she was. So yes, she was missed, but she loved Captain EO.
Here's the dance group shot.
Loved it.
Robin, where would you be?
I was orange, so I was to the left.
Okay, I think this might be you right here, I think.
Yeah, I think that's me.
And Felix I think this is Felix right here.
Felix is red, so he's,
And I think you're in the back somewhere over here. I was trying my best to try to make out who is who. Oh, this one's a great shot of Felix. Very nice shot.
Wonderful.
And I think that's the tag. Is that the tag that you guys had to carry with you?
Looks like the tag, yeah.
And there you guys are again, Felix.
Michelle Rudy.
Aww.
Michelle Rudy, yeah, that was a good one.
And the final one, this one's a nice one.
Beautiful.
I think is that Marianne next to him? I think that's you, Marianne. That's awesome. These are just great shots. Thank you guys for sending them over originally, because there's really not too much about the show, at least behind the scenes photos. So it's just really cool to see the backstage about how you guys did it, because seems like it was definitely an undertaking, right?
It was, but it was great. I have no complaints.
Did they invite you guys? Did they invite you guys to opening day at Disneyland?
Did you guys go? Because we were invited to. I think everybody was invited.
Yeah, I couldn't
Tammy,
go, but
and
yeah,
they closed Disneyland. I remember. We all went. That was fun. It was fun. It was quite a spectacular movie to be on, because at that time it was, like we said, the Avatar of the 80s, because it was so expensive. You know, at one time it was how many million a minute, you know, so, you know, to have the best, and they were the best, the producer, George Lucas, and, you know, Francis. And then Michael was just coming off of all his MTV, you know, all the the Jackson 5 tour, the world tour, plus his Thriller, you know, album. So he was just on top of his game. So, you know, to look back and think that was my first at 23 years old, there is nothing like it. There was nothing like it. And how fortunate I was to be able to be a part of that.
100%.
Just amazing.
And I
It
think
really.
we all,
Go ahead.
we all feel that. because
I am a dance teacher. I've been teaching for the last 30 years. So when I tell my students that I'm in that, their faces are just like, what do you mean, Miss Robin? Miss Robin, oh my God. You know, did you talk to him? Did you, you know, so it's, yeah, to have that memory to share is awesome.
Right.
And people are blown away.
You get some leverage.
Well, Tammy, that was a film that everybody wanted to be a part of. And that was a film that there would be you know, people would come and visit. Oh, my goodness, the best of the best was coming to visit us. And Michael would say, yeah, Barbara's coming. I mean, he wouldn't even go last name. He wouldn't say last name. It's like we were in our own little bubble. That's what Debbie and I would say. Oh, it was fun.
But I don't know at the time that I felt like I was going to be as big as it was. I mean, when you have people coming to you just randomly and saying, oh yeah, I saw Captain EO. I remember, you know, I think at the time I was like, what are we doing? Like the concept was a little strange to me that, you know, you're going to be wearing glasses. It's going to be 3D. It's going to be Disneyland. And I'm like, okay, you know. And when I finally saw it, when I finally saw it in Disneyland, it was very exciting, very exciting. So it's a great memory.
I don't think any of us expected to be talking about it 35 years later. Or having pictures with Michael, and people are calling me, your pictures on, you know, the internet right now. And I thought, what? I haven't been doing nothing. So I don't think anybody expected that, Tammy, that we would have this, we'd still be talking about how amazing it was.
No,
I know
it. But he is timeless. I mean, I play his playlists all the time. I teach Pilates now. When I play the playlist, everybody's just like singing along. They're so happy because his music is so timeless and so, you know, everybody's still in love with him, you know.
Yep.
Right, wrong, or indifferent. You're still in love with Michael and still want to know about him and still, you know,
the curiosity is
the curiosity.
there.
Exactly. What was his energy like and what was he really like? And
I get that all the time. And I said, he was genuine, sweet, and very, I don't want to say, but soft, very gentle.
Kind. He was a kind man.
Kind man. Exactly.
To us, he was.
What about Angelica Houston? She was playing the evil supreme leader. I'd love to hear about because apparently she had 3 hours in the makeup chair for her get up.
She had a long time, and we would tease about that. I said, either do you want that or do you want to be in my costume? So I'd always joke to her, let's swap. But that was hard, and she was sweet, and she's talented. Extremely talented lady, as we know, and she was fun. She was fun. One of my favorites was Dick Shawn. Dick Shawn.
Yeah, he's on the he's like he has his face videotaped into the spaceship. And talks to EO and the gang.
Oh gosh, there was he had dialogue one morning. I remember he could not say the line, and Garrett, that's my son. Debbie and I would just giggle, and he knew that he was making us laugh, but he could not get the line, and we would just laugh so hard. He was so much fun. He was fun.
Yeah, he's funny in it.
As the dancers, we didn't really have much interaction with Angelica. Cindy, you probably had more. I mean, we were just, because we were coming from behind. She was leading and we were behind her, marching over those steps, and we were all costumed up. So we really didn't have a lot of interaction with her.
And she wasn't around enough. Tammy, she was just, she was in that scene. And then, and the majority of when we did work would be us, Michael and the geeks and Hooter, you know. So, and of course the dancers, I saw more of the dancers than I did Angelica, but I did get to chat with her. She was lovely. But she wasn't always around because her scenes were, you know, different times than ours. But she was lovely, very talented lady, and it was amazing to just, you know, like I said, the dancers. I remember that day vivid. That when we were doing the scene and we were tired, and it was you dancers that were coming on that day for the first time, and you couldn't get your eyes off them, because they were so bright orange and yellow, and they were just spectacular looking, and they were all in sync. And then Michael comes in, and he, you know, because we had Michael, the acting first, ladies, before he did the dancing. So we saw low key Michael, and we were trying to get him. And as soon as he went on the set and we were with you dancers, my gosh, and I'm going to keep it clean, but all hell broke loose. I'm not kidding. We were like, our eyes, everybody couldn't even move. They were so, it was amazing. It was absolutely
Tammy,
amazing.
let me ask you, do you think this is too dated that it could never come back again?
Well, it did. It did come back when he passed away. I know, and we had a ball watching it when it returned, because I had never seen it at Walt Disney World, because it started in Disneyland, made its way over to Disney World, and then when Honey, I Shrunk the Kids came out, they did a 3D film that replaced it, and then but I don't know if they would bring it back to the theme parks because of other things. I just didn't want to bring it up. But, you know, I think I wish there was a way that we could at least view it in a way where we could view it from Disney Plus. But because the craftsmanship behind it, you know what I mean? Like, a film isn't just one person. It's a multiple group of people who worked on it. You know what I mean? So I like to think of it in that perspective. That's what I appreciate from it. I love the music. I think you guys knocked it out of the park with the dancing. And like, you know, the characters of Idie and Odie would probably be digital CGI. You know, nowadays, but that quality of it's there, it's real, he's interacting with it, is unique in my opinion. So I adore it. I really do.
The problem is, I think the way it was filmed, it can't actually be seen just regular. You know what I mean? The way it was filmed in that 3D state, I don't think it can just be played on Disney Plus or whatever. I think that's probably the problem. That's what I understood.
Yeah, I would say that would be a problem. I guess you could say, hey, if you want to get 3D glasses for it. I don't know if they have a flat version. I believe they do have a flat version, because the Disney Channel previews had the scenes that you're talking about that were 3D oriented, but like with the poking of the sticks and everything, but it was still flat and you could still see it. It was clear.
Okay.
So I'm sure they do have one, but you know, it was great to see it in the theme parks. It was great to wear those purple glasses and walk in and then walk out to the just another part of me playing, and like the background is just great. And you know, I do have a question from somebody in the audience. Steve wants to know how long was the whole film shoot, and that's a good question.
That is a good question. For me, it was
months.
like 4 months, and then we came back and shot some more. Yeah.
We did
Good Lord.
About 3 to 4. Yeah. Because there was, and that was basically when we first came in, it was the dialogue. And the ship. That ship took a lot of time, you know, to have, you know, with the dialogue in the ship. Talk about being a costume and then have the ship move, you guys, and go. I'm not kidding. I felt like I had a few cocktails. It was crazy. And try to get the momentum of being in a costume for number one, but then being with somebody else. It's like rubbing your, what is it? Patting your head, rubbing your tummy at the same time. It was challenging.
I can only imagine. Somebody did say MTV did air a flat version in '96 on TV.
Okay. Good to know.
I did not know that. And here's my dad. He's saying that Disney used the original 70 millimeter film print that we saw at Walt Disney World. Pretty cool. it's always cool to see things on film. It was like crystal clear. It was so cool to see because you don't see like that type of scope in anything. And the theater is in a way where it moves and jolts with the film. So that's like that other texture because it's like not technically 3D, it's 4D. So it's like that whole other thing. But it was really cool to get to experience that. I was just thrilled I got to be a part of it. But I can't thank you guys enough for being on the show. I know Marion, I think we lost her, but thank you, Robin and Cindy. It's been a joy to see you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Fun.
Yep. Happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary. 10th anniversary. Thank you for having me.
See you guys later. Bye. Oh, I'm just going to be like stuck singing all the songs from Captain EO because I just adore it. I love it so much. And I'm sure some people have seen it. If you haven't, it is on YouTube. A couple people have posted it before. And it's just cool to see. Like, I wish I could dance like that. I cannot. So, before we jump into our next cast member corner segment, we have another film clip. Now, this one is kind of special because I loved watching Beach Party at Walt Disney World, which was a sing-along videotape. And we already had Pablo on the show, and he was Aladdin in the film. He was best friends with Aladdin. Excuse my clarification. And there's a moment in the song where they bring in a Hawaiian dancer to teach pearly shells to the kids. So I have footage of that sequence into something special with the original dancer.
Story with our hands. For every word, there is a movement. It's easy, so just follow us. Pearly shell, from the ocean,
So that was Ku'ulei. She couldn't be here tonight, but she says hi to everyone. She was the representative, the cultural representative at the Polynesian Resort for the longest time. And she had finally retired, I think about 2-3 years ago. But we had a great conversation, and that Pearly Shells clip has like over millions of views on YouTube because it wasn't just me that watched Beach Party at Walt Disney World and loved it so much. So thanks, Ku'ulei, for being able to teach me how to do the dance because I taught it to my residents at my senior living community I work at, and it's just so thrilling to be able to know how to do the dance now. Even though I watch it, I never really got it as a kid, but now I know. So anyway, we are now going on to another cast member corner segment. So before I jump on, let me just move this over here, and we'll bring in everybody. We'll bring in everybody in one at a time. So I think we'll start with on my top of my list is Stephanie. So Stephanie, hi there.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Can you hear me okay?
You sound great. I know you're a voiceover artist, so you are all prepared. You have your mic and everything. I love it.
Yes.
So Stephanie, we got in touch because somebody had posted the entire show. Somebody had just mentioned it 2-3 groups ago. I can't remember now. It's been 7 hours. So please give me the bear of mind. I've been on here. But we were talking about Disney Dreams, which was a stage show on the Disney Cruise Line. And the version that was filmed was the one where you were playing Anne Marie.
Yes.
And that's the one that's on YouTube with like millions of hits. So.
Yes.
And I don't know how, I'm assuming somebody who was a cast member friend of mine, I probably was just like, hey, do you know who the cast is? Because I'd love to ask them about filming this. So they got us in touch. So I'm just glad we get to see each other this time.
I know. Yeah, it was so long ago when we did that first interview. I didn't even know what a podcast was, and I was like, sure. And I remember Mark and I like sitting at this mic like in my apartment. So I used to live right above him, So we were like huddled around the mic, answering your questions. And now I'm like, oh, podcast. I got to listen to that all day long now.
Yes, I know. It's like the new hip thing.
Yes.
And
And I
speaking
host
of
a
Mark,
podcast.
yes, I did see that on your, what's the name of it before I introduce
It's called Making It to the Mic, and it's about voiceover. So if you're an aspiring voiceover artist, check it out.
I always suggest that because I know I get emails from people saying, how do we get started in podcasting or voiceover? So check out Stephanie's podcast. I need to tune in. I haven't gotten a chance to, but I promise I will.
Yeah.
And of course, I've got Mark here. And Mark was Anne-Marie's, Stephanie's counterpart as Anne-Marie. He was friends with Peter Pan. So, hey there, Mark.
Hello, hello.
And you're wearing green. Look at you.
Always, every day.
It's perfect. It works out well. And why don't you guys, before I introduce everybody else, can you just tell a little bit of a background about what Disney Dreams was, like what the premise of the show was, just so they kind of get a sense of it?
Yeah, absolutely. Do you want to start?
Sure. So Disney Dreams is the story of Anne-Marie, a little girl who's the whole premise is that she wants to fly. She wants to learn how to fly. And so she figures out that she has to believe in her dreams so that she can learn how to fly. But to do that, she needs the help of Peter Pan.
Right here. Oh, yeah.
So Peter guides her through... You tell
several different stories, and the show itself has had a few iterations that changed over the years. Yeah, and so with us, we were going through the stories of Aladdin, Cinderella, The Little Mermaid, Beauty and the Beast, The Lion King, and I believe is that all of them? Did I get them?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh,
I think so.
But I am tasked by the Blue Fairy to help Anne-Marie along this journey.
It's such a fun show because I was a kid when I first saw it, and I think we went on the first cruise was 2004, so we went on the Wonder, so that was where I had seen it, and you guys had done it on the Wonder, or was it another ship?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Wonder.
When was this one taped, by the way? Before I jump on with everybody else,
Wonder 15.
Yeah, 2007.
15.
Okay.
Yeah.
And before I forget, Kate appeared as a best friend of Belle in it too. Hi, Kate.
Hey.
Look at those faces. Hey, everybody.
Hello.
Oh my gosh, it's so good to see you guys.
Hi, Kate.
Yeah. Stephanie. That's all professional with the microphone. It's like,
thank you.
Yeah. You look great. You look like a pro. Hi, Tammy. Hey, Mark.
Hey, it's so good to have you. Thanks for coming on. And I have Jordan, who is also joining us. He also was a cast member. He played several different roles in castle shows. Hey, Jordan.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hi.
Hello.
The cool lighting. I'm jealous.
I know. I got to get with the program here.
I like the purple colors. I'm like such a purple girl, so I love it. It's cute. And the longest running member of Voices of Liberty at Epcot is Debbie Johnson.
Hi.
Oh my gosh.
Hi.
Oh my gosh, she's so old.
No, never.
Yeah, and I retired in 2015, but I began in 1982 when Epcot opened.
Wow, that's amazing.
That's amazing.
I remember seeing you. Yeah, I watched you sing. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
You were a great alto.
Thank you.
You're
It was a thrilling thing to be part of, and you depended on all those voices, to make that message really happen. Just like you do with all the characters around you and supporting you, and you interact with each other. It's the same thing, with Voices of Liberty on that floor.
I miss it. Now they have, I don't know if you guys heard, but they have like chairs and tables inside the rotunda so people can eat in it. And I'm like, oh,
it's the American Adventure Bistro.
Oh.
And every time but the voices are performing out on the American Garden stage. They're still a cappella, and they've they have them traipsing all over that huge stage, singing those wonderful arrangements. But inside, they've put a few little tables, and you as you come into the foyer,
I was like, what has happened?
Buy your little bites to eat, and then you go stand at the table and on those beautiful marble floors in the rotunda. And did I get you pictures? I don't know. And I'm sure it's not. I'm sure it's temporary while everything is in.
It better be. I'm like, that sound under the rotunda, like it truly makes a difference.
Isn't it perfect?
It's unbelievable. I love it. And I'm just so excited that I have all of you on the show tonight. Thank you guys so much for joining in tonight. And so like we've been having a couple of different cast members have been on the show, but so mainly we have like Disney Cruise Line and park cast members on the show right now. So my question is, there are so many different things that come into performing. Especially when you're when sometimes mishaps or things might be happening on the sides when you're not expecting it. So I thought I'd start off with a question is, give me one of your stories of where your concentration was put to the test.
It's like, we're all laughing because we're like, where do we start?
Who should begin, Tammy? Who should start?
Yeah, you pick.
Kate, why don't you give it a shot? I'll let you go first.
Okay, yeah, I've got one. It's really embarrassing, but so the part where I'm in the red cape and Mark and Stephanie know this, and there's nothing underneath before I get into the ball gown. My cape got caught in the moving set piece, and I was seconds away from I had to make this decision. I either have to rip that thing off the set, or the entire audience was going to get a sight of Belle that they were not supposed to get. So I made this decision, and here I am tugging at the cape on stage, and I'm sure it wasn't very ladylike, but I tried in my best princess way to yank that cape out very, very, in a feminine way. So, but
demurely.
Yes, demurely. Yes, but the things going on inside of my mind in those couple of seconds, I was like, oh my gosh, I can't ruin this for everybody. I can't ruin it for the kids. I gotta. They know. I'm sure they have very similar stories. So it was pretty crazy backstage, and they know. So who's next? Who's next?
The cruise ship is moving.
Indeed. Yes. Mark.
Oh boy. Okay, so whenever we filmed the new Disney Dreams and Enchanted Classic, Peter got an upgrade, and Tinkerbell's fairy dust that she dropped on me sort of created this new flight system that shot me straight up into the air and straight down. It was really, really beautiful. You would get like the thing and the blow, and then all of a sudden it's just blowing up into the air, and it's incredible. But it had a trigger, so if you moved even a little bit, it would lock, and then you would just sort of go swinging like this. Do you remember this? I almost wasn't going to play Peter Pan because I kept just getting caught in the air and just swinging back and forth. And one of our first opening nights, you see me sort of I'm so excited, and I'm like, woo! And I'm just swing, and I grab onto the window, and I'm like, Anne-Marie, I'll be down in a moment.
But he's still saying all the lines, all the right lines. So he's like, I'm like, who are you? And he's like, who am I? I'm Peter Pan. Who are you? Just terror in his eyes, looking at me like, please help.
I don't know how to get down. This is my dream.
And then eventually the thing, they can override it or something. And so he then descends very slowly in. Again, we're just still saying all the lines, not doing any of the right blocking. And then he's just floating, finally touches the ground.
Oh my gosh. Things like that happened all the time, with that show all the time. There's a lot of foolishness behind the magic, but that's what makes it so special. Right.
Stephanie?
Okay, so I was going to tell that story, but then I have a backup. So on the ship, it's its own special thing. So the whole show is tracked. So there's music playing, and it just keeps going. But the ship can override the music, like the captain, the bridge, they can override the music. So if there's an emergency. So we're in the middle of the Lion King sequence. From the below the stage comes Timon and Pumbaa. So they come up, and we're like, Timon, Pumbaa, and then it's silence, no more music, and then you hear Bright Star, Bright star, which means medical emergency. So now Peter Pan and Anne Marie are just like, just waiting. And Timon and Pumbaa are in these giant costumes. Pumbaa can't see at all. They see through like a little tiny thing onto the floor, basically. So we're like, everything's fine. It's just a bright star. Just don't move. And we're trying to like and then we have no idea where the track is going to start again. So when it resets, we're like scrambling to figure out where we are. But it's like all those little funny things that happen only on the ship. Like that would never happen anywhere else where there's, something like that, that stops the whole show. But I always remember trying to stay in character in those moments is really hard, especially when you're like Mark or Kate, a classic Disney character, and you can't really ad lib. You're just supposed to stand there like, so those are some of my favorite ship memories.
That was a good one. I remember that.
Also doing Hercules during a listing. Do you know what listing is, Tammy?
No.
So it's where the ship goes like this, like that.
Oh my God!
And so
the floor is not even.
We're like dancing like this, and then the next time we come back, we're like, just like trying to get up.
I cannot even imagine. I want to see one of those filmed performances.
I'm sure we look a total mess.
You'll never see those. I think Disney has deleted them all.
But you guys were speaking about Lion King, Jordan. I know you were in Festival of the Lion King. Yeah, so you were on the what's it called? I'm blanking right now. You were on the.
I was a Stiltwalker.
Stiltwalker, thank you.
Wow. Back in the day.
Yeah. What were some crazy stories that happened while you were on stage?
So most of my crazy stories I'm going to hold on to only because of my current position in the company. Because most of my craziness involves stuff that I would never admit to out loud to anyone. So I'm gonna hold on that one, but say that yes, there are plenty, and especially in cruise line performances with like you guys are the Wild West out there on the water, right? Like consistency is kind of like all over the place. So I have no doubt there are many more there. But there's a lot.
and we had to say, like, you've done a lot of you got used to do a lot of the castle performances, and I was talking to another cast member, Emma, and she said at certain times, like, it would be so hot that they could put a scrambled egg on the actual stage out in the castle, and it would start to like become scrambled. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because that stage just sits out there in the sun, the Florida sun. The beautiful.
Yeah, it's hot, and it would be so hot.
Rain. Yeah, and it just instantly, and it's just reflecting the heat back up at you. The stage wasn't as bad as dancing, like on the concrete. That's what really bounced. So for all of our parade performers, consistently back in that day. 20 years ago, when you would almost pass out consistently, and we had plenty of friends not quite make it to the end of the parade route, and that's never fun, but always a little bit funny. As long as you're fine in the end, then it's funny to look back on. Right. But we didn't have to wear giant drapery gowns and sometimes go outside like Miss Debbie Johnson did sometimes.
Yeah, Debbie. I can't even imagine.
That's a lot of layers.
Listen, we know how very lucky we were to be in that rotunda. Air conditioned. It was very seldom that we had to be outside. And so when we were grateful that we were going to get back in the rotunda pretty soon. And my goodness, you guys have all the stuff, the extra, the effects, and we just stood there on that circle and sang. And so there's a few things that might have interrupted the regular flow of the show, but not very many. We stood on the rotunda, and somehow on that rotunda floor, people just knew to respect. And when there's nothing else, like we didn't have, sets and things that could fall off or not get connected, or we stood in those gowns and in those costumes and just stood there and sang with each other. So there wasn't a whole lot of opportunity. I mean, there's funny things that happen when people would come and stand next to us and try and start a conversation. singing. But honestly, I mean, really, that is very, very seldom. And
but it is so interesting that, like, I think you pointed out something that's cool about Voices of Liberty specifically. I mean, I had a chance to do almost every show and parade and thing on property, and there's a certain reverence that comes with that show specifically. And I would challenge my other Walt Disney World friends to think about ones that come close to that in terms of the audience level of respect. Like there's an instant hush over the crowd. Sometimes you get obviously people trying to talk to you because they don't quite get it. But of all the shows, Voices of Liberty, I mean, that's the one that guests come in, they hit the rotunda, they get quiet, there is this reverence to it, and from people from all nations, which is really cool about it too. I think that's one of the most special parts about Voices of Liberty in general.
Agreed. Yeah, you all are so good that you just command that respect. The second you open your mouths to sing, people can't help but stand there and listen. Yeah. And I went to see you all over and over and over again, and I'm sure you won't remember me, but I was always John Cavazos was my voice teacher. So
for heaven's sake.
So I was in awe of you, Ms. Debbie. Like,
oh my goodness gracious, that's so nice. And I what you just said about so many wonderful voices is very true. And I always, every year as new people would come in, I just would think, oh my gosh, this room is incredible. And so now I'm going to learn something from this amazing person and this amazing performer. And there was always something to learn. But the thing about voices, and I could go on because my husband is Derek Johnson, who established the show and wrote those arrangements and just decided what our approach would be. Those words that you use, Jordan, like reverence for the group, I appreciate that so much. But we had reverence for what we did and for understanding the impact just of what those songs stood for. And so there's just an understanding, and I know you guys do too. When you're a part of a show, you're not the only one. You know that if you're not doing your 100%, then it's going to reflect on what the rest of the show is able to do. And I think that's especially it was especially true for me with voices, because that's all we had. We had our voices. There were no other special effects or costume changes or things like that. We just had to depend on each other and what our voices were doing, and be careful and be faithful with what that was. So it was a special opportunity.
And it's interesting too, even within performers, there's a certain hierarchy, literally, but respect hierarchy of certain roles across the Disney company, right? That just command the respect of, I want to be right? And I think Voices of Liberty singer is one of those that's up there at the top. Dapper Dan, to be a part of that legacy, consistent. If you're a dancer, to be a Kid of the Kingdom back in the day, when that was an element. Like there are certain roles, if you're on the character side, in terms of Festival of the Lion King player, dancer. Like there are certain ones that are just the ones that everyone wants to be a part of, and I think Voices is definitely one of the top. Not just for the resume, but just for the elite thing to look back on and be able to say, I was, and a lot of guests around the world. I mean, a lot of people that you meet, if you just said I was a member of Voices of Liberty, like there aren't a lot of entertainment elements out there off of Broadway that people would be like, oh my gosh, no way. But if you said that, they'd recognize it. They know the work that went in to get there.
Agreed.
Debbie, did you get to perform for any presidents?
Well, yeah. We did. When Epcot opened, it was nothing like it. It wasn't another, Disneyland was fabulous, and then Magic Kingdom, which was a glorified Disneyland, and then Epcot, which was unlike anything that had ever been identified as a theme park before, with the nations and all the stuff. So presidents would actually come to Epcot. And then since we represented America, they came to the American Adventure and would go upstairs to the VIP lounge and have a fabulous luncheon and have a lot of attention paid to them. And Voices of Liberty would be the group that got to go upstairs and sing for them. And so I have a particular wall that has President Nixon and President Carter.
Wow.
President H.W. Bush, and a couple of President Reagan. But that's only because I could never have that opportunity as Debbie Johnson. It's because I was part of Voices of Liberty at Walt Disney World, and what an incredible opportunity that was. And you may, I'm sure you guys have performed for different celebrities and their families, or diplomats or whatever. But it's because of what you're part of gives you an opportunity to do more than you would be able to do as an individual.
Absolutely.
And it's fun because a lot of times the people that you respect, sometimes you can forget when you're in the middle of it as a performer that what you're doing is really cool to someone else.
That's
you know,
right.
because a lot of times it becomes the norm to you.
Mhm.
I remember one moment like that for me was we were doing Castle Show, and we had a meet and greet afterwards that they asked us to do for a special guest that had come through that was super stoked to see us and had begged a chance to meet the cast. And they came back, and it was, I don't know if you know John Tartaglia, and so from Avenue Q, and he's amazing. And he came back, and it was funny to see because I was like, oh my gosh, wow, that's awesome that and he was the one that was nerding out meeting us. It was hilarious because I was like, you're like my voicemail, like you're raw, like what is happening right now? You forget that there's the flip side. He became a lifelong friend, and we've collaborated on a lot of stuff since. But you forget that when you're doing those types of shows, especially when you're in 57th week in a row and it's your 6th day and you're just burning out, sometimes it's good to step back and remember that everyone, because it's Disney especially, everyone, no matter how big they are, no matter how big of a star it is, to get to see Mickey Mouse, to get to hear a Voices of Liberty performer sing, to get to watch Peter Pan come to life on a cruise ship, there's always going to be that magic that it's just the little one-upsmanship that you can forget about.
And I think that's even true with the non-celebrities, like to go out there every day and do, I mean, sometimes we did 3 Disney Dreams in a row on a Wednesday. That was a C day. We had a 2 p.m. matinee and a 6:30 and an 8 o'clock, or 6 and 8:30, whatever it was. And, by that 8:30 show, you're like, oh my God, again. But, it's incredible. And then the minute you get out there, the kids are like, Peter Pan. And you're like, oh, that's why we do it. That's why we do it. The bubbles,
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I have some photos that you guys had originally shared with me back in the day. I hope you guys don't mind if I bring some of them up so we can we can see you guys.
Aww.
So this one, I think that's Kate and Golden Mickey.
Yeah. That was actually my sub role as Ensign Benson, the lead. So Mark and I were just talking about that. And I think I cried during this performance. And I was telling Mark that the directors came up to me like, okay, you can't cry. You have to sort of be in character. But it was just such a moment to be handed the Golden Mickey by Mickey. That's every kid's fantasy, right? And
Kate, I want to hear you sing that song.
That's exactly what I said, Tiffany. I just said that to her.
I can't do it in front of Debbie. She's too good. We'll have to do it later.
And here's another shot.
My fave. I think that was my favorite of your friends, Kate.
Oh, look at that skin. If only I were that young again. Oh,
stop that, Kate. You look fantastic.
I would wake up like that, really. Oh my gosh, look at us, you guys.
Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit here.
Oh, there's Pumbaa.
There we go.
Oh, Pumbaa.
Oh, look at Peter Pan. Yeah.
And that's how he got stuck, everybody. That's literally the position he got stuck in. All the way up there.
Oh my God.
Oh, gorgeous.
Look at those wings behind you.
I love it.
Yes,
The original
man.
Instagram wall. Look at that.
I'm a fan. I'm a fan. A big fan.
I think that's my favorite
guys.
This one's cute.
Look how innocent you guys were there.
Hey, can I tell a funny story about this picture, Tammy?
Yeah, go ahead. I would like to.
So this little Simba stuffed animal, Mark's gonna kill me, but anyways, this little Simba stuffed animal came with us. It was like Anne Marie's favorite stuffed animal. I carried it around the whole show, and then at one point I give it to Peter Pan, and Mark was very invested performer and very sweaty, and there were many times where he would just very discreetly just give a little dab of sweat on Simba to wipe his sweat and then hand it back to me, and I was like and then I have to snuggle it and hug it at the end. I was like, oh, so sweaty.
Oh
no.
But you know what's funny? I think Debbie was saying about the relationship of your cast members, and Peter Pan and Anne Marie have a very, very special relationship. And I think if you polled all of the Peter Pans and Anne Marie teams that have ever been, you'd probably find that I would say probably 90% of them are still very, very close friends.
And everybody has different ones because my dad actually filmed the version that we saw in 2004, and we have a different Peter and Anne Marie in their presentation. And I think it's fun. I love watching your performance. I love watching different performers kind of giving their own spin on the characters. It's always fun.
Yeah, it's definitely, I think, a lot of the Disney characters and a lot of the shows on the ship, and I'm sure in the parks as well, are extremely like choreographed to a T. Everything is exactly right, exactly the same. But Peter and Anne Marie do have a lot of freedom, so I was grateful for that for sure.
It's just a cute picture, and here they are outside for Christmas.
Ooh.
There's Debbie.
Oh, those outfits, amazing.
So you did go in the sun, but you made sure it was in December. I see.
It's in December. That's not too bad.
Oh, I love that. I love it. Those are the pictures I had. I just didn't want to make sure I didn't post anything that I couldn't for Jordan, so I had to take them out just in case.
Appreciate you.
Jordan, can you tell us what you do now, or is that
Yeah, for sure. So I'm a show director and show writer for Disneyland Resorts. So I just did, I don't know if you saw anything of the Magic Happens parade. Like that was my parade. So I switched over to the directing and show creating side.
That's awesome.
Wonderful.
Yeah, it's been fun.
For you. Yeah.
Doing awesome. I'm so happy. I remember, Jordan, when we had talked last, my question was like on the dialogue because the dialect of certain characters, because some of them were just extremely hard. And do you remember which one you told me was the hardest? Because this always stuck with me for some reason.
Ooh, the hardest?
The hardest character dialect, yes.
Man, what would I have said back then? When my eyes were back here. I don't know. Was it Caspian?
Yes, it was Caspian, Prince
that.
Caspian. And I was like, that's just weird because I remember he was in the studio's theme park, but only for a little bit of time. And you were saying, I was like, yeah, he has a weird accent. Yeah.
Well, and that's what's interesting whenever you're breaking down dialects, and it's gotten more and more important, especially with DNI and trying to be accurate and consistent, of course. But you have certain things that sit in any performer's wheelhouse. There's certain accents that come with them, key triggering points that you can fall into it quick enough, right? From British to Irish and Scottish and some of those elements, because you can kind of lean into the specific accents. But when you start moving into the worlds of, like currently dealing with a lot of show creation around Black Panther, for example, right? So that's not a specific accent, right? Wakanda was developed specifically by this amazing professor out of university or out of Yale. But that's leaning into various dialects that have come together to form Xhosa is the base impact of it. But you have to create a brand new one. And then if you're creating a brand new dialect, well, then how do you teach said dialect so that you have multiple people? Because you don't have 1,000 years of history to fall back on. So it's been interesting to watch the Walt Disney Company, as we come across characters that are either new or created or in kind of fantastical in-between realms. Caspian had a bit of that fantasy aspect to his dialect as well. So it doesn't give you history to draw upon, and then you have to find a way to teach it to other people. So it's been fascinating to sit back, because I was a dialect coach for Universal when I was there for about 6 years before I came back to Disney. And there's a playbook, but as you start to introduce these new realms, Raya, for example, Kumandra, it's not a real place, but obviously we're trying to evoke a feeling. So then somebody has to sit down and think about the way that you roll an R or set a T or what your diphthongs are, and it's a fascinating world.
Well, guys, I can't thank you guys enough for being on the show today. It's been so much fun, and now you just want me to go back on that Disney cruise, because I really want to go see Golden Mickey's and Disney Dreams, and I wish Hercules the musical was still there.
I think it's time for them to resurrect that one, actually. Right?
Oh, big time!
Yeah.
Oh, I love it, but. Guys, thank you so much for being on the show and being amazing cast members that you are.
Thanks, Tammy.
It's our joy. You have done an amazing thing with all of these people together.
Yeah. Absolutely.
10 years, that's absolutely
so cool.
crazy. All these
so incredible.
Good for you.
It's been fun. We're at 7 hours and 30 minutes, y'all.
You can do
it. I'll see you guys very soon.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye. See you later. It's good to see some additional faces that I haven't seen in a while. I actually want to watch Disney Dreams now on YouTube because I just enjoy that show. It's just so much fun. It's like what every kid dreams is like, to have Disney characters in their own house and play with them and have fun. So I love that. I love it. So I have another clip. I think I have another clip here. Yes, I do. So I just did a recent interview with Robert Jones, and he was also a performer at Disney. And we were lucky enough to, we loved the Hunchback of Notre Dame show at MGM Studios. So we got to meet Phoebus after the end of the show. So here's a little clip for you to enjoy.
See, just like he'll be just like us.
Hello. Hi there.
Hi.
Hi. Look at that face. Hello. This is your big fan right here. What is your name? Tammy, can I have a hug? I'll see you later.
Thank you. Hi, Karen.
Tammy, where are you from?
Pennsylvania.
I've heard of the place. I've never been there myself.
Tell what you like to do.
The Ariel show.
The Little Mermaid.
Tell you what to sing and dance.
Do you take dance class?
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Did you take dance class when you were younger? Huh? Too?
Yes, I have taken a few classes myself.
I'm trying to eat some goldfish while I have a break here, but it's not working out to my plan, so it's all good. That was a little sequence of Phoebus when we got to see the show so many years ago, and that was my mom and my sister, and my dad was filming. So thanks, Dad. I still have goldfish in my mouth, so I apologize, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and jump in and play another clip because we're going to be running out of clips soon to be, which is pretty crazy. This one is going to be, hold on, let me pull it up here. This one is actually a Mark. We didn't get a chance to play it, but Mark Silverman, who was in Tower of Terror. Here is a clip of him actually kind of like lip syncing to his own dialogue at the Pirates of the Caribbean attraction. So let me see if I can get it here. I forgot to play it, but I'm going to play it now for him.
Piratas! Diego, uninformed small, ready the cannon! Fuego!
So it cut off a little bit. I apologize there. But yeah, so that was another clip of Mark, his character. So he does some voices besides the Rod Serling and Tower of Terror. He's featured in Pirates of the Caribbean right outside. So they're like little buttons and little crevices and things like that. So I actually haven't gotten a chance to try it out myself, but I'm going to do it when I get back in October. But on top of that, we have our next sequence of wonderful people to come on the show. I call them the magic creators behind the scenes because there's so much happening on stage when people are doing shows and everything like that. But also there are things happening behind the scenes to make that magic appear. So we have a couple of people who will be joining the broadcast today. I see some of them are in the waiting room right now. Not everybody, but let's bring in who we have so far. So here we go. We have Stu. Hi, Stu.
Hi, Tammy. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
I'm
making it through so far.
Okay.
But yes. And I'm trying to like eat at the same time, so sorry. But we have you actually wrote the song "I'm Walking Right Down the Middle of Main Street, USA."
Wonderful.
Which still plays in Disney, so especially in Main Street, obviously, for obvious reasons. So I'm just glad you could be on the show today, our one and only Main Street songwriter.
Well, I'm delighted, and I'm proudly part of this very magical group of entertainers whose work has impacted entertainments for such a long period of time.
That's right. I'll bring in, we have Mike. He's a voiceover artist. You probably hear him on the People Mover at Tomorrowland and also at the Living with the Land attraction in Epcot. Hi, Mike.
Hi there. How you doing, Tammy? Congratulations to you.
I'm doing good. I'm doing great. I love your Space Mountain shirt.
Thank you. Yeah, not one of a kind, but I'm proud to wear it.
I love it. I love that ride too. That's like my favorite roller coaster ride. That's the thrill I'll do, like the thrilliest thrill in all the parks that I'll go ahead
There's lots
and ride.
of good thrills
So, and also we have Steve.
Stu.
Yeah. Also, we have Steve, who has worked in sound effects for different Disney films. Hi, Steve.
How are you, Tammy? I'm thrilled that you asked me to do this. I'm so glad to have been a part of your show and to celebrate with you. This is great.
Yeah, I know. Thank you for being a part of this. I appreciate it. I do love. We've talked about like Newsies and a Goofy movie before and other things you've done. So it's great to have you on the show.
I'm thrilled. Thank you.
And then let me pull down my little arrow here. Everybody's joining in now. So we were just talking about a Bear in the Big Blue House's show at Disney's MGM Studios. So who other should join us than Bear himself? No, hi.
Hello, happy anniversary.
Thank you so much. I know we were just talking about how it used to be the restaurant. The building for the stage used to be the restaurant that they had like Aladdin and Hunchback and Belle like meeting greeting during like dinner time or something like that. And they said it really happened very quickly that they changed it from the restaurant to the stage, and then they brought the show in. But,
yeah, it was a little traveling mall show, and Disney bought it lock, stock, and Blue House and just stuck it in there, and it ran for years.
I remember seeing. I love it's on our home videotapes too. We loved it. It was just so much fun and really got the kids involved. So I love it, and I love Bear. So thank you for being on the show. Sure. And I have another songwriter, Andy, from Sing Me a Story with Belle, which was another show that was done at MGM Studios in the backlot. So, hey, Andy.
Hey there. Hello.
It's
Can you
so
hear
good.
me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. You got your piano there too. Look at you.
Oh yeah.
You're all ready to do a show for us.
Absolutely.
And also Randy, he's a Disney animator. I'm so glad he could make it today. Hey, Randy.
Hello.
Hey, Randy.
You know, you had the discussion just before this with the Disneyland cast members.
Mm-hmm.
That was my first job. I was dopey and a pig for several years at Disneyland. My very first job.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, hey, yeah, I think it sounds like a lot of the stories I've had from over the years is everybody has started as a character, costume character, and worked their way up. So that's pretty cool. It's definitely hard work. I've done it myself before, and it's if it's in hot weather, it's not fun.
Hot. And at 103, sometimes we had to do dance numbers at Tomorrowland. Oh boy.
Yes. Oh my God. I can't even imagine. I really can't. But thank you guys for being on the show today. It's I kind of pulled you all together in this group because most of your work is usually behind the scenes, not in front of the camera. So we usually see your names in the credits if people even stay after the movie for them. And I'm one who does. Yeah. But let's talk about like why you got into the field that you did. You know, what kind of what gave you that inspiration to jump into songwriting or working on sound effects exclusively or being a performer?
And go.
You might want to point to one of us.
Who could it be? How about Mike? Why don't you start? Or are you frozen again? I'm so sorry. Mike, are you frozen?
It's a great smile, though. It's very enigmatic.
Oh, while we're
Mona Lisa smile there.
Yeah. Well, while we're waiting, Andy, you're right above Mike. Why don't you go
I think
next?
my connection is bad, but it's of the movies.
We can't really hear you, Mike. You want to try entering again?
I'm frozen.
Why don't you try re-entering the studio if you can? You want to try that?
Space age technology.
Yeah.
If you could try re-entering the studio, and then I'll bring you right back in, okay? Oh, there you go.
We'll fix him in post.
Well, yeah. Andy, you want to go first?
Sure. I got into songwriting when I was in high school. I wrote a musical version of Huckleberry Finn to do as the term play for everybody. And that kind of kicked my career into another dimension. San Francisco Press, I was in high school in San Francisco. The San Francisco Press got a hold of the idea, a 17-year-old writing a musical, blah, blah, blah. And after that, I wound up scoring films and writing songs, whatever. And I found myself more closely associated with children's projects. Disney, of course, for obvious reasons, but I have a client in England, Child's Play, that publishes books for children, and I do the audio books. And so there were songs to be written for that, and music and underscore and so on. But yeah, that's kind of been my history with it.
And Stu, you're also a songwriter. So when did you kind of jump into starting to write things that you heard in your head? You're like, I got to write this out because it sounds so darn good.
It's
go ahead.
The whole songwriting thing for Disney, which occurred 43 years ago in New York City. It's had a 43-year lifespan so far. It's continuing to move forward, and it's been a very interesting thing. I've had hit records in this country and in other parts of the world, and nothing has stuck as readily as Main Street USA. So it's been an interesting life.
Yeah,
I can say, that everybody seems to always know that song, especially after the Disney sing-along tape. Everybody loves that one, and I do too.
Right.
I love hearing it at Main Street. So, and Steve, sound effects is like, we really haven't had anybody in that ballpark of sound, only music today. So sound effects is like a whole different game. So why don't you tell us a little bit about how you kind of got into that too?
Well, it's funny. My interest in sound effects actually is directly related to Disney, because when I was growing up, I would watch, Wonderful World of Color, Wonderful World of Disney, and listen to all the movies, because I would record them off the TV and listen to them over and over. In the age before video cassettes and DVDs and streaming and all that, we just had the audio that we could save and listen to over and over and sort of play it like a little radio show. But I started noticing that some of these sound effects started popping up over and over again. Jimmy McDonald was the great Disney sound effects genius, and all those wonderful sounds that he made. And they had a library of them, and you'd hear them popping up again. Like I remember going to Disneyland very often when I was a kid and hearing the dog whimper in Pirates of the Caribbean that's holding the keys. I learned later it was recorded for Mary Poppins, because I remember hearing it in that movie. So it was a light bulb moment that somebody must save these sound effects. So I started learning more about it and tried to figure out a way I could do that.
Yeah.
And no, you've been a performer, but like yours is a little bit different in the fact of you're also working with puppets. So a little bit different.
Yeah, you don't see me, but you do see the puppets. So it's kind of like half and half, like being on camera and being behind the scenes at the same time. Because when I was a kid, there were more puppet shows on television. There was Sherry Lewis, there was Captain Kangaroo, there was Mr. Rogers, there was Paul Winchell with Winchell Mahoney Time and his ventriloquist. And of course, Paul Winchell later on became the original voice of Tigger. And little known fact, he also helped invent the artificial heart.
Yes, he did.
So puppetry can save lives.
Yeah.
And so there was this half-hour show when I was a kid, and it was a brand new show that was coming on public television the next day, and it was hosted by these two puppets, which I'd never seen before, because puppets were either like the little like Kukla style or hard puppets like marionettes like Bill Baird. But these were different. One was yellow, it had the head of a banana, and the other one kind of looked like a football. And their names were Ernie and Bert. And they were talking about this new show tomorrow morning called Sesame Street. And they showed scenes of Sesame Street, and including Big Bird, which was amazing because this was a puppet that could actually walk around and talk. Now, for the record, the Big Bird we have today is not the same Big Bird from that first season. In fact, it's kind of like if Goofy had feathers, that's what Big Bird was like. Until
very true.
Carol Spinney convinced them to make Big Bird a 6-year-old so that the 6-year-olds at home could relate to Big Bird. So then I got inspired by this, and so And during my high school years was the height of the Muppet Show. So I thought, well, Jim Henson's doing it. Maybe all these people, and I could do it too. So I did research the old-fashioned way. I went to the library, which is like Barnes & Noble, but it's free. And I found there were 2 colleges. One was in Storrs, Connecticut, which to this day in UConn, you can get your 4-year degree, master's degree in puppetry. And the other was in Brooklyn, New York, called Pratt Institute. And they had a theater department. And within the theater department, there was a puppetry program, actually taught by one of the guys who designed and built Big Bird and Snuffy. His name was Kermit Love, and no, the frog was not named after him. And so I had all this information presented to me, so I went to my mom. Now, my mom was a single mom because my dad walked out on us when I was 18 months old, and so she was holding down 2 jobs to put me through private school and give me a proper education. So I said to this woman who was taking care of me, and at the time her mom and her uncle, that I know what I want to be, a puppeteer. And I braced myself, and she looked at me and she said, okay, what do we have to do? And it just threw me, just like, oh, well, I've got this school, I got this school. And she said, okay, what do we have to do? Well, this is due then, and this is due then. Okay, what do we have to do? That's all she kept saying, because she said she was always a private secretary, a typist. She said, I've been typing the same letters for the past like 25 years. You can always get a job, get a career. And if for some reason you want to be a lumberjack tomorrow, we'll figure out how to do that. So I lucked out having somebody who believed in me from the very get-go.
Amazing. I love that. I love to hear that. It's good to have a support system behind you too, because you know, it's not, you don't always feel confident if you don't have that. So I know for me. And Randy, you were kind of living in the Disney golden age of Renaissance from the 80s and 90s. So
70s.
And the 70s too. Yes, and the 70s. So how did you kind of find yourself thrust into that?
Yeah, for me, when I was in the 6th grade, a friend did a little flip book in the corner of his notebook, and I saw that and thought, wow, you can kind of do that yourself. So that evening, I stopped off at a store, bought a couple of little empty pads, and spent that evening just filling them with little arrows moving across, bombs blowing up, airplanes flying across. And by the end of the evening, I was completely hooked. Soon after, I discovered that, you know, doing this kind of work is what cartoons were. So I just decided that's what I'm going to do for the rest of my life. And I did tons and tons of little flip books, filling up tons of them. Family got an 8mm camera. I started making some live action movies, little Gumby movies, little clay movies, all kinds of things. And then in high school, I started animating a little film with actual cells and backgrounds and everything. And I finished it my last year of college at UCLA. Took me the whole time to do it. And when it finally got out of my portfolio, that got me into Disney. So that's what I mean. Oh, and Steve, while I was at Disney, I remember there was the sound effects room there.
Yeah.
My friend and I would wander in there, and they had all the machines in the back that made the Disney sound effects, and a whole cabinet with little drawers. I remember opening up, you find a little whistle, a little kazoo, and you blow it, and it's exactly the Disney sound that you've heard before.
They've all been recorded, and they're all in the library, but those original props are just so wonderful. Many of them are still at Imagineering in Glendale. Joe Harrington sort of guards them. They're in a big closet there, and I hope they get, you know, I've heard there's a little bit of turbulence going on there now. I hope they're all saved. But no, and Randy, you know, our names are on the same films, because I started around the time of Beauty and the Beast and Aladdin. So yeah, that's very cool.
Wasn't Wayne doing sound effects? Wayne and Rusey?
Wayne Allwine, Wayne was actually Jimmy's sort of apprentice, and that's one of the reasons he took over the voice of Mickey, because he worked really, really closely with Jimmy. And there's footage of them, you know, in tandem doing, because so many of Jimmy's props would work in tandem with like 2 or 3 guys, and they'd rehearse it like a musical number and perform a train or a car, and it was so fun to watch. But Wayne knew how to use all those things too. So
he took me on a tour through that room. With all those things.
Paul Winchell's daughter actually does the voice of Clarabelle now.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. The tradition.
Yeah, it's fascinating to trace all the legacy voices and who's doing them now, and they're all spot on. They're all perfect.
Hey, Mike, can you hear us, or are you frozen again?
Yeah. He can hear us. It looks like he's frozen.
I think he's moving a little bit. I don't know. I feel so bad.
I think I made it back in. Is that true?
We can see you. Yeah, you're frozen.
We can
hear you.
Okay,
Yeah.
we can hear you too. We were just discussing kind of jumping into our dream careers. So, how did you get into voiceover?
Pretend you're a ventriloquist.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, now we're frozen on him.
I feel bad laughing at this. It's so funny.
Hey, it's bound to happen. I wish I could control the Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
I'll continue on if that's all right. When Mike comes back, we'll try to get him involved.
There's something fascinating on the ceiling, apparently.
But what was one of those moments where you were working in your career and you were working your job and you kind of saw that somebody else acknowledged how your work was and was just enchanted by it? Like, what was that moment where you were like, oh wow, I actually made somebody react the way they did, whether it be with a song or whether it be with an animated drawing?
For me, whenever I would do a bear appearance, whether it be like at a store or a mall or on a show like Hollywood Squares or anything like that, I always asked that I go to a children's hospital. And so Bear would sometimes do a show at the children's hospital, but also just like walk through and like go into a kid's room or just like outside the kid's room, because it made a difference for not just the kid, but especially the parents. And being a parent myself now, I understand that this isn't a doctor coming, this isn't a nurse coming to take blood, the kid's not getting a test. This is their friend from TV who stopped by and to say hi. And for those few minutes, their kid wasn't a patient anymore. It was a kid. And everybody was just like happy. So we would often have kids come and visit the set just to remind us, like, this is why we're doing it, because we have a schedule, we have to get things done. But just a reminder that there are kids that actually love these characters. And now these kids are grown up and actually having kids of their own and introducing Bear through YouTube and what few VHS tapes they have left and DVD.
Yeah, where's Disney Plus on this? Come on.
Oh,
I would actually love to watch Bear. It's like one of those things where it's like just comforting.
I know. Well, that's why I'm on TikTok. I have a puppet of Bear. So it's a puppet of a puppet. And he's on TikTok and people just like have like my son said he wishes we had like $1 for every time somebody used the word childhood, because we could buy our own island at this point, because they just keep throwing up these heart emojis and these tear emojis and the OMGs and you were my childhood. Thank you for my childhood. Oh, the best part of childhood. It's amazing now, like how much this character impacted all these people.
Mm-hmm.
And Mike's back.
Hi, Mike, and hi, Bob. How's it going?
Hi.
Hey, Bob.
Good. I guess I was on the old link, so I was waiting, and then I realized.
Yeah, it was the dress rehearsal link. We had a couple people that got confused.
Hi. Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. Bob is also an animator for our listeners and people who are watching. And just so you know, poor Mike has been trying to connect this entire time, and it's just not working out.
It's been like a running gag.
Oh, poor guy.
I feel bad laughing.
But we were just talking about, and I'll have you answer this question next, Bob. Like, what was the first time you saw somebody react to a piece of your work, and you were like, "Wow, this is pretty amazing that I could make somebody feel a certain emotion or way."
I would say Cal Arts. When going to Cal Arts back in the early '80s, your first student film, when it gets shown in front of everybody, then you get a laugh or you don't get a reaction or whatever. And that's the first time where I saw people laughing at animation I did. Yeah. It's a good feeling.
And what about you, Andy?
What's that? I did not fall asleep. I'm okay.
Do you have a moment where you had somebody react to your piece of work or music or anything like that? Because we have a couple people in the chat saying they love your sing me a story songs.
Oh, cool. That's great. That's the most amazing thing to me about it's the internet and it's wonderful. But that you can write something, and normally you see it on the television or whatever it is, and you hear it and you go, well, good, it worked, or it didn't work, whatever. But now that stuff is out on the web and on YouTube, people from all over the world that you've never met can comment on you and what you're doing, the job that you're doing, and that's been fascinating to me. A couple of years ago, they put out a vinyl recording of a score I did for Ralph Bakshi for a film called Wizards, and they invited me up to Portland. They were going to have the drop of the album, and they were going to screen the film. Mm-hmm. Now, I don't know how many people have seen Wizards. It's a very strange, iconic, animated cartoon. Oh, bless you.
It's brilliant.
Thank you. It's very odd. And at the time we did it, it wasn't odd. It wasn't brilliant. It wasn't something. Actually, I
thought so.
He'd had $10,000 left in his budget, and Fox was not helping. It was crazy. But anyway, we did what we did, and it was the first all synthesizer score. That was a melodic score, and not like the Forbidden Planet, which was a whole electronic different thing. But it was amazing to me that this film came out, but it was done. 40 years later, they're inviting me up to Portland to come to this thing. And I went up with my other half, and I said, now listen, this is going to be embarrassing. There'll be 12 people there, and they're all nerds, and
don't say that.
We got there, and there was the theater, and it had my name on the marquee, which was amazing, and the sign that said sold out. 450 people were in there, and they all bought albums. It was insane. This is like 40 years after the fact. Mm-hmm. And people said some really nice things to me about the music, and I was going, really? A friend of mine said, don't do that. Do not be honest about how you feel about it. Just go with the flow. And if people like it, say, oh, thank you, of course. I'm so glad to hear that. That's my story.
I had a similar experience at Comic-Con. I had a full room for my little panel on science fiction, sounds and science fiction films, and I was thrilled that people wanted to hear me talk about sound history. But I'll tell my story really quick. It's a non-Disney story, so forgive me. But I did the voice of the Coca-Cola polar bear, which was mostly I was a sound designer on it, and real bears weren't working, so I had to give it a performance thing. So I just crept into the studio one morning and made the sound of the polar bear, sort of kind of thing. And that was fun, and everybody loved it, but I was still sort of isolated in my room working on other projects, and I didn't realize how huge it was until we were working on another film, and we sent a recordist out to record the crowd at a baseball stadium to record the game. And the tapes came to me because I was working in the library at the time, sound librarian, and I started logging all the crowds. And in the middle of the game, they take the break, and they show stuff up on the big Diamond Vision screen or whatever it is. And they started showing commercials. And one of them was the Coke Polar Bear commercial. And here I am listening to the crowd and not really realizing I hear something familiar, but I don't know why. But the crowd went way down in volume. And then I hear my sound effects. And at the very end, when the polar bear holds up the bottle and goes, my sound, the entire crowd went, oh, thousands of people reacting to this thing. And here I am in my little dark office listening to this with headphones. Nobody else knows what I'm doing. They can't hear it. I just started crying. It was the first time that, we're all watching at home. We're watching a TV and you can't react to it. It's a national spot and everybody's seeing it, but you don't feel that. And this was like my moment where I was like realizing that it's being seen by all these people. And that was a real strong moment for me. So.
Another addition to the sound effects thing, Sing Me a Story, they took two of the old Silly Symphony cartoons, re-edited them, put in new dialogue, and basically to teach kids certain things about life, whatever, and they found a particular cartoon worked for that. So they would edit it, and we would have to record, of course, all the voices again and do all the sound effects.
Yeah.
And then I hired composers to do the underscore, because it was completely different than the original underscore. It was quite wild. But the sound effects were fascinating, and I wanted to use the old sound effects. I didn't want to do synthesized stuff.
Well, It's interesting because I recently talked to the people who did the show that's on Disney Plus called Zenimation. And that series, they're taking out the music and taking out the dialogue, so it's just the ambient sounds.
That's
and
so
in some cases, some of the older films, there wasn't anything there. There was nothing sound effects wise, and so they're putting it in and trying to keep the spirit of the original. But yes, it's fascinating when they can find the original tracks without anything else mixed in.
Yes,
the old Jimmy McDonald stuff and the old backgrounds they recorded. It's just I love all that stuff.
Yeah,
that's fun.
Randy, you've been one of the people who has been able to film things that have happened behind the scenes.
Oh yeah,
of the
I was going
building.
to say, Randy, I love your home movies, like the one where.
They're featured in if you've ever seen it, Waking Sleeping Beauty, which is a documentary about the the Renaissance of Disney, being revitalized by Little Mermaid and films like that. So Randy, you kind of have like that camera, like that sneak peek camera back, and I just love it.
I was I started doing that simply because I bought a new camera and wanted to try it out, and I said, what am I going to do? And actually, John Lasseter was my assistant at the time. So I asked him to just film me, and we'll do a home movie at the studio and show around. Even
that moment when Ron Miller appears is just so wonderful.
Yeah.
He's just like, "What are you doing?"
there was a big sign at the front of the studio of Mickey Mouse, and we were saying, "No cameras allowed." But I said, oh well.
But he sort of gave you permission though when he told you. He said, "Yeah, okay, go ahead."
What's going on? I was kind of terrified for a moment, but home movie, and it turned out to be just a home movie. I'm amazed that it's being shown. I never thought it'd be anything except a home movie that some of us would watch every once in a while. That's all I thought it would be.
Yeah,
it's great. I'm glad that history is saved.
Documentary, and it's been used in some other documentaries too, which is.
Don is brilliant at those documentaries. He's really
done
some great stuff. Oh, we're not worthy.
Well, Stu has something where he can say that Marie Osmond sang his song the first time ever when it was ever performed, right, Stu?
Ask that again.
For Marie Osmond, she sang your song on the TV broadcast, I think, right?
There's a nice story here. In 1978, after I wrote the song, it was written for Disneyland's 25th anniversary, which was coming up in 1980. The song never appeared. In 1985, on Disneyland's 30th anniversary, Marie Osmond and the cast of Thousands sang it on a TV special, and it was officially released. After that period, it became a parade theme. It became a performance piece in parks. It was the advertising theme for Euro Disney and Japan Disney. And of course, it's been sung by the Dapper Dan Barbershop Quartet at Disney World and Disneyland since. So it's had an interesting life, but it started out invisible, and then showed 5 years later when Marie Osmond, cast of Thousands, showed up.
Which is pretty cool. I think that's something to put on your resume. Say, Marie Osmond sang my song.
Listen, everybody on this program and the other 150 that you've interviewed, we're all proud of the fact that our work was seen, used by others, performed by others. That's the kick. It's wonderful. And I can talk like Donald Duck, but I shouldn't have done the song. So I'm very glad Maria.
Well, guys, I can't thank you enough for being a part of this broadcast. This has been a lot of fun to have all of you on. Thank you. And I think Mike might be watching. If Mike's watching, I'm sorry it didn't work out. It's good to see you, though. So your bright, curly white smile. So
keep up the good work.
Yeah, Tammy, congratulations on 10 years.
Yeah, this is
wonderful.
Seriously.
All these interviews, it's such a great archive that you've been talking to these people that it's sort of an oral history. So it's really great you're doing it.
Thank you so much. And I appreciate you all being a part of the history as well, too, because your conversations and stories are just so wonderful. So I'm glad you guys can be in that special archive. So I will see you guys later. Have a wonderful night.
Tammy. Bye, Tammy. Happy anniversary.
Thank you,
Happy anniversary. Bye-bye.
Thank you, guys.
Bye.
I will. You too. See you soon. Oops. I clicked the wrong button. There we go. Well, guys, before we start with our next segment, we have a couple extra minutes. So I'm going to play a longer video for you. This is actually going to be a performance by one of our next future guests and myself at the Retro WDW show. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and play Two Brothers with Ali Omo. Please enjoy.
Take two. Two brothers on their way, two brothers on their way, two brothers on their way, one more blue and one more gray. One more blue and one more gray, as they marched along the way. Drum began to play all on a beautiful morning. One was gentle, one was kind. One was gentle, one was kind. One came home, one stayed behind. A cannonball don't pay no mind. A cannonball don't pay no mind. If you're gentle or if you're kind. You don't think of the folks behind. All on a beautiful morning. Waiting by the railroad track. Two girls waiting by the railroad track for their darlings to come back. One more blue and one more black. One more blue and one more black, waiting by the railroad track for their darlings to come back, all on a beautiful morning. Don't pay no mind if you're gentle or if you're kind. It don't think of the folks behind, all on a beautiful morning. All on a beautiful morning. All on a beautiful
Over 200 people were standing ovations by the end. It was so much fun.
You guys should stand up for Allie over here. Come on. Get back up here, Allie. Get back up
here. Oh, that was so much fun. That was Allie and myself. And we recorded the song. I don't know. I think you guys can hear me now. I think I unmuted myself, but we recorded the song for my Disney album. You'll find me on Main Street. And Allie and I had met each other through my podcast. And I said I was going to do the song, and I said I'd love to do a duet version because there's a second verse from the American Adventure version that they had that she did originally back in 1982. So we were both lucky enough to be asked by Retro WDW podcast to fly down to Disney and sing in the Contemporary Resort. And it was just a magical experience. So I'm going to bring Allie on first for our next group of film and theme park creators. So here comes Allie.
Hey, Tammy, congratulations. Hey. 10 years.
Thank you. Woohoo. Jazz hands.
And you're only 22.
I wish. I did just turn 25. So
okay, well, 25.
Close enough. I'm still a baby. Exactly. It's been a while since we've seen each other in person, but I'm glad that we get to see each other because I would miss singing with you.
It was a lot of fun to get to do that.
Oh gosh, that was a rush. It was definitely a lot of excitement, especially in the building. And that was technically your first time ever performing it, really live, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
And we found out that the most asked question at guest relations at Epcot is who sings Two Brothers? And they have the answer. and it's great. It's probably the most downloaded track on my album now. Believe it or not, they love your version of it. So it's just really cool to have you on the show today. So welcome.
Very nice to be here.
And we'll bring in another Epcot American Adventure colleague of yours, Melissa. Hi, Melissa.
Hi.
How are you?
I am very well. I remember when they brought Allie on board. We've never met, but I was the researcher for the pavilion, and I think you knew Pam. Is that correct?
Jane Jackson.
Jane Jackson. Okay, I knew it was one of my colleagues, but yes. I had moved past doing American Adventure because when you do research, it's all up front. But I can remember they found the song, which kind of created the segment, and then they brought you in to demo it, and everybody loved you so much. I can remember all the skeleton down the hall. Oh, she's so good.
That's pretty amazing. I had no idea that you had known about that. And you had not only did you do the research, but you had stepped in as the statue, like when they were taking pictures for the spirits that are around the theater. You were the spirit of heritage.
I was actually in the original meeting where we determined what we would be calling those statues. And when they mentioned that the Spirit of Heritage was going to be, when we decided that the Spirit of Heritage would be a Native American woman, I said, well, my great-grandmother's Mohawk. So I was the costume model. All of the statues had Imagineers as costume models. The statue itself is not necessarily a depiction facially of the Imagineer, because that was kind of the imagination of the sculptors, primarily Blayne, trying to make the statues represent every American. Despite the speculation I've seen online on who they are not anyone in particular. They are Imagineer costume models and the sculptor's imagination. So yes,
I think that really fits it, because you can really see yourself in that person, regardless of what type of spirit they are. So I always love that. I always like walking around, walking down along the sides and just looking up at them, because they're huge. From afar they don't look, but they are pretty big. You're like, ooh, you're big.
Well, if you ever come to California, Tammy, the maquettes, the 12-inch ones,
yes,
are in Great Moments with Mr. Lincoln, and they're not nearly so imposing.
I can't wait to see it when I'm next time there. And speaking of California, I think we have a couple people over there, but I'm going to introduce an animator from Disney. It's Darren. Hi there.
Hello.
How are you? Oh, I love your silly symphony in the background.
Thank you. Limited edition.
I was thinking about you because when I heard that they were adding Coco to Mickey's PhilharMagic, I went, Darren, that's what we were talking about.
Yeah, I did some of the I did the broom sequence in PhilharMagic with Donald Duck getting splashed in the Fantasia sequence of that. So,
which is awesome. I was like, oh, finally, this is actually interesting. I can't wait to see the edition when we go to Disney World.
I'm just so glad that they have somewhere to show it, because it was in Florida for a while, and then and I had never seen it until a couple summers ago. So.
Oh, okay. Well, hey, I'm just glad that I was like, oh, I immediately thought of Darren. I was like, that's what we had talked about, because I was going through all the interviews. I was listening to all of them again, so that's why it popped up for me.
That was a fun project.
Yeah, I'm like, I love it. Love it. It's still a big favorite at Disney. It's nice to go in the
and
air.
We're doing more and more 3D stuff. Stuff for the parks, stuff for parks all around the world. And so that's something that, you know, you show up to work and it's something new every day, which is what I love about this job.
And I can tell you this next director here, Jeff, is going to tell you the same thing, because he worked on a couple of doozies. He worked on Reflections of China, the 360 film at Epcot, and The Timekeeper as well, too. So welcome, Jeff.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Jeff.
You were at Retro WDW too. It was so great to hear you talk and talk about the projects you've been working on.
That was a terrific day. You know, so many people from so many different, you know, elements of Disney. It was great to be able to hear all their stories as well.
Yeah, it was a really fun time. I can't wait for hopefully the next one, whenever that may be, especially with everything going on. So
fingers crossed.
Yeah. And since we're back in Epcot, let's go over to Horizons. Corinne, she was the girlfriend in the little video chat that they actually had their own Zoom call on Horizons. Who thought that Horizons was going to predict the future? So welcome.
That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm so glad you're here. Welcome to the show too.
Thank you so much.
And last but not least, the host of the original version of Walt Disney World's Inside Out, which was like a Disney Channel show to show the latest and greatest back in the 90s. It's Scott.
Oh my God. It's okay that I'm not wearing any pants, right? I just want to be clear. That was part of the rule. I will not stand up at any time. Hi, how are you guys?
We're doing
very well.
Good. How
It's
are
supposed
you?
to be PG.
Well,
But
I was told it was clothing optional.
oh yeah, I think that's PG in today's world. But congratulations, Tammy, on the 10-year stuff. And I'm pretty much blown away when I looked at your schedule of everybody you would organize. I mean, it was pretty crazy. I mean, your level of organization is commendable. So
that's my
thanks.
OCD. So
that's funny. My girlfriend just was talking about her own on that. She was just saying, doing some cleaning here around our new place, and she was just, that's my OCD kicking in. So it's
I was
today's
like,
theme for me.
got to get it ready. And I was trying to figure out, I was like, this group, I was trying to find like a little bit of something that would connect everybody in each group, because it is kind of difficult. You guys are, you know, I've interviewed almost everybody, not everybody, but you know, different backgrounds. So I was like, okay, well, you guys are creators in your own aspect, creators of characters, of different arrangements of songs, and being an Imagineer, and creators, being a director and a host. So there's so many aspects to that. So my first question to all of you is, who is one of your favorite creators? It could be somebody in the film industry, in TV, in music, in sports. What is one of your favorite, somebody maybe you've looked up to?
Well, I just adored Herbert Ryman. He used to come and visit me, which at the time I didn't realize quite how twinkle toes I should feel about that. But he used to wander down the hall and wander into my little cubicle, and we'd talk about all kinds of things. He was such a Renaissance man, but he was such a creative and innovative artist. He did, you know, the original plans for Disneyland, at least the ones that they took to New York to sell. And if you look at the Epcot concept art, so much of it is Herbie's. So he would be my favorite.
Well, I'll go next.
Yeah.
Does it have to be a Disney connected person, or are you just talking generally?
Yeah,
Well,
anybody.
I guess since I done hosting, Letterman was I always loved Letterman. He inspired me a lot to do hosting. And it was a little odd. I mean, we felt good when we got the gig doing Walt Disney World Inside Out in '94. The production company and myself, we were, for the time, and I don't know if you look at the whole history, we were a pretty snarky bunch, you know, kind of an anti behind the scenes thing, just to have a little more edge to it. And so I was very happy that Disney decided to do that, because they tend to be the kind of antithesis of that. You know, everything's happy and smiling. We paid the price after 1 year when they went to have George Foreman do it, but and make it an infomercial basically. But yeah, Letterman and Johnny Carson, of course. I think everybody here knows Johnny, or how good he was. He was probably the best all time as far as being super intelligent comedically, but also letting his guests shine. He was really excellent at that. So.
That's very true.
Johnny Carson had a license plate that I admired, that I was hoping that one day he'd give it up. It was a vanity plate, and it was 360 guy.
Oh, that's right.
Nice. Yeah, for 360 films. Look at that. That would have been great.
He, you know, I was a page at NBC before, like, this was like 10 years before I got the Disney gig. Mm-hmm. And I can attest to that. I remember because you'd go by his car parked out, and people would ask about that.
I think it was a little silver Mercedes or something,
yeah,
if I recall.
Yeah, he was a nice guy. Finally got to meet him. I was just like a shell shock. You know, got to do Stump the Band one time, hand the envelopes out, you know, and people like that. So, yeah.
What about you, Allie? Who is somebody that you looked up to?
Well, I love John Williams. I think his, you know, as a composer, his music is just so phenomenal. Through the pandemic, I for the first time I watched all the Star Wars movies, which I had never really seen from beginning to end. But you know, he's just amazing. But you know, Buddy Baker, I had no idea who I was working with when I went to record Two Brothers, and you know, he did so much music for Disney for the theme parks, and it was just a joy to work with him. He was just so, do whatever you know want. Can I do this? Can I add another, you know, part to the guitar? Can I do another harmony vocal? Sure, do whatever you want. So he was just so wonderful to work with. And like I said, I just had no idea at the time, you know, exactly who he was. I just got into LA, and this is like just happened. It was just a fluke that I got that gig. So
a happy fluke, a very happy fluke.
Yeah, happy fluke.
How about you, Darren?
I wasn't hired at Disney for my craftsmanship. I was hired for my performance ability, and so I am drawn to like people like Steve Martin, where he was a comedian, he's a songwriter, he's a juggler, he's a magician. He can do lasso rope tricks. He was just this man of so many talents, and something, you know, actor, singer. I mean, he's got so many aspects and to his life and career that I admire that, and that kind of spills over into my animation career. As far as you got to do a lot of different kinds of things when you're an animator.
Yeah. Great banjo player too. I mean, you mentioned musician, but just listening, amazing.
I wish I could play the banjo. That would be cool. I see him like music videos. I'm like, the songs are really catchy. I'm like, I would love to do that at some point. It seems a little bit hard though.
Oh yeah.
Corinne, do you want to go next?
Well, kind of like Darren coming from the performing side, my heroine has always been Meryl Streep, a woman who could play any part at any time. I think I always joked that I would sit there and I'd watch her read a dictionary. That's how interesting she is and how much she puts into everything she does. So I've always admired her quite a bit. I've seen every movie she's ever done, twice. And yeah, just a lot of admiration for her and her talents and how many languages she speaks and how fluent in the movies she can be, and very versatile as well. So my hero.
I'm sure you watched Mamma Mia 10 times.
Of course I did.
No,
she was fabulous.
We loved it. It's like the best movie ever. Love it.
Yeah. Here's singing, acting, dancing. Yeah, dancer.
She's a good singer too. Yeah. I love her. I remember at the beginning of COVID, I don't know if you were watching, Seth Rudetsky from Broadway was doing these type of things, and he got her to sing Ladies Who Lunch with Audra McDonald and Christine, who played Tanya in Mamma Mia. And it was the three of them, and they recorded. It was so funny. Just love them.
Oh, that's exciting.
Yeah.
That would have been fun to see.
It's so interesting to see how things have kind of changed since COVID has happened. But my other question was going to be the fact of the matter that, there's a lot of ways to create things, but sometimes you kind of hit a wall, so to speak, when you're trying to kind of figure out, okay, should I animate it this way, or I'm not getting the right lyric that I want, or this shot's just not lining up to be what it is. So in that retrospect, if you had any frustrations, can you tell me like an example of something that happened and you were like, okay, well, we've got to try a different avenue to try to fix the problem and make it so it's actually okay to see, watch, or hear, or anything like that?
Well, I can certainly attest from the filmmaking side of it that what you just described is virtually every shot in every movie. Nothing ever goes the way it's supposed to. Every shot is a challenge. There's something new, and you can have plans, you can have storyboards, but putting it on film is completely, a crapshoot. It's a challenge. It's every time out.
I wanted to extend on what Jeff was talking about. There was a great quote or a paragraph from William Friedkin, great director, did French Connection, The Exorcist, and he basically said, you make three movies when you make a movie. The one you write and envision, if you're the screenwriter or being involved in the production, the one you're shooting, and then the one you edit. And I'm actually in the middle of that third part of my first scripted venture right now that I wrote and directed. And I'm telling you, every day I realize the truth of that, how you have to adapt, taking what you have and trying to make it coherent and unique and moving or funny or whatever. So yeah, adaptability.
The quote on that actually is that the third part is not just the one you edit. It's the one you find in the editing room.
Ah, very good. Very good. Yeah.
That's always an interesting aspect of it, because I hear from like a lot of the movies where they are so successful, everybody's like, didn't you know it was going to be successful? And everybody's like, I guess so, but really no, you don't know what you're making until you kind of see it. I guess the dailies is what it was called, back in the day. And I guess it's difficult in that retrospect, but yeah.
Yeah, I think even you can look at dailies. Oh, this part looks good. This part looks great. But how does it work all together? How is the music? How is the everything? And I guess you don't. And everybody's going to have a different reaction anyway. So it's a true art form. I mean, like in any creative endeavor, and hopefully it ends up, at the very least, pleasing you, the creator.
Yeah,
one would hope.
That's all that matters.
Yeah, ultimately. And to make some money, yes. Also,
working with
there you go.
Working with Glenn Keane, he whenever we would run into a roadblock or some kind of trouble with the shot, he would say, "Get away from animation. Don't look at animation. Don't go and get inspired by theater. Go get inspired by sculpture. Go out into the woods. Go whittle something." It was like, get as far away from what you're trying to solve as possible, and get inspiration from any other expression of art that you can, and that will either clear your mind, or you will get inspiration from those other medium. Yeah, does that make sense?
Yeah.
I know,
Yeah,
coming
walking
from
away.
an academic background, when what I did for American Adventure not only was to vet and suggest props, but actually at one point to solve a problem through research. And that was the World War II scene where the Rosie the Riveter ladies are repairing a submarine. And they needed a submarine, but they needed to be able to fit it underneath, because under that stage and under those seats, all of those sets fit in there and then roll up on the stage, so that it needed to fit. So along with a couple of guys from Disneyland, we went to Washington, D.C. to do a lot of research. And in the Pentagon, discovered that there were some World War I submarines, which had the simplest superstructure, that were actually patrolling the Caribbean, as well as being used for training. So that's what they used in that set in the show, and they were able to fit that in. And it didn't require a lot of detail because the submarine was very early anyway. But at the same time, they also wanted to know what to name it. And I said, you can't name it anything, because after the attack on Pearl Harbor, I discovered when I was in Pentagon Library, all of the identifying information on all ships was painted out, and everything was airbrushed on anything they released. So you'll see there's nothing identifiable on the submarines. There's battleships behind that do have numbers on them because they're in port to be painted, to have their identifications painted out. And after I researched that, I solved a problem for a friend. His father had been on one of the ships in Pearl Harbor, and his job that morning had been to run up the signal flags, which identifies the ship. And in the pictures he saw later, there were no signal flags, and he knew he had done it. And I told my friend, I said, tell your dad that's because they airbrushed them out because it identified the ship. So research works too.
That's amazing. Oh my gosh. I have some comments in the group chat. This one's from Paul. He says, although it's been gone for many years, I love the Timekeeper 360 movie in Tomorrowland. It was the first attraction I saw on my trip back in the 90s. I loved it. So that one's Jeff. And Paul also wanted to know, he says he loves Jeremy Irons. Do you have any stories about filming with Jeremy and that specific film, The Timekeeper? Because you were like all over the place in Europe, right?
Yeah. One little tidbit about working with Jeremy Irons. I knew that he liked research. He really likes to dive into characters. And the nature of our schedule was we were bringing him in to play H.G. Wells, and we were going to be filming for just a couple of days in Vienna, which was passing for Paris, for the Paris Exposition of 1900. And it was one of these things, we didn't know who the stars were that the studio was arranging until they basically showed up.
Oh, wow.
And so Jeremy Irons showed up to play H.G. Wells, and we had put together a little 2-page thing on the background of H.G. Wells, where he went to school, which I know for British actors is like the number one thing you need to know before you ever play any character. Where did they go to school? And as soon as he had that information, it was like, oh, okay, yeah, got him. And it changed his posture, the walk, obviously the accent, everything. And it was just him working with this little bit of research that somebody put together. It was like, find out what you can about H.G. Wells, anything at all. And we handed that over to him, and out of that came his performance. And when I was working with him, here's an Oscar winner, a celebrated actor, and we're filming in 360 degrees. We've got hundreds of extras. We've got everybody in costume. We've got, we're representing, the year 1900. Mm-hmm. And he asked me one question. He said, normally he's very much aware of a camera when he's filming a regular movie, because it's like, is the camera way over there on a telephoto lens, or is it, on a short focal length lens and it's up real close? And he likes to scale his performances based on where the camera is and what's going on. But Circle Vision kind of threw him for a loop, because it's like, well, is it close up or is it totally wide? Because we're seeing the world and literally flying through the scene. And so I said, all I can tell you is I'll know when it's right, and I'll give you the feedback you need. And he said, okay, great. So we do the first scene, and I'm on a crane and flying through the air, and all this is, it's just chaos, controlled chaos. And I look down, and here's Jeremy Irons way down on the ground. And he just kind of looks up at me like, how was take one? Didn't say anything. There was no verbal communication. It was just sort of like, how was it? And I just went, and he went like, got it. And that's the performance we have in the film.
And it's not that long of a performance for him. Like, he's not on the screen for over a minute, I think, right?
No, actually, that opening scene where we introduce him, that's 4.5 minutes. It was the longest scene we had ever done in Circle Vision. In fact, we had to rebuild the camera to be able to do that scene, because normally there were 400-foot loads of film, and we needed 1,000-foot loads of film. And when you put 1,000-foot loads on the Circle Vision camera, the magazines come up into the shot. So they had to rebuild the camera to tip the magazines back. So it was.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
There's more stories. If you do like the Timekeeper, you got to listen to my interview with Jeff, because he has some other stories about Nine Eye, and it's a whole thing. And firefighters dressed up and in costumes. It's like a whole thing. So you definitely check that out. And I wanted to go back to Horizons, because Corinne, I think that a lot of people have like this soft spot for Horizons because it was there for so long in Epcot, and the music was just so beautiful. And it was that way where you could actually choose, you could choose your ending, because there's 3 different endings, right?
Very unique, yes.
And so why don't you talk a little bit about like that specific moment where you found out that like not only were you on film, but you're going to be an audio animatronic. Like you get 2 in 1 in an attraction. Like, that's amazing. That doesn't really happen.
It was pretty exciting the way they did it. One of the things I'll never forget is they wanted the audio animatronic to look exactly like myself. So they measured every single part of my body, from the digit on my finger to my toes to my waist, height, everything, so that the audio animatronic would be identical. And probably the most excruciating part was when we did the mold of my face, because I'm laying back in like a dental chair, and they're pouring ice cold molding over my face, and I have to stay really still and try to breathe through these little straws they stuck in my nose. And I'm like, oh my God, can I make it through this? And I did. But then when they took the mold off, I couldn't wait for that. The mold wasn't cold enough, if you can believe it. So they had to do it again with more ice. And I'm like, I'm going to be able to do this. I got to get through this. Anyway, second time was perfect. Then I have to say, when the first time I went and saw it after it opened, and the whole idea that Tammy said, where 1 minute I'm looking at the audio animatronic, and then we go into another room, and there's myself on the film with Tom and his audio animatronic. And it was really the coolest thing. I mean, it was so much fun to do that. Really enjoyed everybody I worked with. And go ahead, Tammy.
I'm just surprised they never called you and said, hey, do you want your AA? We can send it over to you.
I wanted to bring it. It can sit in my couch in the living room. Oh, that would have been really cool.
Oh my God, that would have been hilarious. I would have loved to have seen that. It would have been perfect.
It was super fun. It was super fun. And anyway, enjoyed seeing the ride, and everything was great about it. And as you know, we had that big reunion in Florida for it. Yep. And the crowd that came, that actually knew more about the ride than myself, because they'd been on it 50,000 times.
Yep.
And that was really enjoyable to see the the joy on everybody's faces to be able to meet me and to hear the background of the ride, how it was made, and great experience.
It's wonderful that all the projects that each of you have done have touched people, and we still remember it after all these years. And thank goodness for YouTube, because we can watch Inside Out, some episodes of Scott running around eating the hand witch.
Yeah, I've been trying to get those excised off of YouTube, but no.
But it's wonderful, and guys, I cannot thank you enough for being a part of the show today, and also being a part of my podcast over the past few years. So thank you for all your support and being there.
Thank you for inviting us. It was a lot of fun.
And be very safe out there, and hopefully I'll see you guys maybe for the next Retro WDW or D23, whatever it may be. It would be great to give you guys hugs.
For sure.
Congratulations on 10 years.
Yes.
Yep.
I'll see you guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
See you soon, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
The Brady Bunch finally removes everybody. Everybody disappears. Great questions, everyone. Thank you, Paul, for sending those timekeeper questions as well, too. V just put in the chat, just as a reminder, if you'd like to go ahead and put in your name in the hat to win our prize for the end of the night, you are more than welcome to do that with the Rafflecopter link. I also have it as the little ticker on the bottom, so go ahead there and submit your information. Here's another prize that we have, which is very special. So we have a pin celebrating Canada Day. Well, not Canada Day, but 150 years of Canada. And it's signed by both the singers of the Canada song, Juanice and John. So they both signed it, and this is once in a lifetime you'll ever see one of these. So this will be also yours. So please go ahead and use the link to apply to win this special prize. Yay! I love anything Epcot, so this is something special. And yeah, thank you, Paul. I saw your comment. Thanks so much. So I'm now going to play another clip from my home videotapes, because like my favorite thing was meeting Ariel at the theme park. So here is a little clip of me and Ariel's original grotto that she had back in the day. And it was the best place to like cool off after a really hot day, because there's always water squirting at it, like the seashells and the rocks. It was really fun. So here is one of my first meetings with Ariel.
Hi. Okay. Mermaid kiss, Tammy.
Oh my gosh.
Right there. Look at that face.
Back in the days when you could get like a kiss from a character. I know, like Mary Poppins, and they'd either kiss like Snow White kissed your forehead, and just wonderful days. And I loved Ariel's grotto. It was just like so big, and it was right next to 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. So it was even more interesting to see how that was put together. So I miss the original Ariel's grotto, but the new one's very nice too. So so what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in our group, because we're close to 8:40. So I'm going to just start and go ahead, because actually one of you who is in the waiting room was a part of the Ariel's grotto putting it together. So that is Paul, Imagineer Paul. Hey,
hi, Tammy.
there. Hi.
Hello from China.
I know, we have everybody. Like we had somebody from Australia, South Africa, and now China. It's just amazing. I'm so glad to see you.
Hi. Good to see you too. It's Monday morning, 8:45. So we're ready to go start the week.
Oh, do you have your coffee?
No, I have my Coke Light.
There you go. There you go. That's all you need.
That's it. Gets me going.
So let's head back to Epcot. We're going to have Ron join. He is one of the original walk-around Dream Finders.
The original.
The original. I remember it was Steve. Steve also did it too. Steve Taylor, right?
Steve Taylor was second one in and did it for 15 years.
Oh my, did he do it up until like they stopped, or? because I have a photo with Dreamfinder, but my mom's head is in the way of me. But it's from 1998, like right around the time they closed the attraction. Yeah. So maybe it might have been him. I don't know. I'll have to send it to
most
you.
people who show me a picture ask, "Is that you?" No, that was Steve.
That was Steve. But you were the original, the original OG, as they say, the original. Yes, and also we have a friend of the podcast for ages. It's James from mouseplanning.com. How are you, James?
Good. How are you?
It's good to see you again. We're both in Philly, so well, outside of Philly in PA. So we're over here, and we're representing the East Coast. So it's good to see you guys. Thank you so much for coming on the show this evening. I'm trying to see where I'm going here. Oh, I'm going to join in, and we have one more person. It's Max. Hey, Max.
Hello.
How are you? Sorry, it must have like deleted you and added you in. I've been having issues with StreamYard today, so
I suddenly got. I thought I was in, and then I was out.
It showed up, and then it removed you, and I was like, "What happened?"
And now I'm back in again. And the best about it, because I'm in quarantine at the moment in Hong Kong. That's a sidebar, but my Starbucks has just been delivered, so I'm allowed to go to the door with my mask on and retrieve it. 1 second.
Okay, take your time. Poor Max. Yeah, because he was during the dress rehearsal. He's like, "Yeah, I'm in quarantine." I went, "Oh my gosh!" I said, "He's like, yeah, I'm over here," and I'm like, "Oh, well, Paul's in Beijing, so you guys aren't that far away."
Yeah, we've been a little lucky.
Now to reveal.
Max, what did you order for us?
Yeah, I got it from Starbucks. I got you a latte, right?
Yeah, the latte. I love those lattes.
See what's in my little bag. This is the highlight. Well, apart from being on this show, but this is the other highlight of my day. The Starbucks delivery. Oh.
Yeah, I'm on 8 hours and 40 minutes of doing this. So please send that latte over quickly.
Well, there you are, everyone.
Oh,
cheers.
Cheers. Hold on. Getting my water. Cheers. Oh, God. Yep, there we go. Oh, there we go. Well, thank you guys for being on the show today. This is exciting because we've all, pretty much almost all of us have met. I've talked with Max. We talked a couple of times. So I just appreciate you being on the show today. And my first question I was going to have, well, first of all, I do like to remind our guests that if you have any questions, you're more than welcome to submit them through the YouTube chat bubble. I can actually see them and bring them up on the screen. So feel free to send in any questions if you'd like to. And so far I don't have anything except somebody says, Jim, who went to Retro WDW, says he loves your Mr. Toad story. So Ron, do you wanna tell that story? I think it's worth telling.
My daughter was 6 years old, and she'd never been to Disneyland, and I was determined that I was going to take her, and that, but she had no idea what it was. She's on the way there. We're driving down the freeway. She sees this big water slide. She goes, "Let's go there." I said, "You don't understand, dear. This is Disneyland. It's its own different thing." So we get to Disneyland. We walk in and we go straight to Peter Pan's flight. And we're standing in line for Peter Pan's flight. She says, "Dad, what happens in here?" And I thought quick and I said, "I have no idea." And I did that to her the rest of the day. Everything we went on was a complete adventure for her. And so we get to Mr. Toad's Wild Ride, and she sees the cars, and she goes, "Oh, Dad, can I drive?" I said, "I don't know. You're very young. You've never driven before." She says, "Oh, please." I said, "I'll tell you what. I'll let you drive under two conditions. You have to go exactly where I tell you to go." She says, "I will." I said, "And don't get us hit by a train." She says, "I won't." I said, "Because if you get us hit by a train, we're going to die and we're going to go to hell." She says, "That's okay, Dad. I promise it's all right." So we get in the car. And it looks like you should turn left and pull out of the building. I said, "Turn left." She turned the wheel left. The car went right and crashed through a wall. I go, "What the heck's wrong with you?" I grabbed the wheel. I got my hands over her hands on the wheel. And the whole ride, I'm screaming at her, "Look out for the cop. Don't hit the bailiff. Where are you going?" We get to the end of the ride. She gets hit by the train. As we're driving through hell, I'm going, "Didn't I tell you not to get hit by a train?" It took her 5 minutes to stop laughing once we got off the ride. I tell my friends, I say, when you take your kids to Disneyland, wait as long as you can. Wait until they're young enough to believe, but old enough to understand, and you'll have the most amazing time of your life.
Amen to that. It's so true. It's so true. I love that story because I think you told it at Retro WDW and everybody was laughing. It was so much fun. I love that story. And Max, you were we were actually talking to a couple people who were animators in the Fishbowl and some people who were actually backlot tour guides. So we're all reminiscing about how it was great to walk down New York Street and now it's no longer there, barely. It's like Star Wars and Muppet Vision for 3D is still there, but the inflatable balloon is not there anymore. So there's so many things that have changed. But you saw a lot when you were down there kind of running the magic of Disney animation. You met a lot of people too. So why don't you talk a little bit about like how you got down there and what that experience was like working with these animators who were being on display basically for park days?
Well, I mean, when I started, it really was a construction site. We were all in hard hats and, you know, as in trailers. And so I really was there at the very beginning and the planning. And a very early decision I had to take, which was, do you want the glass that the guests will look through to be one way, meaning it will have a mirror effect on the inside? And I went, no. If you're being watched, you need to know you're being watched. You can't have. So that was a big. But I did think about it. You know, whether we would appear private. You know, people would be going up and probably doing their hair in the mirror effect if I'd done that. But so we like to see them, and it was amazing. I mean, it was extraordinary because when people go on vacation, they somewhat look the same. They're wearing the same sort of clothes, baseball cap, you know, a shirt, t-shirt, a golf shirt, and shorts, and so whenever you looked up, invariably it was just like moving wallpaper. But it was just, it was really odd. I did have one experience. Somebody saw me in the tour corridor, and it wasn't me. It was my doppelganger. It was extraordinary. They came and found me, and I looked at this person up there, and actually went and I can't remember his name. We went and met, and we had there was no relationship at all, not country-wise or families or anything. But this person looked exactly the same as me. But we did have, I know where you're headed. We had some amazing people come to the studio, and of course they'd come on the backstage side. They'd come on the artist side, and I remember one occasion, Michael Jackson, who was, came on many occasions to Walt Disney World, but he came to the studio and he spent a couple of hours with us, and I was taking him around and introducing to everybody. But we suddenly realized what was going on in the tour corridor, which is like every ride at Disney, it's carefully timed. It has an influx of people coming in, seeing the film that Rees, I think Jerry's going to be on the show in a little while, directed. And then, which is the introduction to animation, which was Walter Cronkite and Robin Williams, and the most hilarious how an animated film is made. And then they come out of that into the tour corridor, and then they're somewhat on their own. Then they can just walk by, and whatever's happening, they're seeing. There are some monitors displaying some going on, and then leave that and go into the final film, which are sort of highlights really of Disney animation through the years. Well, of course, with Michael Jackson down there, no one was leaving, so everyone was just pinned to the wall and trying to attract his attention. And then the next group would come out from seeing the film, and they come out to a wall of people still there. So suddenly the tour corridor is absolutely packed, and the entire attraction came to a halt. There's a line outside. It's not getting any shorter because no one's being allowed in because the tour corridor's full. We can't get anybody out of the tour corridor and into the final show. So, but we had things like that. But also we had Princess Diana and the Royal Princes come. We had, I remember one Christmas I entertained President Carter with his family.
Wow.
So it became a little blasé sometimes. We sort of say, well, who's in today? Who's coming today? There was so amazing. I mean, just amazing people. I mean, I had Henry Kissinger there and Oscar de la Renta. And
whoa.
Oh, it was just an eclectic mix, because what is so interesting is, of course, it's animation. And the heart of Disney is animation. And in fact, just to finish briefly, there was a studio executive, a parks executive. He was number 2 there, a guy called Bob Mattson, marvelous man. And he came to me when we first started, and he said, "I thought we had everything here." He said, "Walt Disney had it. You know, we had everything. Every ride imaginable. You know, we've got our own police force, we've got our own fire service, we're everything." And he said, "I suddenly realized we didn't have everything, but perhaps now we do. You're here. Animation is here." And I thought that was a wonderful thing to say, because you often, you know, when you talk about Walt Disney World or the parks, often people refer back to 1955 as being the beginning of Disney. Well, of course it isn't. So it was very nice to hear. Anyway, that's my little backstage thing on the magic of Disney animation.
I miss it so much there. I miss it desperately.
too.
And it's hard to find any video footage of people just roaming through. You know, I find the documentaries, but that's about it. Like, nobody really had any, well, at least nobody's transferring their home videotapes they probably have in the basement and being backstage. But the documentaries, it's just so fascinating. And I remember going through and just having like my little handprints on the wall going like, what is this? You know, just like, so excited to see something being made. I loved it. I'd like to jump into one of my favorite attractions as a kid is Carousel Progress. So Paul gets all these messages from me. Like, if I find like a funny tweet about Carousel Progress, I'll be like, "Here it is, Paul. Guess what? There's a new meme," because I just love it so much. So I found some of the pictures you had sent me, Paul. I hope you don't mind if I show them of you guys installing the Carousel Progress.
No, go
at
ahead.
the time.
Yeah.
So this one's from the Ariel's Grotto. I think you sent this to me because you knew I loved Ariel. So this is cool. So this must have been like right before. When did you guys open it?
It was during the time we were trying to we started trying to find a solution for 20K because we knew 20K was so expensive to operate and it didn't really carry a lot of people. So we were trying to activate that lagoon, and it was Little Mermaid came out, and of course everybody wants to meet characters at when you go to the park. So we came up with the idea of Ariel's Grotto. Alex Scribner was the art director and did an incredible job. There we are. That's the team. I'm in there somewhere. And
I think there
Ariel,
you are right there.
yeah. That was a great team. That was a continuation of the New Tomorrowland team. We kind of bonded over New Tomorrowland, and we just kind of went through the park and doing all these other projects. And so that's basically the core team for the New Tomorrowland. And then, so there's Alex Scribner standing up there and right behind Ariel. Like I said, he did a great job with that. But it was one of those challenging projects because logistically you had to figure out how do we get Ariel in and out without obviously guests seeing her because she's not going to swim away.
Ooh, can you tell the secret, please? Because I still don't know after all these years. Can you tell the secret?
Yeah, there's a secret door behind her. And the rock is built so that the fin can stay there, but she can slide in and it seamlessly mates up. And then so we stop the guests from going in the grotto. She goes out a back door. The next Ariel comes in and we continue on. So yeah, so that was cool. That was one of those fun projects.
Oh God, I miss it so much. I love that. Okay, so here we go. Up there you are with John in the fall scene. Obviously, y'all are talking about something important. I don't see any coffee though.
No coffee. That was a fun project because we sourced all the new props because obviously the last scene was completely changed over and we upgraded some stuff in the other earlier scenes. We went and found, I think we did this in July. We had to go find Christmas stores in Orlando in July to decorate the whole attraction, the last scene. And so that was kind of fun. A working course with George Wilkins, who I think, there I am again, playing goofball.
Before Grandpa has his head.
Yeah, most realistic character you'll see at Disney. Working with George Wilkins, of course, and Kevin Rafferty. It's a dream team, to work with those two knuckleheads. And we did several projects together. And of course, meeting Gene Shepard, who I was a Christmas Story lifelong fan. As a matter of fact, every year my daughter and I watch Christmas Story. That's our tradition. So working with Gene Shepard. But I have one story to tell you about that I need to call Kevin and George on.
Okay.
We decided we were bringing It's a Great Big Beautiful Tomorrow song back, which was, I think, the biggest thing everybody was excited about. And we decided, and by the way, I was the voice of George because we couldn't, James, we couldn't find a person that could do the voice. We tested women, we tested men, all these character voice people. And I talked to Kevin one day. I said, Kevin, it needs to sound like this. Hey, Grandma, and then Kevin said, well, you should just do the voice. So I did the voice, and we decided at the last minute that because we're bringing the song back, let's make it a big deal, and that we would, the whole cast in the last scene would sing it, and then we would each cast member would do a chorus, do one chorus of it. And I can't sing worth a darn. So the geniuses in the WDI audio studio worked with me for like 2 days and trying to get me to get, and then we finally think we got it. And Kevin, and so now we're mixing in the theater. We're doing a live mix in the theater. And I'm sitting about 2 rows behind Kevin and George, who are at the audio console. And it goes to, now we're doing the solos, and it comes to my part, and they cut out. And I'm looking down, I'm about 2 rows back, and I see Kevin do this. Like they forgot to tell me. They think it was a better without me singing. And so that was that was one of those. And by the way, that was the right choice. It was just one of those funny things. Just seeing Kevin and George go, oh, we don't want to look behind us. But that was a fun show. I'm glad that some of the legacy shows, some of those shows are still around. And I know I kind of got a little bit beat up for taking Mr. Toad out. We talked about Mr. Toad's Wild Ride. And trust me, it's not the Imagineers that decides those things. It's decided by operations and strategic planning, and a bunch of other people weigh in on those decisions. And then sometimes the Imagineers get stuck with taking the blame for, why are you changing this? And but I'm glad Carousel is still playing, and I know there's a lot of people.
I'm gonna be out there with my picket if it's gonna stop. No way, I am there.
Yeah.
I was so bummed when Timekeeper ended too, because we were just talking to Jeff, the director, and I remember that they had it shut down, and it was seasonal, and we were there for Halloween. It was like the weirdest thing, and they brought us in just to pick up candy in the theater, and the Timekeeper's just like, they're dead. And I'm like, what is going on? I said, I miss seeing the Timekeeper. I love the Timekeeper. So but I love Carousel. That's like my all-time favorite. I have the whole show on my iPod. So sometimes I'm just like, 30-minute drive. Let's listen to the show.
It was interesting that we did that, I think, in the mid '90s, and it was in that Jeffrey Katzenberg announced he was leaving the Walt Disney Company. But he came down to Walt Disney World one last time. He wanted to see the show. He had not seen the show, and we had just finished it. And so Jeffrey and I sat in the theater with a full audience. And unfortunately, there was an infant in the back row who was not having a great day and basically screamed the whole attraction. And at the end of the show, Jeffrey got out. We walked out, and he said, "Hey, that's really nice. It was really great." And I said, "Yeah, I'm sorry. The baby was, screaming, and you couldn't hear some things." He goes, "That's just the way it is." And he was just so forgiving and so complimentary, and was so like, "Hey, it was fun." Wow. And hey, kids are going to scream. There's nothing you can do about it. And then he left the Walt Disney Company like a couple months later. So that was a fun thing. And we got to mix some of the Tomorrowland stuff with the Gary Rydstrom and all the guys from ILM. And man, we just had on those projects back in the mid '90s, we just had rock and roll, and everything was just, everybody was so engaged and enthusiastic about what we were doing. And it really was, the '90s was the golden age, I think, for Disney, for Imagineering, because I was there.
Well, speaking of kids, I think, James, I'm going to pitch you. Would you like to tell the story about how I became your fake daughter one time for a Disney Cruise Line show?
Well, how much time do we have for this story? All right.
Time.
Okay. So we want to go with this and switch. We got in the presence of like legends, and I'm telling.
It's okay. It's fun. Like we went on a Disney cruise with like this big group of
with a big group
Disney
of people.
Fans. So
it was the WDW radio cruise, the first one, and I had known Tammy online. I had no clue at the time that she was like basically a kid.
14, yeah.
So, we met her like, oh, you're like a teenager. And so they were having what was supposed to be in the D Lounge, a Disney trivia contest with your family. And Tammy didn't want to go with her parents, and so she went with me and my wife Charity. But it turned out it wasn't a Disney trivia contest. It was a how well do you know your family contest. So we were competing against real families. We had met her like a day and a half before. And so we're like, oh, this is not going to be good. And we ended up winning the contest.
It was so much fun.
Yeah.
Although for Charity, I feel so bad. There's a part where you have to play Cinderella and sort the character laundry.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And Charity's like, zoom, zoom, zoom. And we were laughing so hard because they picked us as winners, and we all went, whoa. So he's my fake dad, and I'm his fake daughter.
Ever since then. And people were coming up to us afterwards, like, you know, and throughout the cruise was what, 4 nights or whatever. 2 days later, we had people coming up to us. Oh, you and your wife and your daughter did so. And I'm kind of like, yeah, my daughter. Okay.
That was so much fun. I had like so much fun. That made me laugh so hard. And I love, those are the fun moments when you're like in the theme parks or you're on a Disney cruise or you're somewhere and you get to have those fun experiences with other friends, because I've met so many wonderful people through this show, you know, people who work for Disney, people who are fans of Disney. And it's just so wonderful because without the show, I wouldn't have had the friendships I do. And I just appreciate it to the full extent of what it is. So I always appreciate that. So I'm grateful I get to have all of you guys in my life. And I had my other question I actually had was going to be, for all the Disney attractions that are out there, is there one that you would love to see brought back at some point in time, or have a special type of version of it? Besides the Imagination Ride, because I know, Ron, that would be the automatic answer for you probably, but like something along the lines of like, even if you're bringing the attraction back, but just actually completely crafting it to be something different, and just making it brand new, even though it has like the same name to it.
I'll go first, since you're wrong in your assumption. I would not bring back the 1982 Journey into Imagination or anything, because the ride that was there then was about the Dreamfinder collecting sparks of inspiration.
Mm-hmm.
This needs to be a show where you're flying the dream machine, you're collecting sparks, and it's a demonstration of your imagination, because that's what the original show was really about. Was the line, imagination is something that belongs to everyone. I would not bring back the original show by any means. I would make sure that the new technology and everything like that told the same theme, but a new story in which you were piloting the dream catching machine.
Oh, now I want that. Can we have it? Let's make it happen.
I've laid out a lot of it already. Yes.
Oh, Ron, let's hope they hire you.
Yeah, good luck.
I think I would want to get Superstar Television back. It was a live show. It had guests from the audience were participating, so it was interactive. It was immersive. It had a sense of nostalgia because it was the history of television, and you learned a little bit about how television production works. And so I think that's the show that I would probably try and bring back and update it in a way that uses technology, maybe gets more people involved. That's the one show I think I miss.
Well, I'll make a pitch for animation. I bring the animation attraction back, and I think, you know, a lot of people got to say, how did you decide to become an animator? And normally, traditionally, somebody will say, you know, I saw one of the classics when I was a kid, and from that moment on, I was going to pick up a pencil and I was going to become an animator. And I used to say to people, well, actually, one day I'm going to meet somebody who's become an artist because they came into the tour corridor and they said, wow. And I met that person. I worked with him as an animation director called Tony Leondis. And that was his story. So I love that. But actually, there was another one, Byron Howard, the director of Zootopia.
Yeah.
He was a tour guide. He was on the other side of the glass. We had an intern program. He applied for the internship. So he moved from being on the guest side and being a tour guide and to coming to the other side, and then of course having a fantastic career. So that could have never happened for him You know, and I just think, you know, as Bob Mattson said, as I quoted earlier, I think it was genuinely important. And I know people talk about, you know, the fishbowl and how could you work there. I tell you, whenever you looked up at the glass and you saw people looking down at you, and they had the loveliest looks on their face because they were going, wow, what a fantastic job. You know, I mean, they were just in such admiration for it. So I'd always make a case. And I think when it was decided, and I'd long gone by that time, I'd gone over to California and moved on to Warner Brothers. But when it was decided, I believe that within a year or less of it taking the decision to close it, it was considered to have been a mistake. So I agree. I think it is. I think it's Bob Mattson. It's the heart of the company. It should be represented there. And it you know, a lot of great animators. You know, we recruited wonderful young artists all over the place who went on to become great directors and great animators. So I think it was a wonderful opportunity. And yeah, that's my one. Oh, can I tell a little story about Howard Ashman and Alan Menken?
Sure.
I used to have a white. Everybody knows the Haunted Mansion story, right? The famous custodial person, the new person in custodial gets into Haunted Mansion in the middle of to do the overnight clean, and they come out exhausted in the morning, and they say they've done such a great job, they've managed to get rid of all the cobwebs. Now, I don't know if that story is true, but I always loved that story. Well, I got a similar one. We had a wall, and any artist who came to visit, I'd get them to draw on the wall. But when Howard Ashman and Alan Menken came to visit us, we had a white piano, and so I gave them a Sharpie, and I asked them to sign the piano with the idea that over time we would have, everyone who visited who was a musician would sign the piano. Well, a couple of days after it happened, I got a memo, because it wouldn't have been email, it would have been a memo from the head of custodial telling me that they'd worked so hard, but they wanted me to know that they had been successful in removing the graffiti that somebody had placed on the piano. So so we lost it. But I always get those two stories, the idea of the Haunted Mansion. And of course, they were so proud, and they wanted to let me know they'd done it, and well, it was an attention to detail too. So on one hand, you had to admire them for walking around with their eyes open, and on the other hand, you go, "Oh my God, I can't believe you've done that." So. Anyway.
Oh God, that's actually a really good idea. We were talking about how the Brown Derby has all of those autographs in that big book. It's still old as anything, and they still put new autographs in. But like, what I wouldn't give to pull that out of the case and just go, who is the first signature is what I really want to know. Who is?
Yeah.
What about you, James?
Oh, back to the attractions that we'd bring back. I'd probably bring back something that I think Ron has a connection to, which is the Golden Horseshoe Review. I would love to see that type of live entertainment back in the parks.
I've forgotten that show. Yeah.
Yeah, sadly, the original magician, host, MC, Bev Bergeron, who was very big in Orlando after he left Disney, very big in the magic communities, sadly passed away a few months ago. But he made that show. He actually is the reason I'm an Imagineer, because I was doing a little bit of magic, and I got invited. He invited us backstage because I lived in Orlando, and I learned that a little bit about how theater works, because he'd be yelling backstage, and I'd go like, the audience will hear you. And he'd talk about, no, they won't hear me because of the audio system and everything that's magic about theater. I got the seed from Bev Bergeron, who was the original MC at the review. So it was
when I was a child growing up in Southern California back in the 50s, he was Rebo, the magic clown on the Magic Land of Alakazam from CBS Television City in Hollywood. My mother got me into a taping of the show. I sat in the front row, watched the show, grew up fascinated by magic and puppetry, which is one of the things that got me into performing. And then I was understudy to Wally Bogue at the original Golden Horseshoe in California. One day I'm in Wally's office. Wally wasn't there that day. The phone rings. I pick it up. Guy asked for Wally. I said, Wally's not here. Can I take a message telling me Bev called? I said, is this Bev Bergeron? Bev is a prince of a guy. I went out for a vacation in 81, visited Walt Disney World for the first time. Bev arranged for me to do 2 shows at the Diamond Horseshoe Review. And sweet, sweet man.
Yeah, he was.
Unfortunately, the problem is that the original Golden Horseshoe was not really a scripted show. The three principals did their specialties. They wrote their own material. When Disney took over the show and put in the jamborees, they scripted the show, and the very thing that you remember so fondly about the show doesn't work anymore because the shows have to be scripted by Disney-approved writers.
Yeah.
And so they're wholesome as heck and beautifully produced. But when they operated on Father, they opened Mother's Mail is a joke you're not going to hear from anybody working for Disney. Thank you and good night.
On that note, thank you guys so much for being a part of the show this evening. I appreciate it. I'm glad it even all the way over there overseas. Thank you so much for joining, and thank you for being a part of the podcast all these years.
Thank you, Tammy. Bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Tammy.
Tammy.
Wonderful, Tammy. Thank you for doing this. It's wonderful.
I'll see you guys
great fun.
soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye. See you
Guys,
later.
bye-bye, everyone. Bye.
There they go. And we're just about to hit our second to last group. We're going to head back to Cast Member Corner. But before we jump in, I have a little clip because somebody who's going to be on Cast Member Corner happened to be in my home videotapes. This was from my second trip to Disney World back in 1998. And it's a very short clip, but lo and behold, here is Pocahontas at Animal Kingdom with her show. Here it is.
Can you sing with all the voices of the mountain? You paint with all the colors of the rain. You paint with all the colors of the rain. I remember. Long ago, a great wind whispered a secret to all the animals of the forest. Huh? One of the
Oh, the ponchos, the glorious yellow ponchos. I miss them. So let us welcome our first guest, Pocahontas's best friend, Jennifer.
Happy 10th anniversary. You're all grown up.
I know. I'm not that 1.5-year-old no more.
Oh my God, you're so cute.
But I missed that show. Like I remember the year before it left, I went to go see Festival of the Lion King at its original theater, and they were using the theater as a stroller parking thing because they removed all the logs and everything. And I was like, what has happened? I said, what do you mean? This is sacred territory. This is not stroller parking territory. So I was like, oh God, I said, I hope that's not bad news for the show. I couldn't find the sign. And I was like, uh-oh.
It ran so much longer than we ever thought it was going to, though. I mean, that was supposed to be a little tiny nothing show, and it ran for 10 years, and it was great. So
I'm glad it did because, again, like kids could see the animals and Pocahontas was always one of my favorite Disney girls. So I was like, hey, when were we going to see Pocahontas again in the parks? Because she wouldn't show up in the parks until like a little bit later after her show left. And that was so sad. So, but I'm so glad you're here. Welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
It's so good to have you. And we'll go over to the studios because another princess was over there, and her name was Andrea. She played Belle in the BBC show.
Hi.
How are you?
I am well, and you?
I'm doing good. Pablo says hi from Australia.
I know. I Facebooked him. I'm like, he's the will to my grace. We were roommates, and I just adore him, and I miss him so much. So thank you.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, he was like saying hi, and also he and Emma were saying hi to the next guest, Mr. Billy Flanagan.
What? The Billy Flanagan.
Yeah, they were like, say hi to Billy for us.
All American.
Oh,
stop it.
Oh, thank you. I love it.
Look, I took a page out of Beth's program here when she was interviewed for the documentary. She had a picture of her and I on her desk, so I did it too.
Oh, that's so cute. Yeah,
as a producer, I say well done.
Thank you.
Hopefully she'll be hopping on in a second. But my next guest is one who can hopefully grant us 3 wishes because he played the genie at Disney's California Adventure at Aladdin, a musical spectacular. So welcome, Dylan White.
Hey, Tammy. I think I'm the only West Coaster on, aren't I?
Yes.
Well, Dylan, I used to work on the West Coast. I did Disneyland for 2 years. Yeah. I was a Disneylander for 2 years at the Golden Horseshoe Show.
Oh, okay. Very good.
Yeah, we were just talking about that. I didn't know that. That's awesome. See, like, again, everybody knows everybody, or everybody's done a show everybody else has done at some point. Because Billy, you've done them all.
There's not even 6 degrees of separation amongst all of us. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
No. I was going to play a clip from Tarzan Rocks, but guess what? YouTube likes to copyright things. So couldn't really show Billy, but he's like on 3 of our home videotapes from like early in the early 2000s. But it's so cool to have you guys all on the show today. Thank you for coming on. And I've been asking all the cast members, some of their craziest mishaps. So that will be my first question. Tell me a little bit about maybe something where it happened where you weren't expecting it and it just always stays with you now.
I have a definitive story for that.
Sure.
Okay, so we had a young woman. This is at the original stage, and it was back before the equity contract of doing shifts. So both of us, both Bells, both the Gastons had to be there at the same time. One would do the first 3 shows, the second would do the last 2, right? So on that particular day, I was going to do the last 2, but I'd been there all day. So I'm all dressed up in my costume, my makeup, my wig, my mic, everything. But there was a particular dancer, Melanie, who was in our cast, who was very young, who was looking for a divorce lawyer. And so I had contacted somebody else in town that I thought might know a lawyer. So the lawyer and I had been doing phone tag for a long time, and she had the lead desk phone number. And so here I'm kind of in the mindset of, I'm not doing shows. If I hear the show music, it's not me. I don't have to be there. Meanwhile, I'm not even thinking about, I'm in the entire costume and everything. Mm-hmm. And somebody says, there's a call for you at the lead desk. I'm like, oh, great. It's the lawyer. So I'm on the phone with her, and all of a sudden I hear, which is my introduction music to be walking on stage as Belle with the basket in my hand before I sing Little Town. But I'm not there. So I hear, and I go, expletive, and I throw the phone down and I run across the breezeway past the techs, and I can hear over the intercoms, they're like, she's on her way, she's coming, keep the track going. And I grab somebody, one of the techs holds my basket out, I put it on my arm, and I run out there just in time to out of breath say, and this is like, mind you, I was in great shape and young at that point, and all of a sudden I'm like, waking up to say.
Are you saying that that they heard you on the mic when you said that?
No, I wasn't singing until like there was the music.
When you were on the phone and you said the word, they didn't have the mic on at the time, because sometimes they do. That's why I was like, hopefully not.
Nope. Oh, they knew me. They knew me. I mean, I may have played Belle, but I was no princess, so they knew me. Billy's laughing for a very good reason. Trudy and I were always known as the Bells from Hell, so you knew to keep the mic down if I wasn't supposed to be on stage. But they were like, just don't bring her mic up yet. She's running. And by the time the mic went up and I was on stage, I was like, waking up to say. Never happened again.
Wow.
Oh my God.
That's my moment.
My moment was one of my best things I ever got to do at Disney that turned out to be such a horrible thing. I was asked to sing God Bless the USA on Main Street on the 4th of July with Mickey Mouse right beside me, Air Force flying overhead, and the entire street was made up of veterans and military people who were creating a live living flag.
Mm-hmm.
So I get ready. This was being televised. My rehearsal went fine. And I'm going down the street and I say my spiel. The music's playing. And here I go. If tomorrow all the things were gone. And all you hear is, if and so I'm trying to move my mic and stay in play or do whatever, because I have like movement I have to do for the camera. And they stopped and they said, okay, we're going to stop. Everybody preset. We're going to do it again. So I did that 3 times. The 3rd time I did that, they had to preset. Same thing kept happening. They couldn't figure out. They preset. I did my speech, which you could hear fine. When I went to sing, if tomorrow, it wasn't my voice. So they had put a track on that I had never heard. So there's thousands of people on Main Street lip syncing to a voice I'd never heard. And as I'm singing, I'm like, it's God Bless the USA. How can you mess it up? So I do I'm doing fine. It's going fine. And then it gets to the moment where you do, and I gladly stand up. And there's the big crash, right? So I was being dramatic and I was doing so well. I stand up and I put my mic down. And all of a sudden, the guy decided to hold the note on the track. So it was like, stand up. And my mic's down here. And I'm like, now everybody knows I'm not singing.
Oh my God.
So.
I love it. We have Beth McShane is joining us. Hey, Beth.
Yay. I got stuck on a boat and I couldn't get off. It was almost like the Barbie show, I swear.
Oh my God. We were just talking about mishaps that happen on stage or that have happened and you're just like, you will never forget it ever in your life. So
yes.
Jen, do you want to go next? And then
Sure.
Dylan and Beth?
So mine actually, I've had things happen on stage that were bad in the polka show, but I think the worst thing that ever happened was before I got that equity contract, I worked at Magic Kingdom and I was Pocahontas's friend over at Magic Kingdom. And I think the animals are well fed there by the tourists because they're bold. And so I was do you remember behind Liberty Tree Tavern, we had this little grotto, or it was called the Enchanted Glade. We had the Enchanted Glade and Pocahontas would be there. And this little squirrel, like I had a little family there with 2, it's the perfect American family with the 2 children and the cute mom and dad, and they were adorable. And this squirrel was very bold and he was kind of wandering around us and they said, Pocahontas, don't you talk to the animals? And I said, well, of course. And I stuck my finger out and I went, hi, little guy. And he came running up to me. And I was like, oh my God, I am Pocahontas. And so and he like grabbed my fingers with his little arms and it looked like he was going to hug it. And he bit through my finger and blood went everywhere. And the children started crying and it was horrific. And I'm like holding it and I run inside, like I say goodbye, I run inside and I go down into the tunnel and I walk into the zoo and I was like, I have to go to first aid. You have to cancel my next set. And they were like, why? And so, they can see blood. And I don't know if you guys remember a guy named Roy who had this wonderful, wonderful laugh. He was a coordinator.
I know Roy.
Oh, see, God bless his soul. He was the greatest man. And I said, I don't want to tell you. And he said, you need to tell us why you're going to first aid. And I said, a squirrel bit me on set. And I swear to you, every time I saw him after that laugh that Roy had that was like I could hear it echo down the tunnel. All I would have to do is hold up my finger because it was awful. And I saw him once years later. I had gone to the park with my family and we were sitting on the bridge and we were going to wait for Spectre to come by. And he started walking towards me. And I went, hey, and again, we never lost it. But yeah, that was the worst thing that happened. But
oh, Pablo's watching. He says, Roy, bless him.
Hey. Yeah.
He says, hi, Andy. Hi, Jen. Hi, Billy. Hey, Pablo. What about you, Dylan? Because like as the genie, you're basically holding that thing together and you can like riff in certain parts and everything. But when something happens.
I mean, and in 10 years, I mean, I could take your whole 10-hour show to tell you that stuff that happened over 10 years. You know, so a lot of the really bad things didn't actually happen to me. Like there was the time when the carpet like flipped over. The one flying over the audience, that flipped. It was like a perfect storm of whatever. And so Aladdin and Jasmine are, of course, latched in, whatever, but just dangling there over, cleared out the theater. We took that carpet out for a year and a half for them to refurbish it. But to me, I'll tell a couple quick stories. Something that happened to me and then just my favorite story from the show. So when I would enter, when they'd rub the lamp, I'm on like a lift on the stage and like all the L&2 would go off and I'd come up on the lift.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if the lift didn't work, I'd have to get off the platform under the stage and run around these stairs and come up. Well, they didn't come up with a contingency for what happened if the lift faulted halfway up. So Jafar's got the lamp, he's rubbing the lamp, and the lift stops. Like you see about how much of me there is right now.
Yeah.
Is sticking out of the stage and the lift faults. And I'm looking up at Jafar and he's looking at me, keep rubbing. I gotta come all the way. And they have to crank it. And so it's just, and then it's just a slow, it took forever. But my favorite one, it was a cast mess up. It was a line mess up, which happens. I mean, I can't tell you, like you said, I get to riff with a lot of stuff. This is not a riff that I did. So again, same scene, Jafar gets the lamp. His line is, Genie, my first wish is to rule the kingdom, make me the Sultan. Well, we're doing 4 shows a day, 7 days a week, and sometimes just go on muscle memory and you forget where you are. Well, this Jafar couldn't think of the word kingdom. And so he was going to say, I wish to rule the country. He realized about halfway through the word country that that's not the right word to say and stopped. Loud microphone, Genie, I wish to rule the, and then finally like caught himself and went kingdom. So he wants to rule the kingdom. There was that moment you just felt the whole audience, the whole cast just go, oh, and it felt like 5 minutes. It was seriously like 5 seconds, but we were just waiting for the, ladies and gentlemen, this performance of Aladdin, a musical spectacular. Cannot continue. But I'm like, we're still going. We're still going. Okay, let's just pretend that didn't happen.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Well, how do you recover from that? You just kept going?
That was one where you just have to keep going. There's no way I was going to call attention to that one and just make it worse.
Oh my God.
And you can't end the show there. Like that's the last thing they remember. So.
Well, I'll tell you another quick one. Sorry. So there's the moment when Aladdin jumps off the parapet when Jasmine refuses him. And Jasmine goes running to the parapet. Oh, Prince Ali, are you okay? And then he comes up on the magic carpet. Well, this one Jasmine run to the parapet and her pants had somehow fallen down around her ankles. So she's standing there in like her knee pads and her bike shorts, back to the audience, and didn't realize it had happened until she goes to turn around because they're very loose, flowy pants. They really don't feel like you're running. She goes to turn around, realize they're around her ankles. It was just this mad scramble to bring them up. So at the end of the number, I come out and I say, she's gone. I say to Aladdin, how'd it go with Her Majesty? But I do like this little riff. I'll do this joke with the lamp. So that show, I came out and had the lamp to my ear, pretending it's a phone. And I said, yeah, the palace is really beautiful this time of night. And there's this big crescent moon, on the stage. I said, the palace is really beautiful this time of night. It's a beautiful crescent moon right now. You missed it. It was a full moon earlier.
Good thing.
And I didn't realize when I went down to Disneyland DCA is that Disneyland is so close that you guys have locals who are just coming in to see that show all the time. So I'm sure that they got a kick out of seeing something out of the ordinary happen, and that's when you have to be on your toes. And
it could be a different show every time.
Yeah. And Beth, that's happened to you for the magical world of Barbie. Which story would you like to tell? Because there's so many.
Well, I've been cleared to tell the story that there was an NDA. I was not allowed to discuss it for like a decade. There was one show when we were kind of in a hurry in between shows, and you wear the full Barbie tights, the full everything. Didn't have my swimsuit bottoms on underneath my cheerleading outfit that I wear in the opening number. So when Billy came to pick me up out of the Matchbox car and set me on the stage, my skirt flipped up, and it looked like I wasn't wearing anything underneath there, which, kind of happens once in a while. But there was some guy with a video camera in the audience. And this was back, what was the name of that TV show? Late Night Edition or Nightlight. It was
Inside Edition.
He took it to an entertainment industry, and they were going to make a story out of it. And I just remember sitting with Matt in the dressing room, and he said, "There's videos of you, and it looks like you're not wearing anything. And Disney's going to protect you." This guy, he's demanding all of these things. He's blackmailing Disney to have the rights to maybe tickets for life. I don't know what he actually wanted. They came up to some sort of settlement. We signed an NDA about it. I don't know how it ended up, but Matt, like 5 years ago, cleared me to go ahead and tell the story about the time I forgot to wear panties on stage.
Wow. Oh my God, Beth.
It was a nightmare. It was a nightmare.
Lord
You
have
pulled a
mercy.
Jessica Rabbit.
Wrong show.
I one of my favorite things, like when I go see the shows, like not just always the talent, but the craftsmanship that goes into the sets and the props, and especially those costumes. So like the pink dresses in the Beauty and the Beast show, like that's what every girl wants to wear just all day long. And then going to the Barbie show, all of those dresses from all the countries, you're like, just what you want to wear. And so I enjoyed all of them. What were some of your favorite costumes that you got to wear, or maybe some of the ones you saw in the theme park you're like, I wish I could have worn that one?
Who first? I mean, I love the Bob Mackie wedding gown at the finale. It was a huge gown. It was 75 pounds from the waist down. It actually took 2 guys to get me, onto the ramp on the runway for it, because it was such a heavy hooped dress. But it was magnificent, I felt like.
Oh, I love it.
I think, like, for Beauty and the Beast, what stuck out for me was that the gold gown in the original production of the show, my personal dress was 45 pounds.
Oh.
For the gold gown. So
Jeez.
it was like all heavy metal frame for the, they have it very easy now. You're welcome, Belle. But back then I was like, and luckily I was young and thin and fit. And so like when you had to do turns, you had to like calculate, okay, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to spin, but I have to counterweight it so that the dress,
doesn't
adjusts.
Yeah.
So that was a thing. But I think for me, you said Bob Mackie, like the conventions that Disney did, the Bob Mackie gowns that we got to, like when I got to sing with Robbie Benson in Las Vegas, got to look into those gorgeous baby blue eyes and sing. There's something there from Beauty and the Beast with him at this convention. I was in this beautiful Bob Mackie gown, and I'm like, I'm singing with Robbie Benson right now. Like I didn't know what to do with myself. I was like, is anybody watching? Because, it's Robbie Benson.
Yeah.
But also wearing, Bob Mackie gowns. So
I do have some pictures. I almost forgot. I'm like, I'm talking about costumes. Let's bring in some pictures of what you're talking about.
Look at that. That's so beautiful.
Wow. These are such great shots. That's
Aww.
You guys are so cute. There's Dylan and his
beautiful
group. I love those outfits too. Just this one's cool. I like the in the tuxedo.
That's awesome.
And all of them, I forget that part where everybody comes out with one. Oh, this one's nice too. I love all of these shots because I had them from when you guys sent them over, and just really cool to see you all in action. Couple more. Oh, here's some Andrea.
Oh, that gold one. Oh,
Celine Dion. Ooh.
Yes, Celine Dion, Lucky.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, that one's a good shot too. These are such good shots. Oh, those are the pink dresses, and there's
They're
the Bob
pink
Mackie.
dresses. Oh, look at that. Gorgeous.
When did Ken have a white suit? I don't remember that.
Yeah, that was just a promo photo. We never wore that in the show.
Never.
I was gonna say that would have looked cool.
Yeah.
That's all Billy wanted was one more costume change.
Right. They took this pink sequin jacket away from me that Marilyn
Kicking
Magus
and
put in.
screaming.
Oh gosh, it was so nice.
Oh,
It was a great finale, but then they changed it all, and
Oh, yeah.
they changed it all. Was there anything you ever got to keep over the years after working on certain shows that you're allowed to tell?
The Fly that you now own.
Yeah, I technically did keep a pair of Samantha Sterling earrings from the Adventurers Club. Not that I was allowed to, but I did.
Yeah, we weren't supposed
And if you asked anyone that
And
was a Disney
yeah, none of us have
Entertainment
any of
employee,
them
how many
at all.
white towels with a blue stripe do you have in your closet? You'll have a lot of people say yes, I do.
Dylan,
I have
did
a
you
cruise
take
shirt
home
from the Barbie show? That's all I got was the cruise shirt. And then I got home and people were like, "You should have taken this." And I was like, "I didn't know." So
I was just gonna say, Dylan, did you take home the blue makeup?
No. Well, some nights I did. Yeah. Some nights it still came home with me. And some of the glitter from the show would end up on places that you'd find days later. But yeah, I always said I did the show for free. They paid me to wear that makeup every day.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that was an hour-long process with touch-ups all day, every day.
Oh man.
It got to the point where Facebook would see me as the genie and go, "Would you like to tag Dylan White in this picture?" That's how Facebook recognized me, was as the genie.
wow.
We had John Gracie on the show, and he was in Doug Live, so he played Skeeter, so he had blue makeup too. He said that they had to stay in all day long if they were doing a show in the makeup. Is that the same thing for you guys?
Yep, all day. I mean, it's an hour process to get in, 20, 30 minutes to get out. Yeah, you're in it all day.
Yeah, we had to, because I trained in, like Tammy, we were talking the other night, like I was the first Patty Mayonnaise sub. So we trained with the original cast. And when we did it, we had to order, they had to like set up a system to order from the commissary if we didn't bring in our own food. So we had to figure out a way to pay for it and then have them deliver it, because I was like in complete yellow and orange makeup. And that was like a burgeoning time where I subbed a lot of things. So at the same time, I was doing Belle, I was doing Patty Mayonnaise, I was doing the Bride of Frankenstein at Universal. So like right here in the blush area, I was breaking out so badly.
Wait, when you were
hold
on,
much
Bride of
makeup.
Frankenstein at Universal, did you do the Beetlejuice show, or were you walking around the park?
No, it was the show. It was the original one before I think I was maybe the second show. We had the Defunkifier.
I played Beetlejuice at Universal Studios Hollywood until that show closed.
Yeah, yeah, it was so much fun. I had
so much fun.
I had a blast.
I have a picture of you, Dylan, with my family. I'm sure I do.
Do you really?
I'm sure I do.
Oh, we got to figure out how you can send me that picture.
Yeah.
Tammy, give her my email. She can email me a copy of that
Yeah.
picture.
I'm writing it down now so I don't forget.
I take it out every Halloween and put it on my entry table. So in October, I'll send it to you.
I did that show for 4 years, so you very well could have seen me do it. I feel like all the roles I ever got, I wore fat pads and face paint.
Take it. Take their money and run.
Uh-huh.
At least you had air conditioning, Jen. I can't even imagine being in Animal Kingdom or outside all day. It's like,
I mean, the show wasn't long though. It was like 12 minutes, but the stage was hot, and there were days where the animals weren't even allowed to go out because they'd come out with little scanners and scan the stage, and if it was too hot for their little feet to walk on, show was down. So, and sometimes I don't know ever saw it, sometimes we do like little meet and greets if a show went down with the kids, and the animal trainers would bring the animals out and they could touch them, and I'd come out with a snake and stuff. So
We did see that. I remember we had asked, we're like, can Pocahontas come out? And they're like, not today. And I had always tried to do that thing where they get there early and you hit the drum to start the show.
Yes.
This one girl got in front of me and I didn't get the chance to do it. I was so mad because I wanted to get that certificate saying you beat the drum to start the Pocahontas show.
Oh, man.
No. Oh, well.
The hottest gig I ever had at Disney was playing Laverne at a Hunchback.
Oh, yeah, with the gargoyle costumes. Oh, my God.
Because the only skin that was showing was your face.
Mm-hmm.
The rest was covered with material and foam and leather and metal and
nothing that breathes.
Nothing that breathes.
It was like putting a sofa on. I did Victor in that show. It was.
We always used to call it the couch, and I always said, like, if we could just if after I leave this job, when the show closes, can I keep this? If I'm in New York, when I'm standing in line for a call, an equity call, like in the middle of winter, I would definitely wear this. Totally wear this. I'd be like, you look like you're suffering, but I feel fine.
Well, guys, thank you so much for kind of basically almost ending the show tonight. I really appreciate you being on the show in the past and answering all my crazy questions, because I have plenty of them.
Tammy, I have to say, thank you so much for sticking this out for so many years. I remember when you first asked me to interview, I had just started Tarzan, and then you were coming because it was your birthday. You had interviewed Beth and I swore you were a 35-year-old woman. And when you came back and you're like, I'm celebrating my 15th birthday. I'm like, are you kidding me? You're 15?
This is the woman who gets a hold of Susan Sarandon at age 14 for an interview. That's who that woman is.
I'm like, I'm so blown away. The cast that you had on today, you are amazing.
She's a beast.
Yeah.
Well, it's because you guys are just so wonderful, and I just was so lucky to meet and get to know all of you. So I appreciate all you have done, and Billy, thank you so much for always letting us come backstage for Finding Nemo. I have that picture somewhere. I'll find it and I'll send it to you. But I have my bangs still, so I'm like the days when I had bangs. But thank you guys so much. I really, really appreciate it, and I hope and pray that we can get some more live entertainment back to Disney, because I miss that so much. I miss seeing your beautiful faces. I know some of you still work there, and so I'm hoping that will be coming back soon, because that's what we desperately need in the theme parks. That's why my family and I have come back for so many years. So
awesome.
But we love you, and thank you for doing what you do.
Yeah.
And congratulations.
And congratulations.
Yeah. Happy 10.
10 years.
All right, I'll see you guys all back here in 10 more.
Yes. Cool.
It sounds like a plan.
And Billy, I'll see you on Plant Street. Okay.
See you guys soon.
Okay.
Bye.
Everybody.
Bye. Oh, sorry. I'm clicking buttons that I don't know I'm supposed to be clicking, and I should not be. Sorry, Jerry. Hold on. Before you start, I wanted to play a video. Some people couldn't be here this evening, and they wanted to send some well wishes to the show. So I said, well, send them in, and I'll put them together in a video. So here are some special guests who have been on the show.
Hello, dreamers of all ages.
Congratulations to the Tiara Talk Show on 10 magical years.
May there be many, many more.
Hey, Tammy, this is Brian Collins, former Walt Disney Imagineer, and I just wanted to congratulate you on such a momentous occasion. It was fantastic being a guest on your show. I loved hosting you here in Orlando and taking you through the theme parks, and I wish you many, many more years of wonderful success, and hope to come back on and talk to you again. Congratulations.
Happy 10th anniversary to the Tiara Talk Show.
Hi, this is Bruce Broughton. Happy 10th anniversary to the Tiara Talk Show.
Hi, Tammy. This is Peggy Ferris. I'm just calling to wish you a very happy 10th anniversary on your Tiara Talk Show. and wishing you many more years of insightful conversations.
Hey, Tammy, this is Stephen Schwartz, congratulating you on the 10th anniversary of the podcast.
Hello, Tammy. This is Jonathan Freeman. I'm the voice of Jafar in Disney's 1992 animated feature of Aladdin. And I am really sorry not to be able to be with you today, not just because it's your anniversary, but also because there will be a whole bunch of other Disney voices there, and some of them good friends of mine. I'm sorry not to participate, but I'm sending my regrets and also my love to you, and congratulations for, I think you said 10 years. I can't believe that that's the first time I spoke with you that long ago. And so from me, congratulations. May all your wishes come true. 3, of course.
Oh, I love all of them. Thank you guys so much for sending your best wishes clips. I appreciate it. It's so nice to see so many faces again, as I've been saying all evening, but it really is wonderful to see all these beautiful faces. So we are coming down to the last 15 minutes. So I'm going to I'm being joined by the final guest, who really kind of started being on the show when it transitioned from what it originally was with Darlene and Danelle, and that is Mr. Jerry. He's here.
Hey, Tammy.
Hi.
You are an Energizer bunny, and you're powered by pixie dust.
I don't know
something is keeping you going. It's just awesome. Your energy all day long. I tuned in at the beginning for your first segment, and have been keeping tabs throughout the day, and you're just doing a fantastic job, and your energy is right up there, and your connection with everybody and your personal stories and all that stuff is just way to go.
I'm still here.
Yes.
Only because of the goldfish I've been trying to sneak.
I thought I was picturing an actual bowl and little goldfish, but I'm glad it was just crackers.
It was just it was just the crackers. But yeah, I think we've had you on the show about 5 times now. I'm trying to remember.
So I think it's been quite a few times. It's been wonderful.
I think it was Back to Neverland. We did Cranium Command,
right?
Cinemagique,
right.
Alien Encounter.
Oh yes, with Kathy and Kevin.
Just recently, actually, yes. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I don't know off the top of my head. It's been listening to all the interviews again. It's just throws you for a loop because you have to hear yourself when you were 14.
I'm amazed that you went through and listened to every single podcast. You must have started weeks ago.
Yes, I did. And I was listening when I texted you. I was like, our Back to Neverland interview is an hour and 30 minutes. It would not happen today.
Well, you know what cracked me up is that you got to a certain part of the show where you said, okay, I've got four little questions at the very end. It's this or that choices. Here we go. And so you were wrapping up the show, and I looked at the timer, and it was 25 minutes after that we finally finished. But you would bring up loaded subjects like traditional or CG animation, and I'm like, well, there's a speech. That's not a choice. That's a discussion.
That's a true discussion. Yeah. I was listening back to that. I'm like, I asked all the questions I thought of, and I was like, there's nothing I wouldn't have asked, and I'm glad about that. So thank you for always being so sweet and generous with your time, because I know you had so many different projects and things on your plate. And we were talking at the beginning. Obviously, I think you were tuning in about Back to Neverland, and
right.
You had posted a clip, and I hope you don't mind if I play it, of Robin recording some dialogue. And I hope everybody would be okay if I played a little bit of this, because I just find that it's so interesting to see where he takes it and your help with the direction and from there. So here's a clip of him recording.
This is the one set that I really enjoy because it's an old set with a couple of TV tubes in it. Not a lot of modern circuitry. All the type that flickers. Let's keep moving. I gotta keep moving through here. Wait a minute. Wait. Whoa. That's a beautiful hairdo. You look a lot like Jiffy Pop. Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on. Okay, great. Thank you.
I can hear you laughing.
Yeah. You want to try your better stuff or not? What? Ask him if he wants to do those already. Can I try one thing? One quick thing. Well, if you want to go back. One quick thing. This is just the thing as you're running through the monitors, and as you talk to different people as you're running through. Okay, the live action line. No. Okay. Ready? You're fine. Okay. Yeah, take it. Okay, everybody. We can't be late. Come on, hurry up. Barbara Jean, just grab the baby and run. Oh, no, come on now. Oh, arigato gozaimasu, onomakaito. Oh, come on, let's go. No, this kind of instinct in the shooter's cleaning room. Vite, Peter. No, come on. I can't stop now. Vite, très vite, allons-y, très vite. Oh, come on. Check it. Move it out, baby. You're going to miss everything. Oh, Paul. They don't tell me when they put walls in the TV. That's really upsetting. Oh, let's keep moving. Keep on going through. Nope. Nancy and I are going to be here later. Come on, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Ah. Please stay in your group. The yellow lines are there for your safety. Please, no rushing. Ah! I'm kidding.
All right, super.
I love that. I just love that. Like,
brings back such memories.
Yeah.
You know, in that recording session, we went through the scripted stuff and then went into improvisation area. And it's obviously that came from him saying, "Hey, can I just try one more thing?"
Mhm.
And it turned into a whole chapter. It was great to see him just turn into this creative Cuisinart and just keep creating. So we had a lot of inspiration from him.
I remember I sent you the clip because when he accepted the Disney Legends Award, he did mention Walter Cronkite, and I was like, oh my gosh, so he does remember working on because we were originally before he had passed, I was trying to reach out to see if he would do an interview about Back to Neverland. That was when I was just like 16 years old, so I'm not surprised they said no to me. But yeah,
well, when I went to New York to pick up more lines from him for the tour corridor, we were still doing some additional things for the monitors when you go to the story department and the animation department, camera department and stuff. So I went to New York to record him. And Robin said that he and Walter had dinner together. Their families had gotten together. And this was after the shoot was done. I was going to pick up extra lines. And it's like, the Cronkites and the Williams were getting together. So.
Oh, to be on a fly on the wall during that dinner. I would have loved it. That would have been amazing. I always loved that film. So, and obviously, Alien Encounter has kept this legacy. So we got to talk to Kevin and Kathy, because I think we originally actually recorded that episode. It was just you and me. And then we just decided, I think my audio was off and I was like, maybe we could just re-record this. And then when I had the option to send out a message to both of them and they on Twitter, and they both said yes, I was like, okay, maybe this is the time that I can record it and get it right with Jerry.
It's funny, and they were both ready for picture too. They were hoping that you would have video running that day. So
I
you
know.
can have them back again.
I know. Yes, I would love to do that. That would be really fun because I think this is a lot of fun, just not 10 hours of it. So.
Yes. Well,
it is what it is. And of course my dad's in the chat, so he would be angry if I didn't, not angry, but he would be like, why do you mention Cinemagique? Of course, that's like our favorite thing. So we love that. And I always suggest to anybody who's listening, definitely take a look at the film and then listen to the conversation, because that's like a whole lesson in filmmaking and one of a love for filmmaking. So if you've never seen it.
Right.
Just love it a lot. And there are so many things that I had like planned and question wise, but the main thing I wanted to ask was, after all these years, you have such a passion for creating film and creating theme park attractions, and you're still doing it. So where do you think that still derives from? You know what I mean? For you to keep having the energy and being your own Energizer bunny to keep going for it.
Oh, well, I'll tell you, it's just, when I was first inspired as a kid and you'd see the magic happen and you would just be caught up in it and you'd feel layers. You'd feel inspired by the magic. You'd feel touched by the message. You'd feel a warmth of bonding with the friends and family who shared it. There's so many ways that it touches us and inspires us. And, Max on your previous segment was talking about people coming through the animation building and getting inspired to go into the industry.
Mm-hmm.
And I've had the same thing. There was Eric Miller is a guy who worked there. He specifically asked him to change his schedule so he could spend more time hosting in front of guests. And he was a production manager at DreamWorks and now has his own studio. And we had lunch together, and he connected with me because he said, watching Back to Neverland and then taking the tour is repeatedly as a cast member is what got him into the whole industry of also creating and inspiring other people. And also something else Max brought up about the fishbowl. You were asking him about that. And back when I talked to you about doing Back to Neverland in the first place, I was mentioning that after we finished it and it opened, our little team, who was then doing storyboards for Cranium Command, sat in the fishbowl. We were some of the first people to ever sit in the fishbowl because they hadn't brought in the rest of the teams yet. And we were storyboarding the Cranium Command show right in front of the public. And as people went by, we had this thing happen that he was talking about, the sort of joyous faces, the wondrous faces that you'd see at the glass. Yeah. And this would happen several times a week while we were there, where, you just see the tours going by, and occasionally people would write a funny note, like they'd say, feed the animators, and put a drop quarter here, and they'd hold that up to the glass and they'd clink the quarter against the glass. They'd goof around. But you'd invariably see this little bit of theater happen where there was a family going past, and then the family would continue onward, but the little boy or girl would stand there and be looking through the glass by him or herself. And then you'd see the parents wander back into view and try to take them by the hand and lead them away. And they'd be like, no, I want to look. So we sort of made this deal with each other, our little group, like, who wants to go take this family? And so I did it several times, and, some Kirk or Gary, other people did it other times. But we'd go out our entrance, employee entrance, and go into the corridor with them. And you'd go up and say, so I saw you looking in to our group of artists, like, what's going on, or are you interested? And they'd usually talk about some dream, or I wish I could someday, or whatever. And I would tell first the child, like, I used to be the one looking through the glass. You can do this. You can. Yeah, I used to be your age. I dreamed about it. I stuck to it. Here I am. And then I would talk quietly to the parents and go, by the way, I'm serious. Support your kid. They can do this. So that, knowing that you can pass on meaningful inspiration to people, and then hearing stories from people who have made career choices and that were creative and positive and helped connect with other people because of work we've done is just tremendous. And I got an email from somebody like 4 days ago that was writing to me about something I did in the 90s and was thanking us. I read one thing to Rebecca, who you talked to in the first segment.
Yeah.
We met at Disney. She came from Art Center into Disney. I came from Cal Arts into Disney. But I read an email I got from someone who said that for a while they were going through tough times and were in a homeless shelter, and they would occasionally watch The Brave Little Toaster to be inspired about getting out of the swamp, and we could do something. And there was, and it teared us up to read that. And there was another one from somebody had gone through the family was splitting up, and they were going through the parents splitting up, and they said they clung to that group of characters who got through impossible odds as a meaningful thing in their life while they were going through that as a kid. So, and then just getting to, there's a quote from Walt that I always thought was great. He said, it's kind of fun to do the impossible. And that whole thing of doing things that people will perceive as magical. And of course they know that we're being clever and we're using illusion and all that stuff, but people kind of celebrate the fact that it does reach a point of seeming magical. And we all want the magic to happen, and to be able to problem solve with new emerging tools for storytelling and say, we're going to open up more and more palettes for designing and experiencing magic, and, for people to come get into the story and share it not only with the characters, but to share it with their loved ones.
Yeah.
Just to know that every time you go into a new project, hopefully you're doing something that hasn't ever quite been done that way before. You're doing the first and another first and another first. And then sometimes the dominoes fall, and, you guys mentioned how, you know, the experiment with Robin worked and the dominoes fell and he was cast in Aladdin and many other things happened. But that whole little team, and I was really touched hearing, like, you know, Jerry Brice and some of the other people say that when they worked on that project, they felt a lot of pride in their own work and could look back on it fondly and feel like they passed along something positive. So, you know, being with teams of creative people where you can pass along positive things and keep the magic alive feels magical in itself. And you know, we talked a lot about Cinemagique, and I swear, Tammy, I after
sorry about that.
But after no, I what I'm going to say is that I swear that even though, you know, I went through the minutia of designing certain moments that would happen, like the door that opens and then, you know, he doesn't want to hug or kiss yet. It's like, wait a minute, I have to peel the door off, wad it off, and throw it away. And then there's no opening left in the screen. And then the hug happens and the audience invariably cheers that moment, which is a heart moment. When I sat with the audience and experienced that moment, it felt like magic. And like I had done the first demos of it in this room right with this behind me.
Yeah.
I actually did. I could send you tapes where I did the first mock-up of the little door floating in the air right here, and I like made my head come out and everything. So I had pieced it together minutely, but still, when it was all said and done, tie a bow on it, like 3 years later, sit with the audience, and it was like, damn, that looks like magic. Where did the door go? It's like, it's magic. And
I know, that's what I said. I'm like,
so I believed in it again myself, even though you're authoring this stuff. It's so great to be able to get goosebumps yourself.
Yes.
Even though you and your team are putting it together, it's like when it works right and all of you put your efforts together very carefully, because everybody brings a different expertise. Nobody's just along for the ride. Everybody is making the magic happen. Mm-hmm. And of course, then it's more than any single contribution. All those contributions really sparkle, and then it's great. And I guess goosebumps. So that's why.
It's those moments.
There's a long answer.
They really it's true. They those moments lift you up, and you're like, that's my that's my happy place. Basically, yeah. I'm like, that's where I love to be, and that's what I love to aim to do the best work I can. So, you know what I mean. I just been so blessed that these past 10 years, I just want to thank everybody who has been on the broadcast today as a guest, including you and everybody who supported behind the scenes, my sister, my dad, my mom, my friend Vamati. This has been like a lot of fun. I'm actually going to bring them on the screen. Yes. They're back. Let's see, ladies, you ready? I'm bringing.
Hey.
I didn't know if you're going to make it. I was like, where'd you be? Where were you? No, it's okay. I was stalling. No, I'm just kidding. Jerry and I were having a good conversation here. But something fun to announce is the Tiara Talk Show. I decided it's been 10 years, and of course it will still go on, but it's going to have something change a little bit. So let me just play something for you.
All right.
So I got a new logo. And I'm gonna, if I can put down the volume a little bit, I'm gonna continue the show as the Tammy Tuckey show. So I'll still be focused with Disney and things that I love about Disney, but you know, there are other passions of mine, and I'd like to kind of include them all. But it's still as the same fundamentals of I love to ask questions, and I love to learn more and share that knowledge of wealth that everybody who has been on the show has shared with me. So I just was so thrilled that everybody's been on the show today. We're at 10 hours and 1 minute and 50 seconds, and we did it. Woo-woo!
Leading into the tape, Tammy.
End of the
It's so like the Olympians have nothing on you, I must say.
Well, I'm not that good, but we have the winner to announce for this evening. Before we announce, I have a special Epcot book. These are the two other prizes that I didn't show, and a D23 magazine back from winter of 2016, never opened. And these will also be included with the 10 prizes I had together this evening. So, Jerry, the name of the winner is in the private chat. If you'd like to,
yeah. I have to take it off full screen.
Yeah.
And so I can peek at the little secret place there.
And we should give a drum roll, everybody. Drum roll.
Jose Acevedo.
That's right. Congratulations, Jose. You are our 10th anniversary winner. Thank you for tuning in. And I will make sure I email you, but it won't be tonight because Tammy's gonna go to bed. She's been here. Well, first she's gonna eat because those goldfish didn't handle everything.
You have something in addition to goldfish, I hope.
I have a chicken, a roasted chicken all ready for me. It's upstairs. I'm just so excited. But I've been really excited for this evening. So thank you guys all. And as a little parting fun thing to play for you, my friend Josh, he has created a new theme song for my podcast, which you heard a little bit of. But I'm going to let it play all the way through this evening so you can hear it. And that will be the conclusion of the broadcast. So thank you, Jerry, for being on the show.
Thanks for having me, Tammy.
And thank you, V and Terry, for your support and moderating. And my dad, I know he's there. My mom's upstairs listening.
Hi, Dad and Mom.
So here is the outro for the 10th anniversary. Bye, everybody. See ya.
Peace and goodwill to all who gathered here for this special celebration. As our hearts unite and become one, let us fly hand in hand on the wings of joy, kindness, compassion, and love. We hope you enjoyed this broadcast tonight to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the Tiara Talk Show.